In his previous life, he struggled for 10 years in the apocalypse, watching helplessly as his wife and twin children died before his eyes. When the zombies tore at him, he finally closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was back 10 days before the apocalypse. This time he would stockpile supplies, build a fortress, and keep all danger out. The wind cut like a knife, the rain hammered like a mallet, mercilessly striking Yehan. He fell on his back in the mud like a shell abandoned by the world. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved that life had not yet completely vanished. The hoarse growls of zombies pierced the rain approaching from afar. Death drew closer, but he couldn't even be bothered to move a finger. 10 whole years. In the apocalypse, he had struggled and fought, turning himself into a cold, hard blade, a weapon without emotion for killing. But this blade had finally dulled and broken. The images of his wife and children repeatedly crashed into his mind. They were beaten and bruised, thrown into a zombie horde for a piece of moldy bread, and were devoured alive. He couldn't save them. He couldn't save anyone. The wound had never scabbed over, bleeding day and night, tearing his insides apart. Guilt was carved into his bones, devouring all his will to live. If Ning hadn't used her last strength to tell him to live, well, he would have long been buried in the ruins of the apocalypse. For 10 years he lived only to fulfill that promise. But now he couldn't hold on anymore. The stench of decay hit his face. The roars of zombies were right in his ear. The first bite landed heavily on his shoulder, tearing his flesh, and excruciating pain spread through his body. The second bite, the third bite. Yehan did not struggle, did not scream, and did not open his eyes. But a faint smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. So this is how much it hurts to be torn by zombies. And Ning and Lulu, I finally know how much pain you felt when you left. The world gradually faded away, the sound of rain, roars, and tearing flesh all fell silent. In the chaos, he saw a light, and Ning holding an and Lulu stood in the light, smiling gently at him. They were just as they had been when he first met them. I've come to join you. Yehan closed his eyes, letting himself fall into that warmth. How wonderful. Finally, ding, ding. The piercing alarm clock suddenly tore through the light. Yehan's eyes snapped open. In his eyes was the fierce, killing intent accumulated over 10 years in the apocalypse. His right hand instinctively reached back for his knife. With a sudden force in his waist, he sprang up from lying flat, knelt on one knee, his back tense like a hunting leopard, every muscle taut to the extreme. Empty. Where's the knife? That knife that had accompanied him through a decade of blood-drinking zombie blood was gone. Yehan's pupils contracted, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, instantly assuming a combat stance. The next moment he froze. White walls, floor-to-ceiling windows, letting in light, the bedside lamp that had been used for 3 years, and the faint scent of laundry detergent in the air. This was his apartment in Shanghai before the apocalypse. How could this be? He had been devoured by zombies. How could he be back here? He took a deep breath. Clean air filled his lungs. No stench, no blood, no smell of burning corpses. Only sunlight, the scent of laundry detergent, and the morning air. Yehan stumbled to the window and yanked the curtains open. Harsh sunlight hit his eyes, and his eyes instantly stung. Outside the window was the familiar residential square. Elderly people were doing Tai Chi, children were playing on the grass, and young people were hurrying to work. The breakfast stall sent up warm steam. This was the world before the apocalypse, a world he had only seen in memories. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. The trembling spread from his fingertips to his whole body. He picked up the phone on the bedside table, nearly dropping it several times. His thumb pressed down, and the screen lit up. October 8, 2036. Yehan held the phone, slowly slid to his knees, and a suppressed hoarse sob escaped his throat. The despair of 10 years and the ecstasy of recovering what was lost collapsed in a thunderous crash. I'm back. I'm back before the apocalypse. Tears blurred his vision, but the date on the phone was crystal clear. There were still 10 full days before the apocalypse. And Ning. And then, Lulu. I'm coming back. I'm coming back to you right now. He wiped his tears haphazardly, pushed himself off the floor, and rushed madly toward the door. His cold hand grasped the doorknob, and just as he was about to turn it, his movement suddenly froze. A basin of cold water poured over him. How could he explain when he went back? Tell her he was a ghost reborn from the apocalypse. Tell her that in 10 days zombies would roam the land. Would she believe him? The sealed memories suddenly surged, flooding into his mind. His grandfather, lying on his sickbed, used his withered hand to pull at his sleeve, his voice breaking. Ning is a good girl. Marrying her will make you happy. Your grandfather hopes you will be happy. At that time he had nodded expressionlessly, as if handling a trivial document. On their wedding night, he went through the motions perfunctorily, got out of bed expressionlessly, said sleep early, turned around, and went into the study, closing the door to shut everything out. And Ning lay on the bed, timidly glancing up, then quickly looking down. 7 days after the wedding, his grandfather passed away. After handling the funeral, he booked a flight back to Shanghai that very night. When he left, Ning chased him downstairs, her eyes red, wanting to speak, but stopping. He didn't wait for her to speak and got straight into the car and drove away. A full year passed. He never made a single active phone call, not a single active message. When she called to say she was pregnant, he just gave a faint to indicate he knew, too stingy to add a single word of concern. Apart from regularly sending living expenses, he completely shut her out of his world. She went through pregnancy waiting for the birth and giving birth. The twins were born. The birth certificate read Father Gu Yehan, but he had never even glanced at the children. And Ning sent photos of the children, but he didn't look. He casually deleted them and continued editing code on his computer. He used extreme emotional coldness to personally abandon the wife, who loved him, and his two children. Gu Yehan's fingers tightened one by one, his knuckles emitting a faint cracking sound. He raised his hand and dealt himself a fierce slap. Smack! The crisp sound exploded in the silent apartment. Before the burning pain on his cheek could recede, he delivered an even heavier backhand slap. Bright red finger marks surfaced on both of his cheeks. Standing with his back against the door panel, his fingernails dug deeply into his palms. The sharp pain caused his surging out-of-control emotions to gradually subside bit by bit. He owed them far too much, so much that he felt entirely unworthy of standing before them. Yet he had to return. The cold, selfish, bastardly Gu Yehan of the past, who was unfit to be a husband or a father, was already dead. He had perished amidst the blood and corpses of the apocalypse, dying beneath the razor-sharp teeth of the zombies. The wrongs he had committed were like nails driven into time, impossible to extract, but that man was no longer here. From this moment on, the one who lived was Gu Yehan, returned from the bloodbath, living solely for redemption. I will do everything in my power to treat you well. Even in the midst of the apocalypse, I will protect your peace for a lifetime. His voice was very soft, yet it carried a desperate, resolute certainty. It was like a silent vow. No one shall disrupt this. Not even myself. Having made up his mind, Gu Yehan tapped open his phone contacts and dialed that familiar number. Brother, why are you calling me instead of sleeping so early in the morning? The call connected after just 2 rings, Fong Cheng's voice carrying a raspy, newly awakened hoarseness. Fong Cheng, I want to sell all of my shares. Thud. The dull sound of a heavy object hitting the floor came from the receiver. Gu Yehan frowned slightly and pulled the phone a bit further away. After a brief dead silence, Fong Cheng's voice rang out again, the hoarseness gone, replaced only by gravity. Yehan, are you serious? Fong Cheng almost doubted his own hearing. Throughout their 4 years of university, he knew Gu Yehan's temperament better than anyone. Cold and detached like a chilly moon hanging high in the sky, countless girls had thrown themselves at him, yet failed to win even a sliver of his attention. In this world, the only things that could move him in the past were Grandfather Gu and the company he had built from scratch with his own hands. Since Grandfather Gu passed away a year ago, he had poured all his energy into his career, working overtime day and night, as if only work could fill his empty life. He was still staying up late last night testing the new game, so how could he suddenly want to sell off all his shares overnight? I am not joking. The voice on the other end of the line was calm, yet it carried a weight that Fong Cheng had never heard before. I am going back to Shancheng. Gu Yehan knew very well that pulling out at this moment would be a fatal blow to Fong Cheng and the company that was about to go public. But he had no choice. The secret of the apocalypse could not be spoken, nor was there anyone to tell. Only one genuine reason would be enough to convince everyone. Why, oi? Fong Cheng pressed in a deep voice. Before my grandfather passed away, he arranged a marriage for me. A few days ago, she gave birth to a pair of fraternal twins for me. The receiver fell into a long silence. In the next instant, a shocked exclamation erupted. What? You're married? And you already have kids? Twins, a boy and a girl. Gu Yehan pulled the phone away, once more a trace of impatience flashing in the depths of his eyes. Every second delayed meant he would be a second later in rushing to his wife and children. Are you going to take over or not? If not, I'll. He did not finish the second half of the sentence. The phrase "sell it to someone else" was too cruel to utter to a brother who had stood by his side for 6 years. But he could not afford to waste time. Only 10 days remained. In 10 days the apocalypse would arrive and money would become mere waste paper. Before then he had to convert all his assets and his supplies, build a fortress, and stand by Anning and the children's side. Yehan, how do you plan to sell? Fong Cheng's voice turned completely serious. As brothers for 6 years, he understood Gu Yehan too well. Once this man made up his mind, it was like a nail driven into a steel plate, leaving no room for negotiation. 1 billion. Gu Yehan stated the figure in a tone as flat as if he were discussing the day's weather. The receiver fell silent again. 1 billion was almost the absolute limit of what Fong Cheng could scrape together right now. It wasn't that the company wasn't worth the price, but rather that no one kept 1 billion in cash just sitting around. Yehan, give me 2 days, Fong Cheng said without bargaining or offering any excuses. I'll go raise the funds right now. Fine, I will only wait for 2 days. Gu Yehan paused, his throat tightening slightly. If you can't raise it, I will look for another buyer. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hung up the phone. No pleasantries, no farewells. It wasn't out of cold-heartedness. He simply did not dare to waste a single second. 10 days. Every second fell like a grain of sand in an hourglass vividly visible. Gu Yehan walked to the refrigerator, pulled open the door, and took out a bottle of chilled mineral water. The bottle was shrouded in cold mist. He unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. The icy water slid down his throat and into his stomach, the biting chill piercing like a needle from his throat all the way to his abdomen. He shivered. Yet his mind became even clearer. This was no dream. This was not the half bottle of murky, filthy water salvaged from the ruins of the apocalypse. It was clean water, chilled, ordinary water that was easily within reach. He had truly returned. After drinking the remaining half bottle of water, he sat at the desk and opened his laptop. As the screen lit up, his fingertips fell upon the keys, not to write code, but to draft a survival checklist for the apocalypse. Through 10 years of bathing in blood and seeking death, what could save a life, and what was most lethal, had already been engraved into his very bones. With no need to consult references or flip through notes, he listed the items one by one: food, water, medicine, weapons, generators, fuel, cold weather gear, water purification equipment. The list grew denser and denser, filling several pages in tight rows. By the time he finally stopped, he had written several full pages. Staring at the checklist, his brow furrowed deeper. The volume of supplies was far too massive. Ordinary warehouses or villa basements could not possibly accommodate them. More crucially, there was the matter of security. Once the apocalypse arrived, exposing these supplies would invite absolute disaster. Furthermore, in his past life, the apocalypse had not ended even after 10 years, and the shelf life of these goods was not that long. Ordinary places were all unreliable. He needed that specific place. The place belonging to that person from his past life. Yehan closed his laptop, stood up, and went out. He headed straight for the antique street. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the plane trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Shops along the street stood in quiet repose, their wind chimes swaying in the gentle breeze with a soft, melodious clinking. He stepped into the first shop. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you today?" A clerk approached him with a warm, welcoming smile. Yehan made no reply, his stride remaining steady and deliberate. His gaze swept across the porcelain calligraphy, paintings, and bronze ornaments inside the display cabinets. None of them were what he sought. He turned and left. The second shop. The third shop. The fourth shop. He walked from one end of the street to the other, his pace remaining unhurried throughout, yet his palms tightened unnaturally. Why was it not here? In his past life, he had clearly heard that the object originated from the Modu antique market. That person would absolutely never dare to deceive him. Could the timing be wrong? Or perhaps the item had not yet made its way here. This object was crucial to whether his wife and children could live a peaceful life during the apocalypse. He could not afford to fail. "How could you do this? I'm not selling this jade pendant anymore." An angry male voice shattered the tranquility of the street. Yehan abruptly turned his gaze. Near the entrance of a shop, not far away, a plainly dressed middle-aged man, his face flushed with anger, was blocking two young men. One of the young men held a dark green jade pendant, his face filled with impatience. The moment he saw the jade pendant clearly, Yehan's eyes darkened instantly. Changing his direction, he walked straight toward the trio. "What is going on?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried an imposing aura. The surroundings fell silent instantly. The three arguing men looked up simultaneously. Standing against the light, the man was tall and upright, with a cold, aloof demeanor that made it immediately obvious he was no ordinary person. "This is my family's heirloom jade pendant." The middle-aged man spoke in a rush, as if clutching at a life-saving straw. "We had agreed on a price of 500,000 with this young master, but they went back on their word at the last minute, and would only give 100,000. They are clearly bullying me. I won't sell it anymore. 500,000 is fine, but the jade pendant must be completely intact." The young man raised the pendant against the sunlight. "See for yourself, there's a crack here." As the sunlight penetrated the jade pendant, its dark green hue resembled a deep abyss or a dense forest. Right in the center, a crack was clearly visible. Yehan stared at the crack, his thumb unconsciously rubbing against his fingertips. "Even with a crack, it's still worth 500,000. The middle-aged man stiffened his neck, his voice trembling with agitation. "The antique shops in the county town offered 400,000. Why are you driving the price down in Modu? This worthless jade pendant of yours is worth 500,000. The cracks are like a spiderweb. I'd like to see what kind of fool would buy it." The young man snorted, shoved the jade pendant back into the man's hand, and turned to leave. The middle-aged man clutched the pendant, his face flushed red, his lips trembling with rage. "Sir," Yehan spoke, his tone light and calm like a gentle autumn breeze. "May I take a look at the jade pendant?" The middle-aged man looked up to size up the young man before him. With his steady gaze and extraordinary bearing, he was clearly someone of immense wealth. He instinctively and carefully placed the jade pendant into Yehan's palm, not forgetting to caution him. "Please be careful, this is my family heirloom." Yehan lowered his eyes. The jade pendant felt warm, yet slightly cool to the touch. Its dark green jade texture shimmered with a hazy, soft glow under the sunlight. The crack ran straight through the center, looking as though it had been violently split in two. He gazed at it in silence for a long time, so long that the middle-aged man began to feel a faint sense of unease. "I will take this jade pendant." Yehan looked up, his tone as casual as if he were buying a handful of vegetables. "What is your price?" 500,000. Bank transfer or WeChat Pay." He had already taken out his phone. "Bank card." The man recited his card number, and the transfer went through instantly. Looking at the extra 500,000 in his account, the man remained in a daze. Just like that, it was sold. No bargaining, no hesitation, not even a single question. A thought even flashed through his mind had he set the price too low. Yehan had no time to concern himself with the man's expression. He turned and walked away. With the jade pendant in hand, his pace was significantly faster than when he had arrived. With a loud thud, the apartment door shut. Without even changing his shoes, he walked straight to the coffee table and picked up a fruit knife. His fingertips brushed across the palm of his left hand. Under the light, the skin was intact and delicate, devoid of the scars, calluses, and roughness left behind by the apocalypse. There was no hesitation. He pressed the blade against his palm and sliced down firmly. The flesh parted and blood surged out instantly, rapidly spreading along the creases of his palm. As a sharp pain hit him, he did not even knit his brows. He held out his injured palm, suspending it over the jade pendant. Drip! The first drop of blood fell onto the dark green jade surface, blossoming into a dark red flower of blood. Drop after drop, blood continued to fall. It slowly seeped through the veins of the jade, staining the entire dark green surface in crimson. Yehan stared intently at the jade pendant, every muscle in his body gradually tensing. He was not certain if it would work. In his past life, that person had only activated the jade pendant space by accidentally staining it with blood after the apocalypse had already descended. Now the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Could it recognize its master? Could it open the storage space? The jade pendant remained completely unresponsive. Yehan's breathing grew slightly heavy. A sense of disappointment, which 10 years in the apocalypse had long since ground away, quietly surfaced at this moment. Is it not working? He muttered to himself. Must I wait until the apocalypse begins, eh? He raised his uninjured right hand, intending to pick up the jade pendant and wipe it clean, saving it for another attempt once the apocalypse arrived. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the jade pendant, a blinding white light exploded instantly, illuminating the entire room. Yehan instinctively turned his head and squinted. In the next second, the jade pendant seemed to suddenly come alive, contracting and expanding like a beating heart. The blood on its surface was absorbed into the pendant at a visible rate, leaving not a single drop behind. A faint suction came from his fingertips. In his mind, a vast and boundless chaotic space suddenly unfolded. It worked. Yehan sank into the sofa and looked down at the wound on his palm, which was still seeping blood. The corners of his mouth finally curved into an extremely faint smile. Two tiny sparks of light ignited in the depths of his eyes. The internal space of the jade pendant was vast and boundless. A great infinite void with nothing in it, resembling a giant warehouse that had been waiting for him for a long time. He picked up a half-empty bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, placed it into the space, and then retrieved it. He repeated this 3 times. His heart, which had survived 10 years of life and death struggles, actually quickened its beat slightly over this trivial matter. Onions, milk powder. Lulu's diapers. He unconsciously murmured in a soft, gentle voice. As the words left his mouth, he froze slightly. In his past life, he had never spoken these 2 names aloud, and in this life, he had not even met the children yet. Yet when he uttered the names, it felt as natural as if he had been calling them for 10 years. Yehan set an alarm on his phone to remind him every 2 hours. Every single day before the apocalypse was incredibly precious. He dared not lose even a fraction of time due to being busy. Then he reopened the supplies list. Looking at it now, his brow remained relaxed. With the space, it was no longer a matter of being unable to store the supplies, but how to gather all of them. 10 days. Only preparing what was necessary for survival. Pausing his pen, he solemnly added a line at the end of the list. Unin Lulu Anning. From this moment on, everything you need, there shall be no lack. October 9th. The first day after rebirth. At 6 in the morning, the alarm even rang. Yehan was already seated before his computer. The cool, pale light from thieved his face, making his eyes, tempered by a peer, even more tranquil and sharp. The apocalypse taught him the first rule before acting: one must master all information, the completeness of the data, and the odds of life and death. He unfurled the map and memorized every contour around Modu and Shancheng. Where were the mountains? There were plains there. That highway was the main artery. That provincial road would collapse after heavy rain. These were the lessons he had learned through perilous journeys in his past life. Then he began gathering vast quantities of material information. Fingertips flew across the keyboard as wholesale grain and oil, frozen foods, medical equipment, solar energy devices, diesel generators, water purification equipment, vacuum sealers. He methodically compiled detailed spreadsheets, sorted by category, marking addresses, contact numbers, and price ranges. In his past life, too many died in the scramble for supplies. After the apocalypse descended, those blind rushes ended in death on the road, where the goods were long since plundered. For 4 full hours, he marked all the supply hubs in Modu and Shancheng. By 10 in the morning, Yehan drove out. The vehicle rolled into the wholesale market, a medley of scents assaulting the senses: the aroma of new rice, the dust of flour, the thick fragrance of rapeseed oil, and the damp burlap sack smell of the warehouses. The market bustled with people, cart pushers, cargo handlers, those bargaining loud yet orderly. He moved at a measured pace, his gaze sweeping swiftly. He discerned the origin of the rice, the brands of flour, the specifications of the oil, while watching every merchant's disposition. who offered thin margins for bulk sales, who could close large deals, who was sharp and hard to bargain with. Finally, he stopped in front of a shop named Fengyan Grain and Oil. The owner, surnamed Wang, was a stout man in his 40s, his smile crinkling his eyes into slits, shrewd yet practical. Most crucially, his warehouse was large, and right behind the shop, no need to fetch supplies from elsewhere. Boss, how much for the rice? What kind do you want? Wuchang rice from the northeast, Panjin, southern sea meow, and rapeseed oil are all available. All of them. Gu Yehan spoke without a word wasted. 10 tons of Wuchang rice. 5 tons each of high gluten and low gluten flour. 5 tons of rapeseed oil. And all the compressed biscuits and dried noodles you have in stock. The smile on the shopkeeper's face instantly stiffened. He scrutinized the young man from head to toe. Modest attire, fine fabric, a cold, calm aura. Clearly not a troublemaker. Kid, are you running a canteen? A retirement home? Gu Yehan remained expressionless. Oh, I see, Wang said, understanding at once as his mind began calculating the price. Must deliver today. Today, eh? The shopkeeper frowned. If you pay in full, I can deliver, but the location can't be too remote. On the city's edge. Gu Yehan provided an address. That of an abandoned warehouse he had rented on the Mo outskirts, off the beaten path, with few people nearby, perfect for a transfer hub. Deliver to the warehouse for unloading, no problem. No problem, no problem. Swipe the card sign and take the receipt. The motions were clean and decisive. The shopkeeper watched his departing figure, rubbed his eyes, and mused to himself. Nowadays those running retirement homes are also young and sharp. Gu Yehan did not turn back. The retirement home might need such provisions, but what lay ahead was the apocalypse. He sat in the car, and before starting the engine glanced at the rearview mirror. In the mirror the man's expression was calm. Only the right hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly. Not enough. Far from enough. He quickly calculated consumption and redundancy. In his mind, 10 tons of Wuchang rice for 4 people. How long could they endure on it? Not enough. He pressed the accelerator and sped toward the next wholesale market. All day he visited 4 markets and signed 7 procurement contracts. Each order was checked repeatedly, but once signed they left. No small talk, no delays, no wasted moments. By 5 in the afternoon he stood at the gate of the abandoned warehouse on Mo's outskirts. A rust-streaked rolling shutter creaked open, sending up a puff of dust. Inside the warehouse was clean and spacious, the cement floor wide and empty. Gu Yehan stood in the center watching truck after truck arrive. Rice stacks rose, flour piled high, oil drums lined up neatly, dried goods, dried noodles, compressed biscuits, sausages, unloaded in order. Workers hurried back and forth. He stood quietly in a corner, verifying the inventory list, not a single item missing. The foreman watched in quiet awe. This young owner appeared calm, yet more exacting than the old hands. It wasn't excessive caution. The apocalypse had taught him that a single lapse could mean life or death. The last truck drove away. The rolling shutter slowly descended. Gu Yehan walked to the mountain of supplies and pressed his right hand on a bag of 50 jin of rice. In the next moment, the rice vanished into thin air, quietly stored in the gray space. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. He moved like a tireless machine, repeatedly storing. Each disappearance of material sent a subtle tremor through his nerves. This was not expired food found in a ruined wasteland, not rations scavenged from the dead. It was fresh grain, clean oils, enough hope for his wife and child to live safely. For a full hour, all the warehouse's stock was secured within that space. In the empty warehouse, he drew out a pen and a signed receipt, and under the column labeled grain, he struck a heavy line, the nib pressing a deep imprint into the paper. Rice, flour, oil, enough. He whispered to himself. His gaze shifted to the next column, medicines. His expression darkened a shade. In the early days of the apocalypse, the deadliest threat wasn't zombies, but wound infections. And Ning was already frail, and after giving birth her body was even weaker. Anin and Lulu were still swaddled, utterly defenseless. He would not allow them any danger. He looked up through the little window of the warehouse as the sky darkened quietly. Time passed second by second. Just as he was about to hurry to the next destination, his phone rang suddenly. Caller Fengcheng. His finger hovered on the screen for a moment. The call arrived faster than he had expected. Gu Yehan answered, remaining silent. Yehan, the money has been raised. Fengcheng's voice was hoarse, the background quiet. $1 billion, not a penny short. When will you sign the share transfer document? Gu Yehan leaned back against the cold rolling shutter. $1 billion in a single day. No need to think twice. Fengcheng would mortgage properties, borrow from all directions, exhaust everything. Now, after the call, the drive to the company was but 40 minutes. He pulled the car door open, slid into the driver's seat, and before starting the engine, his fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. A decade of survival in the apocalypse had shaped this habit in him to steady his mind and shift into another state. The office building remained familiar. The security guard bowed slightly. The front desk girl saw him and softly called out, Mr. Gu. He nodded slightly, his pace unflagging. Fengcheng had long since been waiting in the conference room. Opening the door, the other man sat at the conference table, flipping through documents. 2 cups of hot tea rested on the table. Fengcheng looked up, the dark circles under his eyes, evident proof that he had not slept all night. Yet he did not utter a word about the difficulties of raising the funds. The lawyer has arrived. Fong Chung slid the documents toward him. Take a look at the terms if there is no problem sign. Gu Yehan sat down and browsed quickly. He was certain Fong Chung would not cheat. Even if he did, it would mean little, for with the apocalypse looming, a contract is but scrap paper. The conference room was utterly silent. The street's clamor outside was sealed away by the glass. Actually, you don't need to withdraw completely. Fong Chung spoke softly. Keep the shares. Oh, I will run the company, and the dividends will be paid to you every year. You return to Shansheng, and you'll still be the boss. The shares are in your hands. Only then is the company secure. Gu Yehan lowered his gaze and turned the page. If I stay, the hearts of people are hard to win. I don't care. I do care. Gu Yehan picked up the pen and with a crisp, decisive stroke, signed his name on the signature line. Fong Chung watched the signed documents. His Adam's apple moved, and after a long moment he spoke. That day I made more than 30 calls, and everyone's first reaction was, Gu Yehan is crazy. He forced a faint smile, yet there was no mirth in his eyes. I'm telling you, you're not crazy. You're simply going back to be a father. He closed the cap of the pen, the movement pausing slightly. Those 3 words struck deep into his heart, sending ripples across the surface. Fong Chung. He rose to his feet and looked at the brother who had stood beside him for 6 years. He would not pursue the past for now, simply saying softly, take care. Fong Chung rose and extended his hand. Take care as well. Please pass my regards to my sister-in-law and the children, though I have yet to meet them. You will meet them. Gu Yehan turned to leave, and a call followed from behind. Yehan. He turned back. Fong Chung stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, neon light carving a slender silhouette. After a few words left unsaid, he finally said, on the day the company goes public, I'll send you a photo. Good. They walked toward the office building, night lights bright all around, and the scent of snacks filling the street. At a roadside roasted sweet potato stall, the embers burned hot, the aroma rich and inviting. In the previous life, this fragrance was a luxury of the apocalypse. In the ruins, approaching it would reveal only the stench of charred corpses. Now this gentle sweetness feels warm and pure. One, please. The old man selected a plump, warm sweet potato and handed it over. Gu Yehan paid, holding it in his palm. The heat spread through the container. He did not eat. He placed it in the front passenger seat. The car moved again, heading toward the next wholesale market. An SMS confirming a 1 billion on his phone as he stood medical wholesale warehouse, checking numbers and expiration dates. Glancing at it in a hurry, he tucked the phone back into his pocket. Money cannot save lives, only turning it into supplies stored in space can guard those he wishes to protect. He had left the medical company at 7 in the evening. He drove toward Modu's largest building materials market. The market was already closed. He drove slowly along the perimeter, peering through the wire mesh at steel, cement, and insulation boards. Under the flickering streetlights, he rapidly calculated the quantities in his mind, enough to reinforce the outer walls of the Shan City old house, cap the courtyard, and build an independent water and power system. That should be enough. The Modu procurement drive was temporarily concluded. Once the Fongqing deals were settled, the remaining building materials, fuel, and various supplies could also be stocked in Shan City. The most crucial thing is the fortress. He must, before the apocalypse descends, transform his grandfather's old Shan City house into a permanent safe fortress that can withstand zombies, ward off the cold, and keep his wife and child safe. Time was of the essence. Every second was slipping away. The earlier he reached Shan City, the more preparations he could make. Tomorrow he would depart at once. Back at the apartment, he packed a few changes of clothes, his laptop, and his grandfather's old photos. The apartment he had lived in for 6 years held nothing else worth taking. On the back of a photo, Spring Festival 1987, was written. His grandfather's handwriting had faded. He caressed it with his fingertips and stored it in space. Standing in the empty living room, he closed his eyes and fully rehearsed the plan in his mind. With Modu procurement finished, he would rent a transit warehouse in Shan City, contact construction suppliers, and survey the old house in Yunya village on site. The old house sat halfway up the hillside. The village was long abandoned with no signs of life. To ascend there was only a 2-meter-wide dirt road. The terrain lay high, offering a broad view. Easy to defend, hard to assault. In the apocalypse, people are often more terrifying than the zombies. An uninhabited place can be the greatest sanctuary. In his mind's eye, he sketched the blueprint, reinforce the main structure, build a high wall around the exterior, add steel wire mesh atop the wall, dig a well in the courtyard, connect water purification equipment to a storage tank, cover the roof with solar panels, bury a diesel generator in the backyard as a backup, deepen and fortify the basement to serve as a cold storage and refuge. The project was enormous. In 10 years of the apocalypse, he had built countless temporary shelters. Now, with better materials, he would craft a permanent homeland. October 11th. On the 3rd day since his rebirth, Gu Yehan had already reached the airport before dawn. After security and boarding, he sat by the window, belt fastened, his head resting against the pane. The plane rose, Modu shrinking into a gray checkerboard below, eventually swallowed by the clouds. The city he had lived in for 6 years he left without a trace of longing. At 8 in the morning, the plane touched down in Shan City. The air was damp and cool, carrying the moist scent of mountains, and the river a stark contrast to Mo's dry autumn wind. He stood at the arrival's gate, taking a deep breath. Anning was in this city, and Anin and Lulu were as well. After a lifetime apart, he had finally returned. He hailed a taxi to Anning's old neighborhood, but had the driver stop across the street, not pulling up to the gate, simply sitting in the car and gazing at the community from afar. At the gate, breakfast stalls rose with the morning light, the youtiao hissed. An elderly man walked with breakfast, a child with a backpack laughing and playing. Morning light was gentle, the buildings quiet. Somehow he felt compelled to see it first, though there were countless urgent matters awaiting him. He stood in silence, gazing for 5 minutes. Let's go. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror, saying nothing, and drove away. By 9 in the morning, he had quickly rented a warehouse on the outskirts of Shan City. Price not bargained, he signed, paid, and took the keys before leaving. Then he contacted a local building materials supplier to order 100 tons of cement, bricks, rebar, and sand and gravel to be delivered to the suburban warehouse before nightfall. At 2 in the afternoon, he rented an off-road vehicle and headed toward Yenya village. After leaving the city, the road grew narrower. The 4-lane road narrowed to 2. The cement road gave way to a dirt path, gravel rattled beneath the tires, and the ground shook. Dense shrubs and weeds lined the road, branches scraping the car with a harsh creak. The navigation showed the village ahead, the road long since swallowed by wild grasses. Boston ivy blanketed the stone walls, and the flagstone paths were covered in moss. A crooked old scholar tree leaned at the village entrance, its massive canopy resembling a giant unfurled umbrella. Silence reigned, broken only by the whispering wind and the occasional chirp of birds. The vantage point was exceptional, looking down from the village entrance, the highway at the foot of the mountain, the distant town, and the even further silhouette of the mountain city's urban area were all fully visible. This was an ideal spot. In his past life, he had traversed countless places during the apocalypse. He had seen far too many sanctuaries that were easy to attack but difficult to defend, completely wiped out in one fell swoop. With only one road leading up the mountain sealing it off would turn this place into a natural fortress. Yehan pushed open the car door and waded through the knee-deep weeds into the village. The old house stood at the very back of the village, close to the cliffside. The rust-laden padlock snapped with a gentle twist. Stepping inside, the musty scent of damp would rush over him. The main hall lay completely empty as he walked in. His soles creaked against the wooden floorboards. He paced slowly through every corner before heading to the backyard to measure the distance between the courtyard wall and the cliff. Finally, he scooped up a handful of soil to test its clay-like viscosity. Right here. The perimeter wall would be built across here, the drainage ditches would run this way, and the basement would be excavated beneath the kitchen. Solar panels would be mounted on the roof, positioned at the perfect angle to catch a full day of sunlight. A water reservoir would be constructed in the backyard, equipped with a purification system. The courtyard walls would be raised to 4 meters with rebar mesh and broken glass embedded along the top. The main gate would be replaced with steel plating reinforced with 3 horizontal bars on the inside. The cellar would be dug 3 meters deep to serve as a cold storage room and an auxiliary shelter. There was still time for everything. He pulled out his phone and took photos of the cracks on the old house's exterior walls, the roof tiles, and the foundation of the backyard. Then, sitting in the backyard, he swiftly drafted a detailed construction plan. Demolition, reinforcement, plumbing, and electricity, perimeter walls, the basement, and the roof. Each step and material clearly catalogued. Fully engrossed in his task, his ears merely twitched when a black cat startled and darted silently across the wall. Confirming the source of the sound, he resumed writing. By the time he stood up, the setting sun had already dipped low in the west. Night fell faster in the mountains. The shadow of the cliff stretched out as the entire village sank into the twilight. It seemed there was no way to find a construction crew today. He walked briskly back to his off-road vehicle and rushed to the warehouse to collect the construction materials. Only 8 days remained until the apocalypse. At the first light of dawn the next day, Yehan was already standing at the labor market on the outskirts of the city. Before the day broke, workers had already gathered in small groups waiting. Some were smoking, others eating steamed buns with trowels and safety helmets resting by their feet. As the off-road vehicle approached, the crowd looked up only to slowly back away. Such a vehicle was never looking for day laborers. Yehan rolled down the window, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I need a construction crew of over 50 people. The project duration is 5 days, working up on the mountain. Food and lodging provided. As his voice fell, a commotion stirred among the crowd. A middle-aged man in his 40s stubbed out his cigarette and stepped forward, speaking with a non-local accent. Boss, what kind of work are we doing in 5 days? A complete renovation of an old house, building high walls, excavating a basement, and handling the plumbing, electricity, and roofing. The man was named Han Tai, with 20 years of construction experience. His brow furrowed as his eyes swept over the blueprints handed to him by Yehan. Though the drawings were non-standard, the details were meticulous. Wall thickness, rebar grade, foundation depth, and drainage slope. Each was clearly annotated. 5 days is too tight. We must add more hands. You assemble the crew. I only care about the results. Hantai fell silent for 3 seconds before folding the blueprints. In 1 hour, I'll bring the men up the mountain. A 30% down payment up front with the rest settled upon completion. Deal. An hour later, Yehan arrived at Yunya village with over 100 workers. Along with them were several older women in charge of the meals. Hantai gazed at the deserted, abandoned village, and though he had his doubts, he asked no questions. Wealthy people building fortresses in the mountains was none of his business. He only cared about doing the work and getting paid. The project commenced immediately. The workers were divided into 4 groups: demolition and reinforcement, digging foundations, and building perimeter walls, excavating the basement, and sealing off the only path up the mountain, constructing a 5-meter-high wall. If this point was held, the village would be absolutely secure. Yehan had placed a shipping container adjacent to the old house. Within its metal walls lay only a military cot, a folding table, and a folding chair with a laptop, and a mobile phone resting upon the table. During the construction breaks, he made nonstop phone calls reaching out to food wholesalers, milk powder agents, maternal and child supply distributors, and pharmaceutical companies. Yes, baby formula stages 1 through 3, 2,000 boxes of each. Diapers, 2,000 boxes for all sizes. Hantai squatted by the base of the wall sipping water. Seeing Yehan hang up, he couldn't help but speak up. Boss Gu, are you building a house here or a fortress? These walls are thicker than those of a bank vault. Yehan did not reply. He merely stepped forward, pressing against the freshly mortared brick joints, and instructed in a deep, solemn voice, thicken the mortar. Leave no gaps. Hantai glanced at him, offered no further comment, and turned to repeat the instruction to the bricklayers. Yehan returned to the shipping container to resume his purchasing. Baby formula, diapers, children's clothes. He purchased everything from newborn sizes up to age 18, preparing over 100 sets for each age group. In the post-apocalyptic world, production would grind to a halt. When basic survival became a struggle, no one would have the luxury to care about children's apparel. But Yehan cared. He had to protect them, ensuring they remained safe and worry-free. For Ning's supplies, he compiled a separate, meticulous list: clothes, shoes, sanitary products, common medicine, for women's skincare, and shampoo. Having bought nothing for her throughout the 10 years of his past life, he now wished he could sweep the entire shopping mall into his pocket dimension. He selected items one by one on the supermarket webpage, placing orders with meticulous care. As his fingers slid across the screen, he was even more cautious than he had been in his past life when writing code. Truckloads of purchased supplies were delivered to the warehouse, only to be completely absorbed into his pocket dimension, where they were meticulously categorized and labeled in sweaters, lay-lays, down jackets, and Ning's hair-drying towels. The sense of order forged in the apocalypse merged seamlessly with his obsessive protectiveness in this life. During the day, he drowned himself in endless busyness, not daring to allow a single moment of respite. Yet every night when the world fell into silence, the agonizing struggle deep within his heart would surge violently. The workers had long since fallen asleep, leaving him as the sole soul awake on the hilltop. Sitting inside the shipping container, Yehan tapped open his phone, where the name and Ning lay quietly in his contact list. He had been back in Shansheng for several days, consumed by building the fortress, purchasing supplies, buying baby formula, clothes, and everything the mother and her 2 children might possibly need in the future. He had made every preparation imaginable, yet he still lacked the courage to stand before her and utter a simple, "I'm back." How could he even begin to speak? A casual, "I'm back," as if he had merely returned from a routine business trip. Sorry. It was far too shallow to bridge the chasm of a year of emotional neglect and a lifetime of debt from his previous existence. A warning like, "The apocalypse is coming, come with me." She would only deem this man who had neglected her for years to have lost his mind. In the midst of the apocalypse, he had never feared zombies, famine, blizzards, or desperate outlaws. Yet at this moment he feared a woman's gaze. He feared the grievance and estrangement in her eyes, and feared the calm indifference she had developed after growing accustomed to disappointment. He pulled out his grandfather's old photograph, the faded brown handwriting on the back catching his eye. It was his grandfather's deathbed plea. "Yehan, and Ning truly cares for you. Do not let her down." In the end, he had still failed her. Yehan put away the photograph, sat up straight, and opened his digital notepad. The cursor blinked as he typed and deleted repeatedly, finally leaving only a single sentence: "Just go back first." His phone screen went dark. In the distance, the lights of Shanxing shone with a familiar warmth. His wife and children were right there amidst those lights. It was time. The off-road vehicle pulled up by the roadside of the residential community, its engine shutting off in silence. Yehan sat in the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, as a thin layer of sweat broke out on his fingertips. He had already been sitting there in silence for 20 minutes. The morning light cast a soft glow across the street. Steam rose from the breakfast stalls, elderly residents shopped for groceries, and children laughed and played. He had watched this scene from afar a few days ago, but back then he had only gazed for 5 minutes before departing. Today he could no longer run away. After sitting in silence for another 2 minutes, he pushed open the car door. His steps faltered slightly as he got out, and only after confirming he finally had the courage to approach did he retrieve the baby formula diapers and tiny baby clothes from the trunk. The load was light, yet his fingertips gripped it with agonizing tightness. He walked through the gates of the residential community. Inside the building corridor, the voice-activated lights hung dim. He lightened his steps, and the lamps remained unlit. Enveloped by the darkness, he ascended the stairs step by step, his tread growing heavier and heavier. The third-floor apartment, 302. On the weathered security door, the Spring Festival couplets had long since faded, their corners curling upward, couplets that his grandfather had written by hand during his lifetime. Behind the door was the wife he had neglected for an entire year, along with a pair of children he had never once laid eyes upon. Yehan raised his hand, his knuckles hovering a mere 3 centimeters from the wooden panel, pausing for a full 5 seconds. Then he knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Ning was in a state of utter disarray. Lele was crying at the top of his lungs in the crib, his tiny face flushed crimson, his little legs kicking forcefully, having already unraveled the small blanket wrapped around him. Anin lay beside him, his diaper completely soaked, whimpering and crying in unison. Be good, Lele, don't cry, okay? Mommy will change Big Brother's diaper first. And Ning's voice was hoarse, heavy with postpartum exhaustion. With one hand pinning down the squirming Lele, she reached out with the other, struggling to grasp a diaper on the nightstand. Her fingertips barely brushed against it, dragging it inch by inch toward herself. Having finally secured the diaper, she began changing it, wiping him down and applying diaper cream. Her movements were practiced, yet every single step exuded sheer strain. No sooner had she settled in than Lele's crying grew even more piercing. I'm coming, I'm coming. She hurriedly scooped Lele into her arms. The baby's small head bumped against her collarbone, sending a dull ache through her, but she endured the discomfort, gently swaying to soothe him. The rising and falling cries of the 2 infants filled the entire bedroom. Standing in the center of the room with Lele in her arms, and Ning stared at the wailing, and in tears instantly welling in her eyes. She bit her lip, forcing the tears back down. She could not cry. Crying would solve nothing. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to comfort both children at once. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door resounded, and Ning froze. Visitors were a rarity in this apartment. Annie Wong from next door always just shouted out, never knocking in such a polite, measured manner. Coming. Putting Lele back into his crib, she hurriedly gathered her disheveled hair and tugged at her milk-stained pajamas. She then threw on a thin coat to conceal her disarray. Unlocking the door, she pulled it open to reveal a narrow crack. The moment she clearly saw the person standing outside, and Ning froze completely. She tilted her head up slightly, her gaze landing on his face. Her expression shifted from bewilderment to utter disbelief before finally giving way to a complex, indescribable wave of emotion. Joy mingled with a deep, anxious trepidation. Her lips parted slightly, her throat bobbing several times before she managed to squeeze out an incredibly soft, raspy whisper. Yehan. The trailing syllable trembled, laced with absolute uncertainty. She could not tell if the sight before her was merely a dream. Yehan stood quietly at the doorway, utterly silent, taking in the sight of Ning. Her figure was frail and thin. Her face was pale, her lips devoid of color, and heavy dark circles shadowed her eyes. Her hair was loosely piled up, with a few stray strands clinging to her perspiring cheeks. She was still in her confinement period, a time when she should have been resting in bed and receiving meticulous care. Yet here she was raising 2 infants all by herself, thoroughly exhausted and disheveled. Yehan's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing repeatedly. Following his gaze, Ning looked down at herself, a flush rushing instantly from her neck to the tips of her ears. She frantically pulled her coat tight, smoothing her messy hair, while her fingertips gripped the hem of her pajamas in a death clutch. Countless times she had envisioned the scene of his return, imagining herself neatly dressed, elegant, and poised so as not to embarrass him. Yet at this very moment, she was a disheveled mess, untidy and haggard. Why did you suddenly come back? You didn't even let me know in advance. Keeping her head lowered, her voice was barely audible. Yehan stepped into the apartment, and Ning instinctively took half a step back. As he brushed past her, she caught the clean scent of soap and sunlight mingled with a faint trace of the outside world. Yehan's face was severely grim, brows drawn tight, lips pressed thin, and around him was oppressive. And Ning's heart suddenly sank. He was angry. It must be that he despises her for not taking proper care of the children, for looking like this. She had no way to defend herself, and Lila cried, and she really was a mess. He was angry, and it was only natural. She bowed her head, dared not meet his gaze, and her fingers clenched even tighter. How can you manage the children by yourself? Didn't you hire a nanny? Is money not enough? Yehan's voice tightened slightly, and Ning's heart turned sour as she hurried to explain. Aunt Wong has been helping for days. Today, she has something at home, and will return this afternoon. I only had Lin Sure to look after them for half a day. The day she married Yehan, her grandfather urged her to endure more, and she did. She bore it, sleeping alone in the study on their wedding night, bearing his departure for Mo, due 7 days after the wedding, bearing a whole year of silence. No calls, no messages. She endured 12 hours of labor alone, gave birth alone, left the hospital alone, and tended the twins by day and night on her own. She never complained, and at this moment, she did not wish to speak of pain. Yehan watched her quietly. She slouched her shoulders, stood with caution, as if a creature long neglected, afraid to approach her master. She sidled to the entryway shoe cabinet and quietly pushed the insulated cup he had dropped there a year ago into the cabinet. The motion looked so natural, as if she had practiced it countless times. Yehan's chest tightened. On the dining table, half a bowl of cold brown sugar water sat with brown sediment at the bottom. In the small kitchen pot, half the pork rib soup had cooled, a film of congealed oil floating on the surface. A new mother in confinement, the soup cooling with no one to warm it, her grievances hidden in her heart, unseen by anyone. He was angry that she did not understand to comfort him. But he knew better. She never contacted him of her own accord because he had never replied. It was he who had taught her to endure, to yield, and not dare to hope. Hanan's cries suddenly rose. Lila cried along, and Ning instinctively turned to comfort the children, took 2 steps, then looked back at him, with eyes full of apology, as if thinking the noise disturbed him. Yehan placed the bag on the table. That one isn't in, he asked. Huh? And Ning paused. The one crying the loudest. He had already walked toward the bedroom. The one bearing the blue bag isn't in, and Ning hurried after. Yehan reached the bedroom door, his steps faltering slightly. In the crib beside the double bed, the 2 babies cried their hearts out. And then kicked off the small blanket, his legs were bare. Luli's face turned red with crying. His tiny fists clenched. He stepped forward quickly, carefully tucking in with the blanket, his fingertips brushing Luli's tiny hand, and when he reached to cradle, he paused 2 centimeters from the child's armpit. That little one was so soft, as if a single touch could shatter him. The hands that in the wasteland could kill with ease were now awkward, unsure where to place him. And Ning stepped forward from behind, gently lifting and placing him into his embrace. Her fingertip inadvertently brushed the back of his hand, and she recoiled as if burned. Support his head, she whispered. Yehan adjusted his posture and steadied in his arms. The baby was lighter than expected, as light as a tuft of cotton, and then settled into a strange embrace, his cries pausing for a moment as he looked up blankly, then breaking into tears again. Yehan held him rigidly, not knowing how to soothe him, his arms tightening to shelter him more firmly. And Ning picked Lulu up and softly patted him to soothe him. She stole a glance at Yehan. He lowered his gaze to look at, and in his arms, his expression restrained and complex, a look she had never seen before. Yehan cradled in one arm, his other hand hanging limply at his side. Looking down at the child's fluffy little head, tears still glistened on those fine lashes. This was his son. Across 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had ever held him. And Ning. His voice was slightly hoarse. And Ning looked up. You have worked so hard. And Ning blinked. For words she had waited an entire year to hear. She wanted to say it was nothing that she could manage, but before the words could form, tears spilled over first. She cried without sound, silent tears soaking into Lele's blanket. She frantically tried to wipe them away, but they kept coming, so she finally gave up, bowing her head as her shoulders trembled gently. That night, on their wedding night, when he had closed the study door, she had done the same. Crying silently into the deep night, afraid to disturb him, afraid to complain, afraid of making herself seem troublesome. Yehan, holding in, took a slow half-step closer. He wanted to reach out and embrace her, but with the child in his arms, his other hand hung stiffly in the air. He could twist the neck of a zombie, survive in the wilderness, fight through blood and gore. Yet he did not know how to embrace his own wife. A half-step apart, close enough to hear each other's breathing, yet separated by a decade of unspoken debts. 1,000 words caught in his throat. An apology was too shallow, a promise to protect her from now on felt too weightless. In the end, he only whispered, "From now on I am here." And Ning did not respond. She buried her face into Lele's small blanket. Her shoulders trembled more violently, still weeping silently. After a moment, she gently placed the sleeping Lele back into the crib, her movements tender, and only when she was certain the child was at ease did she slowly rise. Her eyes were red, eyelids slightly swollen, making her already pale face look even more fragile. She raised her hand to wipe the moisture from the corners of her eyes, and quickly glanced at Yehan. He was still holding in the child's drool dampening his shirt. His posture holding the baby remained stiff, yet his hold was remarkably secure. And Ning's heart gave a slight tremor. Her fingers twisted the hem of her clothes, her voice faint and trembling. "Yehan, how long do you plan to stay this time?" She dared not ask if he had come for them, dared not ask if he would stay long. A year of neglect had already taught her, do not expect, do not ask too much, do not be greedy. Anin and Lele were her life, yet she was uncertain whether to him they were merely attachments to fulfill her grandfather's last wishes. All she could do was tread, carefully testing the length of his stay. As though hosting a distinguished guest who rarely visited. Afraid of inadequate hospitality, more afraid he would leave in a hurry. Yehan's heart was sharply pierced by this seemingly casual question. His wife in their own home timidly asking how many days he would stay. She dared not hope, dared not dream. Her every attempt at probing was so humble. The scene before him suddenly overlapped with memories from his past life. In the deep winter of the apocalypse, he had been grievously wounded and abandoned by his teammates, his left leg fractured, blood flowing freely collapsed in the corridor of an abandoned building. just as he was on the verge of death and Ning had found him. She was skeletal, her clothes in rags, her hair dry and yellow, and cradled in her arms, and Lele strapped to her back. Both children were ill with low fevers, too weak even to cry. Seeing him barely alive, she rushed forward without hesitation, her trembling hands pressing against his bleeding wound. From her bosom, she pulled out a piece of bread pressed hard and covered in green mold. The entire ration she had painstakingly saved, too precious to touch herself. The bread was snatched away in an instant, and Ning threw herself at the thief like a madwoman. For a single piece of bread, a man shoved her down hard. Her knees scraped raw and bled, yet she rose again to keep fighting. The zombies' roars erupted, suddenly surging from the depths of the corridor. That man fled in sheer panic, swallowed in an instant. And ING exerted her last reserves of strength to slam the iron door shut, barring the zombies outside. She turned back to look at him, silently mouthing those 3 words: live on. The next moment, the zombies lunged and devoured her completely. Unin and Lele disappeared one after another. He watched it all with his own eyes, yet his grievous injuries rendered him immobile. He could only stare relentlessly. His nails dug into the ground, drawing blood, his throat rending with silent roars, yet no coherent sound emerged. Years later, he survived for 10 whole years, guarding only those words she had spoken live on. Scenes from his past life flashed through his mind in mere seconds, yet they drained every ounce of his strength. Gu Yehan's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he fiercely suppressed the surging agony in his chest. If not for Nin cradled in his arms, he would have already raised his hand to punish that reckless version of himself from the past. He lifted his gaze to Ning, speaking in a tenderness unheard across 2 lifetimes, each word soft and deliberate. I have come back specifically for you. And Ning paused as though she had not heard clearly. I came back for you and the children, he repeated, his voice softer, yet infinitely resolute. And Ning, I am not leaving. And Ning's fingertips tightened, suddenly crumpling the fabric of her nightgown. She whispered it back to herself as though murmuring to the wind, not leaving. Not leaving. He confirmed once more. And Ning stood rooted to the spot, her body swaying slightly. The grievances, loneliness, and despair that had accumulated over an entire year finally found the faintest glimmer of light. She instinctively shuffled forward half a step, then froze abruptly. Looking up at Gu Yehan, her eyes churned with layers of complicated emotions. There was disbelief and dazed, cautious probing, and the grievance and softness suppressed for a whole year. She had finally found a narrow crack, yet still dared not let it surge freely. She timidly took another half step. That brief distance became 2 steps for her. Standing before him, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes growing foggy with unshed tears, fighting desperately not to let them fall. After a long hesitation, she slowly reached out her fingertips, gently grasping the cuff of his trench coat. Not her palm, not her arm, just the frayed edge of the fabric, the place least likely to be shaken away. Her grip was impossibly light, as though clutching a petal that would shatter at the slightest breath of wind, too afraid to press harder, yet unwilling to let go. Are you truly not leaving? Her voice trembled slightly, the final syllable taut with tension. Gu Yehan lowered his gaze to that slender hand. Her nails were trimmed short, her fingertips whitened from restrained force, courageous, yet desperate. This woman he had neglected for an entire year approached him with such delicate caution, adopting the humblest posture, attempting to seize this long-delayed sense of stability. With one arm steadily cradling the sleeping Nin, he freed his other hand and covered the back of hers, still clutching his cuff. And Ning's entire body went rigid, her fingertips trembling gently in his palm. His palm was dry and warm, far warmer than her icy hands. Gu Yehan enveloped her hand completely, slowly tightening his grip, gradually warming the chill in her fingertips with his own warmth. And Ning slowly lowered her head, making no sound. Warm tears fell onto the back of his hand, one by one, scalding hot. Her shoulders trembled more violently than before, yet she never cried out. Too long of suppression and solitary endurance had long made her forget how to unrestrainedly pour out her grievances. Gu Yehan did not let go. There he stood, one arm holding Nin, his palm intertwined with the silently weeping and Ning, his gaze resting on Lele, sleeping soundly in the crib. The little one was curled up like a gentle little frog. The narrow bedroom was filled with the faint scent of milk and baby powder. The two stood silently, neither speaking. And Ning's stiff fingers gradually relaxed in his palm, curling quietly. She could clearly feel the warmth of his palm, his fingertips rough with calluses, yet steady against the back of her hand. She dared not move, afraid that everything before her might be nothing but a fleeting dream. Gu Yehan did not move either. His gaze fell upon the soft crown of her hair. She was a head shorter than him, and as he leaned closer, he could see a few wispy strands lifting, gilded in pale gold by the sunlight streaming through the window. She had grown so thin that even beneath her loose pajamas the outline of her shoulder blades remained sharply visible, and her collarbones hollowed into shallow shadows. A dull ache settled in her chest, yet it was simultaneously filled by a profound sense of grounding she had never known before. 10 years of drifting through the apocalypse, countless moments of awakening from cold nights among the ruins. He had always believed he would never again possess a home. It was only now that he understood with absolute clarity he had returned back to his true home. and Ning stirred suddenly as though roused from her daze, as if remembering something important. She lifted her gaze to look at him. His eyes swept over the faint darkness beneath his eyes laden with exhaustion. Yehan, you rushed back early this morning. You must not have rested well. Her fingertips tightened slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Let me make you breakfast. Then you should sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently withdrew her hand and turned to head toward the kitchen. A trace of urgency colored her tone, as though she had finally found something meaningful she could do. Years of shouldering everything alone had taught her to prove herself through sacrifice, to never dare accept care from another. Yehan reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. And Ning startled, a flash of bewilderment and panic crossing her eyes, her instincts immediately suspecting she had done something wrong. Go lie down. His voice was low, the deep timbre carrying an unyielding certainty. But you haven't eaten. I'll take care of it myself. He gently placed Inin into the crib, laying her beside Lele. The two little ones slept soundly, one with her mouth slightly open, the other clutching a tiny fist, their forms irresistibly soft. Straightening, he looked at Ning. Right now you need rest more than anyone. I'm not tired. Ning. He met her gaze, his tone softening, yet leaving no room for argument. You're still recovering from childbirth. You must take proper rest. Ning opened her mouth, her throat growing dry. She was an orphan who had endured hardship since childhood. No one had ever spoken to her that way, telling her she deserved to rest. For so long she had been accustomed to gritting her teeth and bearing everything alone, never believing she was worthy of being cared for. But Yehan's gaze was too deep, too heavy, silencing every defiant word caught in her throat. He gently pressed her shoulders and guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. Lie down. He bent over and pulled the blanket up to her chest, his movements unpolished yet meticulously thorough. In the decade of the apocalypse, he had learned to fight for survival, to build shelters, yet never how to tenderly care for a person. This was his first time doing something like this across both lifetimes. Ning lay down obediently, watching him without blinking. Her hand slipped quietly from beneath the blanket's edge, her fingertip gently brushing the back of his hand for only a moment before swiftly retreating, as if confirming that everything before her was truly real. Yehan straightened, removed his trench coat, and draped it casually over the back of a chair, then rolled up his shirt sleeves to his forearms, the smooth, well-defined muscles of his arms coming into view. He walked to the foot of the bed and gathered all the clothes Ning and the children had changed out of, stacking them from the chair and the plastic basin. Stains of milk, urine, and the faint sourness clung to the fabric. He carried the bundle into the bathroom, knelt on the floor, turned on the hot water, and soaked each piece, scrubbing the collars and cuffs with steady, practiced motions. The skills of wilderness survival honed over a decade in the apocalypse were now devoted entirely to caring for his wife and children. After washing and wringing each item, he shook them flat and hung them neatly on the balcony drying rack, aligning every shoulder seam and smoothing every crease with meticulous care. After completing these tasks, he stepped into the kitchen. On the stove sat a clay pot containing cold pork rib soup. Frowning slightly, he picked it up and placed it in the refrigerator. In the sink lay the bowl Ning had used for her brown sugar water. At the bottom, brown residue had settled, leaving a faint watermark along the rim. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks, rinsing them repeatedly, squeezing dish soap to scrub them thoroughly 3 times before rinsing them clean and turning them upside down on the drying rack. He poured out the remaining half bowl of cold brown sugar water on the dining table, washed it clean, and placed it side by side with the other bowl. Pulling open the refrigerator door, the cold white light fell upon his face. The refrigerator compartment held only 3 eggs, half a bunch of withered green vegetables, a bag of dried noodles, half a bottle of Laogan Ma chili sauce, and a carton of expired yogurt. The freezer compartment was completely empty. His fingertips resting on the refrigerator door slowly tightened. For a woman still in postpartum confinement, there was actually so little in her home. That small pot of pork rib soup was likely her only source of nutrition, heated up repeatedly and settled for time and again. A heavy tightness grew in his chest. Taking out the only remaining eggs and dried noodles, he cooked a steaming bowl of egg noodles. Carrying the noodles into the bedroom, he saw Ning lying on her side, staring toward the doorway, her gaze fixed intently on him. She feared that this home was too simple and crude, and that she had managed her life in such a mess that he would despise her. Yehan walked to the bedside, placed the noodles on the nightstand, and softened his tone. Please make do with a bowl of egg noodles this morning. Before Ning could respond, he added softly, I'll go buy groceries in a bit and cook something delicious for you for lunch. His tone was calm, yet filled with absolute certainty. And Ning gazed at him with moist eyes. The man before her still had his sleeves rolled up with a few droplets of water clinging to his forearms. He bent down to speak to her, his brow gentle and his movements natural. In her memory, Yehan would never step foot into a kitchen, squat on the floor to wash clothes, or lean down to tell her that he would cook something delicious for her. Yet now he was gradually doing all these things he would have never touched before. She bit her lower lip, her eyes welling with redness once more. She did not shed tears, but merely reached out, quietly gripping the sleeve of his trench coat draped over the back of the chair, her fingertips tightening with force. It was real, not a dream. Gu Yehan looked down at the small hand gripping the fabric, placing his own hand over it to gently hold both her fingers and the edge of his coat. He then stood up, took his keys and phone, and quietly closed the door behind him. The door lock clicked softly. Listening to his footsteps fading down the hallway, and Ning pulled the quilt up slightly to half cover her face, a faint smile quietly gracing her lips against the soft bedding. In the stairwell, Gu Yehan stood still for a couple of seconds and exhaled deeply as if shedding a crushing burden. Pocketing his keys, he slowly made his way downstairs. He needed to purchase a vast amount of supplies from the market, and many plans had to be readjusted. The situation in the home just now made him realize clearly that his previous arrangements were far too inadequate. Relying solely on himself and Ning was barely enough to care for two fragile infants day to day. But with the apocalypse looming, he would need to go out to gather supplies and reinforce their fortress. If anything happened to him, and Ning would be entirely powerless to protect the babies on her own. Anin and Lele were only a dozen days old and incredibly fragile. Although he had stocked up on plenty of medicine in his space, it could never replace a professional doctor. An absolutely reliable and highly skilled doctor was someone he had to find as soon as possible. But he was in no rush. Human nature naturally seeks benefit and avoids harm. In times of ease, people rarely understand gratitude, only calculating gains and losses. Only after experiencing desperate straits would one realize how precious timely assistance truly is. He had plenty of patience to wait for someone worthy of trust to emerge. With thoughts swirling, he walked to the entrance of the residential community. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, the breakfast stalls were bustling with activity. Several middle-aged women queued around a stall to buy deep-fried dough sticks, carrying shopping baskets and holding lunchboxes, their mouths never stopping for a moment. Gu Yehan had intended to walk straight past, but was caught off guard by the mention of Ning's name. His footsteps halted abruptly. "Hey, old Wang." Spoken by Auntie Lee from downstairs. Nudging Auntie Wang, a slightly plump woman with permed hair, with her elbow, she asked, "Aren't you helping Ning from room 302 with her postpartum confinement? Why are you still out buying deep-fried dough sticks? She shouldn't be eating that during confinement. Me make breakfast for her." Auntie Wang's voice was shrill, deliberately raised so everyone around could hear. "Is she even worthy? If it weren't for the high wages, I wouldn't even bother with her." Auntie Lee immediately leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with gossip. "What happened?" Auntie Wang tossed her empty lunchbox into her basket, patted her hands hard against her apron, and a gleeful excitement spread across her face. "A loose woman who doesn't know her place got knocked up by God knows who, and even gave birth to 2 bastards." As she spat out the word, bastards, her voice rose another notch, her lips curling down in contempt, and her eyes filled with mockery. Auntie Lee gasped, her eyes widening. "Really? Is that true? Isn't she married? I heard she has a husband." "Married? Who has ever seen her man? Has anyone in this community ever seen him?" Auntie Wang snorted coldly, her tone sharp and venomous. Auntie Chun, who had been silent for a long time, also edged closer, lowering her voice just enough for the circle of people to hear. "I've lived here for over a year, and I've truly never seen him. She's always alone during holidays, and she was always on her own when she was pregnant." "Exactly." Auntie Wang shook the lunchbox in her hand, the rising steam from the oil vat making her face shine with grease. "Don't be fooled by her innocent looks and soft-spoken manner. She is the best at putting on an act." "Could it be her man ran away?" Auntie Lee patted her chest. "Maybe she sells herself." Auntie Wang suddenly lowered her voice, leaning forward with one hand covering her mouth in a mock display of secrecy. "Young girls nowadays dress up so decently, but they have plenty of ways to make money. Then those 2 children of hers. Bastards, of course." Auntie Wang shrugged, speaking with self-righteous confidence. "Her man has never shown his face. Either he ran off, or he doesn't exist at all. If she really had a husband, what kind of man would have the heart to let his heavily pregnant wife struggle all by herself?" "Exactly. Pitiful people always have something detestable about them." Auntie Lee nodded vigorously. "She brought it all on herself. So indecent, yet she still expects to be served." Auntie Wang spoke with spit flying, wiping the corner of her mouth before turning to urge the stall owner. "Boss, are my 2 deep-fried dough sticks ready yet?" Gu Yehan stood 10 meters away, catching every single word of their vulgar slander. When Aunt Wang spat out the word bastard, his fingers inside his trench coat pocket twitched slightly. Upon hearing the words selling her body, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze locking precisely onto that incessantly wagging tongue. In the next instant, he stepped forward, walking straight toward the breakfast stall. His pace was unhurried. The sleeves of his black shirt remained rolled up to his forearms, faintly revealing the taut, sleek contours of his muscles. His handsome, refined face bore not a shred of emotion, yet a heavy, oppressive aura emanated from him, like a silent, towering wall that suffocated those nearby. He still bore tiny water droplets from cooking at home earlier, yet his chilling aura seemed to invisibly suppress the rising steam from the breakfast stall, freezing it in midair. Aunt Chin was the first to notice him. She quickly nudged the spittle-spraying Aunt Wang with her elbow, gesturing with her chin in Gu Yehan's direction. Aunt Wang, in the midst of her animated gossip, was thoroughly annoyed at being interrupted. Just as she turned to lash out, her gaze collided with Gu Yehan's pitch-black, freezing eyes. The man before her was exceptionally handsome, with sharp contours and an elegant, aloof demeanor. Yet this striking appearance only deterred people from looking him in the eye. His brow bone was sharp, his eyes pitch black. When his gaze fell upon her, it felt like a cold, blunt knife. Heavy and intimidating. Young man, whose relative are you? How come I've never seen you before? Aunt Wong's eyes lit up, and she instinctively straightened her posture. Thinking of her unmarried daughter and seeing that the man before her excelled in both appearance and background, she immediately put on a fawning, solicitous smile, becoming a completely different person from her previous malicious self. Yehan stopped in front of her and looked down. His gaze was calm to the point of indifference, devoid of rage or hostility, yet it carried a chilling coldness, as if he were looking down at a corpse, sending shivers down her spine. The smile on Aunt Wong's face froze instantly. She instinctively stepped back, but with the breakfast stall behind her, she had nowhere to retreat. I am Ning's husband, Yehan. His voice was not loud, yet every word was cold and distinct, carrying a metallic crispness. All the surrounding chatter fell dead silent, leaving only the sizzling of dough sticks in the deep fryer. Aunt Wong's pupils contracted sharply. Aunt Chin gaped in shock, almost dropping the lunchbox in her hand. Aunt Li took half a step back, yet could not help but crane her neck to watch. Mr. Gu. Aunt Wong finally snapped out of it, her voice high-pitched and wavering, filled with guilt. Why are you back? Aren't you in Modu? It seems you knew I was in Modu. Gu Yehan's gaze locked onto her face, his tone steady, yet every word was bone-chilling. Then why did you spread such rumors about Ning? I am making myself clear today. Ning is my lawfully wedded wife, registered with the Civil Affairs Bureau. And my child is not a bastard. When he spoke the word bastard, there was not the slightest fluctuation in his tone. Yet Aunt Wong's face turned instantly pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably, her eyes darting around in panic as she looked for someone to bail her out. Aunt Chin lowered her head, pretending to browse her phone, while Aunt Li simply turned her face away. Not a single person dared to speak. Gu Yehan slowly averted his gaze, his eyes sweeping across the women beside him, as if conducting an inventory or passing judgment. She hired you to help buy groceries and paid you on time. You took her money, benefited from her kindness, and then turned around to slander and defame her everywhere. Haven't you all never seen her husband? Now I am standing here. If anyone has any objections, say them to my face. The 3 or 4 women kept their mouths tightly shut, tighter than clams. Aunt Chin clutched her lunchbox tightly to her chest, using it as a shield. Aunt Li's eyes darted around, looking at the sky and the ground, not daring to meet Gu Yehan's gaze. In her heart, she wished she could swallow back her earlier remark. Pitiful people must have something detestable about them. Aunt Wong's face turned the color of pig's liver, and beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, dampening her curly hair and sticking it to her skin in strands. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. Mr. Gu, it's all a misunderstanding. And Ning and I have always had a great relationship. As she spoke, she reached out, attempting to tug at Gu Yehan's sleeve. Gu Yehan cast a cold glance at her hand. That freezing look made Aunt Wong's hand freeze in midair, caught in a dilemma, until she awkwardly clenched it into a fist and pressed it against her chest in embarrassment. A great relationship. Gu Yehan repeated softly, his lips curving into a faint, indiscernible arc that could have been mockery or something else. He said no more, turning to walk straight away with his unhurried pace. A dead silence fell over the breakfast stall. The women froze in place, none of them daring to make a sound. Aunt Wong stood holding her empty lunch box, the stiff smile still plastered on her face, unable to retract it in time. It took her a long while to snap out of her daze. Her lips trembled as she muttered softly in the direction he had left. Who does he think he is? Still no one responded. Aunt Chin held her phone up high, pretending to scroll through the news. Aunt Li looked down and rummaged through the chives in her shopping basket, as if these few stalks of vegetables were worthy of her meticulous study. The breakfast stall owner scooped out the fried dough sticks to drain the oil, rolled his eyes, and said flatly, Aunt Wong, I heard you loud and clear when you called their child a bastard just now. Aunt Wong's face instantly drained of its pig liver color, turning deathly pale. 2 hours later, Gu Yehan walked back to the residential community, carrying 2 large bags full of fresh ingredients. Just as he pushed open the door, before he could even set down the plastic bags, Anand's hungry wailing echoed from the bedroom. One cry after another, urgent and loud. Lele also whimpered softly, as weak as a kitten with no energy left. He put down the groceries and quickly walked into the bedroom. And Ning was sitting by the edge of the bed, cradling the crying Anan with one arm, while struggling to stretch her other arm to reach the formula can on the nightstand. Her posture was extremely strained. Anan kept writhing in her arms, his little face flushed red, his mouth wide open as he searched for milk. She tried to reach for it twice, her fingertips barely brushing the edge of the can. The can wobbled, but settled back down securely. And Ning bit her lower lip and leaned forward further. Her waist accidentally pulled at her unhealed episiotomy wound. She let out a low hiss, suppressing the pain as her brow furrowed slightly. Anan cried, even louder. Coming, don't cry, and Mommy is making the milk right now. And Ning's voice held a trace of helplessness, and fine beads of sweat broke out on her temples. Finally reaching the formula can, she reached for the baby bottle nearby. Just then a slender warm hand reached out from the side, steadily taking the bottle from her hands. Looking up, Ning realized that Yehan had stood before her at some unknown moment. Bending down, he held the baby bottle with one hand, while gently pressing his other hand against her shoulder, nudging her back. Hoarding, leave this to me. His voice was not loud, but his actions were resolute. How do I make it? First add water. Warm water. Up to the 120 mark. Turning her body slightly while holding an in, and Ning said to him, 3 scoops of milk powder. They must be leveled off, not overflowing. Yehan unscrewed the cap of the baby bottle and checked the measurement marks against the light. He observed with utmost concentration, raising the bottle to eye level. As he poured the water, his wrist remained perfectly still, and the water level stopped precisely at the mark. Then he scooped the milk powder. Having taken too much on his first scoop, he held it over the rim of the tin and carefully leveled it off with a small metal spatula, letting the excess powder fall back into the container. The second scoop was leveled, and so was the third. His movements were slow and clumsy, yet exceptionally focused, as if he were executing a task that required precise calculations. Then put the cap on and shake it. Not up and down, but roll it between your hands so it doesn't bubble. And Ning gestured to him with her free hand. Like this, hold it between your palms and rub back and forth. Yehan placed the bottle between his palms and rolled it back and forth. His movements were entirely unfamiliar, combining both of his lifetimes. He had never done such a thing. After rolling it a dozen times, he paused, lifted the bottle to his eyes to inspect it, and then resumed. All right, that's enough, and Ning gently reminded him, seeing how intensely focused he was. How do I test the temperature? Drip a couple of drops onto the back of your hand. Yehan inverted the bottle and let 2 drops fall onto the back of his hand. It was warm, not hot. Only then did he hand the bottle to Ning. You feed in. Is Lele hungry too? Lele needs breast milk. Her stomach is a bit weaker and my milk isn't enough for both of them, so I can only have an in-drink formula. And Ning placed the nipple into Anin's mouth. Anin stopped crying, instantly clutching the bottle with his tiny hands and sucking vigorously, looking absolutely famished. She looked down, her voice softening. When Lele was born, she was nearly a pound lighter than her brother. The doctor said breast milk would be better for her. Yehan did not speak. His gaze shifted from Anin's little face to Lele, who was lying in the crib. Lele was not crying. She merely stared quietly at the ceiling with her bright dark eyes occasionally kicking her tiny legs. He recalled the formula stored in his space. It was prepared for Anin and Lele, so there was no need to worry about the 2 little ones going hungry. Nor had he ever expected Ning to breastfeed. It was obvious that during her postpartum confinement with no one to care for her, and having to look after 2 babies all by herself, she was neither eating nor sleeping well. Her body was thoroughly depleted. How could she possibly produce enough milk? Feed him first. He straightened up. I will go make dinner. In the kitchen, he placed the plastic bags onto the countertop one by one. The old hen had already been slaughtered and chopped into pieces by the vendor. He took it out, rinsed it twice with clean water, placed it in a pot of cold water with ginger slices and cooking wine, and brought it to a boil over high heat. Once the water boiled and the foam rose to the surface, he skimmed it off meticulously with a spoon. His movements were not fast, yet they were clean and efficient. He closed the kitchen door halfway, preventing the cooking fumes from drifting into the bedroom, while leaving a crack to listen for any sounds from the other side. He heard Ning softly coaxing Lele to nurse, and heard Anin let out a small satisfied burp. How much did he drink? He asked through the door. He finished all 120 milliliters. And Ning's voice carried a hint of surprise. Usually he leaves a little bit behind. I wonder what happened today. He was hungry, Yehan said, then lowered his head to continue chopping vegetables. An hour and a half later, dinner was served on the table. Angelica and chicken soup, its broth clear with a faint golden hue, dotted with a few goji berries and thinly sliced angelica, accompanied by braised pork belly, stir-fried baby bok choy, steamed egg custard, and a small bowl of brown sugar millet porridge to nourish the blood and warm the womb. And Ning stood by the dining table, still cradling Lele, who had just finished nursing. She stared at the spread of dishes for a long moment before speaking softly. Did you make all of this? Yes. Yehan arranged the bowls and chopsticks, then pulled out a chair. Sit down and eat first. But there's so much. Have a little of everything. These are good for your recovery. He gently guided her down into the chair, seamlessly taking Lele from her arms. Holding Lele with his left arm, he noticed Anin in the crib starting to pout, so he scooped him up with his right arm. Both infants were cradled in his arms, and Ning watched as their son and daughter snuggled against his chest like 2 little kittens. She lowered her head and picked up her chopsticks. When the first sip of chicken soup entered her mouth, she froze. The soup was hot. It had been a very long time since she last had a hot meal. It wasn't that there was no soup, but rather that she never had the time to heat it up. Every time she poured soup into the pot and turned on the stove, the baby would start crying. By the time she finished soothing the baby and returned, the soup would have gone cold again. Over and over, she had simply grown accustomed to drinking it cold. She chewed a piece of the tender, slow-cooked chicken. The flavor of angelica had infused into the meat, leaving a slightly bitter yet sweet aftertaste. Next, she picked up a piece of braised pork belly, which was rich but not greasy, melting instantly in her mouth. She ate quickly, looking up at the man opposite her after every few bites. Yehan paced back and forth in the living room, holding both babies. Anan stared around with his round eyes, waving his tiny fists in the air. Lele, on the other hand, was quiet, resting her little face against his chest with drooping eyelids, clearly getting sleepy again. Seeing this, Ning's chopsticks paused. She had never dared to imagine such a scene. In her memory, Yehan was always busy, distant, and aloof. He shouldn't be like this, still wearing an apron, cradling a baby in each arm, quietly keeping her company as she ate. Her nose tingled with a sudden urge to cry. Lowering her head, she forced down the rising tide of emotion and continued eating in small bites. The television was on its volume, kept very low. The sound of the local news drifted over. At around 10 o'clock this morning, the Second People's Hospital admitted a patient suspected of having rabies. According to witnesses, the patient suddenly lost control and attacked people during the medical consultation. It took the combined effort of 3 medical staff members to restrain him. And Ning glanced casually at the screen. On the screen, a man was pinned down firmly on a hospital bed. His complexion was an ashen gray, blue veins bulged on his neck, his mouth was wide open, saliva was dripping from the corners of his lips, and he was struggling with immense strength. She frowned instinctively and lowered her head to pick up a green vegetable. Yehan's steps abruptly halted. He froze in place, holding the 2 babies, his eyes locked onto the television screen. Ashen gray skin, frenzied aggression, and wild loss of control. This was not rabies at all, it was the precursor to zombie mutation. Infected individuals carrying the zombie virus had already appeared, and the Second People's Hospital would be entirely overrun within 2 days. It seemed the apocalypse would not even wait for 5 days. Slowly shifting his gaze, it landed on Ning, who was sitting at the dining table with her head lowered, sipping her soup. Ning. He spoke, his voice remaining steady and showing no trace of anomaly. Yes. Ning looked up at him. In a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Ning looked at him, his expression was no different from usual. Her heart sank slightly, and she silently quickened her pace of eating. Outside the window, the sunlight was perfect, the warm aroma of chicken soup drifted through the living room, and the 2 babies were peacefully dozing off in his arms. The news on the television had already transitioned to the next segment. The female anchor with a gentle smile reported on trivial daily matters. The 2 children had finally fallen into a deep sleep. Yehan bent down, gently laid them onto the small bed, carefully tucked the blanket around them, and lingered for a moment, watching their little chests rise and fall. Once he confirmed their breathing was steady, he rose quietly and slipped out of the bedroom. The living room was bathed in warm, gentle light. He pulled out the chair across from Ning and sat down. She brought over a bowl of chicken soup. You should have some too. You've been busy all morning without eating a single bite. Her voice was soft. Yehan took the bowl, the steam warming his face, carrying the sweet fragrance of angelica root and red dates. Truthfully, he had already tasted the soup in the kitchen. He wasn't truly hungry. But this was the first time since his rebirth that he had sat calmly holding a bowl of hot soup. He took a few small sips and set the bowl down on the dining table. Ning. His voice dropped lower than usual. He paused as though carefully choosing how to begin. I'm going to the household registration office this afternoon to register Anan and Lele. Give me your household register, and I'll also transfer yours over to my place. Ning's hand, still holding the bowl, froze abruptly. She didn't catch the second half of his sentence. Only 2 words echoed in her ears: household register. Registering the household. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the rim of the bowl. The porcelain was cool beneath her touch, leaving a faint smudge where her fingertips traced it. The bowl swayed slightly in her grip, and she quickly steadied it. Her voice floated out light and trembling with disbelief. Register. Register the household. Yes. Yehan met her gaze, his eyes carrying a tenderness so faint it was almost unfamiliar even to himself, yet unmistakably real, settling gently upon her. For you and the children, I've already thought of names. And Ning's eyes reddened instantly. Not from sobbing, but from that long brood ache surging forward all at once, the corners of her eyes quickly flushing crimson. Yet she bit down hard on her lower lip, refusing to let tears fall. Her gaze dropped to the rippling surface of soup in her bowl, her voice trembling. You've picked out names for them. She tried to sound casual as she asked, but her fingers gripping the bowl's edge had turned white at the knuckles. She had been waiting for this sentence for so long. In the days after the children were born, she had scoured dictionaries and filled her phone's notes with dozens of name suggestions, deleting and rewriting them endlessly. But she had been too afraid to decide. She had nervously messaged Yehan, hoping he would name the children. After sending it, she checked her phone constantly, during feedings, while rocking them to sleep, even in the dead of night when the babies woke, crying, and she reached for her phone hoping to see a reply. Nothing ever came. Eventually, she stopped waiting and stopped naming them herself. Anan and Lele were only their nicknames. The space for their formal names remained stubbornly, deliberately empty. She always felt that space belonged to him, by blood, by name, by law. She feared that if she chose names herself, he would sever all ties with the children completely. And now he sat before her, calm and steady, saying the names were chosen. Yehan shifted closer and leaned in slightly, his gaze resting firmly on her flushed cheeks. For Anan, the formal name is Huayan. Hui, as in longing and remembrance. The corner of his mouth lifted ever so slightly, barely perceptible. We'll keep the nickname Anin. You chose it, and it's lovely. For Lele the formal name is Gu Jinla. Jin as in clasping jade, and holding virtue, meaning moral integrity and excellence. His voice softened unconsciously, carrying careful, fragile gentleness. Huayan Jinla, what do you think? And Ning didn't answer. The bowl in her hands became nearly impossible to steady. Her fingertips trembled involuntarily. She pressed her lips together tightly, and tears fell one by one into the chicken soup, landing on the oil droplets and spreading into tiny trembling rings. She didn't sob. Her shoulders didn't shake. But the tears kept falling relentless, as though a full year of pent-up grievance had finally broken its dam. Gu Yihan's heart clenched painfully. He reached out awkwardly, lifting her face, his thumb brushing her cheekbone with a slight roughness. His movements were slow, deliberate, and gentle. One stroke after another, wiping away her tears. Why are you crying again? Helplessness threaded through his tone, but beneath it lay something deeper, compassion, concern. You're still in confinement. You mustn't cry. Crying too much can damage your eyes. That single sentence made Ning weep even harder. She had never been fragile or quick to tears. She had endured 12 hours of labor without a single sound biting down on her lip through every contraction. Raising 2 children alone, feeding, changing diapers in relentless rotation, surviving on sleep so thin it was nearly gone. She had never shed a tear. When postpartum wounds made standing unbearable, she had boiled herself a plain bowl of noodles and simply endured. But no one had ever told her not to cry during confinement. No one had ever asked whether she was in pain, whether she would carry lasting harm. Gu Huayan. Gu Jinla. She choked out, murmuring the 2 names through sobs. Her nose was red, her eyes swollen, yet she forced a trembling smile. They sound beautiful. Much more formal than Anin and Lele. Anin and Lele are beautiful too. Gu Yihan withdrew his hand, picked up the bowl on the table, and drank the remaining soup in one steady gulp. Before rising, he glanced at Ning once more. After you finish eating, take a nap. I'll handle the rest. Where's your household register? Second drawer of the bedside cabinet in the bedroom. The red leather one. All right. And Ning didn't move. She remained seated in the chair, holding her bowl, watching him walk into the kitchen to wash the dishes. The water ran noisily. His broad back stood before the sink, solid and reassuring. She scraped the last bits of shredded meat and angelica slices from the bottom of her bowl, leaving nothing behind. This was not merely about naming children or registering a household. This was the response she had waited a full year for. The recognition she had dared not hope for, the belonging he was finally offering her. That afternoon, right after arriving at work, Gu Yihan walked into the police station's household registration department with his ID, the children's birth certificates, and the household register in hand. The clerk at the window, a woman in her 40s wearing glasses, flipped through the documents and asked casually, Mr. Gu, registering twins. Is the mother not coming with you? The mother is at home recovering from childbirth. His tone was even flat. The clerk nodded and began entering information, her keyboard clicking steadily. What are the twins' names? The boy is Gu Huayan and the girl is Gu Jinla. Gu Yihan picked up the pen and wrote both names on a slip of paper, his handwriting steady and precise. Verification stamping, printing the household register page. When the sheet was pushed toward him, Gu Yihan's fingers tightened imperceptibly. Clearly printed on the register, Father Gu Yihan, Mother Ning, Son Gu Huayan, Daughter Gu Jinla. For family members neatly aligned side by side. His fingers traced over in Ning's line. Her marital status marked as married, her relationship to the head of household noted as wife. In his past life, he had only known of her through cold bank transfer records. Now her name sat pressed against his in the same household register. Gu Yihan closed the register, stepped out of the police station, and squinted against the harsh noon sunlight. He slid into his car without hesitation and stored the household register directly into his spatial pocket. He started the engine and pressed the accelerator a little deeper than necessary. Gu Yihan did not waste a single second after leaving the police station. His car sped out of the urban area, hurtling down the Ring Expressway toward the city's outskirts. The apocalyptic alarms blared incessantly. The news footage of that pale, gray-faced man who had lost control and attacked people remained lodged in his mind like a thorn, keeping his every nerve strung tight. With a loud clatter, the rolling shutter of the suburban warehouse was pulled open, allowing daylight to flood into the dim space, where 2 heavily modified vehicles sat quietly. A matte black 6-wheeled heavy-duty RV with a reinforced chassis and an oversized fuel tank sat alongside an all-terrain SUV equipped with a bull bar and thickened tires. After inspecting the vehicles, he immediately stored them into his space. Piled high in the depths of the warehouse were supplies that had just arrived this morning. Mineral water, purified water, and barreled water from various manufacturers, alongside thousands of large industrial-grade water tanks. Bending down, he inventoried the items one by one, tracing his fingertips across the labels on the packing crates as he cross-checked the count in his mind. Once satisfied, he raised his hand and swept all the supplies into his space. Gazing at the mountainous piles of supplies within his space, food, water, medicine, fuel, and maternal and infant essentials, he knew it was enough for his family of 4 to live securely for a decade. Yet he dared not stop. 10 years was merely the baseline. He wanted to ensure that Ning and the children would never want for anything in the future. Locking up the warehouse, he drove the SUV straight toward Yehan village. The afternoon thunder shower had turned the dirt road up the mountain into a muddy quagmire. As the wheels rolled through, mud splattered everywhere, clattering loudly against the chassis. Deep potholes appeared one after another, causing the tires to slip and spin uselessly several times, but he steered sharply to stabilize the vehicle without slowing down in the slightest. As the sun began to sink below the horizon, Yehan village finally came into view. Han-Tai was squatting in front of the old house, chewing on a steamed bun. Seeing the SUV charge up, he immediately stood up. "Boss Gu, you have. The schedule has been compressed. It must be finished in 2 days." Gu Yehan pushed open the car door, his tone utterly devoid of hesitation. A piece of the bun choked Han-Tai, causing him to cough violently. 2 days. A 4-meter-high wall. A 2-meter foundation, and we haven't even finished excavating the basement. Even if we work everyone to death, we can't make that deadline. I will triple the wages. If you need more hands, name your price, and don't worry about the materials. Gu Yehan's gaze was frighteningly dark, his words rapid yet crystal clear. Prioritize completing the perimeter wall and the basement, and get the water and electricity connected. The quality must be even sturdier than a normal construction timeline, and the waterproofing must be double-layered. Do not cut corners on materials. He handed over a densely packed schedule of construction milestones, detailed and demanding. Han-Tai swept a glance over it, his heart skipping a beat. This man was a lunatic, compressing the timeline to its absolute limit. Fine. I'll bring on more men right now. Since money talks, Han-Tai turned and roared at the workers, and the already deafening roar of the machinery across the construction site surged even louder. Gu Yehan stood at the entrance of the old house for 3 minutes. The perimeter wall had reached 2.5 meters, the basement framework had taken shape, and the drainage pipes were laid. The progress was acceptable, but still not fast enough. He mentally rehearsed every step of the construction process repeatedly, and only after ensuring that Han-Tai fully understood all the requirements did he turn to head down the mountain. Speeding down the road right at the limit, 4 things spun simultaneously in his mind: rushing the mountain fortress, stocking up on supplies at the foot of the hill, filling the massive water tanks in his space, and returning home to care for his wife and children. As dusk fell, he pushed open the door to his home. The hum of the range had drifted from the kitchen, where Ning stood before the stove, tossing a wok with one hand, while cradling Lele with the other. The little one was nestled against her shoulder, his tiny face flushed red on the verge of crying. Meanwhile, Anan lay on the living room sofa, happily gnawing on her own little fist with a look of pure contentment. "Let me hold him." Gu Yehan took off his dust-laden jacket, quickly washed his hands, and reached out to take Lele. Snuggling into his embrace, the baby quieted down, instantly staring up at him with wide round eyes before letting out a soft, milky burp. He then scooped up Anan, cradling a baby in each arm. Looking up at Ning by the stove, he said, "You focus on cooking, I'll watch the kids." And Ning glanced back at him. Mud splattered his trouser cuffs, and dust clung to the tips of his hair. It was obvious he had rushed back in a hurry, yet before he could even catch his breath, he had immediately taken over the babies. Her heart softened slightly as she quietly turned down the flame. After dinner, while Ning bathed the 2 children, Gu Yehan cleared the dishes. The rushing water mingled with Anan's splashing filled the small apartment with a warm, lively domesticity. By the time the babies were fed, burped, and changed into their pajamas, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Anan was the first to fall fast asleep, her tiny hand gripping Lele's sleeve tightly. After draining his last drop of milk, Lele's eyelids drooped, and he too drifted into a deep slumber. At that moment, a practical dilemma struck Ning out of nowhere. Where would they sleep tonight? She had been too busy running around during the day to spare a thought for this. But now, in the quiet of the night, with the children asleep, the question she had deliberately avoided all day loomed starkly before her. She looked down at her old pilled pajamas, which bore an indelible milk stain on the chest. Her postpartum body was out of shape, bearing all the marks of caring for infants. She instinctively raised a hand to cover herself, only to realize it was futile. He had been coming and going all day and had already seen everything. Biting her lip, she walked to the wardrobe and pulled out a set of clean sheets and a thin blanket. "I'll go make the bed for you in the next room," she said, keeping her voice barely above a whisper, trying to sound casual to mask her inner unease. "No need." Gu Yehan's voice came from behind, steady and unquestionable. And Ning paused, clutching the sheets tightly. "There's a spare bed next door, and if you'd rather sleep there." "And Ning." She froze on the spot. "We are husband and wife," he said flatly, as if merely stating an established fact. "I will sleep here so I can help look after the children during the night. We are husband and wife." Those words fell softly upon her heart. He seemed like an entirely different person compared to the man who on their wedding night had abandoned her in the bridal chamber to hide away in his study. She turned slowly to look at him, standing by the crib. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, Lele's drool stained his shoulder, and his gaze was open and sincere without a hint of avoidance. She offered no further polite refusals. Quietly folding the sheets, she placed them back into the wardrobe and clicked the door shut. She then walked over to the crib, scooped up the sleeping babies, and laid them side by side right in the middle of the large bed, and then rested her tiny leg over Lele's tummy. Lele whimpered softly, but remained asleep. Slipping off her slippers, she lay down on the left side of the bed. Yehan went to the outer bathroom first to take a shower. Turning off the main lights in the living room, he stepped into the bedroom and sat down on the right side of the bed, causing the mattress to sink slightly. On the 1.8-meter bed with two infants squeezed in the middle, only a narrow space remained on either side to barely lie flat. He slowly reclined, facing her from across the two sleeping children. The night light on the bedside table was on its warm orange glow, casting a soft shadow over his face. And Ning could not make out his expression, as she could only see the outline of his shoulders and his forearm resting beneath his head. The silence in the room was almost suffocating. She could clearly hear her own rapid heartbeat pounding so hard it felt as if it might burst from her chest, and she was terrified he might hear it too. She pulled the blanket up a bit, her fingertips gripping the edge tightly, as she instinctively curled her legs inward, afraid of accidentally brushing against him. Her knee accidentally nudged Lele, and the baby stirred. She froze instantly, holding her breath for several seconds. Only after confirming he hadn't woken up did she quietly let out a sigh of relief. You. They both spoke at the same time, and both fell silent in unison. A silence spread between them, and Ning buried her face in the pillow, hiding the burning embarrassment at the tips of her ears, yet the corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. You go first. Yehan was the first to break the silence. It's nothing. I was just wondering if your blanket is too thin and if you need another one. She spoke extremely fast, her panic poorly concealed. It's not thin. He paused, then asked softly. Are you cold? No. She buried her chin in the blanket. The silence that followed was no longer stiff or awkward. Instead, it carried a subtle, gentle warmth. With her eyes closed, Ning listened to the even breathing of the two children, as well as the faint rustle of his clothing beside her. She knew he wasn't asleep, just like her. Countless fleeting thoughts surged through her mind: fear of the bed being too crowded, fear of the children crying in the night, fear of disturbing him when she tossed and turned, and fear that this sudden tenderness was merely a passing novelty. Yet the image of him during the day, clumsily preparing formula simmering soup, holding the babies, all without a single word of complaint, replayed in her mind over and over. The unease in her heart began to dissipate bit by bit. The accumulated exhaustion of the past few days washed over her in waves. Her tense body gradually relaxed, and wrapped in drowsiness, she drifted into a deep sleep. In her dreams, she instinctively turned on her side to get closer to the children, resting her arm on Anne's blanket, gently patting him. Yehan slowly opened his eyes. Ever since he lay down, he had been deliberately slowing his breathing, keeping it steady, and even as if he were fast asleep. Through 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world, feigning sleep, endurance, and vigilance had become instincts etched into his very bones. In the darkness, he quietly gazed at the three faces before him. Anan was sleeping, splayed out, his drool dampening a small corner of the pillowcase. Lila clutched her brother's cuff tightly, refusing to let go. And Ning lay on her side, shielding the children. The crease of exhaustion that had long lingered between her brows finally smoothed out, her long hair scattered across the pillow. The way she had let down all her guard was so tender it made his heart ache with a dull pang. All the pent-up emotions from the day, the frustration of rushing construction, the anxiety of hoarding supplies, and the dread of the doomsday countdown, surged to the surface at this very moment. The agonizing despair of his past life and the vivid images of his wife and children's tragic deaths flashed through his mind. Only 4 days left. People were already infected. Official announcements were always delayed, while the infected in the shadows were spreading at a frantic pace. The mountain fortress had to be completed by the day after tomorrow, and the supplies had to be in place. He had to get Ning and the children out of the city district, which could fall at any moment. Now he lay on this ordinary bed with his children beside him and the woman he owed across 2 lifetimes by his side. Having survived 10 years of bloodbaths and mountains of corpses, having slept in freezing ruins and abandoned corridors, he had never experienced such a peaceful night. He was reluctant to sleep. Yehan slowly reached out. Reaching past Anne's soft curly hair and over Lily's tiny feet, his movements stiff and clumsy, he gently took Ning's hand resting on the blanket. Her fingertips were perpetually cold, and because she had touched too much cold water during her postpartum confinement period, they never seemed to warm up. Using the pads of his fingers, he gently rubbed her knuckles one by one to warm them, his movements incredibly light for fear of disturbing her sleep. In her sleep, Ning stirred slightly. Instead of pulling her hand away, she curled her fingers a little, gently holding his hand in return. Yehan looked up at the ceiling, a wave of warmth and moisture welling up in his eyes. Late night in the mountain city was exceptionally quiet, devoid of the bustle of traffic, leaving only the sound of peaceful breathing. And Ning woke up with a sudden start. The piercing daylight stabbed through the curtains into her eyes. She stared blankly at the bright golden beam, her mind still mired in a daze. In the next second, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Where were the children? She turned her head in a panic. The bed beside her was empty, and the spot where Anan and Lulu had slept last night was now completely cold. Fear instantly gripped her. Without even putting on her slippers, she threw off the blanket and rushed barefoot toward the door, her steps making soft thudding sounds on the wooden floor. Ever since Un and Lulu were born, she had never slept through the night. The babies would wake up every 2 or 3 hours crying in turns. Feeding, burping, and changing diapers often kept her busy until dawn. Last night, she had clearly told herself not to sleep too deeply. But her body was too depleted from the postpartum confinement, and once her days of high tension finally relaxed, her defenses collapsed entirely. She hadn't even heard the children's cries during the night. She flung open the bedroom door. The living room was bathed in the morning sunlight. Yehan stood with his back to her, holding a baby in each arm, steady and secure. He paced back and forth slowly, and then rested on his shoulder, his tiny hand clutching his shirt collar, chewing on his fist with wide round eyes. Lulu was snuggled in the crook of his arm, her little face pressed against his chest, her eyes half closed as she drifted off to sleep. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, and faint creases were pressed into the back of his shirt, suggesting he had been holding the children for a long time. Hearing the noise, he turned around. Seeing her standing barefoot at the doorway with disheveled hair, a pale face, and red-rimmed eyes, looking utterly startled, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" He softened his voice, careful not to disturb the sleepy Lulu in his arms, and took a few steps closer to her. Ning opened her mouth, but her throat felt tight and dry. Seeing both children safe and sound, the heart that had risen to her throat settled heavily back into place, immediately followed by an overwhelming wave of guilt. "I'm sorry." She cast her eyes down, her toes curling anxiously as she stared at her bare feet. "I slept too deeply. Did the children fuss during the night?" "I didn't hear a thing." Her heart ached with intense bitterness. She knew all too well how grueling it was to look after babies in the middle of the night, so exhausted that her eyelids would fight to stay open, fumbling in the dark to make formula, feed them, and burp them, only for the next round of crying to start shortly after she lay down. He had cared for both of them alone, staying up the entire night while she slept peacefully. Yehan looked down at her. Since giving birth to the children, this woman had not had a single night of peaceful sleep. Now that he was back after just one night of not letting her worry, she was already consumed by this much guilt. "You are still in postpartum confinement. You should rest well." His voice was incredibly gentle. Anan woke up twice during the night, drank his milk, and went right back to sleep. Lulu woke up 3 times. He gestured toward the kitchen with his chin. "Breakfast is warming in the pot. Go wash up and eat first." And Ning nodded and turned to walk into the bathroom. As she brushed her teeth, she leaned against the sink, her eyes slowly turning red. He spoke so casually, as if staying up all night with the babies was a trivial matter. Yet she knew better than anyone how agonizing it actually was. Fearing the children's cries would wake her, he had intentionally carried them out of the bedroom and kept watch alone all night. Her reflection in the mirror looked haggard and disheveled, with dark circles under her eyes and a crumpled pajama set. She raised her hands to pat her cheeks, suppressing her surging emotions, took a deep breath, and composed herself. By the time she finished tidying up and came out, the dining table was already set with warm red bean porridge, brown sugar eggs, and finely chopped steamed pumpkin drizzled with a few drops of honey. Yehan had placed the 2 children side by side on the sofa, and then was squinting about to fall asleep, while Lulu was already fast asleep. "When did you feed them?" And Ning sat down, looking at the well-behaved children in a bit of a daze. "Just finished feeding them, and their diapers are changed too." Yehan wiped his hands, looked up at her, and his tone grew serious. "And Ning, I need to go out today." And Ning paused mid-bite on her pumpkin, her cheeks puffed out as she looked up at him. "I won't be back for lunch. I've prepared the food in advance and put it in the fridge. Oh, remember to heat it up. I'll do my best to get back before dinner." She swallowed her food and nodded gently. She didn't ask where he was going or why. He had been absent for too long in the past, but now that he was taking care of everything so meticulously, she felt secure enough. She only offered a soft word of caution. "Be careful on the road." "Okay." Yehan picked up his trench coat, walked to the door, and looked back at her. The morning light fell upon the crown of her head, making her stray hairs look soft and fuzzy. She was watching him quietly. A sudden wave of reluctance to leave washed over him, and he had to forcefully suppress the urge to step forward and hold her. "Lock the door and don't open it for anyone." "I know." And Ning smiled faintly. The door clicked shut. In the dim corridor, Gu's last trace of warmth vanished from his face, cold as ice. He hurried downstairs, started and floored the accelerator, the engine roaring shot out of the residential complex. What he had to do today concerned the survival of their family of 4 in the apocalypse. In a decade of the apocalypse, he had witnessed far too many superpowered beings struggle to stay alive. Power is divided into innate and acquired. Awakening acquired abilities, as in his past life, relies on extreme pain to activate, yet the innate ceiling is sealed forever out of reach of the 10th tier. The person from his past life was a 10th tier powerhouse, and he had told him a secret. Only by awakening abilities before the virus outbreak can one push them to the extreme. Abilities are derived from the same source as the zombie virus. Now that infections have appeared, there must also be something awakening abilities alongside the infected. There were only 4 days left until the apocalypse. In his past life, he awakened too late, watching Ning and their child die before his eyes. Even if he later slew all the zombies, nothing could be undone. In this life, he must awaken early to drive his abilities to the limit, not to reign, but to ensure that that night's despair in the corridor will never replay, and so that when the apocalypse arrives their family of 4 can survive. Yehan gripped the steering wheel. The car radio was reporting Shancheng's Second People's Hospital a suspected rabies incident. The news text was sparse with only a few lines of official bulletin. But yesterday's scene on TV was carved into his mind, a pale, stiff face, a throbbing vein, a frenzied, out-of-control assault. That wasn't rabies at all. To awaken his abilities early, he must first locate the place where the virus first surfaced. He suddenly jerked the steering wheel, and the SUV sped straight toward Shancheng's Second People's Hospital. Turning a corner, the outpatient building loomed into view. Yehan slammed on the brakes. For police cars blocked the entrance, red and blue lights whirling on the gray facade, blinding the eyes. Yellow and white caution tape sealed the doors while 2 medical workers in full protective suits stood inside, their gazes taut as drawn bows, watching every passerby. Outside the barrier, the police belt holsters hung open, hands kept on them. A security guard clutched his radio, nerves taut. The automatic doors to the clinic stood open. Inside there were no patients, only figures in protective suits hurrying through the corridors. The sharp clatter of ambulance wheels on the floor cut through the air. The waiting area's plastic chairs lay toppled, crushed paper cups scattered on the floor, a solitary pair of casual shoes crooked in the corner. A strong, choking scent of disinfectant filled the air, with a faint, almost imperceptible odor beneath it, like rotten fruit left to rot, the decayladen air soaked in 84 disinfectant seeping through the door crack. Yehan stood outside the barrier, his face calm, but his right hand in the coat pocket had nails digging deep into his palm. A clenched fist. Too fast. Yesterday the authorities had just reported a violent assault. Today the hospital is completely sealed, defenses so tight. Inside there was no doubt more than one infected. The virus had begun to spread. His gaze pierced through the barrier toward the dark corner of the corridor, his heart pounding hard in his chest. Who knows how many have already fallen inside, how many are mutating in silence. What are you doing? A police officer noticed him standing still, frowned, and stepped forward, wary. Yehan suppressed the cold rising from within, forcing a measure of anxious unease onto his face. In 10 years of the apocalypse, his greatest skill was hiding his emotions beneath the surface. An elder in the family came for treatment this morning. The calls have been unanswered. A family member. The police regarded him, their expression easing slightly, yet they still raised a hand to block. There is a public health incident inside, currently under isolation and investigation. You should go home and wait for notice. What exactly is going on inside? Yehan leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, pretending to be a worried family member. The police hesitated a moment, giving a vague reply, suspected infectious disease under investigation. Don't worry, you should go back and wait for news. Yehan nodded, pretending to be distraught, then turned and walked away. He reached the parking lot on the clinic side and slipped into a corner, his steps quiet. A temporary medical waste storage area. Several cleaners were moving yellow bags. The bags stood shoulder high, the seals not tied, blood-stained gauze, and disposable gloves dangling from torn openings. Everyone wore double masks and gloves, all silent and hurried. Only an elderly cleaner crouched in a corner, smoking, a glove drooping from his knee, and numb fatigue on his face. Yehan walked over, crouched beside him, pulled out a pack of cigarettes bought along the way, and offered one. He never smoked, but he knew how to draw information from the lower echelons. Sir, thanks for the trouble. The cleaner took the cigarette, glancing at him warily. Are you family? Yes. The cleaner nodded again. The family member came this morning for a checkup. Oh, we can't reach them now. Yehan's tone was calm as he lit it for him. The cleaner inhaled a deep puff, exhaled a cloud of white mist, and sighed in a low voice. Don't wait. Those who went in this morning basically won't come out. They said at first it was rabies, then changed to an infectious disease. I went in this morning to collect trash and saw several people tied to beds, their faces pale as corpses. They don't let us in anymore. It's all handled by designated personnel. Do you know where the first case was infected? Yehan asked casually, but his fingertips tightened. I heard from the nurses that a delivery driver was brought in yesterday morning. The cleaner stubbed out the cigarette, lowering his voice further. In Qingdong, he went crazy, bit his wife on the spot. Now the couple is inside, seems to be near the textile factory area. Qingdong's old industrial zone, the textile factory. Yehan's eyes darkened instantly. He tucked the entire pack of cigarettes into the cleaner's hand and whispered, take care. He rose, his steps steady. As he passed the police, he even yielded to a nurse pushing equipment. Yet the drumbeat of his own heart thundered in his ears, and sweat dampened his back. He opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat, turning the wheel with a hard full lock. In the rearview mirror, Shancheng's Second People's Hospital's red cross was swallowed by the gloom, and the building loomed like a crouching giant. He didn't know what the textile factory hid, nor where the virus's source lay. But he had to go. The virus had already spread ahead, and the time left to him was short. The accelerator roared as the SUV punched through the traffic, roaring toward Qingdong East Old Industrial Zone. The roads in the Old Industrial Zone east of the city were in an absolute shambles. The asphalt surface was shattered into warped, jagged fragments where wild weeds grew frantically through the cracks, withering and sprouting anew, only to be crushed into a sticky brown mire by years of passing wheels. Most of the factories lining both sides of the road were abandoned and deathly silent. From afar, Yehan spotted the glaring, flashing red and blue lights. 3 police cruisers blocked the main intersection, closely followed by 2 CDC minibuses emblazoned with blue crosses. CDC personnel clad in hazmat suits were setting up cordons. The yellow and white barrier tapes stretched taut and humming loudly in the wind. A police officer brandished a stop sign, shouting sternly to turn away a truck attempting to enter the industrial zone. He instantly spun the steering wheel, veering into a narrow alleyway between 2 abandoned factory buildings before cutting the engine. His fingernails tapped a rapid, unconscious rhythm against the steering wheel. Still too slow. The authorities had locked down the area faster than he had anticipated. Once the entire industrial zone was completely sealed off, all clues leading to the origin of the virus would be entirely severed. He grabbed his laptop from the back seat, his fingertips flying across the keyboard. The cold white glow of the screen cast over his face as he pulled up the emergency records from the database of the Second People's Hospital. An admission from yesterday noon involving biting and assault, along with a record related to a Huala cargo service. Among the listed contacts, he spotted a name: Chun Feng, a salesman at the Honda textile factory. And the Honda textile factory was located right at the southeastern corner of the industrial zone. It was an old 2-story building, its pale green exterior paint faded to a dull gray, and the metal sign at the entrance so rusted that the characters were barely legible. The iron gate stood half open. Inside the courtyard lay several bundles of fabric covered in plastic sheeting, and a scrapped forklift leaned lopsidedly in the corner, its deflated tires covered in thick dust. Yehan parked his car across the street, leaving the doors slightly ajar with a narrow gap. Lightening his steps, he walked upstairs, his leather shoes making virtually no sound on the terrazzo steps. At the end of the second-floor corridor, a door was left slightly ajar, with a sliver of sunlight leaking through the gap. The scent of blood reached his nostrils first. A faint, fresh metallic tang of blood mingled with the burnt aroma of instant coffee and the stale scent of printer toner. Along with it came a soft rustling sound from the floor, like the unconscious scraping and dragging of a shoe sole. Yehan raised his hand, pressing his knuckles against the door, and gently pushed it open. The office was in utter disarray. Documents were overturned on the floor, papers scattered everywhere, and a shattered glass lay beside the coffee table where dried tea had left a brown circular stain. A man sat with his back to the door, curled up behind the desk, his shoulders heaving violently. He seemed to be struggling desperately against something. A dusty jacket hung over an overturned swivel chair nearby. "Chun Feng," Yehan called out. The man whipped his head around. His entire face was a bizarre pale gray, resembling the waterlogged skin of a corpse. His eyes were bloodshot with hideous red veins, his pupils constricted to pinpricks surrounded by a muddy yellowish haze. Veins bulged across his forehead, writhing beneath his skin like earthworms. His right hand clenched a ballpoint pen so tightly that the barrel had cracked and black ink seeped down through his fingers, mixing with blood to drip onto his pant cuffs and the floor. He stared intently at Yehan, his lips cracked and bleeding, his voice as raspy as if his throat were filled with sandpaper. "Who are you? How did you get in? You really want to drink blood right now, don't you?" Yehan stood at the doorway, confronting him across the desk. The cup of coffee on the table had long since gone cold. He neither advanced nor retreated, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. His tone was flat, as if stating an established fact. Chun Feng's pupils dilated and contracted violently. His knuckles popped and cracked under the strain, and shattered plastic fragments from the pen scattered onto the floor. He glared at Yehan, his throat bobbing frantically, as if battling a wild desire burgeoning within him. "How do you know?" He squeezed the fractured words through his teeth, his entire body trembling like a leaf. "Something has been wrong with me these past 2 days. Since yesterday, whenever I see a living person's neck, I want to bite. I want to eat." He suddenly snapped his head down and opened his left hand. His palm was covered in deep, bloody crescent gashes from his own fingernails, the raw flesh mangled and smeared with ink. I tried so hard to resist pinching myself, but I still scratched a client. I couldn't control it. A broken, sobbing wail escaped his throat, filled with despair and terror. "You have been infected with a virus," Yehan said, remaining calm and devoid of emotion. "First comes the bloodlust, then the loss of control, and finally you will no longer be yourself." Chun Feng stared blankly at the back of his hand where veins bulged, and at the blood in his palm that did not belong to him. When he had scratched the client this morning, the person screamed in terror. He had reached out to stop the bleeding, only to have the potent scent of blood trigger a wild, ravenous hunger within him. It was an instinct carved into his very bones. "What on earth is happening to me?" He looked up, his eyes holding nothing but a final desperate plea. "You must know. Please save me. What have you come into contact with over the past 2 days?" Yehan interrupted, discreetly shifting his weight and lowering his stance, preparing to retreat at a moment's notice. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, he knew all too well how dangerous someone on the verge of turning into a zombie could be. Chun Feng's mind was in utter chaos as his bloodlust and remaining sanity tore at each other. Grasping the edge of the desk so hard that the skin on his fingertips split to reveal dark red fascia, he spoke haltingly, "Delivering goods. Yesterday, I was in a rush to deliver goods, but the factory truck wasn't back yet, so I called a Huala. The driver was old Lou. We're old acquaintances. We didn't take the highway, we took a shortcut through the mountain pass. What did you encounter on the way? Gu Yehan's fingertips suddenly tightened, his breath catching imperceptibly. Chun Feng's eyes were clouding over at a visible rate. The last vestige of clarity was rapidly dissipating. His pupils dilated and contracted erratically, his jaw slackened uncontrollably, and a low fractured whimper escaped his throat like that of a dying stray dog. A meteor. He squeezed out the words with great difficulty. What? A streak of white light crashed down. It was incredibly bright, not an airplane. Chun Feng's speech suddenly quickened as he summoned the last of his strength to recall. It crashed into the mountain pass not far from the roadside. We pulled over to take a look, and there was a scorched black crater in the ground. It was still smoking. Old Lou said it might be a meteorite and could be worth some money, so we stood around the crater watching it for a long time. There was nothing there, and we didn't take anything. We just stood by the edge and looked. Before he could finish his sentence, his entire body suddenly stiffened. His pupils were completely engulfed by a muddy yellow, and his grip on the desk suddenly released. His body lurched forward only to snap back upright violently. His spine went rigid, the veins in his neck bulged to the bursting point, and his complexion turned a lifeless pale blue-gray. He raised his head and glared at Gu Yehan, his mouth agape at a distorted angle. All humanity had vanished from his eyes, leaving only a bloodthirsty instinct. Gu Yehan immediately took 2 steps back. Chun Feng lunged violently across the desk. The coffee cup was sent flying, splashing against the wall. He missed his target and crashed to the floor, but in an instant he scrambled up on all fours, his movements stiff and bizarre, entirely losing his human form. Gu Yehan swiftly backed out of the room and slammed the door shut. The lock had long been broken, so he pulled a wire from his keychain and jammed it into the latch mechanism within a few quick strokes. Instantly, dull thuds reverberated against the wooden door, one after another. Hoarse shrieks, the crunch of teeth gnawing at the wood, and the screeching sound of fingernails clawing frantically leaked out through the gaps of the door. Gu Yehan pulled out a red marker normally used for labeling supplies. With heavy strokes, he wrote 2 words on the door: danger. The red ink dripped down from the ends of the strokes, resembling a streak of dark blood. Having done this, he turned and went downstairs, his steps swift and silent. As he walked out of the textile factory's main gate, the sound of distant sirens grew louder and closer. There were clearly multiple vehicles closing in on this area. He quickly got into his car, and the off-road vehicle slipped silently into the alley behind the factory building, reversing away along the path he had come. In the rearview mirror, the CDC minibuses pulled up at the entrance of the textile factory, and personnel in protective suits rushed into the office building. Gu Yehan withdrew his gaze, spun the steering wheel hard, and surged onto the winding dirt mountain road. The meteorite crater. The fallen meteor. The off-road vehicle plunged into the desolate, uninhabited mountain forest. The road was bumpy and uneven, and the dense, impenetrable bushes and wild bamboo on both sides scraped wildly against the car body, making a screeching sound. Ignoring the damage, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the speed soared. There was only one shortcut in the mountain city, the abandoned winding mountain road known to locals as Yanwang Bend. All truck drivers looking for a shortcut took that route. The sun was obscured by heavy dark clouds, casting the mountain forest into sudden darkness. Shadowy trees whipped past the car windows as the off-road vehicle roared through the valley. The meteorite crater had not yet been discovered. He had to get there before anyone else. Gu Yehan drove along the winding road for nearly an hour and a half. The road grew narrower and more dilapidated. Deeper, he went with wild branches on both sides clawing at sharp and jarring. Like nails scratching on metal, he jerked the wheel to dodge the rolling stones, the vehicle bucking violently. The GPS had long since failed. He relied entirely on the Shancheng terrain he had memorized days earlier and the map to find his way. The ravine Shinfeng described lay at the southern foot of Chui Ping Mountain, Yanwang Bend. 3 kilometers ahead, to the left, was a scree washed out by a flood, beyond which lay the meteorite's false site. They arrived. He parked the car at the scree's entrance and cut the engine. The surrounding silence was almost eerie. No birds, no insects. Not even the wind could be heard. The noonday sun beat down mercilessly on the scree, a blinding white glare that dazed the eyes. From the space, he drew a full set of brand new medical sealed protective suit, not scavenged junk from the end times, but the highest grade protective gear he had stockpiled in advance, the kind that resists splashes and is completely sealed. He quickly dressed, zipping up to his chin, goggles fastened, double gloves on, and the cuffs and pant legs sealed with tape, leaving not a single seam. In his past life, the zombie virus spread by blood and bites, but now the virus has erupted early and can spread through the air, and its transmission direction is completely unknown. And Ning was still in postpartum confinement with their 2 newborns, just cut from the umbilical cord, so fragile. He could not bring any danger back to the home. He pushed open the car door, the scree beneath his feet clattered as he stepped in, following the scree inward, which gradually narrowed into a narrow mountain pass. The rock faces on both sides grew steeper, the ground changed from loose stones to smooth pebbles, then to bare rough rock. His shoe soles scraped on the stones, making fine sounds. After about a quarter of an hour, the meteor crater appeared before him. The crater wasn't large, about 3 to 4 meters in diameter. Its edge rocks were scorched black by the heat, coated with a hard shell like black glaze. All the shrubs at the crater's edge were carbonized. A fingertip touch would crumble them to black ash, landing on his white protective suit like falling black snow. He stood at the crater rim, looking down. The bottom was gray-white bedrock crisscrossed by spiderweb thin cracks. Aside from scorched earth and rubble, there was nothing. No meteorite debris, no metal fragments, just emptiness. He walked along the crater's edge, crouched, and with gloved hands moved aside one piece of rubble after another. One passed, then another, still nothing. Under the goggles, Yehan's brows tightened quietly. He didn't rise. His fingertips tapped unconsciously on his knee, the burning restlessness inside him surging beneath the calm facade. Then he rose and began a carpet-like search outward. 3 meters, check every fragment of rock. 10 meters, inspect the ridges and roots. 50 meters, expand the sweep along the scree. The palms of his gloves quickly bore gray-brown stains, the protective suit's knees smeared with gray powder. Nothing. 100 meters, 200 meters. The pale noonday sun baked the inside of the protective suit into a suffocating heat. His back was soaked with sweat. His shirt clung to his skin, yet his steps remained perfectly steady, his gaze sweeping the ground inch by inch, breathing, even only his heartbeat quickening. Still nothing. Half an hour later, he stood on a giant rock a kilometer away, removing his goggles to wipe the sweat from his brow. A heavy gloom pressed in his eyes. That person probably wouldn't lie to him. Either that thing lay hidden very deep, or someone had already taken it. He leaped down from the boulder, picked up a fragment, and turned it over to read its back. He was about to discard it when he suddenly hesitated. He studied the entire hillside, the meteor explosion's carbonized ring, the stone impact marks, the branches bent by the shock wave, all of which remained intact. Besides Chin Feng and the Hualala driver, there were no footprints of a third person. And those two had already mutated. If they had taken the thing, they wouldn't mutate. So the thing must still be here. He turned back, his steps slowed by half, eyes lowered to the ground. From scree to cliffs, from tree roots to crevices, he did not miss a single detail. Back again at the meteor crater's edge, he crouched and resensed every inch of rock at the bottom, but still nothing. Yehan stepped back half a pace, no longer moving. His mind raced. The instinct forged from a decade of apocalypse living roared that he must have missed something. The virus came with the meteor, and a coexisting virus that could awaken powers must be here too. At that moment, a faint red light flashed at the corner of his eye and vanished. Yehan's pupils suddenly contracted. It was not a hallucination. This light was extremely bright, extremely brief, like sunlight refracted through a shard of glass. He held perfectly still, his breath slowed to a crawl, his heart beating faster. He shifted slightly to the side, aligning with the angle, just observed the back of his head toward the half-charred shrub. A diagonal crack in the rock wall to his right. He lowered his head a little, then raised it again. Sunlight slanted from behind, brushing the edge of the goggles and striking the charred rock precisely. Another flash of red light streaked past. He did not rush forward. His fingertips moved along the light's direction, touching the scorching glaze. He twisted his wrist, and the red light glowed again. This time he finally saw clearly. It wasn't light emitted by the stone, but sunlight refracted through the object inside. The thing was sealed beneath the glaze by the overheated rock, its gray shell fused with the black rock walls. To the naked eye, it was near indistinguishable. Only the core remained. A crystal clear, intense red, the size of a thumb, like a bead of seething blood frozen in place. Yehan drew a short blade from the space, the tip precisely prying into the glazes, seemed gently lifting. The blackened shell cracked along a fine seam. He withdrew the blade immediately, not daring to press too hard, afraid of shattering what lay inside. His fingertips slid in, gently prying off the charred shell, as if peeling away a burnt eggshell. A cool, smooth touch settled in his palm. A perfectly transparent blood-red gemstone lay nestled in his palm. Held to the sunlight, its interior carried a dark red glow that slowly surged like living blood, slowly flowing. In the palm, a faint rhythmic tremor began, like a distant heartbeat resonating with his own temperature. Yehan stood alone in the dead-silent mountain hollow, immobile for a long time. The gem's uncanny red glow reflected in his goggles, while a pale blue light softly lit his eyes, colliding on the lenses. From the space, he produced a box of chinxiang wood, not an ordinary storage box, but a palm-sized chinxiang wood lower box, the kind his grandfather once used to store a watch. The inner lid was lined with dark red velvet. He gently placed the blood-red gem inside, closed the box, and brushed his thumb across the cool wood for a moment. He did not stash it in the space. He opened the passenger side console and tucked it in securely, then closed it tightly. The space held all the backing he had stockpiled for his wife and children, a last refuge for a 4-person family in the end times. The gem arrived with the meteor and the virus, its origin mysterious. He could not gamble. If the jewel polluted the space or carried unknown viruses, in Ning and the children would lose any chance of life. The protective suit, shoe covers, and gloves were sealed in a bag, carefully closed and stowed in the trunk's compartment, utterly sealing off the danger. He restarted the engine. Returning the way he came was out of the question. Once Chin Feng was discovered, the authorities would trace the tracks backward, and the meteor crater would soon be pinpointed. By now the other side of the mountain call was likely already blockaded by disease control police and even the military. If he retraced his steps, he would at best be quarantined for observation and at worst directly detained in the disease control center. With only 4 days left until the apocalypse, he could not afford to waste time. Turning the vehicle around, he veered onto an abandoned mountain path, a route completely unmapped. Carved out by logging trucks years ago, the path was so narrow that it barely accommodated a single vehicle. Wild bamboo and shrubs on both sides scraped aggressively against the car body. Loose gravel kicked up by the tires plunged into the deep ravine, sending up a muffled thud only after a long silence. The chassis of the off-road vehicle creaked under the violent jolts. He constantly turned the steering wheel left and right, dodging landslides and fallen deadwood as he navigated a winding path deep within the mountains. Less than 10 minutes after clearing the mountain call, a dense roar of engines echoed from the valley behind him. It wasn't just a single vehicle, but an entire convoy. Police cruisers, disease control minibuses, and 3 military trucks sped in silently. Personnel in protective gear quickly disembarked, setting up cordons, erecting instruments, and crouching by the edge of the crater to gather samples. A portable spectrometer suddenly shrieked a sharp alarm, its piercing wail echoing through the valley. Yehan did not look back. Steering the vehicle to the other side of the mountain, he stepped on the gas and sped toward the highway. By the time he cleared the deep mountains, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The setting sun sank low and the sky gradually darkened. A long queue had formed before the Ring Expressway ramp, stretching all the way back from the slip road to the toll booth exit. Traffic police and epidemic prevention personnel in hazmat suits stopped vehicles one by one to take temperatures and question their origins. On a nearby military vehicle, soldiers stood, ramrod straight rifles slung behind them, with the safety catches already off, projecting a chilling solemn aura. Yehan rolled up his window and crawled along with the traffic. It took him 40 full minutes to finally exit the highway. The Shansheng before his eyes was now a world apart from how it had looked this morning. In the morning, the streets had been filled with the ordinary bustle of daily life. Breakfast stalls, steaming, pedestrians strolling leisurely. Yet in less than 10 hours, the entire city's nerves had wound tight. Military vehicles roared down the main thoroughfares, and police officers stood at every intersection, either directing the flow of people or keeping silent watch. Long queues snaked outside major supermarkets, stretching past the shelves all the way to the corner pharmacies. Some hauled entire crates of bottled water, others stuffed bags with instant canned goods, while some stood empty-handed, shouting anxiously at the entrance. An invisible panic was quietly enveloping the entire city. His phone vibrated, and an emergency notification from disease control popped up. The wording was restrained, yet every word was alarming. An unidentified infectious disease has been detected in Qingdong. Residents are advised to stock up on supplies at home and refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. Yehan gripped his phone tightly, a wave of coldness surging in his chest. The authorities' response was undeniably swift. With 4 days left until the apocalypse, the virus had only just reared its head, yet the entire city was already under control with road closures and early warnings. This indicated that the truth known to the authorities internally was far more devastating than what was publicly disclosed, prompting them to directly initiate the highest level of emergency response. No, they could not stay in the city any longer. Shansheng was a megacity with a population of nearly 40 million. Once quarantined, it would become a colossal cage. The lockdown would seal off every single exit, highways, provincial roads, and mountain paths alike. He might have been able to break out alone, but Ning was still recovering from childbirth, and the 2 infants were barely over 10 days old. With water and power cut off and zombies roaming the streets, it would be the same meat grinder of a city from his past life. He would absolutely never let his wife and children experience that again. Parking the car downstairs, he quickly made his way upstairs. Inserting the key into the lock, his fingertips paused slightly. Inside, all was quiet. No crying, no agitation. Turning the lock cylinder, the door swung open. And Ning sat on the sofa holding Lele while Inan lay in the baby rocker, happily sucking on his own little fist. Drool had dampened his bib. Hearing the noise, she looked up, her tense shoulders suddenly relaxing as a faint smile appeared in her eyes. She had changed into clean light blue loungewear, her hair neatly combed, and her complexion looked much better than it did this morning. "You're back." Holding Lele, she stood up and instinctively took 2 steps toward him, her tone carrying a subtle, barely perceptible trace of reliance. Yehan raised his hand and gently stopped her. "Don't come over." Standing still at the entryway, his voice was firm and steady. "I've been running around outside all day. I'm dirty." And Ning's steps faltered, and she obediently retreated to the side of the sofa. Seeing his tense expression and travel-worn appearance, she sensed something was amiss, but chose not to pry, simply holding the baby in quiet anticipation. Yehan grabbed clean clothes and stepped into the bathroom. As scalding hot water cascaded down, he leaned against the cold tiled wall, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The military vehicles on the streets, the blockades at the intersections, the crowds lining up to panic buy the disease control notification. Countless fragments pieced themselves together frantically in his mind. They had to leave immediately. Wiping away the water droplets, he walked out of the bathroom, his hair, still damp as water, trickled down his jawline. Almost instantly, Ning stood up and walked quickly to him, holding her phone up to his eyes, panic and anxiety hidden in her gaze. Yehan, did you see the news? An infectious disease broke out in Chengdong, and everyone is hoarding supplies. I can't go out right now, so could you? Go to the supermarket and buy some things. I'm afraid if it's too late, there won't be anything left. Yehan looked at her reddened eyes and tightly pressed lips, and his heart softened slightly. He had originally been deliberating how to broach the subject, how to convince her, who was so accustomed to a stable life, to abandon their current home and go with him to Yenya village. Now she had given him the perfect opening. He raised his hand, gently resting it on her shoulder while avoiding the baby, and lowered his voice. His tone carried an unquestionable firmness, yet it also held an ultimate tenderness. And Ning, things outside are far worse than what's on the news. It's not a common infectious disease. The transmission method is unknown, and medical staff have already been quarantined. Anin and Lele are still too small, and their immunity is weak. We can't afford to take this gamble. His Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed the lingering dread in his chest. We must leave Shansheng to a place where there is no virus. And Ning froze slightly, a trace of panic flitting through her eyes. She looked down to scan the disease control notification on her phone screen, then looked back up at him, her gaze harboring a touch of unease and unvoiced concerns. And Ning. He squatted down in front of her, bringing his gaze level with hers, his voice steady, yet carrying a barely perceptible tension. I had our old house renovated, though it won't be completed until tomorrow. He paused, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his knees as images of the zombie-infested city from his past life flashed through his mind. But the situation in the city is wrong. When I came back, just now, checkpoints were set up at every intersection, long queues were forming outside supermarkets, and military vehicles were patrolling back and forth. You saw the disease control notification too. The infectious disease in Chengdong is no ordinary illness. If we don't leave now, once the city is locked down, we won't be able to escape, even if we wanted to, not with Enin and Lele. And Ning's fingers holding Lele instinctively tightened, her knuckles turning slightly white, yet there was no panic on her face. She lowered her head to gently caress Lele's warm little cheek, then looked up at him, nodding softly, with absolute trust shining in her eyes. We are leaving right now. Yehan's tone was resolute. Go pack the essentials and the baby's necessities. Not too much, just enough to get us through tonight and tomorrow. All right. And Ning stood up from the sofa, carefully placing Lele into the baby rocker next to Enin. The two little ones snuggled close together. Lele reached out to grab her brother's sleeve while Enin stuffed his little fist directly into his sister's mouth, innocent and affectionate. And Ning walked swiftly into the bedroom, dragging out a canvas duffel bag that she had used for several years, its zipper already somewhat prone to jamming. She did not panic, though her movements were significantly faster than usual. Their essential documents had already been taken by Yehan yesterday when he went to register the children's household status, so there was no need to pack them. Pausing briefly in front of the wardrobe, she neatly folded two of her own cotton loungewear sets. She then instinctively slipped in two shirts and pairs of trousers that Yehan had only just hung up yesterday. Even though she did not know if they would be of any use, she prepared them for him out of habit. She then walked over to the crib and deftly packed the baby supplies: 3 formula dispensers, 4 baby bottles, a thick stack of diapers, 2 packs of wet wipes, baby powder, 2 swaddle blankets, 4 small towels, and 5 or 6 sets of baby clothes. The instinct developed from caring for the infant's day and night over the past dozen days was etched into her very bones. She verified every single item before putting it into the bag, her actions swift yet steady. Yehan was not idle either. He sterilized all the baby bottles in the kitchen with boiling water, placing them upside down to drain, and reheated the remaining chicken soup and millet porridge from lunch, packing them into insulated flasks one by one. He turned off the remaining flames on the stove, tightened the gas valve, unplugged idle appliances, and carefully checked all the doors and windows. Having done all this, he leaned against the kitchen doorframe, his eyes darkening slightly. They could not go to the old house on the mountain yet. Han Tai was rushing the construction with his workers, making too much noise and attracting too many prying eyes. And Ning was still weak from postpartum recovery, and the newborn twins were far too conspicuous. Exposing his vulnerabilities on the eve of the apocalypse would be tantamount to pushing his wife and children into the eye of the storm. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse in his past life, he had seen too many people turn on each other for half a pack of biscuits and completely discard their humanity for a single shelter. In desperate straits, there was no room for kindness. Their only option left was the warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Situated between the urban area and the mountains, it was remote and secluded. The logistics park was deserted at night, and the warehouse's exterior was unassuming, making it safe enough. Once the old house was completed tomorrow, they could relocate immediately. Reining in his thoughts, he walked to the bedroom doorway. And Ning had already zipped up the bulging duffel bag. The zipper was stretched taut, and she had only managed to close it by pressing down gently with her knee. She had changed into a dark tracksuit paired with a thin-down vest, her hair tied up neatly, looking clean and capable. Seeing her bend down to lift the bag, Yehan stepped forward quickly and took it from her. Let me. His gaze swept over her reddened knuckles, his brow furrowing slightly as his heart softened. You carry Anan, I'll carry Lele, and I'll take the bags. And Ning did not argue. She picked up Anan and wrapped him in a small swaddle blanket. Drowsiness washing over him, the little one yawned in her arms, his drool dampening the chest of her vest. Yehan hung the duffel bag over his wrist and bent down to scoop up Lele. The baby girl was even lighter. He instinctively cradled her securely to feel at ease. She opened her dark, bright eyes to look at him for a brief moment before burying her head into the crook of his neck, nuzzling him as gently as a kitten. As she closed the door, Ning cast a backward glance at the room where she had lived for a year. From being entirely alone to becoming a family of four, the warmth of their daily life was still vivid in her mind. With just that single glance, she withdrew her gaze, cradling Anan tightly with one arm, while holding the handrail with her other hand as she slowly made her way downstairs. Yehan observed this, but said nothing. He walked half a step ahead of her, shielding her from the discarded junk piled up in the corners of the stairwell, guiding her safely downstairs. At the entrance of the building, they ran right into Annie Wong. She had just returned from a panic-buying spree at the supermarket with 4 large shopping bags bulging out of shape under the weight of instant noodles, grains, oil, and toilet paper rolls. Drenched in sweat, her curly hair clinging to her temples, she was struggling to drag the bags. Looking up to see the two of them carrying the infants and a heavy duffel bag, her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my! And Ning, what are you two doing? Her gaze lingered on the duffel bag. Remembering how Yehan had bluntly shut her down yesterday morning, her smile grew rigid. With all these bags, are you moving? A faint fleeting coldness flashed deep within Yehan's eyes before vanishing. It was not murderous intent, but rather a chilling indifference born of seeing right through human nature. Yet his face wore a warm smile, and his tone was polite, making him seem like a completely different person from his cold self yesterday morning. Auntie Wong, he said naturally. With this sudden outbreak, the babies are just born and have very low immunity. I'm not at ease, so I plan to take them and their mother to Modu. Without waiting for her to respond, he deliberately looked at her bulging shopping bags and raised his voice slightly, just enough for the neighbors unloading goods at the stairwell entrance to hear. Auntie Wong, you're amazing to have bought so many supplies. When I went, the supermarket was completely empty. I couldn't get a thing. Auntie Wong instantly straightened her back, triumphantly wiping away her sweat, and boasted with great vigor, of course. I have good sources. I headed to the supermarket even before the official notice was released. The people who came later were queued all the way to the main road, and many went home empty-handed. This stash of yours must be enough to last a very long time, right? Yehan played along, offering a word of praise. You bet. It's more than enough to feed me alone for half a year. Auntie Wong squinted with laughter, patting a container of cooking oil, her pride practically overflowing. Yehan did not press further, stepping aside to lead Ning past her. The warmth faded from his eyes, replaced by a cold, detached indifference. The higher one is praised, the harder they fall. Supplies were the root of all evil in the apocalypse. She held an abundance of resources, yet possessed no means to protect herself, all while boasting about it everywhere. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Greedy souls would naturally find their way to her door. In his past life, he had seen far too many people like her. He first put the duffel bag into the trunk, took Anan from Ning's arms to let her get into the car first, and then securely placed the 2 babies into their safety carriers in the back seat. Before closing the car door, he cast a final glance back at Auntie Wong, who was still struggling to drag her heavy loads up the stairwell. The sound of plastic bags scraping against the stairs and her heavy panting were clearly audible. Shutting the door, he sat in the driver's seat, his expression settling into utter tranquility. Leaving the city was far more difficult than entering it. A drive that usually took 40 minutes dragged on for nearly 3 hours. The main roads were filled with armed checkpoints. Riot barriers and armed police with rifles conducted thorough inspections at every level, measuring temperatures, checking ID cards, and questioning travel routes. The solemn, chilling atmosphere was several times more intense than it had been at noon. When their turn came, a young armed officer looked at the infants swaddled in the back seat, then scrutinized Ning, whose face was pale from her recent labor. Yehan rolled down the window and handed over the hospital discharge summary, copies of the birth certificates and ultrasound scans, his voice steady and calm. My wife just gave birth and was discharged today. We live in the resettlement site of Yunya Village. With the sudden outbreak, the hospital advised us to return home as soon as possible, fearing the babies are too small and might get infected. And Ning cooperated by turning slightly, revealing a small glimpse of the sleeping Anan. As the night breeze gently brushed against the infant's palm-sized face, he frowned slightly and shrank back. Finding no discrepancies after verifying all the documents, the officer gestured for them to proceed. In the rearview mirror, the checkpoint continued its rigorous inspection of passing vehicles. And Ning let out a soft sigh and turned her head to look at Yehan. He held the steering wheel with one hand, his jawline tense and the veins behind his ear bulging slightly. Though his face appeared calm, it masked a tightly wound vigilance. She asked nothing, only reaching out to gently adjust the small blanket over and in her heart, filled with absolute trust. Around 10 o'clock at night, an SUV finally rolled along the gravel road into the outskirts logistics park, entire warehouse dark and silent, no streetlights, only the headlights illuminating of dull gray rolling shutters. An abandoned truck lay quietly like a sleeping behemoth. Yehan settled the engine, turned toward Ning, his voice barely above a whisper. "You two wait in the car a moment, I'll go open the door. It won't take long." And Ning nodded, leaning back against the seat, sleepiness rising as she forced herself not to sleep. Yehan got out, opened the rolling shutter, stepped into the warehouse, quickly transferring today's deliveries into the storage space. Then he turned on the lights, the pale white glow spreading across the concrete floor. He closed his eyes, his awareness probing the space. In the next moment, a matte black heavy six-wheeled RV appeared, as if conjured from thin air, its reinforced chassis, blast-proof narrow windows, roof, solar panel, rear auxiliary, fuel tank, puncture-resistant steel plates. Every feature tailored for the post-apocalyptic frontier, unbreakable to the extreme. He opened the door, lit the warm interior, and hauled out from the space meat, dairy, and vegetables, stuffing the fridge to the brim. Milk, powder, diapers, and baby clothes were sorted into storage cabinets, all placed within Ning's easy reach, arranged to the finest detail. Finished tidying up, he turned off the warehouse's main lights, leaving only a warm yellow wall lamp, then hurried back to the SUV. "All right," he said softly as he opened the door. And Ning looked up as he helped her down. Yehan carried the child in each arm and led them into the warehouse. And Ning's steps faltered abruptly. In the center of the open warehouse stood the black RV, quiet and sturdy. Warm light spilled from its windows. Inside there were a booth seating area, a folding dining table, a fridge, and a separate bathroom. The crib was spread with soft sheets, two small pillows laid side by side. The air carried no musty warehouse smell, only the familiar scent of lavender laundry detergent, as if home itself had moved in. She stood dazed in place, her eyes instantly reddening with tears. He had only returned to Shan City a few days ago, yet he cared for the mother and their child, oversaw the old house's renovation, and quietly prepared all of this. Milk, powder, clothes, a small nightlight, even her cherished white electric kettle, all prepared. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." Yehan stood at the car door holding the child, his voice so soft it could scarcely be heard. And Ning sniffed, forcing the tears down, gripping the handrail, stepping onto the steps, and bending to enter the carriage. Before she could take a proper breath, and cried out in hunger, her small face, flushing, little hands waving wildly. Lulu woke and pouted, ready to cry. And Ning immediately produced formula, and a bottle sat on the booth to feed and suckling with a loud, clear gulp. Yehan stood nearby, ensuring she could manage, then tied an apron and stepped into the narrow kitchen. The induction stove fired up, he poured in the packaged chicken soup to heat, prepared millet porridge, and filled the thermos with hot water. The rich aroma of chicken soup filled the carriage, warm and comforting. Yehan served the chicken soup and millet porridge along with warm water before her. "Eat while it's hot and replenish yourself." He gently nudged the tray. And Ning looked up at him. The man before her had been calm at the checkpoint just moments earlier. Now, he wore an apron, cooking soup, a perfect fusion of strength and tenderness. She scooped a spoonful of the steaming soup, the warmth flowed from her throat into her heart. "You eat too." She spoke softly. "You eat first, I'm not in a hurry." Yehan looked down at the baby crib, and didn't know when she had fallen asleep, thumb in her mouth. He bent to lift the bright-eyed little girl, cradling her in his arm, and rocking her gently, as she rose and fell with his steps. And Ning, sipping her soup, watched his gentle manner of soothing the child to sleep, the ache in her eyes melted away, quietly turning moist. Outside the logistics park lay deathly quiet, no lights, no wind. Only this RV glowed with a warm amber light in the dark night, becoming a temporary home for the four of them. Inside the RV, it was as quiet as though sinking to the bottom of water. And Lulu slept soundly in the crib. Lulu's small hand clutched his elder brother's sleeve, and impressed her face into a pillow, a dark circle of drool imprinted on the pillow. And Ning lay on her side in the RV's master bedroom, the quilt up to her shoulders, one hand resting on the crib's edge, fingers slightly curled, as if even in sleep, she cannot let her guard down. Her breathing was deep, and even occasionally turning, the quilt rustled softly, then settled again into silence. Yehan lay on the booth sofa, his eyes open. The sofa was too short, his legs dangled, knees tucked, all night numb and tingling. He did not move from the moment he lay down. He kept the same pose, one arm under his head, the other resting on his coat. His breathing was steady as if he were asleep, but he was very awake. Yesterday's images flashed again in his mind, not neatly organized, but fragmented and jarring. At the gates of the second hospital, the police loosened their holster buckles, crater black, scorching glaze, as they descended the mountain. Armored military vehicles sped toward them. In the supermarket, crowds looted frantically. At the checkpoint, armed police watched with sharp, scrutinizing eyes. Put together, these scenes made the answer brutally clear. The official response was so massive that it showed the eastern city's lockdown was far more serious than the news suggested. Even non-main roads were blocked, and going downhill one encountered regular troops rather than ordinary armed police. The lockdown wasn't a question of if, but when. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps today, in some conference room. At this moment, the confinement of 40 million people was being decided. His fingertips brushed the pillow-side phone. It was 447 a.m. The screen faded. He closed his eyes and quickly mapped out today's layout. I must go up the mountain. The Yehan village fortress must be personally inspected. The walls, basement, waterproofing, drainage, solar power, water purification. Every detail must be confirmed with his own eyes. The end times tolerate no 95% certainty. But should Ning and the child stay in the city outskirts warehouse? He looked up at the baby crib and enrolled over her feet, resting on Lily's belly, the little girl whimpering softly, still sound asleep. And Ning's hand still rested on the crib's edge, tiny cracks in her skin already crusting over. The warehouse's remoteness made it far safer than an apartment building. No nosy neighbors, no passersby. Yet precisely because of its seclusion, once discovered a room full of people would be a danger. One woman who has just given birth and 2 babies. His fist tightened beneath the quilt. Take them up the mountain. That's even worse. 110 workers, as many eyes and mouths. On the eve of the apocalypse, exposing a soft spot would invite living predators more terrifying than zombies. Send them back to the city. After the lockdown, 40 million people trapped in one city, water and power cut, old neighborhoods turned into butcher's blocks. Retreat routes were crossed off one by one in his mind, leaving only one choice: go up the mountain alone today, return swiftly, complete the inspection, and immediately retreat, all workers to rush back to fetch them. He repeatedly weighed the risks. Ventilation was normal, the rolling shutter was shabby, but unobtrusive. The end hadn't come, yet society remained intact, and Ning had experience in alone raising a child. Supplies were ample. At most one day, he would surely be back before nightfall. Yehan simply sat up, his sleepiness entirely vanished. Stepping barefoot onto the slightly cool floor, he crept over to the crib. Anin was sucking on his tiny fist, drool soaking his bib. Lele curled up beside him, her little mouth opening and closing slightly. Bending down, he gently gathered both little ones into his arms, one in each hand. The baby snuggled against his chest, and then let out a groggy, soft whimper, nuzzling his head into the crook of his neck, while Lele, slightly poked by a shirt button, wrinkled her tiny face before falling back into a deep sleep. Sleep with Daddy tonight, he murmured in a barely audible whisper. He wanted his wife to get a good night's rest so she would have the energy to care for them tomorrow. The sofa was too narrow, the 2 children lying side by side almost took up the entire cushion. Not daring to let go for fear they might roll off, he simply removed the sofa cushions, spread them on the floor, and used quilts to create a soft barrier around them. Once the babies were safely settled, he sat cross-legged beside them, leaning his back against the cabinet. With his laptop resting on his knees at its lowest brightness, he cross-checked their supplies, while keeping his peripheral vision locked onto the 2 sleeping little ones. At 4:50, Lele woke up first. Her soft, delicate whimpering sounded like a kitten coaxing affection, her little head turning from side to side as she instinctively searched for milk. Yehan swiftly shut his laptop and scooped her into his arms before she could cry out. Cradling the baby with one arm, he reached out in the dark to retrieve the milk powder and bottle. The warm water had been pre-cooled to 45 degrees. Pouring the water, scooping the formula, leveling it, and shaking it to mix. The entire sequence of actions was executed seamlessly in under 2 minutes. Lele clamped her mouth onto the nipple and quieted down instantly, sucking vigorously with loud gulps as her warm, tiny hand rested against his thumb. She felt so soft, as if she had no bones. At this time in his past life, he would still be working overtime at the office, typing away at code, having missed out on far too much. Guilt pricked at his heart like a cluster of fine needles. He leaned down and pressed an incredibly gentle kiss against her warm forehead. Lele let out a tiny burp and fell back into a deep sleep. At 5:20, Anin woke up. His cry was loud and urgent, a clear declaration of extreme hunger. Yehan hurriedly picked him up, scrambling to prepare the formula. He set the empty can aside and used his teeth to tear open the foil seal of a new one. Anin swallowed in large gulps, his round eyes staring at him, his cheeks bulging like 2 little walnuts. Once he finished, a loud burp escaped him, and he spat up a bit of milk onto Yehan's shoulder. Tilting his head, he fell fast asleep once more. Yehan did not wipe off the milk stain. At 6:30, Lele woke up again. This time she had wet herself. Slowing his movements, he gently changed her diaper and applied diaper cream, careful not to wake her throughout the entire process. Holding her tiny foot, which was barely the size of his thumb, the image of that stiff, dried cloth shoe he had salvaged from the ruins in his past life suddenly flashed across his mind. His chest tightened. He gently wrapped her tiny feet back into the swaddle. 7 o'clock. In just 2 short hours, the 2 children had taken turns waking up 3 times. Feeding, burping, changing diapers, and soothing them to sleep, he paced back and forth in the narrow hallway, his knees bending repeatedly. He subconsciously hummed a wordless, fragmented tune, a lullaby his grandfather used to sing to coax him to sleep when he was a child. While the children slept soundly, he slipped into the kitchen. Turning the induction cooker to its lowest setting, he slowly simmered millet porridge. When hot oil splattered onto the back of his hand as he fried eggs, he did not even flinch. He put the pumpkin on to steam and began stewing the postpartum recovery soup for Ning, ribs with angelica and astragalus. He placed them in cold water, skimmed the froth over high heat, and let it simmer slowly on low heat. These trivial chores, which he wouldn't have touched in his past life, were now handled with practiced ease and meticulous care. He prepared lunch in advance, packing the rib soup into airtight containers, making the scrambled eggs with tomatoes soft and tender, and portioning the rice. He stuck a note on the refrigerator, but after writing it he felt his handwriting was too sloppy, so he tore it off and rewrote it, tracing every stroke neatly and clearly. By the time everything was tidied up, daylight had fully broken. A sliver of golden light leaked through the gap in the roller shutter door, and the faint, distant beeping of a backing truck could be heard. Yehan served the pancakes, millet porridge, and steamed pumpkin. He set out the bowls and chopsticks, filled the thermos with hot water, and leaned against the cabinet, massaging his aching neck. His shirt was stained with milk, urine, and grease splatters, his sleeves were rolled up, and stray hairs stuck out. He was a disheveled mess, yet his eyes were brimming with tenderness. Just then a faint rustle came from behind him, and Ning was awake. The two children had been moved back to their crib by him, and Nin was gnawing on his fist, while Lele clutched her brother's sleeve, both perfectly quiet. Supporting herself on the mattress, and Ning sat up, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and her cheek still bearing the imprint of the pillow's creases. Looking up, she saw the warm breakfast, and Yehan, who stood there enveloped in the warmth of domestic life, though dark circles of fatigue shadowed his eyes. "Did you not sleep all night?" Her voice was raspy, laced with the grogginess of sleep. "I slept for a bit," Yehan lied, pushing the bowls and chopsticks toward her. "Eat it while it's hot." Yet Ning did not move. She looked at the sofa where he must have curled up all night, recalling the hazy memory of him pacing back and forth with the babies in his arms, the faint clinking of bottles in the dead of night, and the silhouette of him guarding their children. "You didn't sleep at all." Her tone was certain, her eyes turning slightly red. She reached out and tightly gripped his cuff, her fingertips white with effort. "Don't ever do this again. If you collapse from exhaustion, what will the babies and I do?" Yehan looked down at her cool, yet firm grip. He placed his hand over hers, wrapping her entire hand within his palm. After breakfast, Ning expertly fed the babies, changed their diapers, and burped them, and then rested on her left shoulder, while Lele nestled in the crook of her right arm. Full and content, they squinted, their eyes as docile as two newborn kittens. Yehan stood at the door of the RV, his back to the morning light outside. Clutching the car keys in his hand, his eyes rested on his wife and children, his Adam's apple bobbing. "And Ning, I need to go inspect the old house." He slowed his speech, pronouncing each word clearly. "The workers are finishing up today, and I need to oversee the completion myself. I'll be back before dark at the latest. The meals are all prepared and in the fridge, you just need to heat them up. All right, be careful out there." And Ning walked forward, cradling the babies, gently presenting them to him. "Give them a kiss. We'll be waiting for you to come home." Yehan leaned down, lightly touching Lele's forehead, then kissed the fuzzy crown of Nin's head. And Ning stood in the morning light, her hair gilded with a soft golden hue. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she said softly, "Come back soon." Yehan nodded, turned, and pulled down the roller shutter. The moment the iron door slammed shut, the warmth in his eyes vanished, completely replaced by a cold, razor-sharp decisiveness. He strode toward the off-road vehicle, floored the accelerator, and sped toward Yehan Village. The walls, the basement, the drainage channels, dismissing the workers, setting up defensive warnings. Every single task had to be completed before sunset. And then he would return on time. His wife and children were waiting for him. The moment Yehan drove out of the logistics park, he sensed something was amiss. The streets were suddenly filled with hurried pedestrians, each carrying large bags, rushing along with their heads down. They didn't speak to one another, their expressions tense. Some had face masks tightly secured over their noses, while others clutched shopping bags tightly to their chests as they hurried across the crosswalks. The bus stops were sparse, but every face bore the same heavy, silent layer of anxiety. Passing a fresh food supermarket, he saw the glass doors tightly shut and the interior pitch black. A hastily printed sign was taped to the door. "Temporarily closed." He pressed harder on the accelerator, the engine roaring. What should have been a 2.5-hour mountain drive was forced down to just 2 hours. He barely slowed down for the continuous bends in the mountain road. The tires ground over loose gravel and crumbling shoulders, and a dull creaking of torsional stress echoed from the chassis as the vehicle whipped through the curves. His hands on the steering wheel were as steady as stone, yet the anxiety in his heart never ceased for a single moment. Upon arriving at Yehan Village, Han Tai was leading his workers through the final touches. Around 100 men were scattered across the village, some squatted atop the walls applying waterproof coating, while others below were busy installing heavy steel doors. The exhaustion of consecutive days of rushed labor was etched onto every face. Swollen eye bags, chapped lips, and sluggish, numb movements sustained only by sheer momentum. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Han Tai shouted instructions in a hoarse voice. "Old Lee, make sure the drainage pipes are tightly connected." "Han Tai." Yehan pushed open the car door and walked over. "Boss Gu, you're here," Han Tai said, turning around. His face was covered in stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot, yet he still perked up upon seeing Yehan. 5 days of sleepless nonstop labor in exchange for a year's worth of wages was well worth it. "Can you finish this morning?" Yehan asked flatly, though his fingertips subconsciously tightened and his jawline tensed. "The entire structure is fully completed. The walls, the basement, the electricity, and the drainage are all connected. All that's left is testing the water reservoir and adjusting the door hinges." It will take 2 hours at most to finish everything. Hantai wiped the sweat from his brow. Good. Gu Yehan immediately began inspecting the main structure without the slightest delay. He personally checked whether the steel bars in the walls were properly tensioned, whether the seams of the basement's waterproof layer were secure, and tightened the solar wiring one by one to eliminate any cold solder joints. He turned on the water purification system. The clean water flowing from the 3-stage filter fell onto the back of his hand, pristine and free of impurities. By the time the inspection was complete, it was already noon. The blazing sun enveloped the courtyard. The reinforced old brick house looked brand new, enclosed by towering walls with solar panels gleaming with a cold blue light under the sunlight. Standing in the courtyard, Gu Yehan took out his phone, settled the final payment, and transferred an extra generous bonus for their hard work. Boss Gu, this. Hantai stared at the transfer amount, stunned. In all his years of contracting, he had never met an employer who voluntarily paid extra. Over 100 men working around the clock for 5 days. It's been hard on you all, Gu Yehan said, putting his phone away. Hantai gripped his phone tightly and nodded heavily, his gratitude beyond words. Boss Gu, is the epidemic in the east of the city real? Hantai couldn't help but ask before getting into his car. Working in isolation for days, he had only caught fleeting glimpses of the news from push notifications. It is real, Gu Yehan said, standing outside the car window. He fell silent for a moment before lowering his voice to warn him, stock up on food when you get back. Hantai's heart skipped a beat. For this usually taciturn young man to suddenly offer such advice, it was by no means a trivial matter. I understand. Standing at the entrance of the village, Gu Yehan watched a dozen pickup trucks bump their way down the mountain. Only when they disappeared at the end of the road did he turn back into the village. He exerted his strength to push shut the solid steel door, which was thicker than a bank vault, its heavy thud echoing through the mountains. He slid the bolt into place, secured the crossbar, and repeatedly checked the reinforcement bolts. On the entire mountain, he was the only one left. The wind whistled through the ruined old houses and sunlight spilled onto the clean bluestone floor. The mountain air was crisp, carrying the damp scent of pine needles and earth. There was none of the lingering, burnt, and metallic stench of the apocalypse. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, and then began frantically retrieving supplies from his space. The main hall was quickly set up, complete with a sofa, a coffee table, and an air purifier. The double-door refrigerator in the kitchen was stuffed. The refrigeration section was packed with fresh vegetables, eggs, and milk, while the freezer was piled high with pre-cut meats. On the storage shelves, rice, flour, oil, dried vegetables, and seasonings were neatly arranged. He prepared an entire wardrobe of clothes for Ning. Postpartum recovery, wear warm coats and toiletries, all in her preferred brands. The 2 solid wood cribs were lined with soft cushions, and baby clothes, formula, and diapers for the first 3 months filled the storage cabinets. With the cold storage powered on and the refrigeration unit roaring to life, he stuffed the cold room with box after box of frozen goods. Having done all this, he stood in the yard and looked once more at this impregnable fortress. Outside the walls lay a world on the brink of collapse. Inside the gates was the home he would protect with everything he had. Locking the gate, he drove down the mountain. Instead of returning directly to the warehouse, he drove along the mountain road for over 20 minutes after descending, avoiding the fork leading to the city, and turning into another remote, deep mountain area. The road was narrow, the wild bamboo forest dense and impenetrable, and the road surface was covered with gravel and dirt, completely devoid of human presence. He stopped the car and got out. Sealed inside this vehicle was the protective suit that had come into contact with the meteorite crater yesterday. Although he had treated it, it was still a ticking time bomb. He dared not bring even a shred of risk to his wife and children. He then released a brand new off-road vehicle, matte dark gray with a reinforced chassis and maximized performance. He carefully placed the agarwood box into the passenger side glove compartment, started the engine, and sped toward the suburban warehouse. And Ning gripped her phone tightly as news notifications popped up one after another on the screen, each bearing a glaring red exclamation mark. The epidemic in Shanxing was still spreading wildly. The national government had urgently dispatched a team of experts, and the World Health Organization had raised the global risk level to its highest. Her fingertips swiped up rapidly, her heart sinking deeper with every scroll. This was not a localized issue of a single city or region, it was a global catastrophe. Clicking on an on-scene video, she watched as the camera shook violently. A person in a hospital gown was pinned to the ground by several people in hazmat suits, struggling with such force that they almost cracked the floor tiles. The comments section had completely exploded. Rumors were rampant, and everyone was panic buying and hoarding supplies. Her fingertips trembled as she hurriedly closed the video, yet she couldn't tear her eyes away from the scrolling notifications. Not even 5 seconds after turning off the screen, she subconsciously lit it up again. 2 to 1 p.m. Gu Yehan had said he would be back by nightfall at the latest. She placed her phone face down on the sofa and picked up the cold millet porridge from the coffee table. The grains had settled at the bottom of the bowl, congealing into a sticky clump. It tasted bland and tasteless. After chewing a couple of times, she lost her appetite completely. The RV was oppressively quiet. Anin and Lele were sleeping peacefully in their cribs. Lele gripped her brother's cuff, while Anan rolled over and rested his little foot on his sister's tummy. Looking at the two tender, smiling faces, the tension in her heart grew increasingly taut. When he returned yesterday covered in dust, he wouldn't let her come anywhere near him. Today he had gone into the mountains alone, heading to that old house she had only ever heard her grandfather talk about, but had never visited. He never uttered a single word about the danger, but the overwhelming spread of the news and the lockdown warnings all told her that the situation was spiraling out of control. She couldn't help but let her mind wander wildly. Would he be detained at a checkpoint? Would he encounter someone infected? Would something happen on the mountain roads? The pain from her episiotomy wound throbbed faintly. Unable to sit still, she paced back and forth in the narrow hallway, sitting down and standing up again in constant torment. Anan was awakened by the noise and let out a soft whimper. And Ning quickly scooped him into her arms, patting his back as she walked over to the RV door. Pressing her face against the explosion-proof glass, she peered through the double panes at the tightly shut rolling shutter door. The sunlight leaking through the door gap shifted from a pale white to a pale gold. The afternoon was more than half over, yet there was still no movement outside. She cradled the baby in her arms. The little one burped softly against her shoulder, his warm breath falling on her neck. Pressing her face against the baby's fuzzy head, she whispered softly, "Daddy will be back soon." It was unclear whether she was soothing the child or comforting her own near-collapsing self. A deep, muffled sound of tires grinding on gravel rose, approaching from afar. The sound suddenly stopped and Ning held her breath, her heart thundering in her chest. In the next instant, the rolling shutter rose with a loud whoosh. She didn't wait for the door to fully open. Slipping on her slippers, she rushed out. The cold, rough concrete bit at her feet, the cut on her side, pulled with a sharp pain, and she gasped, but her steps did not slow. Below the rolling shutter, a broad silhouette strode into the backlight. She couldn't discern his expression, but from the outline, she recognized Yehan and threw herself into his arms. It wasn't a gentle embrace, but a rush born of hours of fear. Her arms wound around his waist, her 10 fingers gripping his back, her body almost hanging from him. Her nose nestled in the hollow of his collarbone, the scent of the mountain earth, pine resin, and a faint trace of sweat filled the air. Not pleasant, yet she breathed it in, greedily certain this was not a dream. Yehan, you finally come back. Her voice muffled against his chest, nasal and thick with fear, long held and collapsed in that moment. Yehan's body stiffened from the impact, then he quickly raised his hands to pull her into his embrace, the car keys slipping from his fingers and clattering on the cement. He buried his face in her soft hair, the familiar lavender scent lingering at the nose. His arms tightened again, one hand pressing against the back of her head, the other gripping her waist, holding her close. And Ning could clearly feel the thundering heartbeat in his chest, steady, no longer rapid and heavy. After the frantic dash, he had rushed back with all his might. She looked up, eyes reddened, lashes damp with tears matted together, the tip of her nose pink. She studied him carefully to make sure he wasn't hurt, then tucked again into his embrace, her fingers whitening as they gripped the fabric of his coat. "I'm so scared," she whispered softly, her voice trembling, a muffled sob breaking through. The news across the country and around the world had exploded. There was no signal on the mountain, and she could not reach him, she thought. The rest dissolved into silent sobs as her shoulders trembled, hot tears soaking his dark jacket. She gripped the collar of his coat, as if clinging to a lifeline. Yehan rested his chin on the crown of her head, his throat moving heavily, his voice hoarse and low, that he apologized for making her afraid and said he was back. He raised a hand, brushing away her tears with the pads of his fingers, yet the tears kept coming, so he pressed his palm to her face, catching the warmth as it slid down. The road was lined with checkpoints, and they had taken a long, remote route. He lowered his voice, his lips brushing the top of her hair, explaining simply, without extra words. "You came back late." And Ning whispered softly, tucking her face into his palm, her lashes brushing his knuckles as she silently forgave him. At that moment, the baby's cry erupted from the crib. Anan was famished, her face flushed red, tiny hands flailing. Ulula woke and cried out, their cries rising and falling in turn. And Ning steadied herself, wiping away her tears, and moved to the crib to soothe them in a quiet voice. Yehan bent to pick up the car keys. Following her, he lifted Anan with one arm, while the other hand neatly prepared formula. And Ning fed Lulu, and they sat side by side in a booth, their tacit coordination needing no words. She glanced at his wrist and noted a dark scorch mark. Yehan looked down and replied coolly, "It's nothing. Just a mark from inspecting the old house, nothing serious." And Ning did not press further. She steadied his sleeve with her hand, wiping away most of the soot, then smoothed and fastened his rolled sleeve. The gesture as natural as it was intimate, a silent tether. After feeding the babies, burping them, and changing their diapers, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The sunlight outside had shifted to a dusky orange as dusk approached. Yehan had just placed Anan into the car seat when his phone suddenly vibrated violently. He looked down, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Almost at the same moment, a piercing emergency alert sounded on Ning's phone. Mountain City People's Government issued an emergency notice effective immediately, a region-wide temporary lockdown, all entry and exit roads, highways, and provincial roads closed, people and vehicles forbidden to come and go, stay-at-home isolation, reopening time to be announced. The city was sealed off. Gu Yehan quickly tucked his phone away, lifting a safety carrier in one hand, his voice deep and cold. Without hesitation, we go now immediately. And Ning did not hesitate for a moment. She took the carrier, sat in the back of the SUV, and buckled in with practiced ease. Gu Yehan started the engine. The SUV roared out of the warehouse. The world beyond already changed. Police lights flashed at the crossroads. Officers stood in the road. Barriers were hastily shoved to the center as lockdown notices looped over the speakers. Pedestrians were bewildered, and the exit was blocked by a sea of red tail lights. The national road was sealed. Gu Yehan slammed the steering wheel with one hand and steered into a narrow, empty alley. The highway and provincial roads had been locked down 30 minutes earlier. Now the only routes available were off-map, deep mountain paths. He did not offer comforting words. His right hand left the wheel and gripped her hand on his knee. And Ning linked their fingers, their fingertips tightly interlacing. Gu Yehan steered the car onto a wild track that could hardly be called a proper dirt road. In the rearview mirror, the city vanished beyond the horizon. The setting sun pressed heavily on the western ridge. The forest was dyed a muddy orange-red, like a rusted bloodstain, smeared across the horizon. He threaded his way through hidden paths not on the map, abandoned logging trails, dried up flood channels, barren slopes. These were the routes he had memorized grid by grid from studying satellite images before returning to the mountain city. In his previous life, during 10 years of fleeing in the apocalypse, he had seen too many die simply because they were not familiar with the terrain, dying on a nameless hill just a step from survival. In this life, every ravine, landslide, risk, and hidden path within 300 kilometers around the mountain city, he knew by heart. Yet the official deployments were more terrifying than he had anticipated. Full lockdown of the highway and provincial roads was expected, but after passing through a partially relocated city village, a distant bridge was blocked by police cars. He detoured along an obscure riverbank track only to find armed police vehicles parked beneath the river embankment. He quickly backed up, his mind racing, switching routes in a frenzy. In the past, the lockdown began in a hurry after a zombie outbreak. Narrow paths and mountain roads weren't fortified in time. Now, from yesterday's tight checks to tonight's citywide carpet lockdown, the government's response speed had leapt by more than one order of magnitude. There must be a secret hidden in that meteor crater, something his past life did not know that forced them to lay a net in advance. And Ning sat in the back row, remaining silent throughout the journey. She gripped the grab handle above the door with a death grip, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. With every violent jolt of the vehicle, she would subconsciously glance to her side. Anin and Lele lay in their safety carriers, their little faces trembling slightly from the bumpy ride. Lele puckered his tiny mouth on the verge of tears when Gu Yehan spoke in a low voice, though it was unclear whether he was comforting the children or in Ning. "We are almost there." And Ning turned her body, tucking back in the small blanket that Anin had kicked off her fingertips, gently caressing Lele's flushed little cheek. Suddenly, two dark shadows materialized directly in front of the headlights. Gu Yehan slammed on the brakes. The tires locked and skidded on the gravel ground, and the car lurched forward violently, the bumper stopping mere inches, scarcely an arm's length, from the two figures. Flung forward by inertia, and Ning felt the seatbelt tighten sharply against her. The very instant she stabilized herself, Lele's loud cries erupted from beside her. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned over to soothe Lele, her gaze piercing through the windshield to land on the pale figures ahead. Two young men. One had dyed yellow hair that had faded into mottled patches, while the other wore black-framed glasses with a long crack running across one lens. Both were covered in mud and grass, their arms marred by several ghastly scratches. The edges of the wounds had already begun to turn black. Clearly not scratches from tree branches, but deep fingernail gouges. "Help! Brother, please give us a lift." The yellow-haired youth lunged forward, his hands gripping the hood desperately, leaving behind large streaks of dirt on the car's paint. The man with glasses rushed to the side of the car, frantically pounding on the rear window, his voice trembling with a breakdown. "The city has gone completely mad. They're dragging all close contacts away to quarantine. We barely managed to escape." And Ning patted and comforted the crying Lele, staring at the disheveled duo outside the window. The men's arms were bleeding, their trouser cuffs caked in mud, and their toes peeked out from torn sneakers. In these desolate wild mountains, as night descended, leaving them here meant they stood no chance of survival. Her lips parted slightly, just about to plead for them. Click. A faint sound of locks engaging. Gu Yehan instantly locked all the car doors, including the rear child safety locks. He only rolled down the driver's window, leaving a gap of less than 2 fingers wide. "Where did you run from?" His tone was flat, not out of concern, but cold interrogation. "East of the city. We make short videos. We heard there were crazed patients over there and wanted to shoot some footage." The yellow-haired youth gasped heavily for air. "You had close contact with the infected." Gu Yehan's tone was certain, devoid of doubt. "We only shot close-ups." Who knew he would suddenly go wild and scratch people? The glasses-wearing man trembled all over. "We heard that once you enter the quarantine zone, you never come out. We don't want to die in there. Brother, please just take us to the foot of the mountain, and we'll walk ourselves." The yellow-haired youth pleaded, his voice bordering on a sob. And Ning's movements in patting the child grew slower and slower as she turned her head to look at the man beside her. The Gu Yehan she knew would clumsily change diapers, wear an apron to stew postpartum nourishing soup for her, and was gentle and deeply family-oriented. Yet the man in the driver's seat at this moment was calm, indifferent, locking the doors without a shred of hesitation. In this instant she suddenly felt as though she had never truly known him. Though the words were on the tip of her tongue, she ultimately could not bring herself to speak them. She saw that Gu Yehan's knuckles were white as he gripped the steering wheel, desperately suppressing something. How long ago were you scratched? 3 or 4 hours. We've been running since the afternoon. How does the wound feel now? The yellow-haired youth looked down at his arm. The edges of the scratches were black, and the surrounding skin had taken on a bizarre purple hue. Belatedly he noticed the numbness. Numb. Must be from running for too long. No, Gu Yehan interrupted flatly. You are infected. There is no cure for this virus. Once the incubation period ends, you will lose your minds, frantically biting the living. A whole city will fall within days. The yellow-haired youth took a sharp step back, his face turning deathly pale. The man with glasses froze entirely, his voice cracking completely. Impossible. We were only scratched once, we can still run. You are still in the incubation period. In a few more hours you will turn into zombies. Gu Yehan spoke as if stating a fact he had witnessed countless times before. You have two paths. One is to return to the checkpoint, surrender, and go into quarantine. At least then you won't hurt anyone. Or stay in the mountains, starve to death after mutating, or be beaten to death. His tone was devoid of cadence, sympathy, or leeway. I'm not going back. Going back means death. The man with glasses broke down completely, stumbling backward as his glasses fell into the mud. His hands shook so violently that he couldn't pick them up. The yellow-haired youth hurriedly went to support him. In their extreme terror, the two stumbled backward, turned around, and fled wildly back the way they had come. The sound of their footsteps was quickly swallowed by the wind and the chirping of insects. It wasn't an escape, it was a collapse. The yellow-haired youth was the first to crash straight to the ground like a weightless sack. His face slammed hard against the gravel, without him even raising an arm to shield himself. The man with glasses stumbled forward to pull him up, but the moment his fingertips brushed against his companion, his own body convulsed violently, a bizarre, choked sound squeezing out from his throat. And Ning saw everything with absolute clarity through the windshield. She hurriedly covered Lele's eyes, yet she found herself utterly unable to look away. The two thrashed their limbs wildly, their fingernails clawing fiercely into the gravel, completely oblivious even as their nails peeled back. After a moment the convulsions ceased, and they slowly rose to their feet. It was not a normal stance. Instead, they pushed themselves up with their hands on the ground, their spines arching stiffly, vertebra by vertebra, their heads swaying limply before snapping into place. Ash-gray skin, cloudy and unfocused pupils, stringy saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, jaws hanging slack out of control, and teeth clattering incessantly. Dragging their rigid legs, they advanced step by step toward the headlights. Gu Yehan remained impassive, reaching out to press down on Ning's cold, trembling hand. With the zombies only 5 meters from the headlights, he shifted into reverse, backed up, and then slammed on the gas, swiftly swerving around them from the side. Hearing the noise, the zombies turned their heads, emitting a harsh, grinding screech that sounded like fingernails scraping across a steel plate, piercing and chilling. And Ning stared fixedly at the shrinking, blurry figures in the rearview mirror. She kept her hand over Lele's eyes. The little one had stopped crying at some point and had fallen fast asleep, nestled in her arms. Anin had not been awakened from beginning to end. A dead silence hung inside the cabin as the off-road vehicle traveled along the pitch-black dirt road, its headlights cutting through the long, narrow darkness. The scene from moments ago replayed repeatedly in Ning's mind. Not the gruesome appearance of the zombies, but the distress and pleas of the two young men while they were still alive. They only wanted to shoot some videos to gain views. They were just ordinary people with no ill intent. Yet the apocalypse never distinguished between good and bad. Yehan. Her voice was hoarse and dry as if scraped by sandpaper. Gu Yehan kept his eyes on the road ahead, maintaining a steady speed. I'm sorry. And Ning looked down at the sleeping Lele in her arms, his long eyelashes fluttering gently. Just now, I wanted you to give them a ride. I didn't know if they had been in the car. She dared not think any further, a chill creeping up her spine. Silence descended upon the cabin once more. Gu Yehan steered the wheel with one hand and freed his right to firmly clasp her cold, trembling hand. There's no need to apologize, he said, his voice incredibly soft, a world away from the man who had faced the infected moments ago. You lived in an era of peace. You are accustomed to kindness, to being soft-hearted, and to helping others. This is not a fault, but is your nature. He tightened his grip, wrapping her hand securely in his. But starting today, the world is different. Your kindness cannot protect the children, nor can it protect yourself. And Ning's eyes stung as tears silently traced down her face. She thought of the yellow-haired youth in his early 20s, desperately calling out, "Brother," only to turn into a mindless monster in the blink of an eye. She turned her hand to clasp his, their fingers tightly intertwining, squeezing until her knuckles turned white. I won't be like this anymore. Her voice still trembled, yet every word was resolute, as if driving this realization deep into her soul. I will learn to protect myself. Teach me. Gu Yehan gazed at the winding mountain road ahead, a wave of bittersweet sorrow rising in his chest. Through 10 years of the apocalypse, he had seen countless soft-hearted kind people die horrific deaths. He absolutely could not let Ning suffer the same fate. Yet he also couldn't bear to see her discard her gentleness entirely, becoming as cold, hard, and numb as himself. He wanted to shield the last vestige of tenderness in her heart, while also teaching her how to clench her fists. "Take it slow," he said softly. The headlights rounded the bend ahead, climbing higher along the mountain road. Once they bypassed the ridge up ahead, the impregnable fortress of Yunya village would appear at the end of the darkness. The headlights pierced through the heavy night, coming to a steady rest before a metallic gate that gleamed with a cold luster. The gate was set between two towering walls, the barbed wire coiled atop them, reflecting a silvery gray chill under the moonlight. Yehan brought the car to a halt. He did not honk or reach for his keys. Instead, he leaned forward slightly and pressed his palm against the access control scanner. The screen flickered with a faint light. The heavy gate slid inward soundlessly. Once the off-road vehicle drove in, it slowly closed again. The moment the gate shut, a heavy airtight thud left all the chaos, fear, and death of the outside world completely shut out. And Ning sat in the back seat, cradling the soundly sleeping Lele, remaining utterly silent from the very moment the gate began to open. Looking out through the car window, she saw the towering walls stretching endlessly. The iron gate was unimaginably thick, and rows of unfamiliar equipment crates were stacked neatly along the wall. The vehicle pulled up in front of a newly renovated old house. Its blue brick walls had been reinforced, and the roof was covered with solar panels that glinted with a cold blue light in the moonlight. This was no ordinary old house left behind by a grandfather. It was clearly a fortress custom-built for the apocalypse. Yehan first took an safety carrier, carrying it gently inside to settle the baby comfortably. Then he walked back out to open the car door for her, gently taking the peacefully sleeping Lele from her arms. And Ning did not enter the house immediately. Standing alone in the empty courtyard, she slowly spun around. The high walls blocked all sight, leaving only the gentle rustle of the mountain breeze brushing through the treetops in her ears. She stepped into the old house. The warm yellow light of the main hall spilled down where a solid wood sofa was lined with soft cushions, and her familiar white electric kettle sat on the coffee table. A sight so intimate it made her heart tremble. The double-door refrigerator in the kitchen was packed with fresh vegetables, and the pantry shelves were neatly organized with rice flour grains and oils, all meticulously labeled in Yehan's distinct handwriting. Pushing open the bedroom door, she saw a solid wood bed that looked cozy and warm, with a nightlight identical to the one they had at home sitting on the bedside table. In the adjacent nursery, two solid wood cribs stood side by side. The wardrobe was fully stocked with baby clothes for up to 3 months of age, each piece washed clean and folded neatly, carrying a faint fresh scent of laundry detergent upon closer approach. She pushed open the back door, and a blast of freezing air rushed over her. The cold storage room was deep and spacious, with frozen meat, fish, and quick frozen vegetables stacked layer upon layer, reaching all the way to the ceiling. Having settled the children, Yehan turned around only to find her standing frozen at the entrance of the cold storage, holding onto the doorframe, with her shoulders trembling slightly. He stepped forward slowly and stood quietly behind her without saying a word. "These?" And Ning's voice, laced with the hollow echo of the cold room, trembled slightly as she suppressed her surging emotions. "How long have you been preparing all this?" Yehan fell silent for a moment, his voice deep and steady. "For several days now." And Ning turned around, the stark pale light of the cold room casting from behind her, making the tear tracks on her face clearly visible. She did not look away, staring straight at him as she waited for an answer. "I received an early warning through other channels while I was in Modu," he said in a low voice. "Before flying back, I started hoarding supplies. Once I returned to Shanxing, I kept purchasing stock while supervising the workers renovating the old house. I have been preparing all along." And Ning took a step forward, coming right in front of him. Her fingertips gently pinched the cuff of his trench coat with a restrained yet treasuring grip, as if clutching onto a long-overdue comfort. Her fingertips repeatedly rubbed the fabric, and the emotions she had bottled up for so long finally burst forth. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I'm sorry." And Ning shook her head gently and released his cuff. She reached out to fully envelop his hand, though her hand was much smaller than his. She exerted all her strength to hold him tightly in her palm, as if grasping a long-lost pillar of support. "You don't have to apologize to me." She looked up at him, tears still streaming down, yet her voice was remarkably firm. "I am deeply grateful that you came back to get me and the children at the most dangerous moment." Yehan's chest tightened sharply. She was wearing only a thin down vest, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and wet tear stains still lingered on her face. The hand holding his was trembling slightly, a lingering fear from the terrifying journey tonight, and an emotional release now that she had finally found safety. It was clearly a responsibility he should have borne, yet she felt so grateful. He had been absent for an entire year, yet a timely return was all it took to earn her complete reliance and understanding. Guilt and heartache tightly wound around his heart. He pulled his hand back, and Ning's fingertips instinctively curled up, thinking she was being pushed away. In the next instant, Yehan opened his arms and drew her completely into his embrace. One arm clamped tightly around her shoulders while his other hand pressed against the back of her head, shielding her securely against his chest. And Ning, his voice murmured against the crown of her head. The vibration of his chest clearly felt, each word heavy with emotion. We are husband and wife. And Ning stiffened slightly in his embrace. Anin and Lele are my children. He tightened his grip even more. If I don't come back, where else would I go? And Ning buried her face in his chest and wrapped her arms tightly around him in return. No longer a cautious tentative pull, she threw her entire arms around his back, pressing her palms against his shoulder blades with such force that her shoulders trembled. For the first time she addressed him by his full name, saying solemnly, Gu Yehan, you are not allowed to hide anything from me from now on. MHM. If you are tired, in danger, or have things on your mind, you must tell me. MHM. Gu Yehan rested his chin on her head, his Adam's apple bobbing heavily. He lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against her soft hair, both tenderly and solemnly. The main hall fell into a tranquil silence, the warm yellow light casting their long, embracing shadows across the blue brick floor. In the nursery, Anin rolled over and rested a tiny foot on Lele's tummy. The little girl whimpered softly before drifting back into a deep sleep. In the distance, the compressor of the cold storage hummed quietly. Outside the high walls, there was only the howling mountain wind and a sky full of stars. Gu Yehan stood in the kitchen, pointing out the labels on the storage cabinets one by one as he softly explained things to Ning. Rice flour grains and oils were placed on the left, dried goods and seasonings occupied the upper shelf, and the baby formula was kept on the right, within easiest reach. How to adjust the cold storage temperature, the normal color of the solar battery indicators, the replacement cycle of the water filter. He spoke at a steady pace, explaining each detail thoroughly, as if discussing ordinary household chores, and Ning followed behind him, committing every detail to memory and nodding gently. Once he finished explaining, he led her to the sofa in the main hall, pressing her shoulders gently to make her sit. He then knelt down before her, resting his elbows on his knees to look straight into her eyes. And Ning, his voice deepened slightly. I have to go out once more. No matter what happens outside, you must absolutely not open the gate. And Ning's fingertips suddenly clenched the fabric of her loungewear. She looked up at the clock on the wall, 4:20 a.m. It had only been a few hours since they managed to escape up the mountain. He hadn't even changed his trench coat, and his cuffs still bore the milk stains from holding the baby last night. The image of those two young people mutating was still seared into her mind. The city lockdown checkpoints, the hysterical crowds, and the man-eating monsters were all just down the mountain. Yet he insisted on heading back into extreme danger in the dead of night. She pursed her lips, her eyes reddening. Instead of throwing a tantrum, she simply reached out and pinched his sleeve, slipping her fingers through the opening to tightly clasp his wrist. Do you absolutely have to go? Her voice was barely a whisper, a final quiet confirmation. As soon as the words left her mouth, her heart ached, his eyes were bloodshot from days without sleep. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, but that he had no choice. I have a reason why I must go. Gu Yehan turned his hand to hold her cold hand, gently rubbing the back of her hand with his thumb, his tone so tender it was almost soothing. By the day after tomorrow, at the latest, the virus will fully erupt, sweeping across the entire country and the world. All order will collapse. I must do one thing before then, something that will determine whether our family can survive the apocalypse. He could not speak of the secrets of the blood jade, his special abilities, or his rebirth from a past life. They could only be distilled into a heavy, solemn promise. Yet his gaze remained open and steadfast, without a single trace of evasion. And Ning gazed at him silently. Recalling his cold, blade-like demeanor when facing the infected yesterday, her heart swelled with boundless grievance and fear. Can you please not leave? I'm scared. What if you don't return? Countless words choked in her throat, only to be swallowed back down in the end. He had built a fortress for this family, stockpiled it with provisions, and protected them all through their flight. This was not abandonment, but carving out a path of survival for them. Her grip on his wrist tightened progressively, like a drowning person clutching at a final piece of driftwood. All right, she said, her voice trembling yet resolute with every word. Go. But remember Anin and Lele, and I will always be here waiting for your return. Gu Yehan said no more. Rising to his feet, he leaned down and pulled her tightly into his embrace. He pressed her head against his shoulder, one arm locking around her back with such force that her ribs could be felt even through the layers of fabric. And Ning buried her face in the crook of his neck, feeling his rapid, powerful pulse. After a fleeting embrace, he released her and turned to walk into the nursery. Anin and Lele slept peacefully, one clutching his older brother's cuff, the other with a tiny foot resting on her younger sister's belly. Standing before the crib, he bent down to gently kiss the crown of Anin's head, then pressed his lips against Lele's soft forehead. The little ones whimpered softly in their dreams before drifting back into deep slumber. He stood up straight and did not look back. He dared not look back. If he were to see her standing at the doorway of the main room, he would never be able to take another step. The heavy, airtight door slowly slid shut, the dull thud of the lock echoing with stark clarity in the silent mountains. The off-road vehicle sped along the pitch-black, winding mountain dirt road. As the crescent moon sank beneath the ridge, nothing remained between heaven and earth but a single pale beam of light carved out by the headlights. Gu Yehan controlled the steering wheel with one hand while turning off his phone with his fingertips. The signal was already weak deep in the mountains, and he pressed the accelerator down even further. The time left for him was running short. The day after tomorrow in the early morning the virus would erupt in full force. He had to use the blood jade to awaken his special ability before then. In his past life, he had awakened too late, missing the opportunity to ascend to the absolute peak. In this lifetime, he had to seize control of this power in advance. Yet he knew nothing of how to trigger the awakening with the blood jade. Was he to hold it in his hand, or drip blood onto it? Or did it require a specific catalyst? Fortunately, he had already chosen his place of awakening, the desolate mountains where he had abandoned his old off-road vehicle yesterday. Uninhabited by humans, no matter how great a disturbance he caused, he would not be exposed. As a faint fish-belly gray light broke across the horizon, he arrived at his destination. The old off-road vehicle sat quietly on the deserted trail coated in a layer of morning dew. Retrieving the agarwood box from the glove compartment, he then stored the vehicle into his spatial dimension. The box felt slightly warm against his palm as he slowly lifted the lid. At that moment, a clap of thunder exploded, reverberating through the entire valley. This was no ordinary thunderstorm, but a violent, explosive bolt of lightning striking straight down from above the mountain ridge, tearing the sky wide open. Accompanying the colossal roar, a thick column of violet-white lightning crashed down instantly, illuminating the entire mountain forest as bright as day. Startled birds scattered in panic, wild beasts roared, and the earth trembled slightly. The wooden box in his palm began to vibrate violently. It was not caused by the thunder, but by the restless agitation of the blood jade within. The lid rattled and jumped repeatedly as though something inside were frantically thrashing against it. Gu Yehan's heart tightened. Before he could fully lift the lid, a blinding crimson light suddenly burst forth. The blood jade soared into the air. Spinning rapidly, drawn by an invisible force, it shot straight toward the space between his brows. Gu Yehan instinctively leaned backward, but it was already too late. The thumb-sized blood jade embedded itself violently into the center of his forehead. In the next instant, an excruciating sensation of being torn apart swept through his entire body. This was no mere flesh wound, but the agony of his soul and skeleton being forcibly dismantled and reconstructed. A searing power erupted from between his brows, surging through his blood vessels and nerves to engulf his entire body, repeatedly tearing and reshaping his muscles, bones, and meridians. His pupils contracted violently as his irises alternated frantically between deep brown and eerie blue. A low, inhuman growl escaped his throat, echoing throughout the valley. He collapsed heavily onto one knee, his fingernails clawing fiercely into the dirt. His fingertips split open and blood seeped into the crevices of the rocks, yet he remained entirely oblivious to the pain. With his other hand, he pressed down hard on the space between his brows. His skin flushed red at a visible rate, cracking open to reveal a narrow slit from which a cold spectral blue light gleamed. The blood jade was gradually integrating into his skull, taking root deep within his consciousness along his neural pathways. Veins bulged violently across his entire body, writhing beneath his skin like earthworms. A bizarre dark crimson hue spread across his skin. Fine beads of blood oozed from every pore. Upon meeting the cold air, they vaporized into a pale red mist, emitting a faint hissing sound in the morning breeze. His consciousness suddenly plunged into an infinite, boundless void of pure white. There was no ground, no sky, no physical matter. Only a deathly silent expanse of white. Countless distant fragmented whispers drifted into his ears, thousands of voices intertwining and overlapping. Though the words were unintelligible, they caused his very soul to tremble. Those whispers drew closer and closer, penetrating his mind through his pores. A gate sealed for 10,000 years was slowly grinding open deep within his consciousness. Meanwhile, in the city at the foot of the mountain, the mutation descended simultaneously. The thunder and lightning acted as a key, activating the scorched, blackened rock layers that had lain dormant for days at the bottom of the meteor crater. An invisible current of air laden with the virus spread along with the wind and rain, diffusing frantically through the soil streams and city ventilation ducts. Police officers on duty at the checkpoints suddenly lost control, their bodies convulsing as they lunged at their comrades with savage roars. Inside the epidemic prevention tent, staff members were instantly tackled to the ground, their agonizing screams swallowed by the roaring thunder. In the quarantine zone, all the infected opened their eyes at once, a bizarre luminescence lighting up their cloudy yellowed pupils. They snapped their restraint straps by sheer force, feeling no pain even as their flesh tore. Their movements were no longer stiff and dragging. Instead, their explosive power surged as they pounced savagely toward the living. Level 2 zombies. The Level 2 zombies, which in his past life had only appeared a week after the apocalypse began, had actually manifested ahead of schedule in this lifetime on the very eve of the full-scale viral outbreak. The mortal world below the mountain had already degenerated into a living hell. Atop Huang Mountain, Gu Yehan remained kneeling in the dirt. The narrow slit between his brows slowly closed as the majority of the blood jade integrated into his frontal bone. Sweat and blood drenched his clothes, and his muscles vibrated incessantly. His chaotic consciousness was suddenly ripped away from the pure white void, plunging violently into an even deeper, heavier darkness. There were no mountain forests nor any dirt roads. There was only rain. Cold rainwater battered his body, and bone-chilling mud thick with a metallic stench washed over his limbs. He fell backward, resembling a hollow shell abandoned by the entire world. He recognized this rain. The dull ache of each falling droplet and the sticky sensation of the mud were etched deep into his marrow. This was the very night of his death in his past life. The hoarse shrieks of the zombies pierced through the curtain of rain, sounding like rusted iron scraping against rough stone. The tragedy of his past life was repeating itself, being torn apart and gnawed piece by piece. Before closing his eyes, his mind had been entirely filled with thoughts of Ning and the children. But this time everything had changed. The surrounding zombies did not pounce to kill. Instead, they tilted their heads, their bulging, cloudy gray eyes staring at him in silence. In the next instant, the decayed, distorted faces began to melt. Flesh and skin peeled away slowly like burning wax. Beneath them emerged three incredibly familiar faces. They were Ning, Anin, and Lele. Though the bodies of the zombies remained broken and decayed, their faces were tender and vivid, surrounding him from all directions. He was paralyzed, unable to move a muscle. His limbs felt as heavy as lead, his throat sealed shut as if by concrete, making even a single breath excruciatingly difficult. He could only watch helplessly as those faces swayed in the rain, weeping, smiling faintly, their lips moving in silent murmurs. He could only look on helplessly as those faces swayed behind the curtain of rain. Some cast their eyes down in tears, while others wore faint smiles, their lips parting and closing in silence, yet he could not hear a single word. In the next instant, the zombies slowly parted their jaws. There were no hideous fangs, no rotting roots of tongues. Only clear, gentle human voices flowing from those ruined, decaying mouths. It was Anning's gentle reminders, the sweet, soft cooing of his children, the mundane daily chatter he had envisioned countless times. Yehan, time to eat. Hug me, Daddy. Daddy, look at my drawing. These fragmented voices intertwined, looped, and amplified in the rain, playing repeatedly in his mind like a jammed cassette tape. The vision shifted abruptly. Covered in blood, Anning stood before that door, turning back to look at him, with her familiar faint smile, her lips silently moving. Live on. Anin and Lele curled up at her feet, weeping bitterly, their soft cries completely swallowed by the roaring of the zombies. He wanted to rush forward like a madman, yet his legs remained frozen in place. Looking down at his left leg, a large chunk of flesh had been brutally torn away. Blood soaked through the bandages, trickling down his trouser leg into the turbid mud. A voice deep within his mind screamed in warning: this is an illusion, a nightmare. The tragedies of his past life had long concluded. Anning was still here, the children were still here, and he had built a fortress for them in Yunya village. Yet his heart was still violently gripped by an icy hand, squeezed ruthlessly as a suffocating agony spread throughout his entire body. He reached out in vain toward that slender silhouette in the crack of the door, knowing full well he could grasp nothing. In an instant, the pouring rain transformed entirely into scalding blood cascading from the heavens to submerge his knees, his waist, and his chest. The hem of Anning's dress flashed in the bloody water before being completely swallowed. Anning's tiny cloth shoe flipped over, floating briefly before sinking rapidly into the crimson abyss. At last he let out a roar. Not a beast-like howl, but a hoarse, shattered cry wrenched from the deepest depths of his chest. Anning. In that instant, the entire illusion shattered. The torrential rain, the zombies, the deluge of blood, and that door of despair all disintegrated into countless shards like a mirror exploding from within. The shards hung suspended in midair, each reflecting his current state. Kneeling on the dirt road of a desolate mountain, drenched in cold sweat, his veins bulging. This was Yehan in this lifetime, alive, conscious, and fighting with everything he had. He snapped his eyes open. The heavy rain had stopped, the mountain forest and the dirt road remained unchanged. He was still kneeling where he was, his hands clawing deeply into the soil, his fingernails split with blood and mud mingled together. Yet heedless of the agonizing pain in his fingertips, he gasped heavily for air like someone who had just broken free from a suffocating deep sea. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and the clothes on his back were drenched, clinging tightly to his skin. The narrow slit between his brows had completely closed, leaving only an extremely faint red mark like a delicate petal resting between his eyebrows. The blood jade had thoroughly merged into his bones and flesh. He slowly raised his hand, spreading his palm. There was no blinding lightning, no dazzling electrical arcs, nor any visible special effects of superpower. But he sensed it with absolute clarity. Deep within his mind, a three-sided crystal core was slowly rotating, each face shimmering with a distinctly different faint glow. In his past life, he possessed only slaughter, rapid assault, and perception. But now, the moment his palm touched the earth, a faint warm pulsation traveled up through his fingertips. It was the vitality of thousands of roots intertwined beneath the soil, silently growing in the dark. He knelt on the ground, motionless for a long time. Finally, he pushed himself up from the earth using the back of his blood and mud-stained hand to roughly wipe the cold sweat from his face. The awakening was complete. It was more painful than in his past life, yet far more thorough. Pulling open the car door, he sat in the driver's seat and pulled out his phone, lighting up the screen. The latest news push carried an uncontrollable panic in every word. The zombie virus had broken out globally. It was just like his past life, yet entirely different. He started the engine and the off-road vehicle sped down the winding snake-like dirt road. The three-sided crystal core in his mind spun continuously, sending a steady stream of sensory perception flooding into his nerve endings. He could hear the grass blades by the roadside trembling slightly in the wind, see the dew on the branches being slowly evaporated by the morning sun, and sense countless roots in the depths of the soil spreading and growing into the darkness. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Yenya village lay ahead. Anning and the children were ahead. He had survived the death of his past life, endured the agonizing pain of awakening, and broken free from the shackles of his nightmare. Now he was going home. Anning watched the door close, listening to the dull thud of the lock falling, which echoed in the empty main hall for a long time before she finally exhaled the breath she had been holding in her chest. She stood in silence for a moment, then moved to the window, parting a slit in the curtains with her fingertip. Far off on the winding mountain dirt road, the taillights of the off-road vehicle had already dissolved into the pitch-black night. The rain fell suddenly, starting with a few scattered drops splashing against the glass and instantly turning into a dense torrential downpour. The entire window was quickly blurred into a hazy sheet of water. She did not cry. Drawing the curtains shut, she turned and walked into the kitchen, opening the storage cabinets one by one to check them against the detailed instructions Yehan had left before his departure. Rice flour and oil on the left, milk powder and baby food on the right. She unscrewed the milk powder tin to inspect it, then carefully tightened the lid and put it back in place. Next, she walked into the nursery, taking out the tiny outfits Anning and Lele would wear tomorrow one by one, folding them, unfolding them, and gently smoothing them out to fold them over and over again. She did not dare to stop. Once she stilled, her mind would be entirely filled with thoughts of him, whether he was drenched by the storm, whether he had encountered those man-eating monsters, or whether he was injured. Walking over to the sofa, she picked up his trench coat, draped over the armrest, and held it to her chest. Burying her nose in the fabric, she breathed in the scent of clean soap and sun-dried cotton mingled with a faint trace of sweat and the distinct aroma of mountain earth. She drew the scent deeply into her lungs, folded the coat carefully, and placed it by her pillow, then turned to soothe the crying Lele. By afternoon, the heavy rain gradually subsided. Anning wheeled the twin stroller into the main hall, settling Anning and Lele side by side, and began to pace slowly on the bluestone floor, pushing the stroller. The wheels rolled over the ground, making a soft rumbling sound. The two little ones stared at her quietly with their round bright eyes. Lele grinned, showing off her bare pink gums as she giggled, while Anning knitted his tiny brows, chewing on his little hand, as if contemplating some solemn matter. She reached out to pull away the little hand he was chewing on so eagerly, but in the next second the little fellow stuffed his hand right back into his mouth. Just then the sound of the iron gate opening echoed from outside the courtyard. Anning immediately stopped the stroller and hurried to the door. The heavy front door was pushed open, revealing an off-road vehicle covered in mud and grass stains parked in the courtyard. The car door opened, and Yehan stepped down from the driver's seat. His shirt, soaked through by the rain, clung tightly to his body, and his wet hair hung down. Between his brows there was now an extremely faint red mark resembling a touch of light cinnabar. His eyes were filled with an irrepressible exhaustion, yet they remained clear and resolute. He closed the car door, looked up, and caught sight of her standing at the doorway. The two stared at each other in silence, neither of them moving. Anning stepped down the stairs and walked over to him. She did not throw herself into his arms in a loss of composure, nor did she shed any tears. She gently took his right hand, turning it over to carefully inspect his palm and the back of his hand to ensure there were no wounds, then switched to his left hand to examine it with equal care. Releasing his hands, she slightly parted the collar of his shirt, looking at his neck and collarbone. There were no scratches, no bruises. Having done all this, she withdrew her hands and lightly brushed them against the hem of her loungewear, as if wiping away the dirt clinging to her fingertips. "You're back?" Her voice was very soft, as casual as a routine greeting. "Yes." Yehan gazed at her, a subtle tenderness hidden deep within his eyes. "I'm back." He looked down at his hands. Under the nourishment of his wood attributability, the wounds had long since healed, leaving only dried traces of blood. She asked no further questions, turning back into the house to fetch a warm towel before returning to stand before him. She took his hand, pressed the towel into his palm, and meticulously wiped between each of his fingers and along the lines of his palm. Yehan looked down at her earnest expression, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. After cleaning one hand, she switched to the other, gently picking out the dirt from beneath his fingernails bit by bit. Then, flipping the towel over, she stood on her tiptoes to gently wipe the rainwater from his face. When her fingertips brushed past the faint red mark between his brows, she paused slightly. She did not ask about it, but her movements grew even gentler. "Are the children awake?" Yehan asked softly. "Yes, they're in the stroller in the main hall." He walked into the main hall and slowly knelt down in front of the stroller. Unin and Lele turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Unin lowered the tiny fist he had been chewing on and waved it gently at him, while Lele grinned with her toothless mouth drool trickling down her chin. Yehan did not smile, but the corners of his eyes crinkled slightly. He extended 2 fingers which were instantly gripped tightly by the 2 tiny fists, a warm and soft sensation transferring from his fingertips. He remained crouched before the stroller, his back slightly arched like a cornered beast that had survived perilous dangers, to finally return to its den silently, confirming the safe and sound scent of his cubs. Anning stood behind him, watching quietly for a moment, then turned and walked into the kitchen. On the stove, the flame under the angelica and chicken stew was rekindled, and a gentle warmth slowly spread through the room. In the days that followed, the gate of Yunya village remained firmly shut. Yehan rose before dawn each morning. The kitchen light flickered on, first the induction cooker, humming softly, as millet porridge bubbled steadily in the pot. He sliced sweet potatoes and set them to steam boiled eggs and soaked them in cold water, then prepared a cup of brown sugar water at precisely the right temperature for Ning. When those tasks were done, a soft, sleepy cooing would always drift from the baby's room. He dried his hands and stepped inside, hurrying to change diapers, feed, and burp the baby before Ning could be disturbed. Then he secured Lulu against his chest with a carrier and mixed formula for Nun. When Ning awoke, that cup of warm brown sugar water was always waiting on the bedside table. She carried it to the kitchen doorway and leaned against the frame, watching quietly as he balanced Lulu on one arm while frying eggs with a spatula in the other. Anin lay in the baby bouncer, clutching his fist to his mouth and drooling all over his bib. She took a sip of the brown sugar water, neither too hot nor too cold, perfectly calibrated through countless trials. She stepped forward and gently prodded his lower back from behind. Yehan did not turn around. He switched the spatula to his other hand and reached back with his free fingers, lightly brushing the back of her hand where it held the cup. His fingertips carried the faint warmth from the pan. "Well done, or soft?" he asked. "Soft, With just that single word, he said no more, yet he quietly turned the heat down. On the 4th morning, Ning paused before the mirror while brushing her teeth. Her reflection showed rosy cheeks and color returning to her lips. The dark circles that had lingered beneath her eyes for so long were now faint enough to barely see. She turned toward the kitchen. Yehan was frying eggs while holding Anin on his shoulder. The little one clung to his collar, chewing enthusiastically. He tilted his head slightly to avoid the drool, still carefully flipping the eggs. With her toothbrush still in her mouth, Ning bowed her head and let a quiet smile curl her lips. Anin and Lulu had both grown noticeably rounder. Their once skinny legs, thin as matchsticks, now had soft rings of baby fat. And An's cheeks were plump. When he smiled, his eyes squinted into 2 narrow slits, and his drool soaked through his entire bib. Lulu was slightly smaller, but also had a round, chubby face. His sparse baby hair had grown into dark, soft curls. And Ning gathered it into a little ponytail, but the child shook his head uncomfortably and let it fall loose, then immediately turned to chew on his brother's sleeve. The 2 children lay side by side in their crib like 2 white glutinous rice balls, as if the apocalyptic chaos raging beyond their walls had nothing to do with them at all. It was only the plants in the courtyard that were growing with alarming abnormality. And Ning noticed first. One afternoon, while pushing the stroller in the yard, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. When they had first arrived, only a few scattered vines of Boston ivy clung to the perimeter wall. Now the entire high wall from base to crest was shrouded in overlapping layers of green. Palm-sized leaves gleamed with deep emerald color. The vines were as thick as a child's wrist, aerial roots driven deep into the cement joints, as though this verdant tapestry had been growing here for decades. She simply attributed it to abundant mountain rainfall and the wild growth of vegetation, saying nothing as she pushed the stroller forward. 2 days later, while carrying Lulu and wandering in the yard, she happened to glance toward the old, twisted locust tree at the village entrance, and her footsteps froze. On the day they had first arrived, the tree had been thin and crooked, its canopy sparse and ragged. Now it was lush and magnificent, its enormous crown shading nearly half the village. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the leaves, scattering golden specks across the ground. The trunk remained crooked, but it had thickened by more than 1 ring. The cracked old bark had split open under new resilient growth, and tender green moss sprouted from every fissure. She held Lulu and gazed up at the tree for a long time. The little one in her arms reached out small hands, trying to catch the drifting patches of light. Still she did not speak, but as she turned away, she cast a long, meaningful look at Yehan. He was checking the solar battery indicator lights in the yard. Sensing her gaze, he looked up and asked softly, "What is it?" And Ning shook her head gently and slowly pushed the stroller away. She knew in her heart that this tree was extraordinary. She simply chose not to ask. Every morning Yehan carried Anin to the old locust tree. It was his quiet ritual, and Ning rested inside. Lulu slept soundly after feeding, and Anin perched on his shoulder. Father and son walked together along the stone path to the village entrance. Now the little one already knew this giant tree well. The moment he caught sight of the sky-blocking canopy from afar, he dropped his tiny fist from his mouth, stretched out his arms, and babbled excitedly. He raised his hand and pressed his palm against the rough bark. The moment his fingertips touched the trunk, the entire canopy rippled visibly, not from wind, but waves rolling down from the treetop layer by layer. A faint consciousness traveled straight along the bark and into his mind. Hazy and soft like a drop of ink spreading across rice paper. Faint yet unmistakably real. He slowly activated the wood-type ability in his palm and poured it steadily into the trunk. The ripples across the canopy grew ever larger. Leaves and branches trembled silently, absorbing this power without sound, transforming and awakening with a slowness yet determination that far surpassed the pace of nature. In the next instant, the interwoven patterns on the trunk ignited with a soft emerald fluorescence spreading along the grain from roots to crown. Countless fine threads of light wrapped around the great tree. The little one opened his mouth, drool spilling onto Gu Yehan's sleeve, then burst into giggles. Gu Yehan looked down at his son, then raised his gaze to the canopy, which was gradually dimming. The Boston ivy on the wall behaved the same way. Each evening when he approached the base and channeled his ability, the vines across the entire wall glowed simultaneously with pale green luminescence, fine silk-like threads covering every inch of the towering barrier. A few thick tendrils would drape from the top of the wall, lightly brushing his shoulders before swiftly retracting. The ivy's spiritual awareness was weaker than that of the old locust tree, yet far more playful. It always engaged him in this tentative game, a private pastime unique to them. Within just a few days, the ivy completely blanketed the entire wall, concealing even the wire mesh at the crest. From the outside, the 4-meter-high cement wall had vanished entirely. Only dense, rich mountain vegetation remained, merging seamlessly with the deep forest. The locust tree's canopy shrouded the entire Yehan village. From high above, no rooftops, no stone paths, no solar panels could be seen. Only an endless expanse of emerald sea. Yet Gu Yehan knew deep in his heart that this was far from enough. He slowly withdrew his hand and looked up at the sunlight filtering through gaps in the canopy. The ivy could hide the walls. The locust tree could conceal the roofs. Neither could mask thermal signatures or muffle sounds, and certainly nothing could block the most lethal surveillance in this apocalypse. 10 years of survival in the wasteland had taught him that too many places people deemed safe were torn apart layer by layer by zombies and greedy survivors. Yehan village was for now nothing more than a box wrapped in greenery. He needed more eyes, more defenses, more early warnings. The warm residue of his wood-type abilities still lingered in his palm. Fine emerald flecks of light faded slowly between his fingers. He closed his fingers, grasping the faint glow into his palm. Beyond the mountains, the world had already fallen. This small village wrapped in green had not yet been found by the darkness, but only for now. On the 5th day of settling in Yehan village, the mobile phone signal vanished entirely. For the past few days, sporadic news alerts had still managed to trickle in, intermittently confirming everything Gu Yehan had anticipated. The apocalypse had erupted globally in full force. The last piece of news that managed to load bore a striking headline declaring that multiple countries had entered a state of emergency. The accompanying image showed gridlocked traffic on urban overpasses and empty abandoned train carriages scattered about, painted in a bleak portrait of desolation and deathly silence. Since then, no further word from the outside world had reached Yehan village. Earlier, the authorities had issued several rounds of notices urging citizens to stay home and stockpile food. The ordinary citizens in the city who were fortunate enough to escape infection could still get by temporarily on their household reserves, but this fragile peace was bound to be short-lived. With water and power outages spreading rapidly, the meat in refrigerators would soon rot. The shelves of major supermarkets had long been looted clean. Once every household's reserves were exhausted, true chaos would descend in its entirety. Gu Yehan had witnessed these transitional chaotic phenomena before the collapse of order countless times during his 10 years of surviving the apocalypse. He knew them all too well. Since the morning of the day before yesterday, the last 2 faint bars of signal on his phone screen had vanished completely. He walked out into the courtyard, raising his phone high and turning in circles, but the signal icon remained stubbornly gray. He silently pocketed his phone, his expression completely tranquil. With communication base stations left unmanned and backup power depleted, the loss of signal was inevitable sooner or later. Losing access to external information mattered little to him. Having drifted through 10 years of hardship in his past life, he had always relied on his own eyes and ears to assess the situation, never depending on cold electronic data. 5 whole days had passed, and the first massive wave of viral infection had finally drawn to a close. Those who survived had either found a secure sanctuary to hide in or had already been reduced to the walking dead. The concentration of the virus raging in the air had peaked and was now gradually subsiding. From now on, as long as one was not directly scratched or bitten by a zombie, infection would no longer occur so easily. The time had ripened. He could now make his move down the mountain. After breakfast, Gu Yehan cleared the dishes, dried his hands, and walked slowly over to Ning. Ning was sitting on the sofa, carefully trimming Leilei's fingernails. The child's tiny, delicate hand curled in her palm as she held a small pair of children's nail clippers, her movements gentle and cautious, terrified of accidentally hurting the baby. Anan snuggled by her side, playing with the blanket in quiet contentment, a picture of absolute peace. And Ning, I plan to head down the mountain. And Ning's hand froze mid-clip. She lifted her eyes to look at him, remaining silent for a brief moment. Over the past few days, he had devoted himself entirely to the home, doing the laundry, cooking, and tenderly caring for his wife and children. She had thought he could finally get some rest, never imagining that he would still venture into danger. Suppressing her swirling emotions, she silently finished trimming the last nail, put the clippers away in the drawer, and looked up at him once more. What are you going to do? Yehan sat down slowly beside her. I want to go into the city to assess the current situation. Since the water and electricity have just been cut off, there are still vast quantities of supplies in warehouses and shops that haven't been looted yet. Although we have plenty of supplies, Yenya village won't always be home to just the four of us. The children are still young, and there is no guarantee we won't urgently need medical help in the future. This trip down the mountain is also to search for survivors of decent character so we can make long-term plans ahead of time. He did not explicitly use words like scavenging supplies, unwilling to lay bare the brutal nakedness of the apocalypse before her. Yet Ning understood everything perfectly. She gently placed Lele into the baby cradle, stood up, and walked into the kitchen, opening the storage cabinets in silence. She carefully packed 2 packs of compressed biscuits, several bottles of purified water, some beef jerky, and bread, along with the remaining boiled eggs from breakfast, before placing the heavy bag of travel supplies onto the coffee table. Eat this on the way, she said flatly, as if he were merely going down the mountain to run a routine errand. But the moment she set the bag down, her fingertips gripped the handle with white-knuckled intensity, only releasing it slowly a moment later, concealing her profound anxiety. Yehan stood up and walked over to her. Keeping her eyes lowered, Ning reached out to smooth his collar and button his cuffs. Her usually steady fingers fumbled twice before securing the button, her inner turmoil impossible to hide. He reached out and firmly clasped her slightly cold hands, wrapping them completely within his palms. Don't worry, I will definitely be back before dark. And Ning nodded gently, her fingers interlocking with his. After a brief squeeze, she slowly let go, turning to scoop Anan into her arms. Pressing the child's small face against her cheek, she pointedly turned her body away, unwilling to let him see the irrepressible worry in her eyes. Yehan turned and walked out of the main room, pausing at the threshold. He raised his hand, gently pressing it against the thick ivy vines growing along the wall. The instant his palm made contact, the green leaves of the vines across the entire wall trembled in unison. A faint emerald glow rippled along the vines, wrapping around the perimeter of the courtyard, before finally dissolving into a shimmering halo atop the canopy of the old locust tree at the village entrance. Such a faint light was imperceptible to Ning inside, but he could clearly sense 2 distinctly different consciousnesses flooding into his mind. The ivy was agile and alert, eagerly accepting his charge with apparent delight, keeping a vigilant watch on the surroundings. The old locust tree was steady and massive, like an immovable shield of defense, silently spreading its branches and leaves to envelope and protect the entirety of Yenya village. Nurtured by a continuous stream of wood-type energy over the past few days, the ivy and the old locust tree had fully awakened their spiritual intelligence. They were by no means the virus-infested, bloodthirsty, strangling, mutated plants of the apocalypse. Rather, they were guardian entities he had carefully guided and nurtured, capable of clearly recognizing every member of his family. While channeling his energy, he had used his mental power to imprint a singular obsession upon them over and over, all to ensure they remembered their sole mission: defend the courtyard to the death and protect his wife and children inside. This spiritual intelligence had already demonstrated its miraculous efficacy. Yesterday, thorny wild brambles had inexplicably sprouted in the corner of the wall, spreading aggressively toward the yard's activity area. Before he could clear them, they vanished overnight, leaving behind only upturned soil and vines that had quietly retreated to the top of the wall, dusted with dirt. In the dead of night, wild dogs had also prowled outside the wall, lured by the scent of food. The old locust tree did not make any overt moves, but merely shook loose a withered leaf, which defied the laws of physics to drift into the courtyard, silently sounding the alarm. These subtle acts of protection were the silent devotion of the ivy and the old locust tree. Now, as he withdrew his hand, the emerald light on the wall slowly faded, but the protective thoughts of the ivy and the old locust tree never wavered, standing like loyal sentinels, quietly awaiting his command. With them guarding the house, ordinary disturbances were nothing to fear, ensuring the safety of this peaceful little home. Yehan pulled open the car door, climbed into the driver's seat, and started the engine, slowly driving out of the village gates. Looking through the rearview mirror, the ivy vines on the wall slowly draped down their dense foliage, quietly concealing the gaps in the iron gate, while the old locust tree at the village entrance swayed its branches gently in the morning breeze, as if waving goodbye. With the road ahead fraught with peril, and his home remaining as secure as ever, a journey of apocalyptic exploration into the city thus began. Li Kai lay on the hotel windowsill, his forehead pressed against the cold glass, gazing down at the tide of zombies surging along Zhongshan Road below, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Li Kai had been admitted to a top medical university at 16, and earned his doctoral degree by 23, becoming the youngest attending physician at Jingdu First People's Hospital. Even the conjoined twin separation surgery, so rare across the entire nation, had been placed in his hands. Yet this man, hailed as heaven's favored one, now found himself like a trapped beast behind gilded bars, completely paralyzed. To perform that high-difficulty conjoined twin separation surgery, he had flown to Shanxing a full week in advance. Shanxing's scenery was renowned far and wide, especially the jade-green river waters where brilliant lights from both banks reflected upon the surface, resembling a paradise on earth. Li Kai was a free-spirited man who always followed the principle of, since you're already here, enjoy yourself first. After landing, instead of heading straight to the hospital, he dragged his suitcase directly to the Yangtze River. That evening, he squatted alone on the pebble shore by the river, slipped off his shoes, and immersed his feet in the cool water, savoring the gentle current flowing between his toes. He closed his eyes in contentment and began humming the theme song from the Smiling Proud Wanderer. Sanhai Yixing Xiao Tao Tao Liang and Chao. Shui Fu Shui Sheng Chu Tianji Xiao. As he hummed those lyrics, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his right ring finger, as though pierced by something. Instinctively, he lifted his hand from the water and saw a tiny bead of blood forming at his fingertip. He frowned, sucked the finger into his mouth, and muttered a curse under his breath, assuming he'd simply cut himself on broken glass in the river water and paying it little mind. However, he could never have imagined that this seemingly insignificant moment would completely alter his destiny. Before long, dizziness overtook him, darkness consumed his vision, and he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the stony shore. When he finally regained consciousness, night had fully fallen. He lay sprawled on the cold pebbles, the back of his head aching from the hardness beneath him. A chill river wind swept across his face, sending shivers through his body. In the distance toward the city, eerie sounds echoed through the night. The sound wasn't car horns or human voices, but a raspy, guttural growl, like rusted iron scraping against stone, a chilling noise that raised goosebumps on his skin. Li Kai's heart sank as a sense of foreboding gripped him. Not daring to linger, he hurriedly dragged his suitcase and scrambled toward the hotel. Along the way, he witnessed a horrifying scene that would haunt him forever. A security guard in uniform suddenly lunged at a woman dragging a suitcase, tearing at her flesh with frenzied aggression. Terrified out of his wits, Li Kai almost ran forward, shouting, "Stop!" But when the guard looked up, revealing a face drenched in blood and contorted in terror, a chunk of bloody flesh hanging from his mouth, Li Kai froze completely. All his courage evaporated in that instant. His prudence saved him now. He quickly covered his mouth, held his breath, and pressed himself against the wall, sneaking back to the hotel like a startled cat. From that moment on, he never dared leave his hotel room again. Today marked the 5th day of his confinement. Seated on the carpet before the floor-to-ceiling window, he faced his last pack of compressed biscuits and half a bottle of mineral water. Staring at the biscuits and then the water, deep despair overwhelmed him. He knew he had reached the point of total exhaustion. Outside the window, plane tree leaves drifted down along Zhongshan Road. The sidewalk teemed with zombies packed shoulder to shoulder. Some were missing limbs, others had lost legs, and a few had even lost their jaws, exposing skeletal white teeth and tongues. They shuffled along the streets with uneven, sluggish movements, roaming tirelessly back and forth. Some collided with lampposts, bounced off, and kept banging into them again, as if feeling no pain whatsoever. Li Kai gazed at the scene outside, his heart filled with terror and helplessness. He repeatedly pulled the curtains shut, then opened them again, doing this several times over. "Sigh, we're out of provisions." He sighed helplessly, unscrewed the bottle cap, hesitated over the opening for what felt like an eternity, then took only a tiny sip before quickly screwing it back on. He knew he had to ration that last bit of water carefully. After drinking, he glanced at the biscuit packet once more, but in the end, with great reluctance, he put it back exactly where he'd found it. He resolved to venture out at first light the next morning to search for food. The following day, barely stirring with dawn's first rays, Li Kai woke. He quickly got up and pulled a dark, gray hooded sweatshirt from his suitcase, drawing the strings tight until only his eyes remained visible. Then he wrapped a thick scarf tightly around his neck. For pants, he'd layered 3 pairs, each pocket stuffed with scavenged items from the hotel room. A nail clipper, a fountain pen, a lighter, a pack of tissues, and a strip of mint candies. He'd even concealed a small fruit knife inside his shoes. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he laughed self-deprecatingly at his own bloated appearance. At 1.80 m, he was bundled up so tightly he resembled a wrapped zongzi, both comical and ridiculous. But he understood that in this apocalyptic world, staying safe was the only path to survival. "Li Kai, you can do this," he told himself in the mirror, building up his courage. "You were always the exemplary child, accepted into medical school at 16, completed your PhD by 23, became the youngest attending physician in the hospital, and performed conjoined twin separation surgery, with zombies being nothing compared to that." With that, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand with fingers spread, closed his eyes, and uttered a low hum from his throat. When he opened his eyes again, a tiny flame of orange-red fire flickered at the tip of his index finger. The flame was no larger than a candle's, quivering unsteadily on his fingertip with a thin wisp of blue smoke rising. A look of surprise crossed Li Kai's face as he watched it. He realized he had awakened an ability. But before he could rejoice, the flame suddenly sputtered and died out. Li Kai's expression instantly froze, the smile vanishing from his face. Disappointed, he shook his fingers and tried again. This time the flame grew just slightly larger, like going from a single candle to two. Yet it remained so feeble, so easily extinguished. He attempted it a third time, but this time no flame appeared at all. Only a puff of black smoke that blackened a small patch on his index finger. Damn it! What kind of useless power is this? Li Kai stared at his soot-stained finger and cursed aloud. What good is this? The temperature is pitifully low. I couldn't even light a cigarette with it. Remembering how excited he'd been when he first awakened his power just days prior, Li Kai felt his face burn with embarrassment. At that time he'd cradled the tiny flame, pacing around the room, while fantasizing about all sorts of novel tropes. The Chosen One awakening abilities, saving the world surrounded by beautiful women. He'd even practiced his lines in the mirror, "From this day forward, I shall protect this world." But the moment he finished speaking, the flame went out with a soft pop, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't relight it. He stood frozen before the mirror, embarrassed for what felt like an eternity before deciding to erase that humiliating memory entirely from his mind. With an IQ of 180, he'd ranked first in his medical school cohort and never once hesitated with a scalpel. He understood clearly that this feeble flame would be utterly useless against an entire street of zombies. Its practical purpose, if any, would merely be lighting a cigarette. And now he was facing a horde of frenzied zombies, not a colleague looking for a smoke. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Kai pulled the kitchen cleaver he had swiped from the hotel kitchen out of his backpack, gripping it to test its feel. The handle was plastic and felt reasonably comfortable in his hand, though there was a small nick on the blade, the result of a careless chip yesterday when he had tried to use it to slice through compressed biscuits. Raising the cleaver to eye level, he examined the nicked blade, then glanced out the window at the staggering zombies outside. Taking a deep breath, he fought to soothe his fraying nerves. Those are zombies, not humans, he repeatedly reminded himself in his mind. They no longer possess consciousness. Their brains have been completely ravaged by the virus. From a medical standpoint, they are merely a mass of mobile organic tissue. Not humans, but organic tissue. With that, he inhaled deeply, eased open the hotel room door, and slipped out quietly. He left the door slightly ajar, ensuring he could quickly retreat back inside should he encounter any danger. The corridor was deathly quiet, and eerie silence that made his heart race. On the carpet lay a dried, dark red stain that bore a chilling resemblance to blood. A large section of the wallpaper had been torn from the wall, exposing the mottled plaster underneath. Pressing his back against the wall, Li Kai crept forward with hushed footsteps, proceeding with utmost caution for fear of making the slightest sound that might alert those dreadful zombies. The emergency exit door stood slightly ajar, casting a faint green glow. Squeezing through the gap, Li Kai slipped inside and began to descend the stairs silently. The stairwell was thick with the suffocating stench of dust and copper blood, a smell that made his stomach churn. Suppressing his rising nausea, Li Kai pressed onward down the stairs. As he reached the third floor, his steps abruptly halted. On the second floor, landing, a zombie stood motionless. It was a middle-aged man clad in a hotel bathrobe, 1 foot bare, staring blankly at the wall. A chunk of his occipital bone was missing, exposing the pale, jagged edge of his skull in a gruesome display. Gripping the cleaver tightly, Li Kai stood frozen on the stairs, staring at the creature as he swallowed hard, his heart hammering violently against his ribs. He knew he had to find a way to bypass this zombie, or simply eliminate it altogether. Otherwise, escaping the hotel would be an absolute impossibility. Taking a deep breath, Li Kai slowly squatted down, slipped off his shoes, and placed them neatly on the steps of the third floor. Then, barefoot, he stepped onto the freezing concrete, creeping step by step toward the zombie. His movements were incredibly light, so silent that even he could not detect his own footsteps. Just as he closed in to about 2 meters behind the zombie, the creature suddenly twitched. Li Kai's body froze instantly, his breath hitching in his throat. He feared he had been detected. Yet the zombie did not turn around, it merely tilted its head slightly, before resuming its vacant stare at the wall. Li Kai exhaled in relief, patting his chest, feeling as though his heart were about to burst from his chest. Steadying his nerves, he slowly raised the kitchen cleaver, its blade reflecting a cold, eerie glint under the green glow of the emergency exit sign. His hand trembled slightly, the first time his hand had ever shaken while holding a blade since he began practicing medicine. He had performed thousands of surgeries and excised countless diseased tissues, but never once had he cut into something that moved. "This is not a human, this is organic tissue," he muttered repeatedly to himself, creeping closer and closer to the zombie. Virus-infected organic tissue is just like excising a necrotic kidney. No, not a kidney, this is far simpler. A kidney has blood vessels to ligate, but this doesn't. Once he stood directly behind the zombie, a mere step away, he drew a sharp breath, raised the cleaver high, and brought it hacking down toward the creature's nape. Thud! A dull, heavy sound echoed as the blade bit deep into the back of the zombie's neck, much like a meat cleaver hacking into frozen meat. The zombie's body collapsed straight forward, its head twisted at an impossible, grotesque angle, completely motionless. Staring down at the fallen zombie, Li Kai felt utterly drained, his body on the verge of collapse. The hand gripping the cleaver trembled slightly from the sheer exertion of his grip. Composing himself, he wrenched the cleaver out from the back of the zombie's neck and bowed solemnly to the lifeless corpse on the floor. "Forgive me, I am a doctor, and saving lives is my sacred duty. But you were already dead, so this doesn't count as murder. It's merely debridement." Amitba. With that, he took a deep breath, composed himself, and continued downstairs, cleaver in hand. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered two more zombies. One zombie crouched by the stairwell entrance while the other paced back and forth at the far end of the hallway. The crouching one was the first to detect the disturbance, snapping its head around to stare directly toward the emergency exit. In the pupils of the zombie, Li Kai saw his own reflection. A young man bundled up like a mummy, clutching a nicked kitchen cleaver, shivering uncontrollably on the spot. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to calm his racing heart. He knew there was no turning back. He had to summon every ounce of strength to carve a path of survival. Inhaling deeply, he suddenly lunged out of the emergency exit, raising the cleaver high and hacking down toward the neck of the crouching zombie. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the blade bit deep into the zombie's neck, severing its cervical spine instantly. The zombie's limp body collapsed to the floor, completely lifeless. Hearing the commotion, the other zombie instantly lunged toward Li Kai. Li Kai sidestepped the attack. The zombie missed its mark, slamming into the wall, its head bouncing hard off the concrete. Seizing the window of opportunity, Li Kai raised his cleaver and chopped down at the creature's nape. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed, and the second zombie collapsed to the floor, motionless. Silence finally reclaimed the hotel lobby. Standing between the two corpses, Li Kai gasped heavily for air, feeling as though his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Oddly, his finger was smoking. Not a flame, but actual smoke. Wisps of grayish-white smoke drifted from the tip of his index finger, rising in the dim hotel lobby like an incense stick that had been extinguished but still smoldered faintly. "So this superpower awakening of mine is just having an unstriking safety match attached to my finger?" He questioned his finger with deadpan sincerity. His finger offered no response. The smoke faded completely. Standing in place, he shifted the cleaver to his left hand, then back to his right, wiping the sweat from his palms onto his trouser pockets. Outside the glass doors of the lobby, brilliant sunlight beat down on Zhongshan Road. A horde of zombies wandered aimlessly along the sidewalk, some bumping into street lamps, others tripping over discarded shared bicycles, only to scramble back up. He suddenly recalled a detail. The last news notification he had seen online mentioned that the Eastern District was the first outbreak zone, and the source of the virus might be linked to a meteor. He remembered the evening he had pricked his finger. The river water was icy cold, and before he blacked out, he had glimpsed a flash of white light streaking across the horizon. At the time, he thought it was an airplane, but in hindsight, airplanes did not plunge straight into the ground. He retrieved a mint from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and meticulously folded the wrapper into a neat little square before slipping it into a clean pocket. Then, taking a deep breath, he pushed open the hotel's glass doors. Sunlight washed over him, warm, yet blindingly bright. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign street outside, and the zombies roaming aimlessly through it, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. From this day forward, he would no longer be the helpless doctor hiding in a hotel room, waiting in vain for rescue. Armed with the cleaver in his hand, he would use his intellect and courage to carve out his own path of survival in this apocalyptic wasteland. The off-road vehicle's tires rolled over the final stretch of gravel road at the mountain foot, steadily turning onto the Linjiang Provincial Highway. Yehan controlled the steering wheel with one hand and casually swiped off the lit smartphone screen. The screen showed nothing, not even a single bar of signal. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, with base stations left unmanned and unmaintained, once convenient communication devices had become little more than glowing bricks. His destination was clear and direct: the large frozen goods wholesale market by the river. This was the core cold chain distribution hub of the mountain city, where deep within the cold storage facilities lay massive stockpiles of frozen meat, seafood, quick frozen dishes, and vacuum-sealed dry rations. The citywide water and power outage was already a settled fact. The cold storage's backup generator could sustain operations for at most 48 hours. Within another day, the goods inside would begin to thaw and spoil. He needed to secure all supplies before the other survivors could react. He deliberately chose the Riverside Service Road, a narrow path flanked by flood-controlled trees and gravel banks. Normally, only anglers and elderly walkers traversed this route, so zombie density remained sparse. The open sightlines offered no cover for ambushes from high-rise windows. Had he cut straight through the city center, even with a decade of apocalyptic survival experience, he would not have dared to risk it. At his current third-level ability tier, his mental and lightning powers covered limited range, while his wood-type abilities leaned heavily toward defense and protection. He was far from adept at direct combat against the infected. Third-level prowess ranked among the elite during the early days of the apocalypse, but the city center's zombie density was terrifying. Rushing in blindly, he would fall into peril within 2 blocks at most. The vehicle raced onward without slowing, plowing through scattered zombies that blocked the way. Gu Yehan lowered the window, his left hand resting lightly on the steering wheel, while his right hand secretly channeled his ability. Invisible mental waves radiated from his brow, causing nearby zombies to freeze mid-stride, as though bound by an unseen force. Following instantly, a slender, yet piercing blue-white lightning arc burst from his fingertips, striking each zombie's skull with pinpoint accuracy. A dull thud echoed as crimson blood mist erupted from within each skull. The bodies collapsed limply without even a tremor. He retracted his arm and raised the window. The entire kill sequence flowed like water, taking less than 3 seconds. A decade of life and death combat, countless hunting experiences. The timing and precision of his lightning ability had long been carved into his bone-deep instincts. This rebirth had granted him an additional wood-type ability, yet his combat memories, with both mental and lightning powers, remained unchanged, ready to be deployed at will. As the vehicle reached the midway point along the embankment, residents in the flanking apartment buildings began to notice the approaching car. A middle-aged figure leaned from a fourth-floor window, waving a white garment, and screaming hoarsely, "Stop the car. Please give me a ride." On the second floor, a woman clutching a small child pushed open her window and called out urgently, "I'll pay you. Just take my son and me away from here." A tattooed, bare-chested brood on the third floor barked threateningly, "Pull over now. If you don't stop, I won't let you live." Gu Yehan's foot never loosened from the accelerator, the windows remaining sealed. His cold gaze swept past each window without a flicker of emotion. After a decade in the apocalypse, he had seen this scene countless times. In desperate straits, survivors would first beg with offers of money, then trade favors for survival, and when those tactics failed, resort to threats. And if those two proved ineffective, smashing windows, destroying tires, and physically lunging to seize the vehicle became commonplace. To survive, the moral bottom line of humanity could shatter completely. His foot pressed harder on the accelerator, the vehicle surging steadily toward the Riverside warehouse district. The closer he drew to the wholesale market, the denser the zombies roaming the streets became. At the end of the embankment, rows of dilapidated warehouses stood along the riverbank. The asphalt road was littered with overturned forklifts and scattered cargo containers in utter disarray. Zombies drifted in small groups, some still clad in blue work uniforms, others in merchant aprons, shambling aimlessly about. The acrid stench of leaking refrigerant mingled with the cloying sweetness of rotting flesh, filling the air with a nauseating aroma that made one's eyes burn and swell. Gu Yehan parked 50 meters from the market entrance, killed the engine, and stepped out. The noise instantly drew nearby zombies, which converged on him like insects sensing blood, turning in unison and closing in. His expression remained calm, his pace steady and unhurried. His mental field exploded outward, freezing every zombie within a 10-meter radius. Blue-white lightning arcs flashed successively, each strike landing precisely on a skull. The scorching heat incinerated brain tissue in an instant. Within mere moments, all surrounding zombies lay dead on the ground, leaving only scattered packaging debris across the empty pavement. Having cleared 3 waves of blocking zombies, he reached the entrance to the main cold storage facility. Just then, a human voice drifted from deep within the warehouse. Not the guttural roar of the infected, but the murmured ramblings of a young man. Another survivor remained deep inside the warehouse. Gu Yehan stepped into the storage area, his eyes scanning until a figure came into view. The man stood beside an overturned refrigerated truck, gripping a notched kitchen knife with a plastic handle, its blade crusted with dried black blood. A dark, gray hooded sweatshirt wrapped his frame, the brim pulled low. His fair cheeks were speckled with blood splatters. 3 pairs of pants hung layered upon him, pockets bulging with miscellaneous items. On his feet, mismatched shoes, one sneaker paired with a hotel slipper, giving him a disheveled, almost comical appearance. He was hacking furiously at a zombie's neck, the blade jammed deep between bones and impossible to pull free. Biting his teeth, he kicked off the creature's back to free himself, stumbling backward several steps while muttering to himself, "Don't blame me. From a medical standpoint, your brain has been completely destroyed by the virus. Only instinctual motor functions remain. You are essentially nothing more than diseased tissue. What I did was merely clinical debridement." As he spoke, Li Kai accidentally glanced up and suddenly caught sight of Gu Yehan ahead. All around him lay over a dozen zombie corpses, each with a charred black forehead, the mark of a single lethal strike. A cold, upright figure strode forward steadily. Behind him, newly emerged zombies had not yet closed in when a casual bolt of lightning dissolved them. Li Kai's mouth fell slightly open in shock. After a stunned pause, he hastily dealt with the remaining zombies nearby and sprinted toward Gu Yehan, navigating across scattered ice and debris. "Boss, that was incredibly impressive." Stopping a few paces away, he subconsciously halted. The foul odor of blood, mud, and spoiled food clung to him. Looking down at his filthy sleeves, he awkwardly wiped his palms against his pant legs, feeling slightly self-conscious. "I'm terribly sorry. After the citywide water cutoff, I haven't dared touch any water source. It's been several days since I last cleaned myself." Li Kai pushed his cap back, revealing a clean, handsome face with refined features and a faint dimple at the corner of his mouth that lent him a lively quality. "My name is Li Kai. Li as in the tree and soil, radical Kai as in puzzle. I was originally traveling from Shanghai to this mountain city to perform high-difficulty surgeries when the apocalypse broke out. He paused and earnestly explained his earlier actions. What I just did doesn't count as harming a person. The zombie brain has been entirely consumed by the virus, stripped of all autonomous consciousness. In essence, it differs little from diseased organ tissue. My actions were equivalent to clinical debridement. As he spoke the latter half, he realized how bizarre his phrasing sounded and quickly tried to backtrack. After several hesitant attempts, he simply gave up and fell silent. Gu Yehan's pupils contracted suddenly, almost imperceptibly. Beneath the brim of the hat, a clean and youthful face was revealed with slender brows and eyes, and a faint dimple tucked away at the left corner of his mouth. This was a face he would never forget for all eternity. In his past life, when Jing City was besieged by zombies, this man was the peak level 10 fire attribute powerhouse of the apocalypse, revered by the world as the Fire Emperor. In the final battle, he had stood atop the city wall, enveloped in raging flames as a deluge of fireballs poured down from the heavens, ultimately incinerating himself and leaving behind nothing but a pile of charred remains. So this was what his beginning actually looked like. Are you a doctor? Gu Yehan suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, his voice calm and devoid of any ripples. Upon hearing this, Li Kai's eyes instantly lit up. Tucking the cleaver behind his waist, he instantly switched from a trembling survivor to an elite doctor, overflowing with confidence, straightening his back perfectly. Boss, I'm really not boasting, but I was the youngest attending physician at Jing City First People's Hospital with dual doctorates in Western and Chinese medicine. I even served as the lead surgeon for conjoined twin separation surgeries, which barely anyone in the country dared to perform. Gu Yehan listened quietly, while silently releasing a faint wisp of mental probe, as light as a cold breeze. Li Kai only felt a sudden chill on the back of his neck, which he dismissed as the cold air from the freezer, paying it no mind. In Gu Yehan's mind, the other man's conscious fluctuations instantly unfolded. They were clear, candid, and completely defenseless. What he thought was exactly what he said, consistent to a point of near purity, making him seem entirely unlike someone who could survive the apocalypse. He even clearly captured the most straightforward thought in the other's heart. This guy is so powerful, can he take me with him? Can he teach me his lightning ability? Completely transparent, like a door that had never been locked. To be honest, I originally came to perform a surgery. Those two children couldn't afford to wait. But thinking about that now is indeed too far-fetched. Li Kai was still rambling when he suddenly raised his right hand, spread his fingers, closed his eyes, and focused his mind with great effort. A tiny cluster of orange-red flame leaped from his fingertip, flickered precariously twice, and was instantly extinguished. He shook his fingers and smiled with a hint of embarrassment. That's all I've got. It's a struggle even to light a cigarette. Gu Yehan turned and walked straight toward the warehouse. Hey boss, wait for me. Wearing a mismatched pair of shoes, Li Kai quickly caught up, muttering incessantly along the way. Are you here to collect supplies too? What a coincidence. The city is crawling with zombies. I ran all the way from the hotel, escaping death by a hair's breadth. How did you release that lightning of yours? Can you teach me? My flame just won't grow no matter what. Gu Yehan cleared the path ahead, raising his hand to summon flashes of lightning that eliminated the zombies along the way. The young man behind him had not stopped talking for a single moment, incredibly noisy. Another zombie lunged from the side. Gu Yehan raised his hand, striking it down precisely with a bolt of lightning before casting a cold, sidelong glance at Li Kai. Had he not known of this man's future formidable strength and confirmed his character through the mental probe, he would have truly wanted to strike him down with lightning right then. He had never met a man who talked so much. The cold gaze sent a shiver down Li Kai's neck. He immediately gestured, zipping his lips with his thumb and index finger, shut his mouth tight, drew his cleaver, and followed obediently behind. Gu Yehan raised his hand, and arcs of lightning violently blasted open the heavy iron door of the main warehouse. The iron door creaked inward, and a gust of biting cold air rushed out, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Several cold storage zombies dressed in blue overalls and covered in frost lunged out. Gu Yehan dispatched most of them with a wave of his hand, but intentionally left one behind, letting it stumble toward Li Kai. This was a test. Li Kai instantly lost his composure, his zipped lip gesture utterly failing as he yelled in panic, "Stay back. I'm a doctor, I don't want to hurt anyone." No, you're not even human anymore. Viral encephalopathy plus organic brain damage. This is debridement. I'm doing a debridement. He swung his cleaver hard at the zombie's neck, but the zombie only tilted back without falling, lunging forward once more. Gritting his teeth, he delivered another blow straight to the temple, and the zombie finally collapsed. Panting heavily, he wiped the blood off his cleaver onto the zombie's clothes, only to look up and meet Gu Yehan's gaze. That gaze was flat and expressionless, conveying neither praise nor criticism, as if evaluating an exam. Li Kai gave a dry chuckle, gripped his cleaver tightly, and quickly followed him into the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, with the lingering cold air carrying a freezing chill. Rows of shelves were neatly arranged, and a thin layer of white frost covered the frozen food. My God, so many supplies. Li Kai spun around in the center, exclaiming in awe, "How are the two of us going to move all this?" "Boss, you have a vehicle, right?" If we make several trips, we should be able to move everything before dark. Yehan did not respond. He walked straight to a shelf and pressed his palm against a box of frozen beef. In the next instant, the entire box of supplies vanished into thin air. A second box, a third. As he walked along, every supply his palm touched disappeared completely. Li Kai's mouth fell wide open in shock, gaping, and closing repeatedly, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Space ability. Lightning and space. Dual attribute abilities. This is way too cool. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his admiration plain to see. Yehan observed him from the corner of his eye while storing the supplies. A mental probe was one thing, but witnessing someone's true reaction in the face of self-interest with one's own eyes was quite another. Li Kai stood there, his eyes sparkling with pure admiration and envy devoid of any greed. He took 2 steps back on his own initiative, retreating to the entrance of the cold storage and holding his cleaver horizontally to guard the door. Don't worry about collecting them, boss. I'll keep watch at the door. Although my ability can only light cigarettes, I have a knife. Even if the blade gets dull, I still have my life. A zombie wandered to the door. He rushed forward, chopped it down with a single blow, then quickly ran back to his position, adding in a whisper, though I shouldn't throw my life away too easily either. Yehan stored the last batch of supplies into his space, intentionally leaving 30% of the goods stacked in a corner. He turned around and looked at the young doctor by the door, who was holding a chipped cleaver, wearing mismatched shoes, and muttering continuously. He slowly relaxed his tensed right hand at his side. Li Kai followed Yehan into the second cold storage room, proactively guarding the door, holding his chipped cleaver horizontally, and scanning the outside with a vigilant gaze. Yehan walked to the shelves, pressed his palm against the boxes, and crates of frozen meat vanished into thin air one after another. He collected them extremely fast, yet his rhythm was steady and orderly. He only took 70% from each row of shelves deliberately, leaving 30% stacked in the corner. While keeping watch, Li Kai peeked over surreptitiously. Every time he saw the supplies silently vanish, he couldn't help but let out a soft, wow, only to instantly cover his mouth, terrified of disturbing the other man. The frozen food wholesale market had a total of 6 main cold storage warehouses, each as large as a basketball court, with shelves stacked in layers all the way to the ceiling. By the time Yehan reached the 4th room, Li Kai's legs began to go weak. It wasn't from exhaustion, but from extreme hunger. Last night, he had divided his last pack of compressed biscuits into 3 portions, 1 small portion each, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He had only taken half a bite of this morning's portion, wrapping the remaining half pack in a tissue and stuffing it into his pants pocket. After the fierce battle just now, it had long been soaked by zombie blood into a mushy paste. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. The other man was racing against time to scavenge supplies, and he felt too embarrassed to hold him back. He switched the cleaver to his left hand, propped his right hand against the freezing wall, and took a deep breath to steady himself, but his vision kept turning black and dizzy. Boss, keep going, I'm fine. Before he could finish his sentence, his body went limp, and he tumbled straight forward. His forehead struck the concrete floor of the cold storage with a heavy thud, the dull impact echoing exceptionally clearly in the empty space, and the cleaver slipped from his hand, sliding far away. Yehan turned around at the sound. Li Kai lay on the ground, pushing up with his arms in an attempt to climb up. But just as he raised his upper body, his strength drained instantly, and he collapsed heavily back onto the floor. He slowly lifted his head. His temple had bruised a bright red from the impact, and was covered in dust, making him look disheveled and pitiful. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. I just haven't eaten much all day, it's just low blood sugar. He sat up and subconsciously scratched the back of his head. His fingertips were instantly coated in a layer of grease. He naturally had oily hair that would clump together if unwashed for a single day, and now it had been several days without a wash. Looking at his greasy fingers, he was extremely embarrassed and rubbed them repeatedly against his trouser leg, only to make them even dirtier. Yehan stood quietly by the shelf, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Then, raising his hand, he retrieved a box of room-temperature milk, a bag of soft bread, and a whole boiled egg from his space, walking over to place them gently on the cold floor before him. Li Kai was slightly dazed. The bread was perfectly packaged, and the boiled egg was round and clean. In the next second, his stomach betrayed him with a loud, rumbling growl, sounding exceptionally abrupt in the silent cold storage. Thank you, boss. You are a truly good person. He tore open the milk carton, tilted his head back, and gulped it down casually, wiping the milk stains from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He devoured the bread in 3 bites and peeled the egg with lightning speed, swallowing the egg white in large mouthfuls, though a few fine crumbs of egg yolk fell to the ground. He froze for a moment, then bent down to pick up the crumbs, carefully putting them into his mouth. For 24 years, he had never known the taste of hunger. Born into a wealthy family, he had attended top schools all his life, stayed in 5-star hotels when traveling, and always kept imported snacks in his suitcase. Yet now he sat on the freezing concrete floor of a cold storage below -10 degrees Celsius, with murky frozen meat juices beneath him, scavenging egg yolk crumbs from the ground to satisfy his hunger. Once the gnawing hunger in his belly subsided slightly, Li Kai's mind also cleared up. He flattened the empty milk carton and stuffed it into his hoodie pocket. His previous weak and panicked demeanor faded, and his eyes regained the calm clarity unique to a doctor. Boss, someone has been to this market before. I know, Yehan replied flatly. He had noticed at the moment he arrived the iron gate at the entrance had been violently pried open, the marks fresh, the storefront counters along the street had been ransacked, cash registers smashed, and drawers scattered across the floor. The intruders had reacted swiftly and acted professionally, definitely not ordinary stragglers. However, from the very beginning his only target had been the frozen goods in the cold storage. The scattered snacks and drinks outside were far less filling than a box of frozen beef. As for why the predecessors hadn't moved the frozen goods, water and electricity were cut off citywide, and the backup power for the cold storage had long been depleted. Once the supplies were moved out, they would immediately thaw and spoil. Oh, without a space ability, it was impossible to store them. He said no more turning back to continue collecting the supplies. Time was running out, it was already noon, and the return drive to Yunya village would take 3 hours. He had promised to Ning that he would definitely return before dark. This was a promise he would never break. Just then the sudden sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside the cold storage. It wasn't just one vehicle, but several stopping simultaneously, their tires grinding over crushed ice and debris of cargo crates before coming to an abrupt halt outside the iron gate. The thudding sounds of car doors opening and closing followed by chaotic footsteps rang out one after another. Immediately after, the crack of a rifle shot suddenly exploded short and powerful, echoing through the storage area for a long time. A second and third shot followed closely behind, the roars of zombies and the dull thuds of their falling bodies mingling together, clearly audible from outside the door. Li Kai leaned half his body out of the cold storage entrance, his eyes instantly shining with incredible brightness, his tone full of anticipation. Boss, it's gunshots. It must be the military coming to rescue us. Yehan still did not look up, his palm pressed against the shelf as the speed of his supply collection abruptly accelerated. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the military still existed, but they were no longer acting as rescuers. The gunshots were too close, and the location was far too peculiar. This old storage area was far from the city center and held absolutely no strategic value. To dare to drive through the city and carry standard-issue rifles at this hour, they could never be a rescue team. The newcomers were marauders. The moment Yehan heard the first gunshot, his movements abruptly shifted. Previously, his collection of supplies had been methodical, gathering them row by row in an orderly fashion, deliberately leaving 30% of the goods stacked in the corner. Now, with an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly bearing down on him, he no longer held anything back. Pressing his palm firmly against the shelves, the entire row of supplies was instantly swallowed by his space. Frozen meat, frozen fish, quick frozen dumplings, and boxes of vacuum-sealed rice. Every single item was swept away, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The instant the last shelf was cleared, he spun around and strode directly toward the back door of the cold storage. Li Kai was leaning against the door, keeping watch, muttering to himself about which brand of frozen dumplings tasted best, when Yehan suddenly grabbed him by the collar of his hoodie and dragged him toward the back exit. Hey boss, the hood is choking me. He stumbled forward, forced to keep up. Even in his panic, he couldn't help but look back at the empty warehouse, gasping in disbelief. My goodness, you didn't even leave behind a single green onion. Stepping out of the back door led to a cramped, narrow alley. Rising warehouse walls on both sides blocked out the daylight, leaving the passage dim and chilly. The distant gunfire grew increasingly intense, no longer sporadic single shots, but dense bursts of fire mingled with the shrill, agonizing shrieks of zombies. The dull thuds reverberated against the corrugated metal walls, sounding like someone swinging a sledgehammer in a frenzied assault. Yehan did not head toward the front entrance where his car was parked, nor did he follow the alley to its end. Instead, he pivoted and slipped into a concealed path along the side of the storage area. Li Kai stumbled along behind him, his uneven steps crushing shards of glass and discarded wooden pallets, making sharp, grating noises. He repeatedly glanced back in the direction of the gunfire, utterly bewildered. There were gunshots, vehicles, and people out there. Why weren't they heading toward them for help? Yet just moments ago in the cold storage, this man had given him his only warm, filling meal in the midst of desperation. His intuition told him that this cold-faced powerhouse was meticulous and must have calculations beyond his own comprehension. Li Kai suppressed his doubts, shut his mouth, and obediently followed. Crossing the path and climbing over a waist-high rusted iron fence, the deafening gunfire was finally muffled by layers of metal warehouses and shipping containers. No longer piercing, the noise dissolved into a dull, low rumble, like an argument heard through several thick walls. The zombies had all been drawn to the main battlefield ahead by the gunfire. The path they took was completely deserted save for patches of dried, blackened blood and several zombie corpses with crushed skulls silently testifying to the danger that had just transpired. Rounding a street corner, a 6-story business hotel suddenly came into view. The glass doors of the lobby lay shattered on the ground, sharp shards scattered everywhere. The reception computer had been violently smashed, its screen cracked and black. Power to the entire building had long been cut, leaving only the green emergency exit signs casting a bleak, dim glow in the darkness. With the elevators completely out of service, the two of them climbed up the steep fire escape. Li Kai's energy was entirely depleted, his legs trembling with exhaustion, but Gu Yihan's pace ahead remained swift and steady. Not daring to slacken, he grit his teeth and struggled to keep up. At the end of the 6th-floor corridor, a south-facing guest room door stood slightly ajar, its lock long since broken. Gu Yihan pushed the door open and walked straight to the window. The dark gray blackout curtains were coated with a thin layer of dust, heavy and oppressive. He extended his fingertips, gently parting a gap only 2 fingers wide, which perfectly overlooked the main entrance of the frozen goods market below. Li Kai quickly squeezed to the other side, using 2 fingers to pry open another narrow slit and peer outside. 5 vehicles were parked haphazardly in front of the market gates. At the very front was a heavily modified heavy-duty pickup truck, its front end welded with thick steel reinforcement bars that were caked with shredded zombie flesh and blackened rags, presenting a gruesome and terrifying sight. Following behind were 2 SUVs, a box truck, and surprisingly a police riot vehicle at the rear, its rooftop siren crudely spray-painted with a rough skull graffiti. A dozen or so men were gathered around the vehicles, all of them young and robust. None of them wore police or military uniforms. A few burly men were loading the remaining supplies salvaged from the cold storage onto the box truck, swearing as they worked. "Damn it, why is there so little light? Someone must have gotten here before us." A few others stood around the pickup truck, casually taking potshots toward the warehouse with their firearms, not to hunt zombies but seemingly for their own amusement. Whenever a zombie was shot and fell, the crowd erupted into wild, unbridled laughter, exuding an aggressive and utterly lawless malice. Li Kai pressed his face closer to the gap in the curtains, observing them intently. The weapons in their hands were not pistols, but standard-issue automatic rifles with blocky receivers and deeply curved magazines. They wore grayish-blue prison uniforms with remnants of white inmate numbers still visible on their cuffs, and lapels not fully torn away. Some had rolled up their sleeves, revealing arms covered in dense tattoos. Others had stripped off their shirts entirely, tying the prison uniforms around their waists as they leaned against the vehicles, puffing smoke. "They aren't soldiers." Li Kai slowly let go of the curtain, his voice heavy with undisguised disappointment. "But wait, boss, guns are banned in this country. Where did they get them? And that police car? How did they end up with it? Judging by their clothes, they are inmates from Shanxing prison. The guns belong to the prison guards." Gu Yihan said, his voice extremely low, squeezed through his teeth with a bone-chilling coldness. "Given their weaponry, I'm afraid every guard in that entire prison has been murdered." Li Kai stood with his mouth agape, a torrent of emotions surging through his eyes, shifting from initial shock to uncontrollable anger before finally settling into an unfamiliar, bone-chilling dread. "Attacking police, stealing guns." He uttered each word slowly, squeezing them out, as if confirming a brutal reality. "How could they dare? Those are human lives." Gu Yihan did not respond. His gaze remained locked onto the thugs below, his eyes swirling with a heavy, murderous intent invisible to Li Kai. These people deserved to die 1,000 deaths. If there was anything in his 10 years of the apocalypse besides his wife and child that could preserve the last sanctuary of warmth in his heart, it was soldiers. In his past life, within less than a month of the zombie outbreak, the government had quickly contained internal infections and immediately dispatched massive military forces driving trucks laden with supplies to rescue survivors city by city. He had seen with his own eyes soldiers unloading boxes of compressed biscuits and bottled water, distributing them one by one to the refugees in line, even slipping an extra can of powdered milk to the young children. They had also given him half a box of biscuits and 2 bottles of water, asking for nothing in return and seeking no rewards. Yet later, these soldiers who risked their lives to save others died far more tragically than the civilians. They did not perish in the jaws of zombies, but fell at the hands of the very survivors they had rescued, stabbed in the back for a box of instant noodles, or lured into a horde of the undead just for a barrel of gasoline. They fought with all their might to protect humanity, only to die miserably under the weight of human greed and malice. This was Gu Yihan's deepest obsession and hatred from his past life. And now this gang of convicts held the service weapons of prison guards. Guards, too, were law enforcers, people who guarded peace and stability with their very lives. Li Kai shut his usually talkative mouth, falling into a long silence. Turning to look at Gu Yihan, he lowered his voice to a whisper, his tone incredibly serious. "Boss, what do we do?" Gu Yihan said coldly and decisively, his thin lips parting slightly. "Send them on their way." Li Kai froze. He did not blurt out any words of dissuasion, but merely averted his gaze and looked back out at the vicious gang. The grayish-blue prison uniforms, the standard-issue rifles, and the police car painted with a skull graffiti. The images swirled repeatedly in his mind. He remembered how he had nearly fainted from hunger in the cold storage and the boiled egg and warm milk the boss had handed him. He recalled the sheer decisive power with which the man struck down zombies without a moment's hesitation. His brain worked at high speed, and before his logical deduction could even finish, the words escaped his mouth first. "Boss, my ability can only light cigarettes." He raised his right hand, spreading his fingers. A tiny flickering orange flame danced twice at his fingertips before instantly dying out, leaving behind a thin wisp of gray smoke. staring at the faint trace of smoke on his fingertips, then out at the 20-plus dark muzzles of the guns outside. His expression suddenly grew incredibly solemn. There are over 20 of them with over 20 guns. And there are only 2 of us. Plus my cleaver is already chipped. He paused for a moment, the law-abiding instinct deep within him struggling fiercely. Boss, they are humans, not zombies. If we kill them, will we go to prison? His tone was utterly sincere without a hint of jesting. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, this genius doctor, who had been taught since childhood that human life is paramount and that saving lives is a sacred duty, still clung to the concept of law engraved in his bones, his mind continuously spinning with the legal elements of intentional homicide and emergency evasion. Yehan turned his head to look at him. The young man before him, with dust smudging his nose, earnestly agonizing over whether killing would break the law, was the very same level 10 fire tribute powerhouse who in his past life stood atop the city walls bathed in flames incinerating zombies with a sky full of fireballs before ultimately meeting his tragic end, the Fire Emperor. His innocence and purity in this life stood in stark, poignant contrast to the resolute tragedy of his past self. Yehan withdrew his gaze and looked back out the window, his voice calm, yet carrying an unquestionable weight. This is the apocalypse. The law no longer exists. Oh, Li Kai murmured, raising his hand to wipe away the faint smoke on his fingertips before furrowing his brow again. Well, that's good. Wait, no, that's bad. I mean, it's terrible that there's no law. But since things have already come to this, boss, how do you plan to do this? Yehan raised his hand and drew the curtains shut. The room plunged into darkness instantly, save for a sliver of white light leaking through a narrow crack stretching across the space between them. Turning around, he leaned against the cold wall, his fingertips retrieving a sheet of paper from his spatial storage. It was not a map, but a delivery slip from the frozen goods market, its back clean and blank. He pressed the paper against the wall, his pen tip dancing rapidly to outline several neat squares. There are 6 main warehouses in the frozen goods market arranged in 2 rows. Right now they are clustered at the main gate, but those moving the goods have already entered the first row of cold storage. The pen tip quickly drew lines between the squares. The corridors of the cold storage are narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. As long as they disperse into the warehouses to move the goods, that will be our opportunity. His finger tapped a mark on the side of the market map. The back alley we just retreated from leads directly to the unloading area. It is piled high with empty wooden pallets and abandoned shipping containers providing ample cover. He looked up at Li Kai, his tone calm. Whatever you want to say, spit it all out later. Crouching beneath the window with a chipped cleaver resting across his knees, Li Kai looked up upon hearing this. There was no fear in his eyes, only an earnest need to verify. Boss, are you asking me to be the bait? Not bait. You draw their attention, and I will flank them from behind. Yehan flipped the delivery slip over and drew a sharp arrow. Right now what they fear most are zombies. The moment there is any sign of a zombie attack, their first instinct will be to shoot. Once the gunfire erupts, all the zombies will be drawn to them, including the stray corpses they haven't cleared out yet. And then, they will be trapped by the very zombies they attracted. Li Kai stared down at the crude layout, his brain rapidly calculating the feasibility of this tactic. This plan did not require him to face the armed thugs directly, he only needed to make some noise, which happened to be his greatest strength. He handed the delivery slip back to Yehan, stood up, tucked the cleaver into his waistband, and tightened the drawstrings of his hoodie. Don't worry, boss. When it comes to talking, I've never lost. The 2 of them slipped silently down the back stairs of the hotel, making their way back to the unloading area on the side of the storage zone. Here rows of abandoned shipping containers were stacked high, and empty wooden pallets towered over them. The air was thick with the putrid stench of thawing frozen seafood mingled with the pungent odor of residual diesel. From the direction of the distant cold storage came the raucous clamor of the convicts, muffled by the heavy sheet metal, occasionally punctuated by gunshots and boisterous laughter. Crouching behind the stack of pallets, Li Kai cautiously peeked out. An armed convict leaned against the entrance of the cold storage, smoking a cigarette, its cherry glowing and fading in the dim corridor. Another was dragging a whole crate of frozen pork to hoist onto a truck, muttering curses at its weight, while a shirtless bald man stood beside a modified pickup truck barking orders into a walkie-talkie with a face full of impatience. Li Kai withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes to take a deep breath, and opened them again. Pressing against the edge of the shipping container, he slowly crept behind an abandoned forklift. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he unleashed a piercing, desperate shriek with all his might. Help! Is anyone there? Zombies. So many zombies. His voice cracked and went shrill, laced with a deliberate, tearful tremor. He sounded exactly like a survivor trapped for days on the brink of collapse, desperately crying out for help in a hopeless situation. He lowered his hands and listened intently. The smoking convict abruptly snuffed out his cigarette. The man dragging goods slammed the crate down heavily, and the bald man scolding ground to a sudden halt. Inside the cold storage. There are zombies inside. So many of them. Li Kai pinched his throat to alter his pitch, making his voice sound airy and erratic, as if echoing from the depths of the cold storage. His childhood talent for mimicking various voices had now become a life-saving weapon in the apocalypse. The first gunshot suddenly rang out, followed immediately by a second and a third. Zombies got into the cold storage. The thugs' roars mingled with rapid short bursts of gunfire, the shots echoing deafeningly within the metal structure. Li Kai quickly shrank back behind the forklift, gripping his cleaver tightly. From all directions came the guttural roars of zombies. The horde that had been kept outside the main gate was now completely drawn by the dense gunfire, surging toward the cold storage like a torrential tide. On the other side, Yehan was already in position. The moment Li Kai let out his first shriek, Yehan had glided along the shadows of the shipping containers and walls, his footsteps as silent as a specter as he slipped into the unloading area. A convict rushed out of the cold storage's back door in a panic. Hearing the gunfire, but confused about the situation, he raised his gun and shouted down the corridor. Before his voice could fade, a blue-white arc of lightning precisely pierced the back of his head. Yehan stepped out of the shadows and dragged the body into the gap between the shipping containers to hide it. The man had his hair tied in a messy bun. Yehan leaned down, used the sleeve of the man's prison uniform to wipe the bloody foam from the man's mouth, and pulled his hood down to cover the charred electrocution wound. The gunfire ahead continued unabated as zombies broke through the barriers and poured into the cold storage corridor. Several convicts were trapped at the entrance, firing wildly as they retreated, their curses and screams rising and falling. Yehan slipped through the back door into the first row of the cold storage. In a corner, a lone thug was crouching at the bottom shelf, rummaging for supplies and incessantly cursing that the warehouse had already been picked clean. He approached silently. As a lightning arc erupted from his fingertips, the man collapsed straight onto his own rifle, the buttstock striking the ground with a dull thud. Yehan bent down to pick up the rifle and stored it in his spatial storage. He advanced steadily along the narrow corridor of the cold storage, releasing his psychic ability to scan the area ahead at every corner. Severed wires dangled from the ceiling, casting swaying shadows on the floor. Ahead, another thug aimed his gun at the corridor entrance, his fingertips trembling, slightly unsettled and on edge from the recent strange noise. Yehan gave him no time to react. His mental power instantly bound the man's movements, followed immediately by a lightning arc that delivered a fatal blow. The crystal nucleus rotated slowly in his mind, and clear mental feedback flowed back. 6 thugs on the perimeter of the cold storage were trapped at the main entrance by zombies struggling to hold their ground. Inside, 2 others were shivering in the power distribution room, too terrified to step out. After crouching behind the forklift for a long time, without anyone approaching, Li Kai poked his head out once more to look around. A thug was circling around the side of the cold storage to investigate, his gun slung over his back and a heavy crowbar gripped in his hand. He stopped less than 5 meters from the forklift, tilting his head to warily scan the gaps between the shipping containers. This man bore a gruesome, newly formed scar stretching from his brow to his jawline, still raw and red. Unlike his reveling companions, his expression was tense, his knuckles white around the crowbar and his eyes filled with sheer terror. Li Kai caught sight of a half-eaten souring box of shredded potatoes next to a pool of blood on the ground. Perhaps this man was merely searching for a bite to eat in this desperate situation. He could have stayed hidden and waited for Yehan to strike. But the man kept drawing closer, soon reaching the front of the forklift, and spotted his shoes at a glance. Both of them moved at the same instant. Li Kai lunged forward, only to freeze the moment he raised his cleaver. The thug opposite him also froze in place, his crowbar suspended in midair, hesitating to strike. The two faced off at point-blank range, clearly smelling the blood and sweat on each other. In the thug's eyes there was no pure malice, only fear, exhaustion, and hesitation. In the next split second, a blue-white arc of electricity struck the back of his head with precision. The man collapsed straight to the ground, the crowbar slipping and hitting the floor with a sharp metallic clatter. Yehan stood 3 meters away, residual sparks of lightning still dancing on his fingertips. Li Kai looked down at the fallen thug. Bloody foam slowly seeped from the man's lips. The back of his head was charred black and his pupils were gradually dilating. After a long silence, he leaned down and gently closed the man's eyes with his palm. This was a healer's habit etched into his very bones. Regardless of good or evil, every departed life deserved a dignified end. His hands were shaking the entire time, Li Kai murmured. Yehan did not respond. He stepped forward, collected the crowbar and rifle, and swept them into his spatial storage. 2 are hiding in the power distribution room, and 6 outside are surrounded by zombies, he briefed calmly and concisely. Their ammunition is running out. They have only 2 choices: perish in the jaws of the zombies or retreat into the cold storage. Once they retreat, they will inevitably pass right by your hiding spot. This spot is indeed very useful. Li Kai looked up. I'll shout a few more times. Yehan walked straight toward the power distribution room. His mental confinement took effect instantly, and 2 lightning arcs erupted simultaneously. The 2 thugs collapsed dead before they could even pull their triggers. One of them crashed heavily against the electrical panel, producing a loud metallic clang. Yehan collected their weapons and walked swiftly toward the main door of the cold storage. The gunfire outside had ceased completely. It was not because the battle was over, but because their ammunition was entirely depleted. Piercing screams suddenly erupted. not the roars of zombies but the desperate wails of humans being torn apart. Immediately after, the door of the cold storage was violently slammed open and 4 blood-drenched thugs stumbled inside. Of the 6 who had gone out earlier, only 4 remained. A large chunk of flesh had been torn from the bald brute's arm, exposing the stark, white bone beneath. He clutched his wound tightly, blood pouring frantically through his fingers. Crouching at the corner of the corridor, Li Kai shouted from afar at the top of his lungs. "Over here. Run this way. There's a back door." His voice was urgent and bright, like a volunteer guiding lost souls to safety in a desperate situation. In desperate straits, humans instinctively run toward the source of sound to survive, without a second thought. As the first thug came sprinting over, a sudden flash of lightning struck from the side, hitting his temple with precision. His body went limp instantly and collapsed to the floor. The 3 behind him had no time to break before a second flash of lightning followed. The second thug crashed into an empty metal shelf which collapsed with a deafening roar that echoed through the cold storage. The remaining 2 snapped out of their panic and turned to flee, but their legs had already gone soft from fear and the looming zombies, leaving them with nothing but 2 daggers in their hands. Yehan stepped out from the shadows of the shelves, giving them no room to breathe. 2 lightning arcs exploded simultaneously, and the 2 fell to the ground. The bald brute was the last to fall, his dagger still gripped tightly in his hand, its tip pointing straight at Yehan. The cold storage finally fell into complete silence. Only the persistent growls of the zombies outside and the faint distant sound of unfamiliar gunfire remained, leaving it unclear whether they belonged to other survivors or another band of desperate thugs. Standing amidst the 4 corpses, Yehan cast a cold glance at the bald man. The faded number on the sleeve of his prison uniform and the tattoo on his neck clearly marked his identity as a convict. He raised his hand and released bursts of lightning, swiftly clearing out the zombies gathering at the entrance. Over a dozen charred corpses piled up at the doorway, temporarily blocking the entrance. Li Kai stepped out from the corner, tucking his cleaver back into his waistband. Stepping over the collapsed shelf, he glanced at the bodies on the ground, bent down to pick up the dagger dropped by the bald man, and gently placed it on a nearby shelf. Purely out of instinct, unwilling to let a sharp blade defile the deceased, he walked over to Yehan's side, looking out at the piled-up zombie corpses. Yehan leaned back against the cold metal wall, his fingertips releasing one last lingering spark of lightning. The blue-white glimmer flickered twice before slowly dying out. Watching him withdraw his hand, Li Kai suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "Boss, when you said you were going to send them on their way, I really thought we were both going to meet our ends here today." He raised his right hand, splaying his fingers. A tiny orange-red flame flickered precariously at his fingertips. It was still only the size of a candle flame, casting a wavering light in the dim cold storage. In the end, all I did was yell a couple of times. Yehan glanced sideways at the tiny flame and said flatly, "Your voice came at just the right moment." Li Kai snuffed out the flame, wiped away the faint wisp of smoke from his finger, and forced a faint smile, a trace of complex melancholy hidden deep in his eyes. "Boss, where are we heading now?" Yehan yanked open the SUV's door, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The low rumble reverberated loudly across the empty warehouse district. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, he used the other to rip off his bloodstained jacket and toss it onto the back seat. The sun had already sunk in the west. The drive back to Yunya village from here would take nearly 3 hours. He had promised to Ning that he would be home before dark. Li Kai stood outside the passenger door, his fingers gripping a chipped kitchen cleaver, hesitating for a mere half-second. Then, with a nimble agility that completely belied his 6-foot frame, he pulled open the door, vaulted into the passenger seat, buckled up, and settled in, all in one fluid motion. As the seatbelt clicked crisply into place, he casually set the cleaver by his feet and placed his hands neatly on his knees, sitting as upright and proper as a first-grade student on their very first day of school. "Boss, I really don't eat much. 2 meals a day, or even just 1 is fine. I can do heavy lifting, keep watch, move cargo, clean up. I can do anything." "Shut up." Li Kai silenced himself instantly, though a quiet wave of joy erupted in his heart. The boss hadn't kicked him out, which meant tacit acceptance. It seemed his charm was still potent. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, he had managed to align himself with a dual affinity awakened powerhouse. No one would believe such a plot, even if it were written in a book. The SUV shot forward like a projectile. The tires spun briefly on the gravel and crushed ice before gripping the ground fiercely, the chassis lurching forward, as if propelled by a colossal force. The immense inertia slammed Li Kai hard against the backrest, his head jolting against the headrest. He frantically grabbed the grab handle above the door, while his other hand clamped down on the seatbelt buckle, ensuring he was still secure. "Boss, that start was way too intense." Before his voice could fade, a zombie stumbled out from behind a derelict truck by the roadside, stepping right into the middle of the road. Yehan did not veer in the slightest, pressing down even harder on the accelerator. The heavy bumper of the SUV slammed violently into the zombie with a dull, sickening thud. The creature was scooped up, rolled over the roof, and down the rear windshield before crashing heavily onto the asphalt, a severed limb still twitching reflexively. Catching a glimpse of this in the rearview mirror, Li Kai instinctively spun around to look back, his eyes wide with shock. My goodness, boss, did you use to drive bumper cars? Another zombie appeared ahead, only to be sent flying just as directly. Li Kai instantly fell silent. He finally understood that the boss wasn't targeting the zombies, he was simply in a hurry. On the way here, cruising leisurely along the riverbank was a matter of ease. Now eager to return home, anything that could be resolved with tires would not waste a single spark of lightning. He gripped the handle tightly and let out 2 short whistles, silently marveling that the boss was indeed hardcore from head to toe. The SUV sped furiously along the riverbank path they had come by. The zombies they hit lay strewn across the shoulders. Those not entirely dead had their skulls crushed under the speeding wheels, silenced forever. Upon reaching a narrow stretch of the riverbank, they encountered a stalled minivan parked by the roadside, its hazard lights long dead and doors wide open. As the SUV rounded the bend, its headlights suddenly illuminated the road ahead. Several figures stood right in the middle of the path, not zombies, but living people. At the very front was an elderly couple in their 60s. Behind them stood a middle-aged man and woman, and at the rear was a young man in his early 20s leaning casually in the middle of the road with his arms crossed, his posture both indolent and arrogant. Yehan slammed on the brakes. It wasn't out of a soft-hearted desire to stop, but because they were standing too close together, charging through would inevitably crush the elderly couple. He was not yet so cold-blooded as to run down innocent elderly folks just to save a few minutes. Glancing at the time, his brow furrowed deeply. The window to get home was growing tighter by the second. Hurled forward by the sudden deceleration, Li Kai was jerked back hard by his seatbelt. Just as he was about to ask what was happening, he saw the group heading straight for the vehicle. The 2 elderly people were the first to reach the front of the car. The old woman wore a broad, sycophantic grin, her wrinkles folding into a hypocritical grimace as she hurried to the passenger window and knocked forcefully on the glass. Li Kai looked at Yehan, and after receiving a nod of tacit approval, rolled the window down just a crack. "Young man, I can tell at a glance that you are a kind-hearted soul." The old woman pressed her face closer to the crack, her tone soft and sweet, as if she were coddling her own grandchild. "Take us with you. We've been waiting here for so long, and you are the first living person we've met." The old man beside her stepped up right behind, his graying eyebrows furrowed tightly. He spoke with an air of absolute entitlement, heavy with moral coercion. "Exactly. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. We have the elderly and the young here. How can you just leave us to die?" Li Kai turned his head to look at Yehan. He was merely surviving by relying on the boss and had no right to make decisions on his behalf. Yehan stared indifferently at the 2 outside, his gaze sweeping over the old woman's forced smile and the old man's overbearing expression. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse in his past life, he had seen countless souls begging for help in desperate situations. Those who were truly terrified and helpless would be timid, hesitant, and too afraid to approach. Yet these 2 showed no fear at all. They pressed forward aggressively, their smiles dripping with calculation. They hadn't come to beg for rescue. They had come to negotiate and demand. "Move." His voice was not loud, but it was cold and clear, cutting through the noise outside. The smile on the old woman's face froze for a fraction of a second before she forced it back on. "How can you speak to us like that, child? We elderly are asking you so nicely. Can't you show some compassion? The back seat is clearly empty. What's wrong with taking a few more people?" "That's right." The old man took half a step forward, blocking the bumper with his body. "Young people nowadays are getting more and more disrespectful. Have you forgotten to respect the elderly and cherish the young? We've spent our whole lives making compromises, and now we're just asking for a small favor. Is it really that hard?" "Sir Mayam." Li Kai couldn't help but speak up, leaning closer to the window crack with a helpless tone. "There are abandoned vehicles everywhere outside. You can just pick any one of them and drive off. Why must you ride with us? How can that be the same?" The old woman's voice instantly spiked, her tyrannical nature fully exposed. "We don't know how to drive. What if we encounter danger out there? And we don't even know where to settle down. You young folks are capable, so we'll only be safe if you take us." Li Kai opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He had seen this kind of robber's logic far too often back at the hospital. Relatives would grab a doctor's sleeve, clamoring, "Since your medical skills are so good, you should save them for free," as if the strong were naturally obligated to bail out the weak and pay for other people's laziness. Behind the SUV, the middle-aged couple who had remained silent suddenly made their move. The man rushed to the rear door and began tugging frantically at the handle. However, Yehan had locked all the doors the moment he sensed something amiss, so no matter how much force the man exerted, the door remained immovably shut. The woman stepped forward, quickly pounding violently on the rear window as shrill curses pierced the air. "Do you have any conscience at all? Leaving people to die? When the military arrives, I'll make sure to report you and have you thrown in prison or shot." The young man strolled forward and stood directly in front of the SUV. With his legs spread, arms crossed, and chin slightly raised, he issued a smug threat. "Dad, Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, why waste your breath on them? If they don't take us today, nobody is getting through this road." The riverbank road was already narrow, flanked by a steep flood barrier forest slope on one side and a pebble beach on the other. Standing in the middle of the road, the vehicle would either have to run him over or be completely stuck. Li Kai felt his blood pressure spike. In his years of practicing medicine, he had seen unreasonable relatives, but never a robbery committed with such self-righteousness. This was no plea for help, it was blatant daylight robbery. He was about to argue back, when he saw Yehan slowly shift into drive. Not reverse but drive. The arrogant smirk on the young man's face had not yet fully faded. Yehan slammed his foot onto the accelerator, the engine roared, and the SUV's front end lunged forward violently. The young man's smile shattered instantly. He instinctively took half a step back, but remained in the path of the car. His face turned deathly pale as he frantically uncrossed his arms. With the bumper mere inches from his knees, he leaped back twice, in sheer panic, ultimately tumbling down the steep roadside slope in a pathetic heap, landing on his rear in a pile of dry grass, one of his sneakers flying far into the distance. Without slowing down in the slightest, the SUV drove straight over the spot where he had just been standing. The old woman shrieked in terror, dragging the old man back several stumbling steps. The middle-aged man outside the rear door, still clutching the handle tightly, was yanked forward by the suddenly accelerating vehicle, crashing hard onto the asphalt. His cheek was scraped raw, and he let out a pig-like squeal of agony. The middle-aged woman, having missed the window, stumbled forward and fell, her knees slamming hard onto the pebble beach as she gasped in pain. Li Kai adjusted the rearview mirror, watching the figures behind them gradually shrink. The old woman was jumping in anger and cursing. The old man shook his fists and shouted. The middle-aged man lay groaning on the ground. The young man sat on the slope, frantically searching for his shoe, and the woman knelt on the beach weeping bitterly. Their curses were swallowed by the wind and the roar of the engine, leaving only open mouths gasping like dying stranded fish. Boss. Li Kai adjusted the rearview mirror once more until the group vanished completely from sight. Will they really go to the military to report us? No. Yehan steered with one hand, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead, his tone indifferent. The military. The military in the city is probably gone. Li Kai froze. Images of the standard-issue rifles in the hands of the prisoners outside the cold storage flashed through his mind, along with the murdered prison guards and the suppressed hatred he had sensed from the boss behind the curtains. He slowly leaned back against his seat, gazing out at the flood barrier forest rushing past. The sky was growing darker. The military was gone, the police were gone. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, law, order, and morality, things he had never once questioned since childhood, were like fragile sandcastles completely washed away by the tide of the end times. That group of people weren't purely evil. They were simply still living in the past, in that old world where someone would stop if you blocked their car, and someone would compromise if you threw a tantrum. But that world had completely vanished. The sky had completely darkened. The last sliver of grayish-blue light over the western ridge was slowly swallowed by the night, and the shadows of the trees on both sides of the winding mountain road grew increasingly dense and pitch black. The off-road vehicle's headlights sliced through the heavy darkness. Ahead, zombies stumbled out one after another, only to be violently knocked down and run over by the rigid bumper, producing dull fleshy thuds beneath the chassis. Yehan held the steering wheel steadily with one hand while his other hand unconsciously gripped the gear shift, his knuckles turning pale. In his mind, he repeatedly calculated the return route, having already mentally retraced it 3 times. At this speed, the night would undoubtedly be pitch black by the time he reached Yenya village. And Ning was alone with 2 children, feeding them, changing diapers, and soothing them to sleep through the night. Anin had a bit of diarrhea today, and Lele had always been clingy, insisting on pressing close to their mother at night to fall asleep. In such a vast courtyard with danger lurking just outside the walls, would she be overwhelmed all by herself? Would she be afraid? With worry surging in his heart, he pressed the accelerator even deeper. In the passenger seat, Li Kai was slammed hard against the backrest by the extreme speed. It was no exaggeration, it was a literal impact. The off-road vehicle made a sharp turn from the riverbank road onto the national highway. The centrifugal force flung him violently toward the car door before the seatbelt yanked him back, his shoulder slamming heavily against the seatback. He gripped the grab handle above the door tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white. With the back of his head pressed firmly against the headrest, he braced his legs against the floor mat to steady himself, his voice trembling. Boss, slow down. There's a sharp bend ahead. Turn, turn, turn. The off-road vehicle cut onto the national highway at an almost right angle, the tires screeching sharply against the pavement. The national highway was flat and wide, but the wandering zombies grew increasingly dense. Yehan sped along, crashing through and running over any zombies in his way, the headlights carving a long tunnel of light and shadow through the night. Abandoned vehicles lined both sides of the road, some with doors wide open, others with shattered windows, and a few overturned on the shoulder, leaving a scene of scattered wreckage. He swerved around a bus blocking the middle of the road. Just as he accelerated again, a sudden movement ahead caught his eye. By the side of the national highway lay an abandoned gas station. Most of its canopy had collapsed, and the fuel dispensers were violently smashed. Pungent gasoline spread across the ground, its strong fumes lingering heavily in the night air. Over a dozen men armed with crowbars, baseball bats, and machetes had formed a circle. Like greedy hyenas, they were cornering their prey. As the headlights swept over them, Yehan instantly saw that the person trapped in the center was a woman. He had no intention of meddling in others' business. Tragedies of the strong preying on the weak were commonplace in the apocalypse. He was no savior of mankind, and his wife and children were waiting for him at home. Without easing off the accelerator, the off-road vehicle continued straight ahead. But in the next second, the headlights illuminated the woman's face. Yehan stood with her back against a ruined fuel dispenser. Her black trench coat was torn in several places, and a button at the collar of her white shirt had popped open, revealing her slender collarbone. Her long hair was disheveled, half of her cheek was covered in dust, and a trail of dried blood snaked down her face. Yet her back remained perfectly straight, like a resilient green bamboo standing defiant against a raging storm. Her cold eyes swept over every greedy face around her. There was no fear, no tears, and no begging for mercy. Not even her lips trembled in the slightest. Yehan slammed on the brakes. The off-road vehicle's tires locked instantly, letting out a piercing screech on the asphalt. The front of the car jolted forward before abruptly coming to a dead stop. Flung forward by the momentum, Kai was choked by the seatbelt across his chest, and the back of his head slammed heavily into the headrest once more. Rubbing his aching chest, he followed Yehan's gaze. As he took in the scene at the gas station, his eyes widened in shock. In broad daylight. Wait, no, under the cover of a dark night. These bastards are absolutely subhuman. Yehan did not respond. He recognized that face. In his past life, during the 10 years of the apocalypse, Yehan was one of the few level 9 powerhouses he knew intimately, a mutated water-type user. With a wave of her hand, she could condense a massive 100-meter-wide wall of water, carving a path through overwhelming tides of zombies. She was never a survivor who clung to others to get by. She was a powerhouse who forged her own path through the apocalypse by her own strength. He had not expected that in the early stages of the apocalypse, she would also be in Shanshan, having not yet awakened her abilities reduced to such a plight. Yehan pushed open the car door and stepped into the night. Standing in the center of the encirclement, Yehan had only one thought left. After fleeing for days, she had failed to escape after all. She looked coldly at the greasy face of the leader Wang Biao and the eager, sinister expressions of the former bodyguards surrounding him. Just 10 days ago, these people were still bowing and scraping before her, respectfully calling her eldest miss, opening doors, carrying her bags, and waiting on her hand and foot. Her father had paid them triple salaries and looked after their families during the holidays. Yet when the apocalypse arrived, these very people immediately hotwired her luxury car, plundered all her supplies, and trapped her here for 2 full days and nights. Eldest miss, you can't escape. Wang Biao took half a step forward, his eyes scanning her body with undisguised greed. The woman before him was tall and cold, her skin as fair as jade, and her eyes icy enough to make one both fearful and captivated. In the past, he could only steal glances at her silhouette from afar. Now that she was within arm's reach, his desires spiraled completely out of control. Why not just submit to us, brothers? You're so beautiful, surely you don't want to become a mindless zombie. Exactly. Eldest miss, how are you going to survive out here all by yourself? We can protect you. Another man carrying a crowbar stared lecherously at her torn collar. Submit to us, and we'll guarantee your safety from now on. Stop struggling. In this apocalyptic world, no one is coming to save you. The others chimed in with whistles and jeers erupting one after another. The once high and mighty heiress of a multi-billion fortune was now reduced to prey for them to toy with. This ultimate thrill of turning the tables had completely clouded their minds and obliterated any remaining conscience. Yehan felt a wave of visceral disgust. During the 2 days she was trapped, she hadn't uttered a single word. It was not out of fear, but sheer disdain. Speaking even a single word to these ungrateful, treacherous jackals would be an insult to herself. Her right hand remained hidden beneath her trench coat, her palm gripping a sharp piece of metal she had broken off the fuel dispenser. The edge was razor sharp, having already sliced into her palm. Blood trickled slowly through her fingers, but she felt no pain. Even if she could not escape death today, she would drive this metal shard deep into Wang Biao's neck. Taking down even one would make it worth it. As for the rest, she would do everything in her power to settle the score. Wang Biao could no longer hold back. The colder and more stubborn the woman was, the more intense his craving grew, like countless ants gnawing at his heart. He suddenly thrust his hand forward, his fingertips trembling with excitement as he reached straight for Yehan. Just as his fingertips were about to touch her, a sharp blue-white arc of electricity suddenly sliced through the night, striking him precisely on the head. Wang Biao's hand froze in midair, his fingers locked in that greedy pose. His mouth fell slightly open as a wisp of dark smoke drifted from his nose and mouth, his consciousness instantly shattering. I think I see my great-grandmother. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed stiffly, his face slamming heavily against the concrete base with a dull thud, completely motionless. Before the remaining bodyguards could react, their bodies suddenly stiffened. It was not due to physical restraint, but an invisible mental confinement pinning them to the spot from all directions. Immediately after, a suffocating sensation gripped their necks, tightening more and more. They gasped desperately with wide-open mouths, their faces turning from red to purple, their eyes bulging, and veins popping out like dying fish out of water. Yehan suddenly looked up. A tall, slender figure walked slowly out of the night, and into the gas station. His steps were steady, each footfall carrying weight. His right hand hung at his side, his fingertips still crackling with lingering blue-white lightning. Silhouetted against the blinding headlights, she could not make out his face, seeing only his broad shoulders, the sharp, cold contours of his profile, and a pair of tranquil, unfathomable eyes. Yehan froze where she stood, her gaze sweeping over the corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. Wang Biao lay face down, his forehead smashed against the concrete base, a faint wisp of bluish smoke slowly rising from the charred electrical burn hole at the back of his skull. The remaining dozen or so bodyguards lay sprawled and curled up, their faces contorted into horrific purple-black hues, eyes bulging outward, tongues lolling from the corners of their mouths. In merely a few minutes, these wolves, who had been barking wildly and coveting her moments before, had completely ceased to breathe. Her fingers slowly uncurled from the sharp iron shard, letting it drop from her palm to strike the concrete with a crisp metallic clang. The wound on her palm continued to seep, blood crimson droplets tracing down her fingertips and falling one by one onto the cold ground. "Miss, are you all right? Is the wound serious?" Li Kai hurried forward, his eyes instinctively scanning her from head to toe, the professional assessment of a doctor examining a patient devoid of any frivolity. His gaze settled on her bleeding palm, brows furrowing sharply as his right hand reached for his pocket, searching for the bandages that should have been there. Now only a half-crushed pack of tissues soaked through with zombie blood remained. "The wound isn't deep, but it needs thorough cleaning and disinfection. It's highly susceptible to infection. Unfortunately, I have no medical supplies on hand." "Big shot, do you have a first aid kit in the car? What do you intend to do with them?" Yehan interrupted his rambling, his attention fixed on Yehan, his tone measured and calm. Yehan followed his gaze to the bodies on the ground, pausing for 2 seconds of silence. Her throat moved slightly, as if swallowing down days of pent-up humiliation and anger before she finally spoke. Her voice emerged raspy and dry, like sandpaper dragging across rough wood. The first words she'd uttered in 2 days of captivity. "They don't deserve to live." Several bodyguards, still clinging to life on the ground, jerked their eyes wide open at her words. Their lips trembled desperately, making hoarse, gasping sounds in their throats, but an invisible force held their necks captive, preventing them from speaking a single word. One of them had tears and snot smearing his face, blinking frantically in a plea for mercy. He could still recall how she would softly say "thank you" when he opened the car door for her back in the day, so why was this happening now? Yehan studied Yehan for a long moment without speaking. The spiritual power emanating from between his brows intensified, and the weakly struggling bodies on the ground went completely limp, all trembling, ceasing at once. The deserted gas station fell into absolute silence. "Thank you," Yehan said again, her raspy voice carrying a touch more composure. "How did you end up surrounded by these people? They all seem to know you and address you as Miss." Li Kai glanced at the corpses covering the ground, then at her torn collar, his frown deepening. Yehan glanced down at his watch, 4:47 a.m. It would take nearly 2 hours to drive back to Yunya village from here, and Ning and the child were still waiting for him. He didn't linger, turning and striding forward with steady, swift steps directly toward the SUV's driver's seat. "Hey, wait for me, boss." Li Kai didn't finish his question. Seeing Yehan already opening the car door, he instantly pushed his curiosity about Yehan aside. After being accepted by the boss, he dared not be left behind. Wearing mismatched shoes, he quickly hurried toward the passenger seat with loud clacking steps. Yehan stood in place, watching the 2 red taillights of the SUV, hesitated briefly, then quickly followed and opened the rear door to get in. The door closed heavily, and she instinctively wrapped her torn black trench coat tighter around herself. Silence fell inside the cabin. Li Kai couldn't bear the awkwardness leaning forward from the front seat to strike up a conversation with the back, but the seatbelt held him firmly in place. He decided to lean sideways against his seat and take the initiative to break the silence. "I'll buy Yehan. Miss Bai, I know you. You're the daughter of the Bai Group. I've followed the rare disease treatment projects you sponsored. All 3 phases, that prospective study on genetic screening was exceptionally well designed. Even though you're not from a medical background, your proposals are more rigorous than many professionals in the field." Yehan looked up at him. The dim interior lighting still allowed her to recognize that young face. "You're Li Kai? From Kyoto First People's Hospital, the youngest attending surgeon for conjoined twin separation procedures in the country. You know me." Li Kai's eyes lit up suddenly. "I've read both of your core papers." Yehan's tone remained steady, her raspy voice particularly composed. "Optimization of vascular reconstruction in conjoined twin separation surgery, and correlation between anesthetic depth and postoperative recovery in newborns." The second paper's sample size was insufficient, but its conclusions hold considerable clinical value. Li Kai's mouth opened and closed, speechless for a moment. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, with zombies running rampant and order collapsed, having just survived a life-and-death escape, he was now discussing medical paper data samples with a young miss who had barely escaped dire straits herself. It was absurd, yet somehow reassuring. Yehan remained silent throughout the journey, unmoved by their academic exchange. He had known about these past events from his previous life, but had never realized that Yehan had endured such disgraceful experiences in the early days of the apocalypse. No wonder after she later awakened her ice-type ability, her temperament grew increasingly cold and taciturn. Those humiliations and desperate situations she probably only wanted to forget completely. The SUV climbed higher and higher along the winding mountain road, the surface transitioning from smooth asphalt to gravel and finally to a rugged dirt path. Li Kai gradually fell silent. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly treacherous, with steep cliffs on the left and a dizzying abyss on the right, the headlights cutting through the pitch-black void below. Yet Yehan's speed showed no sign of decreasing. "Boss, do you live up on the mountain?" Li Kai's voice trembled slightly. "Boss, there's a sharp turn ahead. Boss, the road is getting narrower and narrower. Can you slow down a bit? I may be a doctor, but I can't treat heart disease caused by fright." Li Kai's face went pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gripped the door handle tightly. In the back seat, Yehan remained silent, quietly fastening her seatbelt, one hand gripping the handle while the other pressed against her knee, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Yehan paid no heed. The tires crushed over gravel and exposed tree roots, the undercarriage clinking and rattling against stones, yet he didn't even lift an eyelid. Finally, the SUV came to a stop beside a natural pool formed by a mountain spring. The moment the vehicle settled, Li Kai immediately pushed open the door and bolted out. Yehan followed close behind, both crouched by the roadside, one supporting herself against a crooked tree, the other bracing on her knees, both retching violently onto the grass. After days of ravenous hunger, all they could bring up was acidic stomach fluid. Li Kai wiped his mouth and panted heavily. "I finally understand why the boss drives so fast." Yehan didn't respond, only dry heaving twice more. Yehan ignored them entirely, walking straight to the trunk to retrieve a high-pressure water gun and bucket. The front of the vehicle was splattered with zombie blood, flesh fragments, and mud with shards still hanging from the bumper. He connected the water gun and began spraying the dark red blood, washing down the body and pooling on the muddy ground. Crouching down, he put on gloves and meticulously wiped the bloodstains from the bumper and windows with a cloth, his movements careful and precise. Recovering his strength, Li Kai stumbled forward, grabbed another cloth, and started cleaning the rear windows. After a moment, Yehan also approached, picking up a dry cloth to wipe away the remaining watermarks on the vehicle's surface. After more than 10 minutes, the SUV looked brand new. Only a few scratches from the zombie's claws remained on the body, showing no trace of the chaos from crossing through the horde. Yehan finished his inspection, put away the tools, and opened the car door. The SUV continued its ascent. The mountain road grew increasingly narrow and steep, with bushes on both sides scraping against the vehicle with rustling sounds. Li Kai dared not speak further, gripping the handhold tightly with both legs braced against the floor, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Rounding a sharp bend, the headlights suddenly illuminated the end of the path. Li Kai's pupils contracted sharply, and he cried out in panic. "Boss, stop. There's no road ahead. It's a cliff." Before them stretched an entire steep cliff face, densely wrapped in dark green vines. The branches were as thick as a child's wrist, cascading in layers from the cliff top, completely impenetrable. Beyond, the cliff edge dropped into a 1,000-foot abyss, with the distant ridge visible in his peripheral vision. The vines swayed gently in the night wind, resembling a living green wall. "We're done for." Li Kai gripped his seatbelt tightly, his voice cracking. "Boss, stay calm. There's really no road here." Yet Yehan didn't slow down. In fact, he pressed the accelerator harder, driving straight toward the vine-covered cliff. Li Kai closed his eyes in despair. He had evaded zombies, endured starvation, and dodged armed captives, never expecting to meet his end here. Yehan also closed her eyes, her fingertips digging into the handrail until her knuckles turned white. She didn't ask questions. She never begged strangers for anything. The speed didn't lessen at all, though instead it accelerated further. The anticipated impact and fall never came. Only the low hum of the engine idling. Li Kai cautiously opened one eye, then both widened in shock. The vines moved. Thick tendrils parted from the center of the cliff face, as if guided by an invisible hand, revealing a heavy gray-black wall behind them. The vines unfurled and folded layer by layer, leaves rustling softly. Not the rigid motion of machinery, but like a living organism stretching its limbs, gentle and natural. At the center of the wall, two massive metal doors comparable to a bank vault slowly slid inward, their heavy hydraulic hinges producing a deep, solid rumbling sound. Warm yellow light poured out from within the doorway. The SUV slowly entered through the gates. Through the rearview mirror, Li Kai watched as the vines closed behind them, once more layer upon layer, fitting seamlessly to completely obscure the entrance. From the outside, it still appeared as nothing more than a steep cliff covered in vegetation, with not a trace of light escaping. "Boss," Li Kai slowly turned his head, swallowed hard, his tone utterly serious. "Be honest with me, are you some kind of monster?" He paused, then quickly added, "I'm not insulting you. Plants that can open doors on their own, that's beyond the scope of science. I'm a doctor, I believe in science, but I trust my eyes even more." Yehan glanced sideways from the back seat toward the vines outside the window that had returned to their original positions. The thickest vine descended, gently brushing against the roof before retracting. This was no casual encounter with the night breeze. It was deliberate contact. Her pupils contracted slightly, but she remained silent. Yehan offered no response, bringing the SUV to a halt on the bluestone pavement before the old house and killing the engine. The heavy metal door sealed shut, cutting them off from the dangers outside. Ningen stood in the center of the main hall, her fingertips carefully tracing the bolt to confirm it was firmly locked. Only then did she quietly turn and step into the bedroom. Anen and Lulu slept peacefully, curled up side by side in their crib. Lulu's tiny fingers gripped his brother's sleeve, while Anen buried his face into the soft pillow, a small dark patch of drool soaking through the fabric. She bent down and gently tucked the blanket, and Anen had kicked open her fingertips, brushing softly over his downy hair. It was still early, and the children had not yet woken. Ningen slipped out of the bedroom on tiptoe and settled quietly on the sofa in the main hall. The house was still and silent save for the steady ticking of the clock's second hand on the wall. She rose slowly and pushed open the basement door. The motion sensor light flickered on, bathing the narrow staircase in warm white light. She descended step by step, heaving open the thick door of the cold storage as biting chill washed over her. She rubbed her arms instinctively and stepped into the space brimming with supplies. Frozen meat and fish, quick frozen vegetables, cases of goods stacked neatly to the ceiling. She took out her phone and carefully photographed each row of shelves. Labels facing outward, quantities clear, rice flour, cooking oil, dried goods, and seasonings, cartons of infant formula and diapers, all documented one by one. After finishing the inventory, she returned to the nursery. Both children were still fast asleep. She retrieved a fresh notebook and fountain pen from the bedside drawer. This notebook had originally been used to record the children's feeding and schedule, but now served a new purpose. She pulled up the photos on her phone and carefully transcribed the record, stroke by stroke, rice by the bag, and where it was stored, formula by the can, and stage diapers by the carton and size. Her handwriting was neat and precise, the columns perfectly aligned, so orderly, it resembled a professional warehouse ledger. She reread everything multiple times to ensure nothing was overlooked. Yehan never cared to elaborate on the dangers beyond, but the news alerts that kept coming at the outbreak's onset and the infected figures she'd encountered on the mountain road. Their ghastly gray faces remained vividly etched in her memory. She understood the cruelty of this world better than anyone. The global catastrophe, the irreversible collapse. He hadn't spoken because he feared she'd be terrified, but she understood him completely. She couldn't be a warrior charging in a battle, but she could guard this fragile peace at home. To have warm meals ready when he returned, the children healthy and round-faced, the house clean and cozy. That was the best support she could offer him. Closing the notebook and tucking it back into the drawer, she leaned over the crib to look at the two sleeping faces, speaking softly but earnestly. Your father works so hard. We mustn't cause him trouble. Morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice, and Anen woke first. Without crying, he simply kicked his little feet, his wide round eyes fixed on the ceiling as soft babbling sounds escaped his mouth. Ningen lifted him and efficiently changed his diaper, fed him, and burped him. No sooner was she finished than Lulu woke too. His lips pouted as he whimpered softly. She tended to both children in turn and pushed the twin stroller to the bedroom doorway, fastening their seatbelts securely. Since Yehan had taken them out for a walk once, these two had refused to stay put indoors. Full and satisfied they needed fresh air. Anen started crying first, with Lulu right behind him, their wails rising and falling in turns. At first Ningen tried distracting them with toys, but soon discovered the tears stopped the moment they were pushed outside. Simply spoiled by Yehan's doting. She pushed the stroller and silently made a mental note to settle the score with him when he returned. After over 10 days of rest, her body had fully recovered. The episiotomy wound had completely healed, her lower back no longer weak or sore, and she lifted the stroller without strain. Pushing the children along the bluestone path, she took in the full view of Yehan village for the first time. The village was modest in size, with a dozen weathered houses clustered along the mountainside. Plaster flaked from the walls, wooden doors hung askew, and tattered newspaper flapped against the windows, torn apart by fierce winds. A few rooms still bore the marks of temporary workers' lodgings. Cardboard laid across the floor, empty lunchboxes, and mineral water bottles piled up, worn towels draped over doorframes. Fruit trees grew throughout the village, peach, pear, and persimmon trees, along with a few unidentified varieties. In winter, the branches stood bare against the sky, creating a stark contrast with the dark green ivy climbing the walls and the towering old locust tree at the village entrance. When she first arrived, she worried constantly about the dense forest harboring snakes, insects, and mosquitoes that could easily bite the fragile infants. But Yehan village was unervingly clean, not a poisonous creature in sight, not even an ant. She attributed it to the harsh winter cold without further thought. Before long, she found herself at the village entrance, where the ancient locust tree's vast canopy sheltered half the settlement, dappled gold light filtering through layered branches onto the ground. She sat on a stone bench beneath the tree and turned the stroller so the children faced her. Anen chewed on his own foot, while Lulu played with his brother's sleeve, both content in the warmth of the shade. Ningen leaned back against the bench and looked upward. Mountain wind brushed past the wall, filtered through the thick ivy, leaving only a cool scent of grass and leaves. "This mountain is truly beautiful," she murmured softly, unsure whether she spoke for the children, for herself, or for the silent ancient tree. Deep within the canopy, out of her sight, a faint silver glow began to stir, rippling slowly downward from the highest leaves, unfurling layer by layer, like a gentle breeze caressing still water. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Ning and woke from her nap. The sky grew dark earlier each day, night falling completely around 6 in the evening. And Lula slept on peacefully. She rose quietly and made her way to the kitchen, retrieving half a free-range chicken, a piece of pork belly, 3 eggs, 2 tomatoes, and 1 head of cabbage from the refrigerator. She placed the chicken and pork into water to thaw. Before closing the refrigerator, she meticulously checked her supplies. The braised pork from 2 days ago and half a pot of Angelica chicken soup were still warm. But she knew that after a day of fighting and running outdoors, what he craved most was freshly cooked food straight from the wok. She planned to make chicken soup, stir-fried pork with green peppers, tomato, and egg, and simple stir-fried cabbage. 3 dishes and 1 soup would be enough for 2. While the children still slept, she prepared scallions, ginger and garlic, washed, and separated the cabbage and sliced the tomatoes. The knife fell against the wooden board with a soft, muffled thud, her movements deliberately quiet, so as not to disturb the sleeping children. As 6 o'clock approached, the sky gradually darkened. Ning placed the stewed chicken soup on the table and covered it to keep warm. The remaining dishes would be cooked fresh just before eating to ensure they stayed hot. She removed her apron, lifted each child in turn, and fed them, burped them, and changed their diapers. Lila had an extra good appetite today. Cradling him against her shoulder and patting his back, she gazed out the window at the deepening darkness. 6 o'clock had passed, and he still hadn't returned. A faint tremor of unease flickered in her chest before she pushed it aside. Setting the child back in the crib, she lifted the pot lid to check the soup. Golden oil floating on the surface, still piping hot. She turned the gas stove to low heat to keep it warm while waiting. She washed the milk bottles, scalded the nipples in boiling water, and set them upside down on a drying rack before drying her hands. Then came the steady sound of brakes from somewhere in the distance. Ning hurried out of the kitchen, crossed the main hall, and pushed open the weathered wooden door. Warm yellow light poured from behind her, illuminating the bluestone path before the threshold. An off-road vehicle sat quietly in the courtyard. The man in the driver's seat was killing the engine, while 2 unfamiliar young figures occupied the passenger seat and back row. But she had no attention to spare for others. Her gaze remained fixed on Yehan behind the wheel. He was unharmed. He pushed the door open and set his foot firmly on the stone. His shirt sleeves were casually rolled up, and the faint red mark between his brows had nearly faded away. Ning shifted the milk bottle to her other hand as water droplets traced down her fingers and fell onto the bluestone beneath her. She spoke softly, her tone as calm and gentle as on countless evenings when she'd waited for him to come home. "You're back." Li Kai gracefully hopped out of the passenger seat and worked his shoulders, still sore from the seatbelt. About to launch into a lengthy complaint about the near-vomiting drive along the mountain road, he looked up and saw a woman standing in the doorway of the main hall. Backlit by the warm yellow lights spilling from inside the house, she wore soft light gray loungewear, her long hair casually gathered into a low ponytail, one fingertip pinching a milk bottle that was still dripping. She stood quietly gazing at him in profile. Her skin was fair and warm, her features gentle and graceful, standing motionless in the night wind like a painting of quiet tenderness. Li Kai reacted before Yehan could even stop him. He closed the distance in 3 quick strides and burst into a dazzling smile, his tone easy and warm. "Good evening, sister-in-law." And Ning, still holding the milk bottle in one hand, instinctively lifted the other to tuck a strand of hair disheveled by the night wind behind her ear, her eyes tinged with puzzlement. The young man before her wore an oversized jacket and 2 completely mismatched shoes, his hair slightly damp, grinning with unmistakable earnestness. She could confirm she had never met this person. Yet his warmth was so genuine. Simply saying she didn't know him would be terribly rude. "You are," she began tentatively, her voice soft. Li Kai." Li Kai spoke each character deliberately with singular seriousness. And Ning's confusion deepened. This person meets her for the first time and expects her to guess his name. She looked at Li Kai, then turned to Yehan, who had just stepped down from the driver's seat. His expression was calm. He made no move to rescue her, only glancing down at his watch as if checking the time of their return home. And Ning's mind raced. Such warmth and familiarity. Calling her sister-in-law right away meant he must be a close friend of Yehan's. Surely he assumed Yehan had mentioned him beforehand, which is why he spoke with such certainty. But Yehan had never mentioned him. The old house renovation, where to store the formula, the solar indicator light. Every trivial detail had been carefully instructed, yet not once had he spoken of a friend like this. She regarded the young man before her, his eyes full of expectation. Silence. How should she respond without making him uncomfortable? Telling him outright that she didn't know him would be too hurtful, yet fabricating a guess was equally impossible. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Her lips parted, then closed again. The milk bottle in her hands grew nearly scalding from her grip. At last a single drop of water slid down the side of the bottle, and fell onto the bluestone pavement at her feet. Gu Yehan stepped forward, reached out, and casually tugged Li Kai backward, a gesture as natural as shuffling aside an obstruction. His surname is Li, Wood, and Child Li. Given name is Kai, the same Kai as in guessing riddles. Having said this, he cast a cold glance at Li Kai, covered in dust and bloodstains from the road, reeking of sourness and squalor, and yet still daring to approach Ning. Oh! And Ning let out a soft exhalation, the flush spreading from her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. So it wasn't her being asked to guess. No wonder it had felt strange moments ago. She shifted the milk bottle to her other hand and offered a slightly apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to guess your name. Only then did Li Kai realize the misunderstanding. Speaking his own name directly to someone he had just met had clearly been misinterpreted. How embarrassing. He hurriedly explained, sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. My surname is Li, my given name is Kai. Wood and Child Li, the same Kai as in guessing riddles. When my dad was courting my mom, she loved making him solve riddles, so my name was chosen at birth. I just wasn't clear earlier and caused the misunderstanding. He habitually scratched the back of his head, his fingertips coated in a layer of grease. Through the entire flight, he had already become thoroughly disheveled. Yehan stepped down from the rear seat and paused beside the off-road vehicle, not immediately approaching. Her black trench coat was torn in several places, the collar button missing, revealing a sliver of delicate collarbone. Her long hair was disheveled, half her face smudged with dust, a dried trail of blood winding down her cheek. Only after Li Kai finished speaking did she step forward half a pace, giving Ning a slight restrained nod. Yehan, the survivor Master Gu rescued at the foot of the mountain. When she said, Master Gu, she hesitated slightly. Since getting into the car, she had not learned his name, nor had he offered it. Boss felt too flippant, so she had chosen this distant form of address. Miss by Mr. Li, please come inside. The wind is strong out here. And Ning stepped aside to make way, her tone gentle and considerate, carrying sincere goodwill. A rich aroma drifted from within the house, instantly capturing Li Kai's full attention. The sweet fragrance of Angelica red dates and slow-simmered old hen mingled with the warmth of kitchen smoke was irresistible in the cool night breeze. Since the outbreak, compressed biscuits had been his sole sustenance. This scent now felt like paradise itself. He inhaled deeply through his nose, and his steps quickened involuntarily. Hold it! Gu Yehan's low voice cut through the air, quiet but carrying unquestionable authority. Li Kai's feet froze on the steps. The shower is on the right side of the courtyard. Clean up before you come in. Li Kai looked down at himself. Zombie bloodstains on his hoodie sleeves had dried to a crusty black, his pant legs were splattered with frozen food residue and grease, and the mismatched soles of his shoes clung with rotten fish scales from the cold storage facility. He raised his arm and sniffed. The pungent stench hit him immediately, even he could barely bear it. You're right, boss. I despise myself too. He obediently turned and headed toward the shower room. And Ning find them 2 sets of clean clothes. I'll take a shower too. And Ning said nothing, placed the milk bottle on the coffee table, and walked into the bedroom. She pulled 2 outfits from the wardrobe, 1 gray hoodie and trousers belonging to Gu Yehan, and one of her own cream white loungewear. She folded them neatly, paired them with 2 clean towels, and carried them all into the courtyard. The shower room had been converted from an old firewood shed equipped with an electric water heater and an exhaust fan. Under the stark white light, the sound of running water soon filled the air. Through the door came Li Kai's voice, sister-in-law, just leave it at the door. I'll get it myself. Yehan took the women's loungewear and murmured her thanks. And Ning noticed her long, slender fingers, neatly trimmed nails, and a few fresh scratches on the back of her hand that had not yet scabbed over. An hour later, all 3 had finished washing up. Gu Yehan, now in clean clothes, swept his damp black hair casually backward, a few stray strands clinging to his smooth forehead. He walked to the doorway of the main hall and pushed the door open. Li Kai stood beside the sofa in Gu Yehan's hoodie and trousers. The 2 shared similar height and build, so the clothes fit him well, though the sleeves were slightly long and rolled up twice. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the clay pot of chicken soup on the coffee table. When Gu Yehan entered, he quickly diverted his eyes and pretended to inspect the tabletop. Yehan sat at the far end of the sofa, her back perfectly straight. She wore Ning's loungewear. The buttons barely fastened the cuffs, ending midway up her forearms, exposing a slender, fair wrist. The pant legs were far too short, leaving her delicate ankles fully exposed. And Ning was petite and gentle in figure, whereas Yehan was a tall, sharp-featured northern girl at 173 centimeters. Every part of this outfit felt constraining on her. She rested her wrists on her knees, sitting properly, subtly uneasy. Gu Yehan glanced at her briefly, his eyes lingering for a moment on her exposed forearms and ankles, then looked away. Without a word, he walked to the dining table and took his seat. The apocalypse had broken out abruptly, and he had only packed daily clothes for a family of 4. His spatial storage was not empty, but those reserves were reserved for Lele, from infant to adult sizes. All of it, and he was reluctant to take them out lightly. Yehan instinctively tugged at her sleeves, failed, and then simply accepted it, remaining composed and upright. And Ning poked her head out of the kitchen, caught sight of her discomfort, then looked down at her own well-fitting loungewear. Understanding flashed across her face, but she simply lowered her gaze quietly and said nothing. Li Kai set the empty bowl down softly on the wooden table, a solid, reassuring sound the room. He slumped back in the chair, his eyes narrow at a smile of post-battle relief and hard-won happiness his face. I'm finally alive again. His tone was grave, no trace of jest, as if he were stating a meticulous medical conclusion. Most of the dishes on the table had already been cleared away. The chicken soup clay pot contained only a single chicken leg and a few slices of dangoue. The braised pork was spotless, the glossy broth wiped clean by the third bowl of rice. The tomato, scrambled eggs, and sautéed bok choy left only scattered traces of sauce. Bai Yuran ate with composed, refined grace, handling chopsticks with steadiness, lifting the bowl properly. While chewing she was quiet, yet her eating pace was not slow. First she served herself a bowl of noodles, savoring each bite, finished it, added another, and after that a third vanished in quick succession. While Li Kai finally noticed the portions shrinking and sped up, she had already finished at ease. Gu Yehan never joined this silent meal-off from the outset. He sat beside Ning as the two bowed over their bowls, and with quiet deftness he slid the last chicken leg from the clay pot along with the remaining greens into Ning's bowl. Ning was about to rise and check the noodles in the kitchen when she looked down and saw the warm chicken leg now in her bowl. Eat, Gu Yehan said lightly, his chopsticks withdrawn as if nothing had happened. Had his reflexes not been so quick, by the time Ning emerged from the kitchen, there would not have been a single drop of hot soup left on the table. The dining hall held only the faint clinks of chopsticks and the occasional soft whimpers as Nin stirred in her crib. In the next instant, a sky-shattering wail exploded. It wasn't the soft, hungry whines for milk nor the damp, diaper-wet wail. It was a deep, resonant cry that rose from the belly, a full-throated howl that seemed to shake the entire mountain forest. Gu Yehan set aside his chopsticks, first resting a hand on Ning's shoulder, guiding her back to her seat. You eat, I'll take care of it. He strode into the nursery, turning on the light. Anne's face flushed scarlet, her mouth wide open, fists waving in the air as she cried with a heart-wrenching wail, yet not a single tear glimmered at the corner of her eye. Clearly, she was merely pretending to howl. Lulu woke up on the side and, in watching him with her big dark eyes, quietly observing her elder brother's performance, her small pinky finger in her mouth, sucking contentedly. Seeing Gu Yehan enter, she suddenly pouted her pink mouth, exposing white gums in a small smile, then resumed gnawing on her fingers with renewed focus. Gu Yehan deftly changed the diapers for the two children, then one in each arm. He steadied them in his embrace and strode back to the main hall. Li Kai's eyes lit up the moment he saw the twins in Gu Yehan's arms, shining like two little lamps. He sprang up from the sofa, hurrying forward, craning his neck in undisguised astonishment. Boss, are these yours? One child or two? Dragon and Phoenix twins. His tone was even, yet his chin lifted a fraction, barely perceptible. Li Kai instantly poured out boundless praise, exclaiming, the boss truly lives up to the legend. Even having children is easier for you than for others. One birth, two treasures, a son and a daughter. What luck, what blessings. His words trailed off under Gu Yehan's quiet warning glance. Yet that gaze carried no threat, for as Li Kai spoke, the corners of Gu Yehan's lips lifted in a barely perceptible smile. Bai Yuran sat beside the sofa, cradling a warm teacup, her back still straight as a rod. But the gaze falling on the children softened a touch. When she entered earlier, she had only glimpsed the baby swing and the bottle on the coffee table, not realizing there were twins, so small and tender. She felt a little awkward, unsure if she should approach. So she placed the teacup on her knees and cupped her hands around it. And Ning took in all of this with keen observation. She knew that expression all too well. Curiosity stirring a wish to draw near, yet fear of overstepping. She rose to take it in and approached Bai Yuran sitting beside her on the sofa's arm. Miss Bai, this is An, he is the elder brother. She gently turned Anne's small face toward Bai Yuran. The little one, after being soothed by Daddy, was in high spirits, gazing at the unfamiliar tender face before her, and suddenly stretched out a plump little hand to clasp Bai Yuran's finger resting on her knee. Bai Yuran froze for a moment. The tiny hand was so small it could only grasp the first knuckle of her index finger, yet the grip was unexpectedly firm, the palm warm and soft like a lump of freshly kneaded cotton. The warm touch slowly spread from her fingertips, seeping into her heart. Gu Tai Tai, you don't have to call me Miss Bai. She looked up at Ning, her husky voice softened, shedding the cold aloofness she wore at the gas station. Just call me Yuran. After speaking, she extended the other hand, her fingertips brushing against Anne's clenched little fist. The little one squeezed even tighter in response. Yuran. And Ning relented, her voice gentle. She could tell Bai Yuran hailed from a distinguished lineage. It's not from her few words, but from the first sight. The black coat, torn though the fabric was with fine tailoring, and its own poise of bearing trained by years of etiquette. A look learned from childhood. But at this moment, she wore ill-fitting home clothes, wrists bare, the children grasping her fingers, a moment of awkwardness, no different from any ordinary young woman. Gu Yehan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was close to 9. He gently placed Lulu into the baby rocker, then walked to Ning's side. I will settle them somewhere. Turning to Li Kai and Bai Yuran, her voice was concise and resolute. Follow me. And Ning looked up, her lips parting slightly, yet no words came. Beyond the old house, Yunya village's other dwellings had stood abandoned for more than 10 years, with peeling walls, broken window frames, and uncertain insulation from rain, making occupancy questionable. Yet she did not ask questions in front of the guests. Yehan always moved with caution and a plan of his own, likewise he pretended not to read the doubt in her eyes, and led them out of the hall. The night wind outside was cool, the branches of the old locust tree rustling overhead. Yehan approached a blue brick and tiled house beside the old dwelling, pushed open the wooden door, pulled the cord, and the warm, white light lit up. This house served as the workers' temporary dwelling while the old house was being repaired. The electrical wiring was redone, the roof retiled, cracks in the walls filled with cement, though the floor remained a bit disorderly. He drew from the space 2 sets of mattresses and quilts, 2 blankets, pillows, and gray and white checkered sheets, placing them into the 2 bedrooms. All were plain cotton bedding, simple in style, somewhat different from the ones in their own house. For tonight, let's rest here for now. He arranged the bedding and turned to remind them. Tomorrow you may choose a house in the village yourselves and get it tidied up. Li Kai glanced around the room. Beds, bedding, a roof that kept out wind and rain far from the zombie danger, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. He dutifully replied, "Thank you, boss." Standing at the door of another room, Bai Yuran gazed at the neatly stacked bedding and whispered, "Thank you." Yehan made no further pause, turning and strolling across the courtyard back to the old house. The wooden door closed softly behind him. Anin and Lulu were already asleep, lying side by side in the baby crib, one foot resting on the other's abdomen, nestled together in slumber. And Ning stood by the cradle, tucking a small blanket around Luli's legs. Yehan came up behind her, his palm resting softly on her shoulder. "They will be housed in the blue brick house next door. Bedding complete, repairs solid. No need to worry." And Ning turned, her gaze lifting to him, questions unsaid in her eyes, but she said nothing. She had already looked at the neighboring house. It could barely be lived in. Yehan bowed his head and placed a light kiss on her smooth forehead. Then he took her hand, helped her lie down, and carefully pulled the blanket over her. He extinguished the hall lamp, rechecked the door bolts, and only after confirming safety did he shed his coat and lie beside her. The mattress sank slightly as Anin nestled into his shoulder, the strands of her hair brushing against his jaw, carried by a faint lavender detergent fragrance. "Li Kai is the one I met at the frozen goods market. The doctor from Jing City, stranded in the mountain town, confined in a hotel for more than 10 days, resources exhausted when he went out to survive. When I was gathering supplies, I bumped into him. He was wielding a kitchen knife against the zombies, torn between whether killing was illegal. He awakened a fire-type ability, currently able to conjure only a tiny flame." At this, a faint, almost invisible smile touched his lips in the night. Bai Yuran is the one rescued on the way back. She is the heiress of Bai Group, cornered by her own bodyguards at a gas station. He paused, then added softly, "Her nature isn't bad at heart." And Ning did not press how he knew. She simply leaned quietly on his shoulder, listening. "And Ning, there is something I must tell you." Yehan lowered his voice, entwining his 10 fingers with hers. "I have awakened my abilities. 3 attribute powers: the spiritual, the lightning, and the space." He spoke slowly and evenly, as if outlining a schedule for descending the mountain. Solemn, yet gentle, not wishing to scare her. And Ning was silent for a moment, then raised her hand to cover his. His palm was warm, the knuckles still bearing faint white scrapes from today's polishing. "When you awakened, did it hurt?" Her voice was muffled against his chest, soft and delicate. Yehan blinked. Yes, it hurt. A pain deep to the bone, yet the most worthwhile torment of his life. But there was no need to utter these things. He drew her closer into his embrace, his chin resting on her soft hair, his grip firm around her hand. He spoke only of the 3 attribute abilities, concealing the secret of the spatial jade pendant. His rebirth, the secret he must bear in his heart, not allowing Ning to share the burden of that fate. The wood attribute power, his greatest shield for safeguarding their home, would remain unsaid for now. And Ning did not press further. She trusted him, and everything he said she was willing to believe. Soon enough, her breathing grew long, and even falling into a deep sleep, her fingertips still loosely clutching his sleeve, her long lashes fluttering softly in the night. Yehan lowered his gaze to behold his sleeping beloved in his arms, one arm tight around her, the other resting gently atop the back of her hand. At his fingertips, a faint trace of wood attribute energy quietly swelled, a pale emerald light flashing between his fingers like moonlit spring waters seeping into her blood and flesh. This was not healing, but daily nourishment. Since he learned that the wood attribute could nourish the body, he had done this every night. With the soft, enduring vitality of wood attribute energy, he slowly mended the deficiencies in her chi and blood during her confinement, smoothing the hidden injuries born of her solitary labor, nourishing her from within until she returned to the best possible state. And Ning stirred faintly in her sleep, a warm current coursing through her, and she slept even more soundly and sweetly. The sky had not yet fully brightened, a dawn in the mountains come slower than in the a veil of gray-blue mist lay beyond the window, and the old locust tree's massive canopy loomed hazily through the damp air. Bai Yuran woke early. Lying on the smooth bed, she gazed up at the newly replaced wooden ceiling planks, momentarily dazed. Last night she had slept unusually soundly, a full night of rest, not even turning over once. The bedding was soft cotton, the pillow was comfortable. This humble blue brick and tile house was clean, draft-free, and free of mold. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, it was the deepest, most restful sleep she had ever had. She sat up and pulled on the lounge where Ning lent her the sleeves still too short and the cuffs brushing her ankles. She tugged at the cuffs, but they would not budge, so she resigned herself to it. The courtyard shower stall shown to them by Yehan last night was used with the mountain cool water. She washed quickly, tied back her tangled long hair, then pushed open the courtyard gate and walked toward the old house. Just as she reached the doorway, Anne's cries came from inside. It was not the piercing wail of hunger, but a mourning fuss, loud and vigorous with no tear shed. Next, Lily's soft, plaintive mewling followed, like a startled kitten. Yehan hesitated briefly, then gently knocked on the wooden door. The door wasn't locked, and Ning's gentle voice came from inside. Go ahead. She pushed the door open and entered. In the hall, the warm amber light spilled over Ning as she fed, and then the baby closed his eyes and suckled, hard cheeks puffed into two round little nuts. Beside them, Lula clung to her brother's pacifier, attempting to stuff it into her own mouth, repeatedly poking her rosy cheeks, but she refused to give up. I will help. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Yehan walked to the rocker, picked up the pacifier that had fallen onto Lily's belly, washed it carefully in the cool boiled water on the coffee table, and gently fed it to her. The little one stopped at once, small hands wrapping around the pacifier and suckling contentedly. The wooden door of the blue brick room next door creaked open. Li Kai appeared, sporting a tangled chicken coop hairstyle, the hoodie sleeves rolled up on one side and mismatched shoes on his feet. He stood in the courtyard and stretched his joints, giving a soft crack. He inhaled the mountain's crisp morning air and felt the whole body relax. So comfortable. The night's sleep had restored the fatigue of the previous 10 days, and now he felt full of energy. As he stepped into the old house, Yehan had already gone into the kitchen, and Ning had planned to set in and down and get up to cook breakfast, but Yehan raised her sleeve again and spoke crisply, I will do it. And Ning had no time to reply politely, for she saw Yehan already opening the fridge, bending to take out the ingredients, placing them neatly on the stove, silently mapping out today's dishes in her mind. Next, Yehan picked up a kitchen knife, and Ning, while changing Lily's diaper, quietly watched the kitchen. Yehan cut the pork belly into uniformly thick slices, neatly arranged on a plate, as if measured with calipers. The tofu was cut into 2-centimeter cubes, edges crisp, and sizes even. As she chopped, her back stood straight, wrists firm and precise. The knife struck the cutting board with a rhythm of tapping, like raindrops pattering on tiles. You are amazing. And Ning's eyes glowed with genuine surprise. I have never managed mapo tofu well. The tofu crumbles at the slightest touch, and I fear the oil is too hot and will burn, so it sticks to the pan every time. The oil must be hot enough. When the tofu is added, do not flip it yet. Wait for the bottom to set, then gently push it. Yehan explained as she demonstrated. With a gentle flick of the spatula, the tofu in the bright red oil flipped intact, not a single piece broken. You are also impressive to manage 2 children alone. She still did not look up as the spatula moved the tofu around the pan. I have no choice either, and Ning smiled softly, resignation in her voice. When the 2 little ones cried together, I almost cried with them. From now on I'll help you, and Ning said, then smiled. A faint smile curved Yehan's lips. Since escaping the station's brink, this was the first time she truly smiled, soft yet genuine. In the hall, Li Kai was not idle either. He pulled over a chair, sat beside the infant rocker, and gently picked an up onto his lap. The little one had just eaten and was in a good mood. Being held by a stranger, she did not cry, only frowned slightly, studying his face. Li Kai reached into his pocket and pulled out a small flashlight, the one he had snatched when trapped in a hotel a few days earlier. Besides that chipped kitchen knife, it was his only portable gear. He shone the flashlight into Anne's pupils, pinched the chubby little fist, moved her arms and legs with precise, gentle motions, then flipped the baby over and traced his fingertips along the spine. Li Kai looked toward Yehan, then spoke of an and Lulu developing very healthily. He turned it and back over. After a moment of handling, the child did not cry and even giggled. Li Kai checked Lulu again. The little one cooperated eagerly, lying in the rocker as he manipulated her, and even reached out to grasp his flashlight. After the check, he turned off the flashlight and looked seriously at Yehan. There is something special here. And Lily's cognitive development far surpasses that of babies their age. Typically, babies begin to recognize people at 3 months, and 4 to 6 months, they start reaching for hugs. But An and Lila clearly already know you. He raised a finger toward Yehan. An tilted her head and stretched out her chubby hand toward him. Yehan stood at the kitchen doorway 2 steps away as he approached, and immediately broke into a grin, and both her tiny hands reached out for a hug. Her physique also surpassed that of other babies her age. Her muscle tone and tracking responses were especially agile. Li Kai waved the flashlight before Lily's eyes, and the little one's gaze followed the light with precision. Placed in our pediatrics clinic, they would be standard exemplars of excellent development. Do you understand what I mean? Yehan replied calmly. He understood all too well. This was the result of day after day nourished by his wood element powers. The 2 children benefited longer than Ning. These secrets he would not speak of. Li Kai did not pry. As a doctor, he believed in science, but after last night, when he personally saw the vines open the door for the big boss, he temporarily shelved scientific theories. Come have breakfast. And Ning carried the dishes from the kitchen, pride bright in her eyes. Today everything was made by Yehan. Her craft is superb. The mapo tofu lay on the table, the red oil bright. The pale tofu cubes were dusted with emerald scallions and dark red pepper powder. The twice-cooked pork slices were evenly cut with slightly charred edges. The green peppers and garlic sprouts glistened with oil. The stir-fried beef was tender and flavorful, the rich sauce clinging to the slices. The rib soup was milky and thick, with a few goji berries and radish chunks floating. 4 dishes and a soup, ample portions, colors, aromas, and flavors, all in harmony. Even the bowls and dishes were exquisitely chosen from deep within by Yehan's cabinet. Li Kai sprang from his chair 3 steps, turning into 2 as he hurried to the round table and sat down. Chopsticks were already in his hand. Sister-in-law, you don't know. Yehan's great-grandfather was a royal chef. The nationwide chain Taste Pavilion is her family's business. Yehan scooped a hot chunk of mapo tofu and stuffed it into his mouth. The tofu was extremely hot. Li Kai's mouth twitched in pain, but he refused to spit it out, his hands fanning at his lips. You can't shut your mouth even at meals, Yehan said softly. Yehan spoke softly. Yehan settled and Lulu into the infant rocker, then turned to the kitchen to bring out the last dish. Passing by the round table, she glanced at the dishes. Last night's dinner had been a hurried, desperate affair after the brink. Today the meals were refined, and the 4 of them talked and laughed, the air warm with human warmth. Have you chosen the house yet? Yehan picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and spoke in his usual calm tone. I discussed it with Yehan. Li Kai swallowed the tofu, wiped his mouth. The room for Yehan last night has water and electricity and a separate toilet, the most convenient. I went around the village this morning. The remaining houses are either overgrown with weeds or have leaky roofs and broken doors and windows. Only the blue brick house opposite can barely be used. I'll live in the one opposite. The roof tile is missing a corner. The windows need repairs. I'll handle it myself, but I'll need some building materials. There are supplies at the back of the village. Bricks, tile, cement, wood, everything you could imagine. Yehan lifted his gaze, his look calm. I'll give you 2 days. The full moon for an and Lulu is in 2 days. His voice remained even, but Ning looked up at him sharply. She had assumed he didn't know when an and Lulu were born. Full moon. Li Kai's eyes lit up with interest. We must celebrate properly. With conditions as they are. 1 table of food for 4 is perfect, dignified, and fitting. Perfect. And Ning's voice was soft. A gentle smile rose in her eyes. When the 2 little ones wake, we'll decide the menu together. Breakfast ended warmly amid laughter and conversation. The mapo tofu lay with its surface up. The remaining pieces of the twice-cooked pork were few. The rib soup had been drained by Li Kai. The table was a little messy, and Ning had just risen to clear the dishes when Yehan deftly stacked the plates. Yehan leaned back in his chair, quietly watching the 3 unrelated people share a meal at the same table. He wore no obvious expression, yet inwardly he updated his list of supplies: clothes for Yehan, a full set of surgical instruments for Li Kai, and a covered open-air toilet with a shower stall for the yard. To repay a small kindness with a little, and to repay a great wrong with a greater one. After 10 years of the apocalypse, he understood this better than anyone. He would not feed them without limit just because they were good people in a past life. The apocalypse has never offered idlers, only useful living and the discarded dead. Everyone must contribute. Everyone must have their own use. Yunya village is not a shelter, it is a home that all of us guard together. After breakfast, Yehan, as before, and Lulu from the and carefully in thick padded jackets. The 2 children were nearing their 1-month mark. In the mountains, the morning and evening air bit to the bone. And Ning personally stitched each a small wool hat, and in a fresh light blue, Lulu in a gentle pale pink, each hat crowned with a round fluffy pom-pom. As soon as an wore it, he stretched out a hand to tug at it. The little fingers fumbled 3 times, and Yehan patiently redid it 3 times. He fetched 2 soft blankets from the sofa, one folded into a square cushion on the stroller back, the other carefully laid over the 2 children, the corners tucked to shield them from the mountain chill. Having finished, he pushed the stroller and stepped out of the yard. The stone path on either side bore morning dew. The wheels turned with a soft rustling sound. He pushed with perfect steadiness, unhurried and unhurried. The 2 little ones lay side by side in the stroller, their glossy round eyes wide as they quietly watched ahead. An wriggled free of the small blanket, reaching to grab the hat's pom-pom. Lulu dutifully gnawed on his own tiny fist occasionally, turning his head to curiously study his elder brother's movements. When they reached the old locust tree, he parked the stroller beside the stone bench and sat down slowly. The moment his bottom touched the stone, a flexible locust branch dangled from above, its leaves brushing his shoulder. There was no wind in the mountains today. In the next moment, a gentle consciousness flowed along the branches into his mind, without concrete language, only clear images and feelings. After he descended the mountain yesterday, a stray dog had lingered outside the wall for a long while, finally driven away by climbing ivy. At noon, Anan cried for a while, and Ning carried him around the yard until he calmed. The old locust tree, like the most dutiful old butler, reported every movement of the day to him. Yehan nodded lightly, his palm pressed against the rough trunk. A gentle wood attribute energy surged from his palm, winding upward along the tree's veins. The old locust tree's vast crown instantly glowed with a faint silver halo spreading outward from the heart. Every leaf was lit and gleaming as if carved from jade. Over the wall, thick Virginia creeper vines crept in silently along the ground, winding around the stone bench, their tender tips probing toward the stroller. And gnawing on his little hand, suddenly noticed a vivid green in front of him, dropped his hand and reached out to grab it. The vines retracted halfway in an instant. And blinked, his tiny hand hovering in midair. The vines slowly drew back. The little one reached again, and it dodged once more. Lulu nearby was drawn in, as well, spitting out the little fist from his mouth and stretching out his chubby hand to reach. The two children's crisp laughter rang beneath the tree as four soft hands reached about in the air. The vines dodged agilely, sometimes deliberately, letting it grip them, then withdrawing, gently teasing the children into greater delight. Yehan leaned against the stone bench, quietly watching this playful scene. In the 10 years of the post-apocalyptic world, he had never seen such a sight. Babies and plants playing freely in the cold and cruel era. In the long years, all he had known was fighting defense, death, and even swifter death. Until an grew tired, yawned hugely. Lulu rubbed his sleepy eyes, and he rose to push the stroller back home at a steady pace. As they passed by a cluster of bare fruit trees, peach, pear, plum, persimmon, more than a dozen in the village in winter, all the leaves had fallen and the dry branches pointed to the sky. He had lived here for many days, and on every trip with the children a thought lingered in his heart. The old locust tree had awakened its wisdom. Why not these fruit trees as well? If each fruit tree could gain awareness, it would fortify the village's defenses, and Lulu would one day taste the fruit fresh from the branch. In his space, refrigerated fruit was stored in well-sealed packages, yet that was not the same. He wished for the simplest happiness for his children to stand on tiptoe and pluck a ripe fruit, its sweet juice running down their chins. This was the most luxurious beauty in the post-apocalyptic world, a tenderness he had never given them in his past life. He pushed the stroller with one hand, the other resting on the first peach tree beside him. A strand of gentle wood-type energy probed into the trunk. The dry wood trembled slightly, the withered tips of the branches fluttering. He withdrew his hand and continued forward. Not in a hurry, one tree at a time, slowly. For the next 2 days, Yehan would push the children to the old locust tree each morning to sit for a little while, and on the way back would infusion energy into the fruit trees in turn. He never poured it in all at once, only a little nourishment, like watering saplings gradually. The changes in the fruit trees were far faster than those in the old locust tree. They were younger trees with shallow roots, so their absorption of energy was slower than the ancient tree. On the first day, all the fruit tree trunks suddenly thickened by a circle, the cracked bark pried open by new phloem, and a pale emerald glow seeped from the cracks. The second day, the naked branches burst with fresh green buds. By dusk, more than a dozen fruit trees flourished with leaves, their green foliage rustling in the evening breeze, full of life. Likai stood at the courtyard gate, dazed for a long time. He clearly remembered that last night the plum tree beside him was only bullseyed, its trunk bare, not a leaf to be seen. He had patted the trunk and muttered that if it could bear plums it would be good, then turned and went back inside to repair the broken windows. But this morning, when he stepped out toward the old house, he looked up and froze. The plum tree thickened by 2 rings overnight. The trunk grew from bull's-eyes to basin-sized branches full of dense green leaves, and among the leaves hung clusters of white flower buds the size of rice grains. He walked around the trunk 3 times, took off his glasses to wipe them again and again, but the sight remained unchanged. He reached out to touch the trunk. The bark felt warm, not the winter's chill of deadwood. He pressed his ear to the trunk, listening in silence. He stepped back, looking up at the tree's vitality, muttering to himself, "This is not right. Yesterday it clearly wasn't like this. My memory cannot be wrong." Yehan. He saw Yehan step out of the courtyard and called to her quickly. "Look at this plum tree. Yesterday it was bowl thick, today it's basin thick. Grown overnight this big, is that reasonable?" Yehan gave him a faint glance, her expression hard to read. Yunya village has always been strange. Vines can open doors by themselves. The old locust tree covers the village, a tree growing overnight. What is there to make a big fuss about? She folded her arms and leaned against the courtyard gate in a calm tone. "The peach tree in my yard has bloomed." Huh. Likai was suddenly stunned. "Yesterday when I came, that peach tree was dying. This morning, it's full of peach blossoms. And it's November." Yehan paused, a faint blush coloring her ears. When she woke, she saw the full bloom and thought she hadn't woken yet. She went back to lie down for a moment, counted to 100, then went out again, and the peach blossoms remained lavishly in bloom. The two exchanged a look, quietly deciding not to dwell on it. "Come on, today is an Lily's full moon. Let's go help." Likai rolled up his sleeves and hurried toward the old house. Today and Lulu wore festive red robes. And Ning sewed the small cotton jackets by hand, the collars and cuffs trimmed with a circle of snowy fur, the front embroidered with a delicate peace lock motif. An's hat bore a blue pom-pom, Lily's a pink one. The two little ones lay side by side in the stroller, their fair faces set off by the red robes. Yehan watched the children from the main hall. Anan rested on his shoulder, clutching at his shirt collar with his small hands. Lula nestled in his arms, blinking into a small nap. He gently swayed, his gaze drifting toward the kitchen. Yehan tied an apron and stood at the stove with Ning assisting beside her. The two of them worked busily for the entire afternoon. The stove was already prepared with an array of dishes. The stew simmered in a clay pot, its rich aroma of braised ribs filling the old house. Li Kai was in charge of setting the dishes. He wiped the round table 3 times, aligned the chopsticks, arranged the bowls in order, and left the center space for the cake. And Ning had steamed a simple cake with flour and eggs, no cream or icing. She placed the words "in" and "lu" on top with red dates, simple, yet full of heart. As night gradually fell, they carried the dishes to the table: braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, steamed fish, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, a dish of peanuts, a large pot of fragrant chicken soup, and in the center a steamed cake with candles. The candles were brought from Yehan's space. He inserted 2 onto the cake and lit them, the orange flames gently swaying. Anan saw the flickering flame and stretched out his chubby hand to grab it, but Yehan pressed him back gently. Today is an En and Li's full moon. And Ning hugged, and in her voice, slightly trembling, she drew a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and looked at the two beside her. Thank you, Yehan and Li Kai, for coming to help. From now on we are a family. Though conditions are limited, every year from now on Anan and Lilu will have proper birthdays. Li Kai clapped hard while Yehan lowered her head to pick a piece of fish. Yehan slowly stood and poured a half glass of red wine for each person, while Ning, still in confinement, had a cup of sweet juice. He lifted his cup and remained silent. Li Kai immediately raised his cup in response, speaking warmly, "Happy full moon to Anan and Lilu. May you be healthy, eat well, and grow up to be tougher than the boss." "Peace," Yehan softly toasted 2 words. Yehan's cup met theirs with a gentle clink. He lowered his gaze to the 2 red-robed children in the stroller, his voice warm and deep. "Happy full moon." The cake was cut, and the dishes began to dwindle. The meal progressed unusually slowly. Li Kai no longer ate in a rush, and Yehan slowed her pace as well. The 4 sat around the round table, sometimes chatting, sometimes quietly accompanying one another. The soft clinks of bowls and chopsticks were soothing and healing. After the meal, Ning settled the sleeping children into the baby bed. Yehan cleaned the dishes in the kitchen, and Li Kai tidied the table. Yehan leaned on the sofa arm, pulling a neatly folded map of Shanshang from his coat pocket and slowly spreading it on the coffee table. On the map, many locations were circled in red, many circles already crossed out. Those were the frozen goods markets he had previously visited. His fingertips slid along the winding road, finally stopping at a mark on the edge of the mountain city's district, tapping lightly on that spot. "Tomorrow we go here." Li Kai laid down the cloth, leaned in to study the map. Yehan dried her hands and walked out from the kitchen. Where Yehan pointed was not a granary or a wholesale market, but a large shopping mall. Yinya village no longer lacked water or grain. What they lacked were proper clothes and daily necessities. Yehan still wore Ning's ill-fitting home clothes, and Li Kai only had one set of Yehan's spare clothes. Though they spoke little, both knew that the elder had decided to go there for them. Yet the mall would be swarmed with people, meaning zombies in high density, and danger multiplied. Li Kai looked up, wanting to speak, but swallowed his words. He folded the cloth and asked softly, "What time shall we depart?" Before dawn, Yehan woke. He rose with the utmost quiet, the blanket drawn back only at a corner, his feet touching the wooden floor with almost no sound. As he bent to pick up the shirt from the back of the chair, a rustle of the blankets came from behind him. "I'll go fix you something to eat." And Ning said, her voice still sleepy, yet she had already sat up from the covers. Her long hair spilled over her shoulders, faint pillow marks on her cheeks. "It's still early, sleep a little longer. We'll cook for ourselves when we get back." Yehan reached out and pressed a hand to her shoulder, and Ning said nothing, only looked up at him. Her gaze was calm, yet carried an unyielding stubbornness. Yehan slowly released his grip. She pulled on a coat and shuffled into the kitchen in cotton slippers. By the time Yehan had changed and come out, the dining table was already laid with 3 breakfasts. Toast, soft-boiled eggs, boxed milk, each portion packed separately, and the bag tops tied tight. The kettle on the stove hummed as Ning poured hot water into a thermos. "Drink it on the way." She tightened the lid and handed the thermos to Yehan. "Eat the bread while it's hot, the eggs taste best fresh." He finished speaking, then walked toward the yard. Yehan listened carefully to Ning's instructions, then went to the baby's cradle. Anan and Lulu slept soundly, Li's small hand gripping his elder brother's sleeve. He bent to tuck the quilt corner, his fingertips lightly brushing Ann's warm little cheek. Then he stepped out of the main hall. At the courtyard gate, Li Kai stood by the SUV. Yehan stood at his side. She took the breakfast and Ning handed over and whispered, "Thanks. Thank you, sister-in-law." Li Kai grabbed a slice of toast, ate most of it in 3 bites, and mumbled praise. "Sister-in-law's cooking is superb." Yehan loaded the supplies into the trunk, then turned around. And Ning stood on the steps. The dawn had not yet broken, and the corridor's warm yellow light cloaked her slender figure. Her coat was unbuttoned, the night wind lifting the wisps of hair from her forehead. Yehan stepped forward, about to urge her back inside, but Ning moved first, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Not a test, but a strenuous embrace. Her face buried in his chest, 10 fingers fisting his lower back. She pressed close, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat. Be careful. Her voice muffled against his chest, the ending laced with a tremor. Come back safe. Me and the kids will be at home waiting for you. Okay. Gu Yehan tightened his grip, pulling her fully into his arms, his chin resting on the top of her head. Her hair was soft, carrying a faint lavender scent. He held her tightly for a moment, then slowly loosened his hold. Go inside, it's chilly out here. We'll let you sleep a bit more after we leave. Okay. And Ning released the circling arms around his waist. Gu Yehan turned toward the SUV, opened the door, and started the engine. Set off. Vines parted to either side, the gate slid open, and the SUV rolled out of Yenya village. In the rearview mirror, and Ning remained under the warm glow. As the car left the village, the heavy gate closed again. The vines closed in tight and seamless, leaving no gap. Li Kai watched the gathered vines, about to speak, but hesitated. Bai Yuran drew her gaze back, her fingers idly stroking the milk resting on her lap. Even after seeing it many times, she still found it eerie. These plants had truly grown sentient. After driving a few hundred meters along the winding mountain dirt road, Gu Yehan stopped the car. He drew 2 tang swords and 2 rifles from his space, handing them to Li Kai in the front passenger seat and Bai Yuran in the back. Do you know how to use a gun? Of course I do. Li Kai took the gun, deftly cocked it, checked the chamber, then raised it and aimed at the trees beyond the window. In university, I was the shooting prince of the marksman club, perfect accuracy. Back in my day, no one in the shooting group could beat me. He slung the tang sword over his back, chin slightly raised. Bai Yuran remained silent as she took the gun. She checked the safety, confirmed the magazine latch, pulled back the slide to peek the chamber, then adjusted the sling to the proper length. Her movements were brisk and decisive with no hint of delay. Gu Yehan glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Bai Yuran laid the tang sword on her knees, her fingers tracing the lines on the scabbard. Gu Yehan returned his gaze to the road, stepping on the accelerator, heading straight for the mountains national highway. As soon as they hit the highway, zombies began to appear on the road, wandering among abandoned vehicles. Some wore work uniforms, others still carried delivery boxes. When they heard the engine roar, they all turned to snarl and rush forward. Gu Yehan did not slow. The car's head drove straight into them. The zombies were swept up, flipped over the car roof, and rolled along the highway a few times before coming to a stop. By the time he hit the 4th, Gu Yehan's brow furrowed slightly. The steering feedback was clearly off. A few days ago, the impact had felt like hitting a sack of rotten flesh. Now it felt like hitting solid wood. The frame had stiffened, the muscle tissue more dense. Brother Han, have you noticed? Li Kai gripped the armrest tense. Today's zombies are faster than before. They are evolving. Gu Yehan steered around a bus blocking the road. Their speed increases, and their bodies grow harder as well. He looked out the window. A zombie burst from behind a truck. No longer dragging stiffly, it ran almost like a normal person, though its knees remained unbent, its pace noticeably faster. A heaviness sank in his chest. In his past life, on November 5th, crimson fog descended, and zombies collectively evolved to the 2nd stage. Today is the 2nd. Crimson fog did not appear, but zombies had already begun evolving. Once the crimson fog descends, these zombies will surge as a group, becoming level 2 zombies. Ordinary firearms will then have great difficulty harming them. Can they evolve too? Li Kai's voice rose with despair. How can we live then? Bai Yuran was silent for a moment, and then spoke softly. Zombies can evolve. Can we evolve as well? Yes. Gu Yehan answered. Just like Li Kai, humans will awaken extraordinary abilities. Li Kai raised his right hand. A cluster of faint flames leapt at his fingertips, the orange glow flickering in the dim cabin. The flame was too small to even burn zombie hair. Brother Han, are you sure my ability will help? His confidence was gone. That's because your ability is still in the awakening phase. Gu Yehan's gaze slid over the flame. As your level rises, so will its power. Bai Yuran leaned forward from the back seat, watching the small flame. The firelight reflected in her eyes. How do you awaken an ability? She looked at Gu Yehan. He boasted mastery of all 3 paths. Li Kai had awakened a fire ability, she had nothing. Outside, the zombies' howls continued. The SUV sped toward the Mountain City district. The cabin fell silent. Li Kai watched the extinguished flame at his fingertips. With such power, it's only enough to light a cigarette. When will he be able to roam and kill like Brother Han? The zombies are growing stronger. How long must he wait? The first light of dawn had barely broken when the off-road vehicle took the final bend, and the suburban labor market suddenly came into view. The gray morning light was diffused by a thin mist. Outside the market, rows of corrugated iron sheds stood in disarray, their broken plastic coverings torn by the fierce wind flapping loudly against the rusted metal frames. Beyond this dilapidated shantytown, 2 blocks ahead, lay their destination, the Shanshan Comprehensive Mall. On the desolate, silent streets, the engine's roar echoed far and wide. The zombies that had been wandering aimlessly through the shacks suddenly turned their heads in unison. 1, 2, dozens. They came at the vehicle in a frenzy. From behind, greasy oil stains at abandoned breakfast stalls, from beneath, overturned vans, from the shadows of half-open roller doors. The heavy, erratic footfalls pelted the corrugated iron like a torrential downpour, carrying an asphyxiating stench of decay. Another zombie lunged at the window. Yehan rolled down the window and extended his right hand. His mental ability instantly immobilized the creature, and a crackling arc of blue-white lightning surged forth in its wake. A burst of dark crimson blood erupted from the zombie's skull, and it froze rigid before crashing to the ground. More were still coming, relentless. We get out. The vehicle is too loud. We'll advance on foot. He pushed open the door, and an invisible mental force radiated outward, freezing every zombie within 10 meters. Lightning crackled across his palm as his thunder ability poured forth, exploding in blinding flashes through the morning mist. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air as wave after wave of zombies fell. Li Kai and Bai Yuran leaped from the vehicle on either side with practiced precision. Li Kai gripped his tang sword tightly, his left hand unconsciously tracing the stock of the rifle on his back, fingers trembling slightly. Bai Yuran stood straight-backed, not even turning her head. The tang sword was already drawn, its cold tip angled toward the ground, ready to strike. Yehan willed the vehicle away, it vanishing into his spatial storage. We must pass through the labor market to reach the mall. He drew his own tang sword from the void, the scabbard retracting instantly as the sharp blade caught the faint morning light with a cold silver gleam. Zombies are densely packed inside. Use melee weapons whenever possible. Do not fire your guns. He glanced at Li Kai with a grim expression. Gunshots will attract more. Understood. Li Kai adjusted his grip on the sword and wiped his sweaty palms on his pants. Remember, any scratch or bite transmits the zombie virus. Yehan's voice grew colder. If either of you gets infected and changes, I won't hesitate to put you down myself. Don't worry, Brother Han. If I get infected, take me out immediately. He shuddered at the thought. Zombie faces mottled gray, clouded yellow, eyes drool constant. That sent chills down his spine. I'd rather die than turn into one of those things. Bai Yuran tightened her grip on the hilt until her knuckles whitened, her voice calm, but resolute. If I change, don't trouble yourself. I'll end it myself. Yehan studied her for a moment before saying nothing more. He held his blade ready as shadows emerged from the corrugated iron sheds at the market entrance. He stepped over shattered glass, leading the way into the death zone like a drawn blade cutting through darkness. His mental ability served as an invisible radar, detecting zombies ahead and dispatching them instantly with precise lightning strikes. Li Kai held the left rear position, while Bai Yuran guarded the right, the three advancing in a tight triangular formation. At first their coordination was rough. They fought as individuals. Yehan cleared threats too quickly for Li Kai to react, and Bai Yuran found herself unable to strike even once despite raising her blade 3 times. Brother Han, slow down. Leave one for me to practice on. Li Kai cried out, but before he could finish, a shadow burst through a gap in the iron shed and lunged straight for his face. He barely sidestepped and slashed horizontally with his tang sword, the blade wedging deeply into the zombie's neck and getting stuck between vertebrae. As he struggled to wrench the sword free, stumbling backward, another zombie seized the opening and lunged from behind, its foul claws reaching for his neck. At the last moment, a silver flash cut through the air. Bai Yuran stepped in her tang sword, driving diagonally downward through the zombie's temple and straight through its skull. The creature collapsed without a sound. Thanks, Li Kai panted, wrenching his blade free as dark blood sprayed. Watch your front, she said simply, already returning to position as black blood dripped from her blade's tip. Yehan eliminated the approaching horde and glanced back. Bai Yuran flicked the blood from her blade and readied herself. Li Kai took a deep breath and instinctively shifted half a step closer to her. As they pushed forward, their positions shifted almost imperceptibly. Li Kai drew the zombie's attention with frontal strikes, creating openings for Bai Yuran to exploit from the flank. Without words, a look was all it took to coordinate. When Li Kai's blade bit into a zombie's shoulder, Bai Yuran was already there, her sword severing its neck in one clean motion. Yehan led the way, his blue-white arcs of lightning crackling as his mental sense mapped the entire market. 3 hosts to the left front, 2 to the right, and a larger cluster blocking the passage ahead. He couldn't clear them all alone. Sidestepping to give his companions room, he ordered, "You take the 3 on the left. I'll handle the 2 on the right, and whatever's left." Li Kai and Bai Yuran surged forward. Li Kai brought his blade down hard on the lead zombie's face, the edge biting deep into its brow, but the creature only staggered backward without falling. Bai Yuran dropped low and swept her blade, severing the zombie's knee and sending it to one knee. Li Kai withdrew his sword and brought it down with full force on the creature's neck. As the other 2 zombies lunged simultaneously, Bai Yuran twisted her wrist and drove her blade straight into the second zombie's eye socket. The third zombie's claws were inches from Li Kai's shoulder. He couldn't retrieve his blade in time, so he kicked hard into its chest to buy space. Bai Yuran spun back around and delivered a diagonal slash, clean and decisive. All three collapsed nearly simultaneously, blood pooling across the ground. Li Kai panted heavily, wiping sweat from his face with his sleeve, a hint of triumph in his eyes. We make a good team. Quiet. Stay alert. Bai Yuran replied, her gaze fixed on the darkness ahead, her blade still dripping. Li Kai grinned and fell into step beside her. The deeper they went, the darker it became. Overhead, layers of corrugated iron blocked out the sky, while abandoned woven sacks and rotting foam boxes lined both sides. The air grew thick with the nauseating stench of decay. Zombies lurked everywhere, behind shelves, beneath collapsed canvas, in every shadowy corner. Gu Yehan's lightning cleaved a path, crackling and claiming creature after creature. Li Kai and Bai Yuran held the flanks, their blade work growing faster and faster until their weapons were slick with dark blood. Li Kai's arms began to ache and his movements slowed. Bai Yuran noticed, and after dispatching a zombie in front of her, shifted half a step closer to shield him from the side. Words weren't needed. In that space between life and death, trust grew silently through steel and blood. After 2 hours, they finally broke through the market and reached the exit. Their tang swords were caked in black blood and chunks of rotting flesh. Gu Yehan wiped his blade clean and sheathed it. Li Kai collapsed onto the steps, gasping for air, completely drained. It wasn't until the three figures disappeared around the street corner that two heads cautiously peeked out from behind a small, dilapidated window deep within the market. Wang Kuei pressed a hand over his mouth, still trembling from the encounter. Moments ago, he'd locked eyes with the man radiating cold power, capable of wielding lightning from dozens of meters away. That gaze had been like ice, piercing and suffocating, as if it had pinned itself directly into his soul. He'd frozen on the spot, unable to move. Who are these people? They're far too powerful, he whispered, though greed flickered in his eyes. Brother Wang, I know that man. The monkey-like accomplice rushed forward, his tone dripping with sycophantic eagerness. Before the apocalypse, this lowlife made a living as a day laborer. How could he know someone like that? Before everything fell apart, I was working for a contractor renovating an old house deep in the mountains. That was his house. Villa-level renovation, a 4-meter-high wall, bluestone-paved courtyard, 3 levels of basement dug straight through. Turned it into a military bunker. Back then, he'd secretly mocked the wealthy man for building a fortress in the middle of nowhere with no electricity or water, purely out of boredom. Now it made sense. The man had foreseen the collapse and prepared accordingly. A bunker built before the end. Wang Kuei's eyes lit up, avarice flashing within them. Do you remember the exact location? I do. I just don't have battery left to show you the photos. That's fine. As long as you remember the way, we'll find it. Wang Kuei pulled a crumpled ration biscuit from his pocket and broke off, half tossing it to his companion. The other man snatched it, eagerly nodding frantically. High walls of Fortress 3 underground levels. There had to be massive supplies hidden within. Most importantly, the strongest man had already cleared a path for them. Hosey clutched the half piece of compressed biscuit in no hurry to stuff it into his mouth. He cast a stealthy glance at Wang Kuei's expression before carefully slipping it into his trouser pocket. In this apocalyptic world, this stuff was far more useful than cash. It was hard currency. Brother Wang, are we heading straight for that fortress now? Otherwise what? Wang Kuei shoved the remaining half of the biscuit straight into his mouth. His cheeks bulged high as he chewed with a loud crunch. Those 3 ruthless bastards just cleared a massive horde of zombies off the street, and new ones haven't gathered yet. If we don't leave now, do we wait until the zombies clog up the entire street again and starve to death in this wretched shack? Would you like that? Hosey shrank his neck, understanding the situation perfectly clear in his mind. This dilapidated supermarket in the labor market might look like it was overflowing with supplies, but it was nothing more than a tin cage. Surrounded by glass on all sides, it would be utterly indefensible once the zombies swarmed. Over the past 2 days, the glass had been cracked by impacts several times. With wooden boards and nails running scarcer by the day, they were bound to meet their doom sooner or later. Go wake all the brothers up. Wang Kuei leaped down from the shelf, brushing the biscuit crumbs off his hands. Gather all our gear. Pack everything edible and drinkable that we can carry. Today we must take that hilltop. But what if that man comes back? Just thinking of the sensation of being locked under that gaze from dozens of meters away made the back of Hosey's neck turn instantly cold, his skin crawling with goosebumps. So what if he comes back? Wang Kuei hoisted a thick crowbar onto his shoulder, brimming with confidence. No matter how good of a fighter he is, can a single man defend an entire mountain? We'll slip in and claim it while he's away. By the time he returns, it'll be far too late. In the apocalypse, there is only one rule: first come, first served. Whoever claims it first owns it. He took a couple of steps, then turned back with a sinister smirk. Besides, you know full well what kind of death trap that shopping mall is. A couple of days ago, Lao Lu sent men to scout the way. Only 2 returned alive, and one of them went completely insane. Whether that guy can even make it out alive is highly questionable. Hosey shuddered at the memory of those 2 miserable survivors. One had half his arm chewed off, while the other could do nothing but huddle in a corner, muttering, "There's something huge inside." Yet his feet involuntarily followed Wang Kuei's lead. That was right. Occupation was 9/10 of the law. No matter how formidable a person was, could they possibly keep watch over an entire mountain? The tin shack instantly erupted into a clamor. Wang Kuei's 7 or 8 subordinates crawled out from various nooks and crannies, some clutching whole boxes of instant noodles, others tucking machetes into their waistbands, their eyes gleaming with greed. Standing at the supermarket entrance, Wang Kuei looked at this crew of underworld brothers who had endured 5 years with him, his heart swelling with pride and ambition. Having survived in the underworld for 20 years, he owed his success to his keen eye and ruthless execution. When the apocalypse first erupted and others were foolishly waiting for rescue, he had immediately led his men to seize the largest supermarket in the labor market. To control the supplies was to hold everyone's life in his hands. Yet this tin shack was ultimately not a permanent haven. It couldn't withstand the zombies forever, nor could it keep out other ruthless figures. He needed to find a truly secure sanctuary. The mountain fortress Hosey mentioned, with its high walls and deep basement, was practically a fallback plan gifted by heaven. Once he secured that place, Wang Kuei would no longer be just the boss of a labor market. He would be the absolute ruler of this apocalyptic domain. Listen up, brothers. Wang Kuei slammed his crowbar heavily onto the ground, raising his voice. Up in the mountains, there are high walls and spacious courtyards with more than enough supplies. Once we get there, we'll never have to sleep in this wretched tin shack again. What if someone tries to stop us? A scarred, menacing henchman brandished his machete, the blade flashing with a cold glint. Wang Kuei sneered, his voice dripping with malice. In this day and age, who would be tired of living and dare to stand in our way? We'll slaughter them outright. He yanked open the supermarket's rolling shutter. Outside, the street was strewn with the charred corpses of zombies struck by lightning, a pungent burnt stench hanging heavy in the air. A few zombies wandered in the distance far away. The bloody path that Yehan and his group had just carved out was now theirs to tread. Let's go. Wang Kuei shouldered his crowbar and took a wide stride outward. Meanwhile, outside the shopping mall, the midday sun was completely choked out by gloomy gray clouds, casting a dark, heavy pallor over the sky that made it indistinguishable from dusk. Yehan pushed open the door of a small hardware store by the roadside. The rolling shutter hung halfway down. Inside, the shelves were askew, but the floor was clean and free of blood, with no zombies lurking in the corners. He swept his gaze quickly across the room, and having confirmed it was safe, motioned for Li Kai and Yehan to enter. Li Kai dragged himself inside, propping himself against the doorframe, his legs trembling violently from exhaustion. The path they had just traversed was easily the most excruciating hellscape of his life. Every step felt like treading on cotton, hollow and weightless, with every ounce of his strength entirely drained. Yehan followed behind him, her face a pale, sickly green, her knuckles white from gripping her Tang Dao. Close the door and lock it. Li Kai hurriedly pulled down the rolling shutter, snapping the latch shut with a click. The rising and falling shrieks of the zombies outside were instantly shut out. The nerve that had been strung tight all morning suddenly went slack. His legs gave out, and he slid down the door to sit on the floor, his back pressed hard against the cold sheet metal. The Tang Dao slipped from his grasp, clattering loudly as it hit the concrete floor. He wanted to reach out and pick it up, but his arm dropped back down halfway through the motion. Forget it, he truly did not want to move. He had never been this exhausted in his entire life. Even back at the hospital, pulling 3 consecutive all-nighters for surgeries had never left him this depleted. During the latter half of the journey, his mind had gone completely blank. He had swung his blade entirely on physical instinct. He hacked at whatever zombie he saw charged forward after the kill, and hacked again upon seeing another. He had lost track of how many he had slain. Had he forced himself to endure for another half hour, he would likely have collapsed from exhaustion, only to be devoured by zombies, or to mutate and wait for Yehan to strike him down with a bolt of lightning. Yehan did not collapse in a heap like Li Kai. Standing in the middle of the shop with her back against a shelf, she slowly, very slowly crouched down. Her back remained perfectly straight, but she laid her Tang Dao across her knees, her hands pressing tightly against the scabbard. Only she knew that her fingers were trembling. It wasn't a violent shudder, but a fine, subtle quiver like wind rippling across water, deeply concealed. Yehan walked to the window, parting a slit in the curtain to peer outside. Directly across the street lay the shopping mall, its glass double doors half shattered, the remaining half cracked like a spider web. On the plaza in front of the entrance, overturned shopping carts and scattered packaging bags littered the ground. A few zombies wandered aimlessly, their speed noticeably faster than those from the morning, their bones clicking with every movement. He withdrew his gaze, retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water from his space, and handed 2 over. He unscrewed his own bottle, tilted his head back, and chugged it down in giant gulps. Finding a relatively intact chair, he wiped the dust off with his sleeve and sat down. In his mind, he continuously ran through the scenarios they might encounter upon entering the mall. In my 24 years of life, today is the first time I've truly understood what it means to be tired to death. Li Kai propped himself against the wall to sit up slightly, unscrewed his water bottle, and took a massive gulp. Only when the icy water slid down his throat did he feel like he had returned to the land of the living. Sitting against the wall, he splashed the remaining water directly onto his face. The sudden chill made him shudder. Yehan took small sips of her water, her throat moving slowly with each swallow. Her hands were still trembling slightly, but she could now steady them enough to prevent the scabbard from clattering against the floor. Rest for half an hour, then we enter the mall to gather supplies. Yehan placed his empty bottle on a shelf, his tone significantly heavier than usual. Remember one thing, we must pull out before 3 in the afternoon. Not a single second of delay. Li Kai stopped drinking, and Bai Yuran also raised her head, staring at him. Brother Han, what exactly is in there? Li Kai asked, feeling a bit apprehensive. Yehan did not answer directly. He leaned back against the chair, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Ever since they approached the mall 10 minutes ago, this unsettling sensation had clung to him. It wasn't fear, but an instinct honed over 10 years in the apocalypse. For a shopping mall of this scale, which usually saw a daily foot traffic of tens of thousands, a real outbreak should have left at least several thousand zombies blocking the entrance. Yet now there were only a scattered few outside. It was highly abnormal. Zombies do not vanish without reason. Either something inside had lured them all in, or something had wiped them all out. Whichever it was, it indicated that deep within the mall a massive entity lay hidden. He retrieved 3 self-heating meals and insulated bags from his space, passing them over one by one. Eat your fill, then prepare to work. Yehan pushed open the rusted rolling shutter door of the hardware store. The midday sky was a hazy expanse of gray, as if shrouded in a layer of filthy mist, casting a dull, lifeless glow over the empty and deathly silent street. In the distance, several zombies wandered aimlessly, their heads hanging low, temporarily oblivious to the movement here. Lowering his voice, he uttered a single word, "Go." Keeping close to the base of the buildings along the street, the 3 of them crouched low and moved swiftly toward the mall's main entrance. Yehan's mental superpower was already fully unleashed, pushing his range of perception to its absolute limit. He lowered his eyelids slightly, closing his eyes to search the surroundings using only his mental energy. One by one, the locations of the zombies lit up in his mind, as clear as flickering candles in a dark room. 11 in the plaza, 3 in the lobby. Yet as his perception probed deeper into the mall, it was suddenly suppressed by an invisible force. His vision instantly blurred into a hazy sheet, as if obstructed by a pool of turbid, stagnant water, rendering him unable to discern anything. Something was hiding inside. The glass doors were mostly shattered, their sharp, jagged edges gleaming with a cold light. Sidling through the broken frame, the 3 of them slipped inside. The first floor was dedicated to cosmetics and gold jewelry counters, with shattered glass littering the entire floor. Lipsticks and compact powders had been crushed into fine dust mingled with the sharp shards. The gold jewelry display cases stood empty, their velvet linings torn to shreds and discarded carelessly on the floor. Several zombies in security uniforms were wandering the center of the lobby. Before they could even turn their heads at the faint sound of footsteps, 3 fierce electric arcs shot out abruptly, striking them precisely on the backs of their heads. Before the corpses even hit the ground, Yehan had already strode over to the mall directory map on the wall. 2nd floor shoes, 3rd floor men's apparel, 4th floor women's apparel, 5th floor home textiles. Li Kai quickly scanned the directory and looked up at Yehan, a clear trace of anxiety hidden in his eyes, as he silently asked, "Are we going up or not?" "We go up." Li Kai covered the rear. Yehan turned toward the stairs with Bai Yuran following closely in the middle. Gripping his Tang Dao tightly in his right hand, the blue and white electric arcs flickering around his left fingertips cast a sporadic glow in the dim stairwell, carrying a bone-chilling aura of danger. Before they even reached the landing of the 2nd floor, a suffocating putrid stench came rushing down the steps like a torrent. It was not the metallic tang of fresh blood, but the stench of long-decayed corpses mixed with the foul odor of excrement and corpse oil. It was as heavy and overwhelming as a basin of rancid slops splashed brutally onto one's face. Walking at the rear, Li Kai felt his stomach churn violently. He clenched his teeth tightly, barely suppressing his urge to gag. Yehan stepped onto the final stair of the 2nd floor. The moment the sole of his shoe touched the cold floor tiles, a dark shadow lunged out abruptly from a blind spot at the stairwell entrance. It was a security guard zombie, half of its face gnawed into a bloody mess, with its stark white cheekbone exposed in a gruesome, terrifying fashion. Yehan's figure flashed sideways, narrowly evading the pounce, while his left hand unleashed an electric arc without a moment's hesitation. With a sharp crackle, the zombie's head exploded violently in midair, splattering charred fragments of bone all over the wall. He planted his feet and stood firm, his movements clean and devoid of any wasted effort. Li Kai and Bai Yuran stepped onto the 2nd floor right behind him, and in the next second their pupils constricted sharply. In the aisles crisscrossed with display racks, a dense crowd of wandering zombies filled the space. There were not just dozens, but easily 200 to 300 of them. Among them were former shoppers and store clerks wearing aprons squeezed shoulder to shoulder and body to body between the rows of shoe cabinets. The floor was stained with dark blackened patches of dried blood, with crushed leather shoes and high heels scattered everywhere. Underfoot, the broken glass crunched loudly, making a grating, unpleasant sound. The sharp crack of the exploding electric arc from moments ago echoed through the empty, silent mall. Instantly, every single zombie froze in unison. Over 200 pale gray heads snapped toward the stairwell entrance in unison, their turbid, milky white eyes locking dead onto the 3 of them. The shadow of death descended instantly. Li Kai, "You're in the fire exit, quick." Gu Yihan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable authority, each word striking heavily against their hearts. Furrowing his brow, he unleashed his mental superpower with full force. The movements of the zombies within a 10-meter radius suddenly seized up, and dozens in the front row froze in place, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand around their throats. Only 10 seconds. This was the absolute limit of what he could sustain. Li Kai and Bai Yuran turned and bolted toward the fire exit without a single moment of hesitation. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Bai Yuran was the first to arrive, wrenching open the heavy iron door. Li Kai slipped inside and immediately raised his blade to guard the entrance, while Bai Yuran followed close behind, her blade pointed outward in a defensive stance. Gu Yihan was the last to retreat inside, slamming the door shut with one hand. The moment the latch clicked shut, he released his mental control. Boom. The iron door was instantly struck with immense force by the surging tide of zombies, vibrating violently as dust cascaded down from the crevices. The fire passage was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for two people to stand side by side, flanked by thick concrete walls with the iron door in front and the stairs behind. As long as they held this single door, they would only have to face the horde head-on, avoiding the risk of being surrounded or flanked. It was an ideal choke point for a desperate stand. Another loud crash reverberated as the iron door was struck again, its old hinges letting out an overburdened, agonizing screech. Gu Yihan's gaze turned sharp as he kicked the iron door open with force. The door slammed hard into the foremost zombies, sending them staggering backward. An electric arc shot from his left hand, instantly the blue-white current exploding violently in the narrow doorway. The skulls of several zombies in the front row were pierced through, and their charred corpses piled up at the entrance, forming a temporary wall of flesh. Stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, the zombies behind them lunged forward in a frenzied, fearless assault. The Tang Dao in Gu Yihan's right hand unsheathed with a flash, its cold blade sweeping out to decapitate the zombies squeezing through the gap in the door, while the electric arc in his left hand precisely executed the enemies close behind. Li Kai and Bai Yuran flanked him on either side. Li Kai hacked down a lunging zombie with all his might, and before he could even withdraw his blade, Bai Yuran's sword followed through, cleanly severing the wrist of another zombie. Their breathing was heavy and ragged, their backs drenched in cold sweat, yet neither took a single step back. Gu Yihan stood right at the center of the doorway, seamlessly alternating between the lethal strikes of his Tang Dao and his lightning superpower, leaving virtually no gaps in his assault. With every strike of his blade carving a path through the horde, and every electric arc scattering the dense clusters of zombies to disrupt their formation, the two behind him immediately moved in to finish off the scattered enemies. The dull thuds of the Tang Dao cutting through flesh and the sharp crackles of exploding electric arcs intertwined, growing faster and faster in frequency. Li Kai's arms had long since grown numb and sore, nearly losing all sensation as he swung his blade entirely on raw instinct and momentum. Bai Yuran bit her lower lip hard to suppress the pain, aiming each strike precisely at the zombies' knees, wrists, and neck joints. Lacking the strength to deliver fatal blows, she focused on crippling their mobility, leaving them for her companions to finish off. This went on for a full 20 minutes. The corpses at the entrance piled up to waist height, with foul-smelling black fluid trickling slowly down the steps. No more zombies dared to rush forward. Gu Yihan stepped over the pile of bodies and unleashed his mental energy, once again locking onto the remaining zombies on the second floor one by one. Arcs of electricity flickered one after another in the dim space, until after a moment everything fell into absolute silence. He raised his hand, flicking the viscous black blood off his Tang Dao. The decaying fluids seeping from the pile of corpses beneath their feet snaked down the steps of the fire passage. Leaning on his Tang Dao, Li Kai bent over, panting heavily as hot sweat dripped from the tip of his nose to the ground. With her back pressed flat against the wall, Bai Yuran's chest heaved violently, though the fingers gripping her hilt had finally stopped trembling. Make it quick. 10 minutes. Stepping over the pile of bodies, Gu Yihan walked toward the counters. As he passed Li Kai, he casually remarked, "Get yourself a proper pair of shoes." Li Kai slowly straightened up, looking at the mountain of zombie corpses piled in the fire passage, then down at the small nick on his blade. His heart was still pounding wildly. Over 200 zombies had been completely wiped out by them in just 20 minutes. Sheathing his Tang Dao behind his back, he quickly caught up with Gu Yihan's pace. Deep within the mall, the bizarre aura that suppressed mental energy grew increasingly dense. Li Kai and Bai Yuran swiftly swept through the second floor. He dragged out 2 oversized shopping bags from beneath an overturned shelf, shook off the shattered glass shards clinging to the fabric, and hurried toward the shoe display area. His eyes were fixed solely on practical athletic shoes suitable for fleeing and fighting zombies. He didn't waste even a glance on those shiny, tight-fitting, pointed leather shoes. Pulling out a pair of black and white running shoes, he sat down heavily on an upturned shoe rack, kicked off the mismatched, worn-out shoes on his feet, slipped into the new ones, and stood up to bounce a couple of times. A solid sense of support radiated from the soles of his feet. Finally, some comfort. You have no idea how torturous it is to slaughter zombies all morning wearing one sneaker and one hotel slipper. He kicked the old shoes into a corner, bending down again to rummage for another pair that fit. Yehan said nothing, silently kicking off the agonizing stiletto heels on her feet. Her heels had long been rubbed raw, with 2 red swollen blisters. She had endured the pain while fleeing and fighting for her life, but now that the constraints were off, a burning ache surged up from the soles of her feet. She slipped on a pair of soft-soled black sneakers that provided excellent snug support, carefully tied the laces, took a couple of light steps, and packed another identical pair into her shopping bag. In moments the two had stuffed 2 large bags with supplies. Li Kai had scavenged every shoe in his size, while Yehan had taken even more, stacking shoe boxes so high they nearly reached her shoulders. Li Kai glanced at his solitary bag, then at the mountain of shoe boxes by her feet, and silently trudged back to the shelves to grab a few more pairs of thick cotton socks. Yehan did not participate in the looting. Standing in the center of the second floor, his mental strength spread out slowly like a fine net, probing the entire floor inch by inch. The shoes on the shelves were neatly aligned without any sign of disturbance, proving that no one had set foot on the second floor before. According to the mall's layout, there had to be a separate warehouse hidden behind the display area. Passing through rows of empty shoe racks, he stopped before an inconspicuous, tightly locked gray iron door. Pressing his palm against the lock cylinder, his lightning ability vibrated subtly, instantly shattering the internal mechanism. The iron door swung open at the touch. The warehouse was pitch black. As the beam of his flashlight swept across it, revealed stacks of unopened shoe boxes piled from the floor all the way to the ceiling. Yehan placed his hand on a shelf, sweeping the racks along with all the supplies into his spatial storage. Moments later, the massive warehouse was left with nothing but bare concrete floors and white walls. When he stepped out of the warehouse, Li Kai was patting his nearly bursting shopping bag, speaking with excitement. "Brother Han, I've taken everything that fits me." He pointed at the neatly packed sneakers inside the bag, but as his gaze shifted to the 2 mountains of shoe boxes at Yehan's feet, he tactfully shut his mouth. Yehan raised his hand, sweeping all the shopping bags into his storage space, and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Up to the 3rd floor. The 3 of them quieted their footsteps and slowly made their way up the stairs. Having learned their lesson on the 2nd floor, they placed every step with extreme caution. Yehan led the way, his mental strength reaching toward the 3rd floor, first instantly mapping the surrounding movements clearly in his mind. 14 zombies. The number was small. Yet the moment his foot landed on the final step, his nostrils flared. The air was a mixture of dust, fabric fibers, and a faint scent of blood. The stench of decay was exceptionally pungent, but it was starkly different from the 1st and 2nd floors. The putrid odor was thicker, carrying the sticky, heavy scent of deeply decomposed flesh. The layout of the 3rd floor slowly unfolded, presenting a stark contrast to the chaos of the 2nd floor. The shelves stood intact, clothes hung neatly on racks, and the display mannequins still maintained their poses from before the apocalypse. Over a dozen zombies dressed in the attire of store clerks and customers wandered slowly through the aisles. Their gait was no longer stiff and dragging, with slightly bent knees and soles firmly planted on the ground. Every step closely resembled the walk of a living person. Their skin had lost its pale gray hue, turning a dark, sullen ash gray, coated in a bizarre, oily sheen. Detecting movement at the staircase, the dozen or so zombies turned their heads in unison. Their cloudy eyes had transformed into a glowing yellow-green, locking dead onto the 3 intruders. "Brother Han, there are only about a dozen of them," Li Kai whispered, his tense nerves relaxing, slightly a trace of wishful thinking in his voice. Yehan's back, however, suddenly tensed up, and warning bells rang frantically in his mind. This level of silence, this form, movement, and coloration of the zombies. He knew them all too well. These were the traits of Tier 2 zombies. Shoot them directly, aim for the head. He swiftly drew a handgun and flicked off the safety with practiced ease, his voice cold. "They are Tier 2 zombies. A Tang Dao won't cut through them." Li Kai and Yehan instantly unslung the rifles from their backs, the crisp sound of chambering rounds echoing sharply in the dead-silent corridor. Once the gunfire starts, unleash full-range fire. If they close the distance, retreat to the 2nd floor immediately. Yehan's gaze locked onto the accelerating horde of zombies, not daring to let his guard down for a second. Yehan pressed the rifle stock firmly against her shoulder, the crosshairs of her scope steady on a zombie's forehead. Yehan silently counted down 3 seconds in his mind. In the next instant, 3 gunshots erupted in the spacious 3rd floor, the crisp clatter of empty casings hitting the floor mingling with the zombies' shrill shrieks. 3 zombies were instantly headshot with precision, collapsing rigidly to the ground. But the remaining zombies had already lunged within range. No longer dragging their feet, they sprinted at full speed. Their knees bent with explosive power, their feet pushing off the ground as they bolted forward, their rapid strides leaving nothing but a blur. "They're too fast." In his haste, Li Kai fired 2 more shots, but the bullets barely grazed the zombie's shoulder, only causing it to stumble for a brief moment. It actually did no damage. Before he could pull the trigger again, the zombies had closed within 5 meters. Knowing his own limits all too well, he decisively abandoned the fight, clutching his rifle and rushing down the stairs in 3 leaps. by Yehan aimed at the leading zombie and pulled the trigger, but the creature tilted its head to evade the bullet the instant it was fired, leaving the projectile to graze its cheekbone. Without a moment's hesitation, she lowered her rifle and turned to retreat into the stairwell. 9 Tier 2 zombies closed in on Yehan from all sides. He stored his handgun back into his space and drew his tang, Dao, slashing down fiercely at the closest zombie. The blade struck the zombie's neck, but instead of the sound of tearing flesh, it produced a grating metallic screech. Sparks flew, a blade sharp enough to cleave a Tier 1 zombie, left only a shallow white scratch on this creature's neck. Yehan withdrew his blade, his expression unchanged. Tier 2 zombies possessed hardened skin and a muscle density over 5 times that of ordinary zombies. Only their heads, eye sockets, and oral cavities were fatal weak spots. In his past life, he had slain countless of them, but back then he was already a level 9 ability user. Now his lightning ability was only at level 3. The leading zombie suddenly tore its jaws wide open, a foul, putrid breath rushing toward him, exposing its dark red oral tissues. An opportunity. Yehan thrust out his left hand, his mental ability piercing directly into its mouth, driving straight through the brainstem. The zombie's movements instantly froze, and it collapsed rigidly to the ground. 8 left. Furrowing his brows, his mental strength instantly bound 2 zombies in front of him. Blue and white lightning surged down their gaping mouths, and the electrical arcs exploded violently inside their skulls. Blackish red blood sprayed from their eye sockets and nostrils as the 2 zombies crashed to the ground. The remaining 6 zombies abandoned their scattered attacks, lunging simultaneously from 3 directions. Yehan dodged a strike from the left, his right hand directing a bolt of lightning precisely into a zombie's ear canal. The creature's sharp claws scraped violently across his shoulder, tearing his jacket to reveal the bulletproof vest underneath. Having no time to worry about it, he lunged forward to create distance, sending a backhanded arc of electricity piercing into the suture of the zombie's occipital bone. Only 4 left. His physical strength was draining rapidly, yet his rhythm of attack remained completely unflustered. His mental strength and lightning ability erupted alternately, with every strike landing precisely on the zombie's fatal weaknesses, the mouth, eye sockets, and ear canals. 2 zombies lunged at him head-on simultaneously. Instead of retreating, he advanced, channeling lightning from his left hand into one zombie's eye socket, while his right hand's mental ability blasted through the mouth of the other. The 2 zombies were killed mid-air, hitting the ground stone dead. Only 2 left. Yehan panted softly, his sleeves torn, sweat mingled with the black blood of zombies trickling down his jawline. Dodging a lunge, he stepped on a zombie's corpse with his heel and leaned back. The zombie immediately seized the opening and rushed forward. Utilizing his backward tilt, he channeled lightning from his palm up through its chin, obliterating its cranial cavity. The very last zombie rushed within half a meter of him. Yehan splayed his fingers, and the electrical arcs in his palm erupted, surging entirely into its gaping mouth. The zombie's oral cavity was blasted through by the lightning, sending black blood splattering from the back of its head onto a nearby clothing rack, dripping down slowly. A dead silence once again enveloped the 3rd floor. Yehan lowered his hand, the sparks at his fingertips slowly dying out. Taking 2 deep breaths, he knelt down and used the tip of his Tang Dao to pry open the skull of the nearest Tier 2 zombie. The skull was as hard as granite, requiring a forceful effort from both hands to barely pry it open. In the center of the shriveled ash-white brain tissue lay embedded among bean-sized diamond-shaped crystal, translucent and white throughout with fine facets. This was a crystal nucleus sufficient to upgrade Li Kai's ability once. He carefully extracted the crystal and stored it in his space. "Come up," he called out in a low voice toward the stairwell. Li Kai poked his head out from the stairs. Staring at the floor covered in zombie corpses, then at the blood-drenched Yehan, he was too stunned to speak for a long while. "Brother Han, you actually finished them all off. These Tier 2 zombies are just ridiculous. My blade couldn't cut them at all. Give me your blade." Yehan reached out his hand. Li Kai cautiously emerged from the stairwell, his gaze sweeping over the floor littered with zombie corpses before settling on Yehan, who was drenched in blood. He stood stunned, speechless for a long moment. "Brother Han, you handled all of them. These second-rank zombies are absurdly tough. My blade can't even scratch them." The air hung heavy with the acrid stench of charred flesh from electrical arcs, mingled with the foul odor of rotting black zombie blood, making it hard to breathe. Yehan crouched, slowly positioning the tip of his Tang sword precisely against the center of a zombie's skull. With a sudden surge of strength in his wrist, he pressed down. The blade drove into the cranial suture, and with a sharp twist of both hands gripping the hilt, a crisp cracking sound echoed as the skull split open. He swirled the blade tip twice within the viscous cavity, extracting a small crystalline core the size of a mung bean. Wiping away the dark blood with his fingertips, the translucent nucleus caught the dim, cold light of the shopping mall, shimmering with a fine, gentle luminescence. Yehan held up the crystal and presented it to both of them, his voice steady and emotionless. "This is a spirit stone extracted from a second-tier zombie's brain. It can enhance one's abilities, and even ordinary people can awaken powers through it. The moment those words left his lips, Li Kai's eyes lit up with startling intensity. Not wonder, but the raw greed and desperation of someone who'd starved for days and suddenly glimpsed a bowl of hot braised pork in avaricious, unhidden longing. His feeble pyrokinesis, barely sufficient for lighting cigarettes, finally had a chance to grow stronger. He dropped to his knees and seized the Tang sword, bringing it down hard against the nearest zombie skull. The blade struck the skull and rebounded with tremendous force, numbing his palm. Looking down, he saw only a faint white mark on the hard bone. Brother Han, this head is harder than a coconut shell. Li Kai poked at the zombie's skull, its surface cold and unyielding like granite, sending a numbing sensation up his scalp. Yehan reached into his spatial storage and tossed him a three-edged dagger. Use this. Insert it along the skull sutures and slowly pry it open. Li Kai caught the dagger. The slender razor-sharp military point felt secure in his grip, the anti-slip nylon wrapping around the handle providing confidence. Testing the blade's edge, his medical training told him he could locate every suture between the 23 cranial bones blindfolded. The tip pierced precisely where the sagittal and coronal sutures met, and with a firm downward press of his wrist, the skull split open. He searched inside with his fingers, then extracted a similar luminous white crystal from the center of the shrunken brain tissue, holding it up to examine it closely. This is too beautiful, like crushed diamonds. The crystal spun gently in his palm, its glittering facets impossible to look away from. Meanwhile, Yehan stood frozen, unable to move. The Tang sword in her hand was stained with dried zombie blood that had hardened into dark red crusts, her fingers repeatedly tightening and releasing their grip on the hilt until her knuckles turned white. She could kill zombies and fight through the chaos. She bled through hours of combat at the labor market that morning and had grown accustomed to the gore. But that was direct confrontation, ending things quickly and cleanly with a single strike. Now she had to crouch down, pry open a zombie's skull, and reach inside that slimy cavity to search for something. Taking a deep breath, she walked toward a corpse. The ashen gray scalp and dark red cerebrospinal fluid oozing from the ear canal hit her all at once, and her stomach lurched violently, bile rising in her throat. She grabbed onto a shelf and bent over, retching uncontrollably. If you can't even get past this mental hurdle, don't talk about awakening any abilities. Yehan leaned against the cold wall, his voice flat and devoid of mockery, simply stating the brutal truth. After expelling everything from her stomach, Yehan wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She straightened slowly, her face pale as paper, but when she looked up at Yehan, her gaze was resolute. Brother Han, give me a dagger. I'll dig. Meeting his gaze, Li Kai understood instantly. She had to face this obstacle alone. Yehan took the dagger and slowly crouched. Pressing the blade against the cranial suture, she closed her eyes and drew a deep breath, suppressing the fear and disgust rising within her as she forced her wrist downward. A dull cracking sound echoed as her lips tightened into a straight line, her face pale almost to transparency, yet she didn't back down an inch. The moment the dagger moved inside the skull, her stomach churned again, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to swallow the nausea. Her fingers searched through the viscous brain tissue for what felt like an eternity before finally contacting the small hard object. She yanked the crystal free and gripped it tightly in her palm. Its translucent white glow was as beautiful as ever, but her palm was smeared with black blood and brain tissue residue, and her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Yet she held onto the crystal with white-knuckled determination, refusing to let go. Yehan watched coldly, a flicker of recognition in his mind. From his past life, he'd vomited more violently than anyone when he first dug out a crystal. No one had shielded him back then, and no one had allowed him to take his time. He just endured it. Shaking off the memory, he bent down to continue processing the corpse. The dagger danced through his hands like a butterfly, precise thrusts, leverage, extraction, all flowing seamlessly as one motion. Kneeling among a dozen zombie bodies, the three of them buried themselves in the grim task of harvesting crystals. Li Kai moved with practiced efficiency, his pace the swiftest. Yehan was mechanical and composed, untouched by emotion. Yehan was the slowest, retching 3 times throughout, yet she never missed a single crystal. By the time they finished collecting all the crystals, her face remained ashen, but her hands had steadied. Yehan, pack the clothes you'll need. Li Kai helped her gather supplies. Stock up on warm clothing. Yehan gave the order and strode toward the third-floor storage room without another word. Li Kai wiped the dagger clean against the zombie's clothing, tucked it into his pocket, and rose to massage his numb legs before immediately getting to work in the women's clothing section. 2 long down jackets, 2 windbreakers, 2 fleece layers, 5 sets of quick-dry underwear, and whole boxes of socks. He packed everything systematically. Years of night shifts at the hospital and helping the head nurse organize supplies had honed his instinct for women's winter clothing sizes and styles to a precise art. Watching him select exactly what she'd hesitated over for so long, Yehan felt a pang of emotion and murmured, "Thank you." Li Kai didn't look up, still folding and packing. "Don't mention it. You retched 3 times and still kept going. That's far harder than picking out clothes." Yehan pushed open the iron door to the third-floor storage. The lock was crusted with rust, and the keyhole caked with dust, clearly untouched by anyone before. Inside, rows of shelves stood packed with unopened clothing, coats, sweaters, undergarments, pants, sorted and stacked with meticulous care. He pressed his hand against the shelving and activated his spatial ability, pulling the entire row and its contents into storage in an instant. Within moments, the vast warehouse was stripped bare, not even the down jacket racks in the back remaining. As he emerged from the storage room, Li Kai and Yehan had already piled 5 bulging bags of supplies at the stairwell. Yehan waved his hand, collecting every shopping bag without asking what was inside. He then swept his gaze across the display area, swallowing every garment on the shelves into his spatial storage without leaving a single item behind. Let's go to the 4th floor. Yehan began ascending the stairs, extending his psychic sense ahead to scan the 4th floor. But in the next instant, he froze mid-step. His psychic sense struck a soft, unnatural barrier, like drowning in an endless wall of cotton. Every perception was severed. No zombie growls vibrated through the psychic field, no living consciousness breathed awareness. Only dead silence, and void so unnaturally still it sent chills down his spine. In one fluid motion, he drew his sidearm from storage, flipped the safety, and leveled the cold barrel forward, every muscle tensing. Something's wrong on the 4th floor. Stay close and stay alert. Yehan stopped at the landing of the stairs leading from the 3rd to the 4th floor, channeling his mental energy 3 consecutive times to probe ahead. Each time his perception extended outward, it felt like a heavy fist slamming into a clump of soft cotton, ultimately dissipating without a trace. He withdrew his focus, tapping his fingertips 3 times against the seam of his trousers. 2 quick, 1 slow. Surviving 10 years of struggle in the apocalypse, he had only encountered this bizarre situation of his mental energy being completely suppressed twice. And on both of those occasions, he had walked right up to death's door. He raised his hand, signaling the 2 behind him to retreat. Li Kai and Yehan silently stepped back 2 paces in perfect unison, their entire bodies instantly entering a state of high alert. Yehan turned and walked to the window on the 3rd floor, glancing sideways down at the plaza below. The entire area lay completely desolate. Several zombies wandering at the end of the street remained anchored 100 meters away, not daring to draw near, as if an invisible barrier held them resolutely at bay. With a mere thought, he summoned his off-road vehicle from his spatial storage, parking it steadily at the main entrance of the mall. With the front of the vehicle facing outward, he prearranged a route for an immediate evacuation at any moment. After completing these preparations, he retraced his steps and tossed the car keys to Li Kai. I don't know what the situation is on the 4th floor. My mental energy cannot penetrate it at all. If there is danger, you and Yehan must evacuate immediately, and I will stay behind to cover our retreat. Brother Han, why don't we stay together? Li Kai gripped the keys tightly, his voice laced with deep concern. I understand. Yehan interrupted, her hands gripping her tang dao tightly as she raised her guard to the absolute maximum. Yehan said no more, stepping forward onto the stairs leading to the 4th floor. His combat boots trod incredibly lightly, making almost no sound upon the steps. Li Kai and Yehan followed closely on his left and right, rifles in hand with barrels pointed downward. Both bore tense expressions, moving forward with extreme caution. Stepping onto the final stair of the 4th floor, he made one last mental probe, but the result remained a dead silent void. He simply gave up, drawing his Tang Dao with a reverse grip as his muscles tensed in an instant. The scene on the 4th floor was so abnormal that it sent a chill deep into their hearts. The display cases in the men's clothing section were perfectly intact, ties and belts were neatly arranged inside the glass cabinets, and shirts were organized in an orderly fashion from light to dark shades. The floor was clean and devoid of bloodstains, and the shelves had not been overturned, looking exactly as if a store clerk had just finished tidying up before the apocalypse arrived. Yet the hairs on the back of Yehan's neck stood on end. It's far too quiet here. Li Kai said, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly as he stepped forward with a smile. With so many clothes, it's the perfect opportunity to hoard them for supplies. Before he could finish his sentence, Yehan suddenly grabbed his arm. The grip was so heavy that Li Kai gasped from the sharp pain. Get back. Yehan wasted no more time and immediately began collecting the resources. He did not sweep through the area on a grand scale, but emptied the displays and shelves one by one, pressing his palm against each cabinet to sweep the structures along with the goods inside into his spatial storage. Just as he finished clearing the 3rd display cabinet, his movements ground to a sudden halt. Behind a row of suit hangers, a small baseball cap was visible, resting upon someone's head. Beneath the brim of the cap was the tender face of a child. It was a little boy of about 3 or 4, dressed in a plaid shirt and overalls, sitting quietly on a leisure chair in the children's section. His head was bowed as if he were intently staring at the floor while playing. Hey there, little guy, why are you here all by yourself? Where is your family? Li Kai lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment. The little boy slowly lifted his head. His complexion was a cold, pale bluish-white, vastly different from the dull, decaying gray of ordinary zombies. Instead, its texture resembled glazed white porcelain. A pair of large eyes was exceptionally striking, with translucent emerald-colored pupils that looked like 2 green gems embedded in his eye sockets. He tilted his head slightly leisurely, sizing up the three people before him. His movements were innocent and natural, indistinguishable from an ordinary child meeting strangers for the first time. Every single hair on Gu Yehan's body stood on end. A level 4 mutant zombie, a rare humanoid variant. Even with his opponent barely 10 meters away, his mental ability remained completely suppressed. This was no longer a simple barrier of interference, but an absolute suppression of ability levels. The disparity between them was astronomical, and a single thought flashed through his mind: run. Run. The instant the words left his mouth, the little boy launched a sudden attack. Without gathering strength or warning, the tiny figure vanished from the seat in a flash. His speed was too fast for the human eye to track, leaving only the chair sliding backward half a meter from the recoil. Gu Yehan's reaction was lightning fast. He exerted all his strength to shove Li Kai aside. Pale bluish claws slashed horizontally, grazing the spot where Li Kai had just stood and striking heavily against a metal shelf. The hard iron sheet instantly split open, with 3 large gashes, the edges curling upward like thin paper. White-knuckled and agile, Yehan grabbed Li Kai by the collar and dragged him as she dashed toward the stairwell with all her might. She did not look back or utter a word throughout, knowing full well that given the monster's strength, staying behind would only make them a liability. The sooner they evacuated, the greater Gu Yehan's chances of escaping. Gu Yehan chose to stay. He could not retreat. If he fell back, this level 4 zombie with its terrifying speed would undoubtedly turn to pursue Li Kai, and Yehan, whom had absolutely no power to resist it. He had to stand his ground here, using his own life to buy time for his companions to escape. The little zombie still tilted his head, gazing at him. No bloodthirsty frenzy could be seen in those emerald eyes, only a cold, indifferent scrutiny. In the next instant, a second wave of attack struck abruptly, claws aiming straight for his throat. Gu Yehan raised his blade to parry. Clang! An ear-splitting metallic crash erupted, and the steel Tang Dao snapped in half. The severed half of the blade spun through the air, embedding itself deeply into a nearby glass display case. A colossal force surged along the sword's body, forcing him backward more than 10 paces. He only managed to steady himself after his back slammed heavily against a shelf. The web of his hand was split open by the impact, warm blood dripping through his fingers and flowing all the way down to his wrist. The third strike followed immediately. This time, abandoning its claws, the creature lunged straight forward like a high-velocity bullet. Unable to dodge in time, Gu Yehan could only raise his broken blade and cross his arms to shield his chest. A violent crash resounded, and the shattered sword disintegrated into several fragments instantly, leaving only the hilt in his hand. He was thrown backward by the impact, crashing violently into the display cabinet behind him. The glass shattered with a loud bang, and hangers along with piles of suits collapsed, burying him instantly beneath the wreckage. Gu Yehan struggled to pull himself up from the shattered glass and pile of clothes, supporting himself on the floor with his left hand as droplets of blood from his right hand continuously dripped onto the floor tiles. Opposite him, the little zombie stood quietly in place, its clothes perfectly neat without a single wrinkle. It was toying with its prey. Gu Yehan reached up, pulled out a shard of glass embedded in his forearm, and tossed it aside. 2 sets of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell, gradually fading as they headed downstairs. He could hear them clearly. Li Kai's steps were stumbling, and Yehan was dragging him along in a desperate sprint. He needed to buy at least 1 more minute. The little zombie attacked once more, launching a 3-hit combo as fast as lightning, a horizontal slash, a vertical sweep, and finally opening its mouth to bite directly at his neck. Gu Yehan barely managed to dodge the first claw, but the second grazed his shoulder. His jacket tore open instantly, exposing the bulletproof vest underneath. The final bite was unavoidable. He could only raise the remaining half of the hilt to block it. Its sharp teeth clamped down hard on the hilt. Gu Yehan let out a muffled groan, grabbing the creature's collar with his right hand to pull it away with all his might, while simultaneously forcing his left arm free. The violent movements aggravated his wounds, sending droplets of blood flying, some landing on the little boy's pale bluish cheek. The little creature stuck out his tongue, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. A glint of excitement finally flickered within those emerald pupils. Clutching his bleeding left arm, Gu Yehan retreated step by step until his back pressed against a wall decorated entirely with green plants. The roar of the off-road vehicle's engine starting echoed from below. He knew deep down that his lightning and mental abilities were entirely useless against this level 4 zombie. The opponent's physical body was incredibly powerful, rendering those 2 types of abilities incapable of causing any effective damage. Now he had only one final trump card left: his wood ability. This was not only his ultimate reliance for survival, but also the lifeblood of the entire Yunya village. It must never be easily exposed. The little zombie tilted its head, its emerald eyes casting a brief glance out the window before locking back onto Gu Yehan. It decided to eliminate the opponent before it first. As the figure lunged forward once more, Gu Yehan sidestepped to dodge, pressing his right hand heavily against the green wall behind him. His wood ability erupted with full force. The pothos, ivy, and monstera on the wall were all awakened, growing and branching out frantically. Thick vines poured down like a tidal wave, The first one wrapped around its ankle only to be shredded instantly by its claws. A second and third vine wrapped around its knees and waist in quick succession. The little zombie clawed ceaselessly, but the faster it tore them apart, the more densely the newly grown vines rushed in to take their place. The branches and vines layered over one another, winding all the way from its legs to its chest, wrapping the tiny body into a thick green cocoon. It let out a sharp screech, a sound devoid of fear, containing only intense impatience. Waving both hands simultaneously, its claws slashed in a blur of afterimages, tearing madly at the vines. However, the speed of the vine's growth far exceeded the speed of its destruction. Yehan stayed no longer, turning to dash straight for the fourth-floor window. His shoulder slammed violently against the glass, and the entire window shattered on impact, sending the frame and broken glass plunging downward. He leaped out of the windowsill. In the split second of his descent, he reached back to spur the growth of a vine, anchoring it firmly to the edge of the window. Gripping the vine with one hand, he used both feet to kick against the outer wall repeatedly to cushion his fall. Releasing his grip as he slid down to the height of the third floor, he hit the ground and rolled to absorb the impact, springing up and rushing straight to the off-road vehicle. He threw himself into the back seat, using the last of his strength to squeeze out 2 words. "Go quick." With that, his head slumped to the side, and he lost consciousness completely. From the driver's seat, Yehan immediately shifted gears and slammed on the gas. The engine roared like thunder, and smoke billowed as the tires screeched against the ground. The vehicle sped away along the main road at full speed. Li Kai stole one last glance through the rearview mirror. The vines at the fourth-floor window were still spreading outward. A moment later, a faint sound echoed from within the sealed green cocoon, as soft as a fingernail scraping across paper. Immediately after, the top of the cocoon was slowly pierced, and a small pale bluish hand with clean fingernails reached out from the gaps in the vines. On the national highway, the off-road vehicle sped wildly. Yehan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, pressing the accelerator to the floorboard as the tachometer needle fluctuated violently near the red line. Keeping her eyes locked straight ahead, she skillfully maneuvered past overturned trucks and ran over scattered crates on the road, deliberately choosing the shortest route through the city. A heavy stench of blood filled the back seat. She suppressed the urge to look back, with only one goal in mind: to escape this dangerous area as quickly as possible. Li Kai hurriedly scrambled to the back, crouching beside Yehan and immediately pressing his fingers against his carotid artery. Sensing the weak but steady pulse, the heart that had been in his throat finally settled halfway. He's still breathing, and his heartbeat is normal. Yehan's left arm continued to bleed, dyeing his entire sleeve red. Li Kai tore open the damaged fabric, exposing a deep gash that went straight to the flesh. The skin and meat curled outward, and the underlying fascia was faintly visible in the depths. Gritting his teeth, he ripped off the hem of his own shirt, tearing it into long cotton strips to wrap and bind the wound tightly layer by layer. He tied it twice to ensure the knot was securely fastened. Having done all this, he pulled over a jacket and gently propped it under Yehan's head. "Brother Han, hang in there just a bit longer. We'll be home soon." He deliberately slowed his tone, his medical composure allowing him to treat Yehan's wounds in an orderly fashion. Fortunately, it was just a coma caused by excessive blood loss and overexertion of his abilities. There was no danger to his life. Hearing the commotion in the back seat, Yehan pressed down harder on the accelerator. Facing the road ahead, the off-road vehicle sped forward relentlessly toward Yenya Village. Yenya Village. Ning was taking an afternoon nap, with an and Lulu in the inner room. The curtains were half drawn, allowing fragmented splinters of sunlight to slip through the gaps and dapple the children's soft, tender cheeks. As Ning drifted deeper into sleep, he unconsciously nibbled on his tiny finger. Lulu lay on her side, her small hand resting gently upon her brother's sleeve, her breathing soft and even. In the courtyard, the pomelo tree flourished with lush, verdant foliage. Atop the table in the main hall sat a half-emptied bowl of mung bean soup, radiating a faint, refreshing sweetness. Beyond the perimeter wall, 2 dust-covered vans climbed the winding mountain dirt road. Loose gravel crunched beneath the tires, sending faint crackling sounds drifting toward the fortress along the mountain breeze. "The road ends up ahead. Where is this fortress you spoke of?" Wang Kuei rolled down the car window, poking half of his face out. Before his eyes stood a cliffside completely overrun with ivy, its dense vines cascading down the high wall like a pouring green waterfall. To the left lay an abyss of boundless depths, the mountain wind howling up from the valley floor, sending a chill down one's neck. Hosey squeezed from the back seat to the front, his face pressed almost flat against the windshield as he asserted with absolute certainty, "It's impossible. It has to be there. This concrete wall, 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. My uncle and I laid the bricks with our own hands," he declared, though his voice gradually sank as he spoke. The wall was correct, and so was the location. Yet just half a month ago, this place had been entirely barren. Where had this wildly overgrown ivy come from? The thing grew faster than a demonic beast. It defied all reason. "Brother Wang, this is the place." Hosey suddenly pointed toward the top of the cliff, his voice laced with urgency. "That old locust tree. I recognize it. There is absolutely no mistake. Wang Kuei squinted, gazing toward the top of the cliff where the dense canopy of the old locust tree was visible. Its sprawling branches and leaves blotted out the sky, shrouding most of the hilltop. Withdrawing his gaze, he patted Hosey on the shoulder. His smile seemed genial, but a cold glint lurked deep within his eyes. Since you helped build the wall, go down and find the gate. The smile on Hosey's face froze instantly. You two go with him, Wang Kuei muttered, gesturing toward the back seat with his chin. The sliding door of the van screeched open, and two burly men wielding machetes stepped out. The larger, towering man stepped forward, locking his arm tightly around Hosey's neck, while lightly tapping his chest with the flat of the blade. Hosey, let your brother accompany you on this little trip. His tone sounded like a jest, but the grip was utterly merciless. Hosey swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile, as he steeled himself and walked toward the wall. The three of them waded through the overgrown weeds and stood before the massive green wall. Where's the gate? The other burly man asked in a low, gravelly voice. Hosey looked left and right, gesturing toward a spot. Roughly around here. Hack away the vines, and you should see it. His heart was already pounding like a drum. The supernatural speed at which these vines had grown over the past 2 weeks was deeply unsettling, but with Wang Kuei watching him from behind, there was no retreat. The two burly men exchanged a glance, raised their blades, and slashed at the vines. When the blade struck, there was no crisp sound of slicing vegetation. Instead, it felt like hacking into a bundle of waterlogged hemp rope. A dull, heavy thud that reverberated up their arms, leaving the webbing of their thumbs completely numb. The blades had barely penetrated half a centimeter. The torn bark of the vines slowly oozed a thick, viscous green sap. What the hell is this stuff? The man cursed under his breath, shaking his wrist to ease the sting. Hosey instinctively took half a step back. Atop the wall, unnoticed by anyone, the tip of an ivy vine quietly reared up. Its posture was bizarre and menacing, resembling a venomous serpent coiled to strike. Within the veins of the vine, an extremely faint, ethereal glow flickered and vanished. The glimmer meandered downward along the vine, burrowing into the soil until it reached the subterranean roots of the old locust tree. The slumbering old locust tree had awakened. Its colossal root system writhed silently underground, the delicate rootlets acting like neural pathways to transmit a cold, commanding will to every tree, shrub, and blade of grass in Yunya village. The first to react was the plum tree outside Li Kai's door. Its trunk shuddered violently as thousands of branches suddenly unfurled, new shoots sprouting with frantic speed, covering the tree in fresh green leaves in the blink of an eye. Immediately after the peach trees, the pomelo trees, and all the wild vegetation across the village responded in unison. Branches wound around the old house in dense, overlapping layers. The plum tree's boughs rested on the windowsills, peach leaves blanketed the roof tiles, and the trunks of the pomelo trees flanked the structure like colossal arms cradling the house in a protective embrace. From a distance, the old house had vanished, replaced by a thick, massive green cocoon. Deep within the shadow of its canopy, the old locust tree slowly tilted its colossal trunk, leaning forward at a 45-degree angle, like a rotating shield locking onto the path down the mountain. The massive trunk emitted a dull, cracking sound, the noise of gathering strength. Inside the bedroom, Ning rolled over unconsciously, her arm gently wrapping around an end. The curtains swayed slightly and flecks of sunlight danced across the child's face. She remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents surging outside the wall. The gate is right here. Hosey hid behind the burly man, trying his best to sound confident. I measured the dimensions myself. It is absolutely correct. He no longer cared why the vines were so bizarre. He only wanted to find the gate, quickly finish the job, and flee back to the safety of the van. This place sent a shiver straight to his bones. The burly man wasted no more words, hacking repeatedly with his machete. Pale scars marred the vines and green sap stained the blade, yet the vines remained incredibly resilient, refusing to sever. Drenched in sweat, the tall man adjusted his angle and swung down with all his might. Suddenly, the vines across the entire high wall shuddered simultaneously. It was not a rustle caused by the wind, but a tremor originating from deep within the wall itself. Do you guys get the feeling that this thing is moving? Hosey's voice trembled. No sooner had he spoken than the back door of the van opened once more. The man who stepped down held a brand new chainsaw. Its cold, sharp chain gleamed in the sunlight. The fuel tank was full, and the factory tag still hung from the pull cord. As he passed Wang Kuei, the leader patted his shoulder without a word. Hosey felt a glimmer of hope. No matter how tough the vines were against a blade, once this chainsaw roared to life, even the most resilient vegetation would be shredded to pieces. The ivy did not understand what a chainsaw was, but it instinctively sensed a mortal peril. It was the primal instinct of flora. Every leaf, vine, and cell across the high wall was frantically transmitting the same signal: danger. The vines trembled violently, and the leaves clashed against one another with a frantic rustling sound. It was not a display of defiance, but a manifestation of absolute terror. In the next instant, a brilliant emerald light flared up within the canopy of the old locust tree. The fear vanished in an instant. For vines as thick as a man's arm shot out from the top of the wall. Their surfaces were covered in fine scale-like patterns, and their tips shimmered with a faint light. They paused briefly in midair before diving downward with blinding speed. Hosey was the first to be ensnared. The vine wrapped from his ankles to his waist in a split second. He only had time to let out half a gasp before being yanked off the ground, suspended 2 meters in the air, his limbs pinned immovably. The 2 burly men reacted slightly faster, yet they too could not escape their fate. One turned to flee, but a vine snared his waist and right arm, dragging him backward with brute force. As his machete clattered to the ground, the other swung his blade in resistance, only for his wrist to be instantly locked, followed by his knees, shoulders, and chest being wrapped layer upon layer, binding him like a cocoon. The chainsaw operator froze in his tracks. He was a mere 3 paces away from Hosey, close enough to clearly see the patterns on the vine's surface rippling, like contracting muscle fibers. Fuck! He yanked the starter cord of the chainsaw. The engine sputtered once, but failed to ignite. His hands shook violently. The moment he looked down to check, a vine swept across and knocked the chainsaw flying out of his grip. Another vine wrapped around his waist, hoisting him violently into the air. His feet kicked helplessly in the empty space, unable to find any leverage. The 4 men hung suspended in midair like prey caught in a spider's web. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines constricted. The tall man's face flushed crimson as muffled, choked gasps escaped his throat. Hosey gave up, struggling, staring down at the green shackles, binding him, his mind completely blank. By the van, the cigarette between Wong Kuei's fingers burned down to his skin, but he felt no pain. Standing further from the wall, he had an unobstructed view of the entire scene. Above Yunya village, a faint emerald glow was slowly rising, oozing from every single leaf, and flowing through the air to form a shimmering veil that enveloped the entire hilltop. The old locust tree's canopy tilted to its absolute limit, its countless branches and leaves spreading down the mountain like a colossal beast slowly opening its eyes. Turn around. Turn the car around now. His voice was low, but everyone in the car heard him with chilling clarity. The driver frantically spun the steering wheel, forcing the van to execute a sharp turn on the narrow mountain road. The rear wheels came within 20 centimeters of the cliff's edge, sending loose rocks cascading into the deep abyss, their distant echoes returning only after a long silence. Wong Kuei slammed the car door shut, his eyes glued to the rearview mirror. The vines were pursuing them. It was no illusion. Countless vines slithered rapidly along the ground like venomous snakes, their tips giving chase for over 20 meters down the mountain path. The leaves scraped against the gravel with a dense rustling hiss, sounding like a barrage of green whips lashing the earth. As the van sped through the first sharp bend, the tips of the vines barely brushed against the rear bumper. At the second turn, the vehicle hugged the cliffside as a vine whipped violently against the rock face, leaving behind 4 dark green gashes. After the third bend, the vines abruptly stopped. They slowly retracted, pulling back to the base of the wall and blending into the high barrier, returning once more to a tranquil, dense expanse of ivy. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze as though the deadly peril of moments ago had never occurred. Only when the green wall completely vanished from the rearview mirror around the mountain bend did Wong Kuei realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. Clutching his pounding chest, his lips trembled as he spoke in a hoarse whisper. This place is incredibly sinister. Inside the van there was only dead silence. Outside the sunlight was bright and birds sang in the mountains. Yet everyone in the vehicle was chilled to the bone. Atop the wall, the 4 vines slowly retracted, hoisting Hosey and the other 3 up the 5-meter-high barrier. Pressed tightly against the ivy-covered wall, they were bound by layers of vines. Thick fleshy leaves stuffed their mouths, reducing their cries to muffled whimpers. Hosey kept his eyes wide, staring at the sky obscured by the old locust tree, his gaze filled with nothing but despair. Within the perimeter wall, the vines once again carpeted the surface, and the old locust tree slowly straightened its canopy, though its leaves remained poised in a vigilant stance. The branches of the plum, peach, and pomelo trees gradually uncoiled, revealing the old house once more. In the main hall, the half-bowl of mung bean soup sat quietly on the table. In the bedroom, Ning woke up briefly in a daze. Faintly hearing the rustling of leaves outside, she listened for a few seconds before drowsiness overcame her again, and she rolled over, burying her face in the pillow. Lila woke up first. The month-old infant did not cry or fuss. She simply opened her bright dark eyes, watching the flecks of light filtering through the gap in the curtains, her eyes turning gently, as if gazing at some distant place. Anan was still sleeping soundly, his little mouth twitching as if he were nibbling on his sister's sleeve in his dreams. And Ning reached out, pulling both children closer into her embrace, and drifted back into a deep sleep. She knew nothing of the violence and danger that had unfolded outside the wall. She only knew that in this Yunya village she and her children would always be safe. On the national highway, the off-road vehicle sped along. In the passenger seat, Li Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, just as he had been when they first escaped the mall. He had properly redressed Gu Yehan's wounds. The injury on his forearm had stopped bleeding, and the laceration on his web of thumb was firmly pressed down with clean gauze. As long as there was no secondary bleeding, with Brother Han's formidable constitution, weathering the infection period would not be an issue. Once relaxed, he could not keep his mouth shut. It's been so long since the apocalypse started, and this is the first time I've encountered another vehicle on the road. He glanced into the rearview mirror where two gray specks were growing smaller. Two mud-splattered vans that had just rounded the foot of the mountain and passed them by. Yehan's peripheral vision swept over the rearview mirror. The vehicle bodies were caked in mud and bulging woven bags were lashed to the roofs with thick ropes clearly containing scavenged supplies. The two vans had sped out from the direction of the mountain foot, rounding the curve in a frantic rush, clearly fleeing some sort of danger. She withdrew her gaze her foot, not letting up on the accelerator in the slightest. Other survivors. As the words fell, she focused entirely on the road ahead. The winding mountain road was steep and narrow. A single misstep would mean plunging into an abyss, leaving no room for distraction. In the back seat, Yehan was jolted awake by the violent bumping of the vehicle. As the off-road vehicle rolled over a stretch of gravel, a sudden lurch caused the back of his head to tap lightly against the headrest. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze swept rapidly across the window, the winding mountain path, the dense wild bamboo groves along the roadside, and the undulating ridges in the distance. They had reached the foot of Yehan village. He slowly sat up, aggravating the wound on his left arm and triggering a sharp stabbing pain. Yet his brow did not furrow. He merely looked down at his forearm, which was wrapped tightly with strips of cloth. That level 4 mutant infant zombie had not pursued them. Before jumping out the window, he had utilized his wood-type ability to wrap it securely in a cocoon of thick vines, which was enough to trap it for several minutes. Ample time for them all to break out of the peril-laden mall. "Brother Han, you're awake." Li Kai whipped his head around, nearly snapping his seatbelt. Yehan's face remained pale and his lips devoid of color, but the haze in his eyes had receded, replaced by a sharp clarity. Li Kai twitched the corners of his mouth to smile, but his nose stung inexplicably, his face ultimately twisting into a grimace of mingled tears and laughter. "That thing didn't pursue us. We only heard a distant roar from behind, streets away." Sister Yehan slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and that sound vanished in an instant. Yehan did not turn around, only exchanging a glance with Yehan through the rearview mirror. With no need for words, she quietly eased her foot off the accelerator. With the tension fading, the question Li Kai had been holding back the entire way finally burst out. Leaning over the back of his seat, his expression was earnest, his voice filled with utter disbelief. In his heart, Yehan had always been invincible. Slaying zombies with thunder-type abilities, binding enemies with spiritual power, and storing endless supplies with space abilities. What desperate situation had he not crushed single-handedly? Yet today, on the 4th floor of the mall, Brother Han had been suppressed the entire time. Brother Han, what kind of monster was that kid? Even you couldn't defeat him. Yehan lowered his eyes, staring at the cloth tied over his wound. It was extremely deep, with the subcutaneous fascia faintly visible. His voice was flat, yet carried an unquestionable certainty. A level 4 mutant zombie. Li Kai's eyes widened instantly, his mouth forming a perfect O. Level 4. His own meager fire-type ability could not even singe the skin of a level 1 zombie. A level 2 zombie's skull was as hard as granite, a level 3 was unheard of, and a level 4 had actually forced the invincible Brother Han into being severely injured. He looked down at his fingertips where a tiny flame flickered weakly, no larger than a candle's, and trembling precariously. His tone was filled with envy and longing. Is level 4 really that strong? When will I ever become strong? With that, he casually snuffed out the flame on his fingertip and let out a heavy sigh. Yehan paid no heed to his rambling. Closing his eyes to focus, he channeled the faint trace of wood-type ability that had just recovered within him. A faint emerald green light flowed slowly through his blood vessels. Its intensity was not even half of what he usually used to nourish Ning and the children, but it was enough for an emergency. The superficial cuts caused by the glass quickly closed, the bleeding stopped instantly, and the redness and swelling gradually subsided. Finally, he gathered all his remaining ability at the wound on his left arm. The wound was too deep to heal completely, but it was enough to stop the bleeding entirely and fade the bruising. He did not want to go back looking so battered and scare Ning. Below the mountain path, the two vans were fleeing frantically down the mountain. Wang Kuei sat in the passenger seat, staring intently at the off-road vehicle that had turned up the mountain, in his rearview mirror, cold sweat trickling down his temples and soaking his collar. He recognized that vehicle. With a bull bar welded to the front and its body covered in zombie blood and mud, it was the exact one from the labor market. They had made it out of the shopping mall alive. That mall harbored monstrous horrors. Of the men he had sent to investigate, only 2 returned, and 1 had gone mad. Yet this man had managed to escape unscathed. Wang Kuei raised his hand to wipe away his cold sweat, a wave of lingering fear washing over him. Fortunately, they had retreated in time. Had they been half an hour later and crossed paths on the narrow mountain road with the ruthless skill that man showed in slaying over a dozen zombies in an instant, their group of 7 or 8 would have been nothing but easy prey. But so what? Wang Kuei had survived on the streets for 20 years, and he had never relied on brute force. He was determined to claim the fortress in Yehan village. No matter how strong someone was, they would still get hurt, grow tired, fall asleep, and have weaknesses. He could afford to play the long game and wait. Out of habit, he wanted to call out for Hosey, only to suddenly remember that the man was still up on the mountain suspended by vines. He pulled out a deformed, chewed-up cigarette and put it in his mouth without lighting it, biting down hard. There is always a taller mountain and always someone stronger. I'd like to see if your fists are tougher or if my life is more resilient, Wonkaway. The off-road vehicle climbed up along the winding dirt mountain road. Leaning back in the passenger seat, Li Kai's tense, nerves completely relaxed. The evening woods were a hazy gray with layers of tree shadows overlapping. Suddenly his pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at the wall ahead. 4 dark figures were suspended in midair. Like 4 racks of cured meat hung out to dry, they were bound tightly by vines and hung halfway up the wall. Li Kai rubbed his eyes hard. It was no illusion. It was indeed 4 people. The vines bound their limbs and mouths tightly, leaving them only able to widen their eyes. Upon seeing the off-road vehicle's headlights, they struggled and writhed, frantically whimpering from their throats. Holy crap. Brother Han, look. There are 4 people hanging from our wall. His voice spiked suddenly, carrying an unmistakable horror. In the back seat, Yehan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, snapped them open. In an instant, a bone-chilling intent to kill surged in his eyes, nearly overflowing. Someone had broken into Yunya village. And Ning and the children. He sat up abruptly, violently aggravating the wound on his left arm, causing the freshly stopped blood to seep out once more. Before the off-road vehicle had even come to a halt, Yehan pushed the door open. The dizziness from blood loss caused his vision to briefly black out. He steadied himself for a moment with one hand on the car door, then strode toward the wall. His pace was not fast, yet every step was steady and powerful, carrying a biting chill. Walking up to the wall, he raised his hand and pressed his palm against the thickest main vine of the Boston ivy. His wood-type ability quietly surged forth, causing the vines to tremble gently as the entire wall shimmered with a faint silvery green light. The ancient locust tree inside the fortress was responding to him. Everything that had transpired during the day surged into his mind through the root system. The van stopping at the foot of the mountain, Hosey leading his men to the gate, chainsaws roaring, the Boston ivy sensing fear and crying out to the ancient locust tree for help, the ancient tree taking over the defense line, fruit tree vines instantly wrapping the old house into a green cocoon, 4 vines suddenly snapping out to capture the intruders with pinpoint accuracy, and Wonkaway, seeing this, hastily reversing his vehicle to flee. Inside the bedroom, Ning was taking an afternoon nap, with Inin and Lele lying side by side in their crib. The pomelo tree with its dense foliage shielded the old house completely, keeping her safe and sound throughout. Yehan closed his eyes, resting his forehead against the rough bark. His heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally settled back into his chest. They were safe. The children were safe. The fortress defenses had not been breached. The plants he had cultivated had protected his home. When he opened his eyes again, the extreme murderous intent that had been surging within them had receded, replaced by a colder, more calculated resolve for retribution. Yehan turned off the engine, stepped out of the car, and walked to the foot of the wall, looking up at the 4 people in midair. Now bound tightly like mummies, they whimpered frantically for mercy upon meeting her gaze. She withdrew her gaze, her hand quietly resting on the hilt of the tang, sword at her waist, remaining silent. Li Kai hopped out of the car, looking up in awe. I told you these vines had gained sentience, but you wouldn't believe me. They can actually capture prisoners. Brother Han, this tree spirit of yours is just 2. The words suddenly caught in his throat. He bit his tongue hard, having almost blurted out the secret. Yehan withdrew his hand and turned to walk toward the fortress gate, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Drive the car inside. Leave these 4 hanging for now. We will deal with them later. After taking a couple of steps, he paused. Without turning around, he added flatly, Li Kai, keep an eye on them. Don't let them die. A warm, savory aroma of pork rib and lotus root soup drifted through the main room. On the stove, the clay pot bubbled gently, while white porcelain bowls were stacked in neat, orderly rows on the cutting board. And Ning stood before the stove wearing a faded apron. As she gently stirred the soup with a ladle, the rising steam softened the gentle contours of her eyes and brows. In the baby cradle nearby, Inin and Lele lay side by side, their 4 chubby little feet kicking restlessly in the air. Inin, Lele, be good. Daddy will be back very soon. Plucking the green vegetables, she turned her head to gently coax the babies, her fingertips snapping the leaves with a crisp, soft sound. Oh. Inin clenched his tiny fists and tilted his little face toward the ceiling, babbling loudly as if in response. Lele followed suit, her small mouth parting into a grin that revealed her tender pink gums. Today she was dressed in a soft goose-yellow jacket which accentuated her snowy, chubby little face. When she smiled, her eyes curved into 2 tiny crescent moons. You miss Daddy too, don't you? And Ning placed the plucked vegetables into a basin of clean water and bent down toward the cradle. Suddenly, Inin grabbed a handful of her cascading long hair, his tiny fist gripping it tightly. She wasn't annoyed. Instead, a tender smile rippled in her eyes as she gently extracted her hair from his palm, strand by strand. Daddy went out this morning, but he'll be back soon. And Ning. Yehan's voice suddenly echoed from the courtyard. It didn't come from the doorway of the main room, but from the direction of the courtyard gate. And Ning's hands paused. She quickly wiped the water off on her apron and hurried out of the main room. In the next second she froze on the steps, her blood seemingly turning to ice in an instant. Yehan stood in the center of the courtyard. His black jacket was riddled with tears from shattered glass, and the left sleeve was mostly torn away. A coarse strip of cloth was haphazardly wrapped around his arm, dark red blood seeping through and spreading all the way from his wrist to the crook of his elbow. He was deathly pale, his lips devoid of color. The faint red mark between his brows stood out with startling, striking prominence against his pallid skin. Li Kai and Bai Yuran stood behind him, covered in blood and dust, looking thoroughly disheveled, yet they stood firmly unscathed. "You're hurt." And Ning rushed down the steps. She instinctively raised her hands to touch his left arm, but just as her fingertips brushed the cloth wrapping, she yanked them back. Not daring to touch the wound, her panicked gaze swept over his entire body, checking repeatedly for other injuries. Finally, she tightly gripped his uninjured right wrist, her knuckles turning white with force, as if terrified that he would vanish the moment she let go. "Is it serious? Where else are you hurt?" As she spoke, she reached out to unbutton his jacket. "I'm fine, it's just a flesh wound." Yehan caught her hand in his grasp and took a slight step back, his voice deep and hoarse. "Don't come too close. We just returned from outside, we're dirty." Behind them, the corner of Li Kai's mouth twitched violently. A flesh wound. Who was the one who went into hemorrhagic shock in the car because of this wound, almost dying on the road? It was only because he fought with all his might that he managed to drag him back from the gates of hell. Yet he did not dare to utter a single word, silently averting his gaze. Bai Yuran also cast a deep look at Yehan, then turned to gently soothe Ning. "Don't worry. Brother Han's arm was just cut by some glass. The bleeding has already stopped, and he'll be fine after a few days of rest." She deliberately made no mention of the level 4 zombie, nor did she speak of the mall hunt that had nearly wiped the three of them out. She spoke neither of the monster's brutal biting nor of their narrow hair's-breadth escape. And Ning was no fool. Li Kai's evasive eyes and Bai Yuran's intentionally guarded tone, she noticed all of it. Yet she did not dare to press for answers. There were still 2 one-month-old babies inside. They could not withstand even the slightest storm. Taking a deep breath, she forced down the panic and fear rising in her throat, turned and walked into the kitchen to turn up the water heater. Half an hour later, and Ning stood by the sofa holding a first aid kit. Yehan had changed into clean clothes with his left sleeve rolled up to the elbow. Around the gruesome bite mark, the purple bruising had already been quietly faded by his wood-type ability, yet the wound still bled slowly. At its deepest point, one could even glimpse the stark, white periosteum beneath the fascia. The reprimand at the tip of Ning's tongue was forced back down. He was never a careless man. For him to be injured to this extent, he must have encountered a desperate situation that even he could barely withstand. "And you still call this a minor injury?" With lowered eyes, her fingertips repeatedly traced the clasp of the first aid kit before she finally managed to open it, her voice trembling slightly. "The bone is showing, and you call this minor? Such a deep gash." Her voice suddenly choked with emotion, and hot tears fell drop by drop onto the metal clasp of the first aid kit, glistening before sliding off. "Don't cry." Yehan raised his uninjured right hand, his thumb gently wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes, his movement so tender it was almost cautious. "It's just a flesh wound, it'll heal in a few days. I've survived far worse injuries before, and I recover quickly." He buried his past, the rebirth in the apocalypse, the narrow escapes from death, deep within his eyes. And Ning looked up at his bloodshot eyes and gradually stopped weeping. She gently moved his hand away, placing it on his knee before picking up the iodine and cotton swabs. "Sister-in-law, put your mind at ease. Don't forget what I do for a living." Li Kai stepped forward, his suture kit already laid out. "For a minor wound like this, I'll give Brother Han a few stitches. We can remove them in 7 days, and I guarantee it won't leave a scar." Only then did Ning remember that Li Kai was a doctor. She pushed the first aid kit toward him, her voice still thick with a nasal quality. "Just say the word if you need anything, and I'll go get it. We have everything." Li Kai deftly opened the suture kit, disinfected the area, threaded the needle, and leaned over Yehan's arm. As the needle pierced his skin, Yehan kept his back perfectly straight, without even a furrow of his brow, his endurance frighteningly absolute. Li Kai's hands were incredibly steady, his fundamental skills as a surgeon fully on display. In just a few minutes, the gruesome wound was neatly stitched and covered with sterile gauze. Bai Yuran emerged after her shower, her wet hair wrapped in a towel on top of her head. She glanced at the scene on the sofa, said nothing, and walked straight into the kitchen. The ingredients on the counter had long been prepared. The pork ribs and lotus root were bubbling in the clay pot. The twice-cooked pork was sliced to an even thickness, and the green vegetables were drained of water. She lit the stove and heated the oil, letting the minced garlic release its fragrance before tossing in the pork slices, which sizzled loudly and quickly curled at the edges. With 3 burners running simultaneously, in less than 15 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were served steaming hot on the dining table. Time to eat. They gathered around the circular table. The pork rib and lotus root soup was fresh and piping hot. The twice-cooked pork was glossy and rich with flavor, and the stir-fried baby bok choy carried the fresh aroma of the wok. and Ning first ladled a bowl of soup for Gu Yehan, then filled the bowls for Li Kai and Bai Yuran in turn. "Let's eat," she said, her voice returning to its usual gentleness. Gu Yehan picked up his chopsticks with his right hand, his injured left arm resting quietly on the table. He placed a slice of twice-cooked pork into a Ning's bowl, then picked a piece of soft, tender lotus root for himself. Li Kai buried his head in his rice, while Bai Yuran quietly sipped her soup. The soft clatter of bowls and chopsticks mingled with the bubbling of the clay pot. The meal was exceptionally quiet, yet no one felt the silence heavy or oppressive. This day had been far too long and perilous, so long that everyone simply wanted to finish this meal in peace. This day had been too long and treacherous, so long that everyone wanted nothing more than to finish this meal in peace. After dinner, and Ning fed Anin and Lele burped them, and the two little ones fell into a deep sleep the moment they touched their cribs. She switched on the nightlight and carefully checked the doors and windows before stepping out of the bedroom. Gu Yehan was standing at the entrance of the main hall, having put his coat back on his right hand, hanging naturally at his side. He looked up at Ning. "Ning, come with me to the village entrance." Ning gazed at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. "This afternoon someone came." Gu Yehan's tone was flat, as if he were speaking of an insignificant trifle. "They were kept out by the creeping ivy outside the wall. From now on such incidents will only increase. I do not wish for you to go out and fight, but you must see the world outside clearly. You must learn how to protect yourself and how to protect the children." Ning's heart shuddered. She suddenly recalled gathering the laundry after her afternoon nap. The branches of the pomelo tree had hung low for no apparent reason, and the ground beneath was strewn with withered leaves. At the time she had merely assumed the weather was turning cold, but looking back now it was entirely anomalous. She unfastened the apron from her shoulders, draped it over the back of a chair, walked to his side, and took his hand firmly. "All right, I will go with you." The four of them crossed the courtyard. As they passed the pomelo tree, Gu Yehan reached out his right hand and gently touched the trunk. The ancient tree trembled slightly, and a vibrant green pomelo leaf drifted down, landing on Ning's shoulder. He reached up to brush the leaf away and placed it in her palm. Its veins were distinct, carrying a faint, refreshing scent of pomelo. And Ning, clutching the leaf, followed closely behind him as they stepped out of the courtyard gate. Beneath the wall at the village entrance, four figures lay slumped against the base of the wall. The mountain night wind howled up from the cliff, sending a rustling clamor through the leaves of the creeping ivy. Hosey and his three companions had been suspended by the vines for most of the day, their limbs long since stiffened like wood. Now slowly lowered by the ivy, they collapsed onto the gravelly ground like 4 sacks of rotten potatoes. The October mountain wind carried a bone-chilling cold. Clad only in thin, tattered clothes, the men curled on the ground, shivering violently as their lips turned a bruised purple-black. Gu Yehan took a half-step forward. The moonlight cascaded down from behind him, casting his face entirely in shadow, leaving only the cold, sharp contour of his jawline visible. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over them. "Speak. How did you find this place?" His tone was flat, devoid of interrogative ferocity, sounding instead like someone counting mere ants, a coldness that seeped into the very marrow of their bones. The burly man who had wielded the chainsaw that afternoon was the first to break. He could not forget the scene at the labor market. The man before him had slaughtered over a dozen zombies with a mere wave of his hand, without so much as blinking. He had absolutely no desire to be suspended in midair by vines to await death again. "It was Hosey. He brought us here." "Yes, it was Hosey." Another burly man scrambled to chime in, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Gu Yehan's gaze instantly locked onto Hosey, who was sprawled on the ground. Hosey buried his head low, not daring to meet his eyes. That single bone-chilling glance through the window at the labor market had terrified him so much that he had shrunk back. Now, with those eyes barely 3 paces away, his hair stood on end and his teeth chattered. I was a laborer who worked on the renovations here. I worked under Han Tai for 5 days and remembered the location, so I brought them here." He kowtowed frantically. "I was just trying to make a living. I really didn't mean to cause trouble." Not a single ripple stirred in the depths of Gu Yehan's eyes. When he had hired Han Tai, he knew full well that with over 100 workers, it would be impossible to keep everyone's mouth shut. He simply had not expected the fortress to be exposed so quickly. Today it was a few thugs. Next time, there was no telling what kind of wolves or tigers would come. Yenya village's defenses had to be reinforced immediately. "Just the 4 of you?" Li Kai asked in a low voice. Bai Yuran cast a sidelong glance at him, her expression blunt and full of disdain. "Even an idiot can count. Is there any need to ask?" Furthermore, there were no vehicles on site, and it was impossible for them to have made their way up the mountain from the labor market on foot. She remained silent, merely scanning the surroundings. The 4 captives exchanged uneasy glances. Just as the chainsaw man was about to speak, Gu Yehan threw out a casual warning: "Think carefully before you speak." With those few words, a cold sweat instantly broke out across the chainsaw man's back. This man had been exactly like this when killing zombies, silent without warning and delivering an instant death blow. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. Hosey gritted his teeth and held out, "Just the 4 of us." Really? Having survived in the underworld for so long, he relied entirely on loyalty to maintain his standing. Wang Kuei would surely come to rescue him sooner or later. He could never betray his boss. And our boss Wang Kuei. The chainsaw man interrupted him directly. Hosey snapped his head up, his eyes wide with disbelief, his lips trembling as he found himself utterly speechless. Loyalty. In the apocalypse, could loyalty buy a man his life? The chainsaw man stared intently at Gu Yehan, seeking only self-preservation. Who is Wang Kuei? How many men does he have? Li Kai stepped forward to press the inquiry. He's the boss of the labor market area, been in the game for 20 years. He has about a dozen guys under him. Before the apocalypse, they ran protection rackets and guarded venues. Now, they've taken over the largest supermarket in the market. The chainsaw man licked his cracked lips, panting heavily. This morning, when you were killing zombies in the market, Hosey recognized you. He said you built a fortress in the mountains, so the boss sent us to seize your territory while you were away. Where is he now? Gu Yehan's voice remained steady. When he saw the vines binding us, he immediately took his men and drove off. Another man scrambled to answer. Li Kai realized instantly, his heart tightening. Brother Han. Those two vans at the foot of the mountain. The ones we passed on our way up, it was them. Bai Yuran nodded slightly in confirmation. Gu Yehan lowered his eyes, a trace of cold ruthlessness flickering within them. They certainly ran fast enough. He swept his gaze over the four shivering men on the ground, his tone as casual as if he were speaking of some trivial matter. Throw them down. The four of them froze instantly, the color draining entirely from their faces. Hosey was the first to break. Scrambling and crawling forward, he was violently tripped by a vine on the ground, his face slamming hard against the gravel, tearing away a large patch of flesh. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he kowtowed frantically, his forehead slamming against the stones with a dull thud. Don't throw me down. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I was just trying to get by. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The chainsaw man completely broke down, his voice cracking into a shrill shriek. My mother is paralyzed in bed, and my son is only 3. If I die, they won't survive. Please spare my life. I'll work like an ox or horse for you. Murder is against the law. This is a society ruled by law. You can't do this. Another roared, his face flushed red as he babbled incoherently. Wang Kuei forced us. We didn't want to come. Let us go. We'll never come back. The last man literally wet himself in terror, a large damp patch spreading across his trousers as a foul stench filled the air. Just as Li Kai rolled up his sleeves to take action, the thick ivy vines atop the wall had already moved. For ancient vines dropped silently, wrapping precisely around the waists of the 4 men, hoisting them into the air like helpless chicks. In midair, a chaotic din of weeping, begging, and cursing erupted as the 4 struggled frantically. The vines whipped outward with sudden force. 4 figures plummeted straight into the abyss of the cliff. Their piercing screams were swallowed by the howling mountain wind. A few seconds later, a dull, heavy thud echoed from the depths of the abyss, and everything returned to silence. And Ning's hand resting in Gu Yehan's palm trembled slightly. She did not turn her head, she did not close her eyes, nor did she speak to stop it. Only her fingertips turned suddenly icy. Gu Yehan felt it and tightened his grip on her hand. And Ning reached out with her other hand, gently wrapping it around his palm. Though her fingertips still trembled slightly, she remained entirely silent. Bai Yuran watched the entire scene with cold indifference. At the moment the 4 plunged off the cliff, she did not even knit her brow. Back at the gas station, when she had been cornered and betrayed for 2 days and nights by the bodyguard she trusted most, she had come to understand in the apocalypse there was no room for superfluous mercy. She turned and walked straight back toward the courtyard. Li Kai adjusted his cuffs while facing the cliff, glanced at the vines that had retreated to the top of the wall and settled back into stillness, then quickly caught up with Bai Yuran. The night wind continued to blow and the leaves of the creeping ivy swayed gently, as though the slaughter that had just occurred had never happened at all. The main hall was suffused with the warm fragrance porridge. The clay pot on the stove simmered, bubbles rising as steam curled upward. And Ning tied an apron and moved about the kitchen, the baby at the width and lying inside. An awake was never still, twisting and turning in his small cradle and whimpering constantly. Gu Yehan reached out and plucked the little one from the rocker, cradling him securely in the crook of his left arm. The previously fussy little one instantly quieted, his soft head nestling into the hollow of his shoulder, warm saliva brushing against his shoulder. Let go quickly. Your wound hasn't fully healed. And Ning heard the commotion, hurried from the kitchen, and reached out to take Anon from his arms. The little one swapped into another embrace, instantly pouted, and began to cry. And Ning gently patted his back and coaxed him for a moment until he dutifully rested his head on his mother's shoulder and grew quiet. You're spoiling him too much. Oh, every time he cries you pick him up. Now that he's in the crib, he can't lie down. It's fine, the wound has mostly healed. Gu Yehan lowered his gaze and scanned the wound on his left arm. What do you mean by mostly? Li Kai said it would take at least 7 days to remove the stitches, and today is only the 3rd. And Ning spoke with unwavering certainty, not buying it at all. She had seen that wound with her own eyes. When it was stitched, you could almost see the bone. How could it recover in 3 days? Gu Yehan instinctively touched his nose. He wasn't lying. Over these days, he had quietly nourished it with wood attribute powers, and the wound had crusted over and knit shut. But he couldn't explain this to anyone. His gaze drifted to the sofa, where Li Kai was cradling Lulu, his face buried in the swaddling shoulders, shaking as he suppressed a laugh. Today he was truly astonished. Outside the fearsome Han Gu, who could make 4 burly men kneel with a single glance at home, he was actually so afraid of his wife. From now on he knows exactly whose leg he'll be clinging to. Gu Yehan watched his shoulders tremble, a faint curve lifting the corners of his lips. So funny. Li Kai, have your abilities upgraded these days? Li Kai's laughter abruptly cut off as if a duck had its throat pinched. He lifted his head from the swaddle, the smug expression instantly collapsing into a face of grievance. Hanggu, could you stop poking at my sore spots? It's too crushing. Since returning from the integrated mall, Gu Yehan divided the crystal cores evenly between them, 5 apiece, for their awakenings. 5 crystal cores spent. The tiny ember he could conjure finally grew a little larger, just enough to spark a flame. That was all there was to it. Where he once could scorch only a few strands of zombies, now he could manage at most 2 bursts. He raised a fingertip, a small orange-red flame dancing, still weak and flickering. On the single-seat sofa by Yehan lowered her gaze. Li Kai had at least some progress. She had wasted all 5 crystal cores with not a hint of change. She opened her palm on her knee, her fingers still long and clean, just as before the end times. Nothing at all. And Ning swapped an into her other arm and walked to Bai Yuran's side, sitting beside her on the sofa's arm. Yuran, have you contacted your family? Bai Yuran was silent for a few seconds, her voice barely a whisper. No. When the apocalypse first broke out we could still make calls, but later the signal cut out, and we couldn't contact them anymore. And Ning did not press further, but laid a gentle hand over hers. Anan reached out with a chubby little fist and grasped Bai Yuran's fallen hair on her shoulder. Bai Yuran lowered her head voluntarily, offering her index finger for the little one to grab and play with. And Ning turned to Li Kai. I can't reach them either. Li Kai adjusted Lulu in his arms. The little girl nested on his chest and let out a soft yawn. But my mom and dad are with my older brother. My brother is very reliable. As long as they are alive they will meet, sooner or later. He spoke lightly, yet when finished he tucked his face back into Lulu's swaddling, concealing the disappointment in his eyes. The living room's atmosphere grew heavy, leaving only an Anne's tiny babble. Tonight there will be a red fog. Gu Yehan's deep voice broke the silence. When the red fog descends the zombies will upgrade across the board and humans will be able to evolve through the fog as well. Li Kai looked up, his eyes lighting up like 2 tiny lamps. Really? He nearly leaped off the sofa, but remembering Lulu in his arms, he slowed his movements, carefully hugging the child, his voice low, with uncontainable excitement. Everyone can evolve. Then can my little flame grow bigger? Yes, Gu Yehan replied calmly. Bai Yuran slowly raised her hand. She said nothing, simply curling her 5 fingers into a fist. Tonight she would surely awaken her ability. And Ning looked down at her open palms. These hands would change diapers, mix formula, chop vegetables, and wash clothes, tending to 2 children. She wasn't as deft as Bai Yuran, nor as quick-witted as Li Kai, as she seemed to be good for nothing, only able to guard this little family. If I could awaken a power as well, if I could become useful and help. Can I? She asked, looking at Gu Yehan, a careful hope in her eyes. Yes. Gu Yehan looked at her, his voice unusually gentle. There is no need to force anything, you just breathe normally. The red fog will merge into your body by itself. None of the 3 asked how he knew these things. Li Kai didn't ask, he was used to it. Han Gu seemed to know everything, as since their first meeting at the frozen goods market he understood. Bai Yuran did not ask. She never fretted over what she could not control. And Ning did not ask either, he trusted completely. If there were things he didn't want to say, she never pressed. Gu Yehan breathed a quiet sigh in his heart. In his past life, that night when the red fog descended, he had hidden in a sealed underground chamber in the demon metropolis, dreading the eerie red fog, sealing the doors and windows, and missing the best awakening moment. This time he would not repeat the mistakes. He would bring everyone he cared about into this evolution. At midnight, Yunya village lay sealed off by the oppressive night. The air grew stiflingly still, the old locust trees' branches drooped, not a breath of wind. A strong iron rust stench seeped through the cracks, growing heavier and more persistent, refusing to go away. The red fog has arrived. He quickly shut the window and turned to look at the 3 people in the living room. And Ning sat on the edge of the sofa, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white, with an irrepressible tension hidden deep in her eyes. Bai Yuran's back was ramrod straight, her hands hanging at her sides, clenched tightly, her fingernails digging into her palms and leaving faint marks. Li Kai, who had been joking around just moments before, completely wiped the smile from his face, his expression turning solemn. In the nursery, Anan and Lele slept peacefully. Anan had kicked off his blanket, exposing his tiny feet, while Lele clutched his older brother's sleeve. The 2 little ones remained completely oblivious to the impending catastrophe. Get ready. Gu Yehan's voice was deep and powerful, cutting through the heavy night. When the mist flows, and do not resist. Deep breaths and absorb it according to your instincts. He quickly walked into the nursery. The torn wound on his left arm had already healed after several days of nourishment from his wood element ability, leaving only a thin layer of gauze. He locked the crib latches one by one and sealed the window crevices tightly with strips of cloth, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. Having done all this, he leaned over to gaze at the sleeping children. In the apocalypse, opportunity is always entwined with death. The red mist could trigger the awakening of human abilities, but it would also fully upgrade the zombies. In his past life, countless people failed to survive this night, either exploding from the overwhelming energy or being mauled to death by the evolved zombies. Yehan placed his fingertips on Unin's little blanket as a faint pale green glow of wood energy quietly seeped out. Even if they could not absorb the red mist, his life force ability would still protect the two children. In the yard, the red mist surged in. A metallic rust-like stench instantly filled the entire house. The first to succumb was Likai. A searing, scalding heat violently crashed into his limbs and bones. His internal organs swelled frantically, and a mixture of itching and pain shot through the joints of his bones, as if countless insects were desperately boring their way through. He raised his hand and looked at his fingers. Flames suddenly erupted from his 10 fingertips, no longer the weak, candle-like sparks of the past, but a searing, brilliant orange red that burned from the pads of his fingers down to the knuckles. Brother Han, I feel so terrible. Something is about to burst out of my bones. Just as the words left his mouth, a dull thud echoed. Yehan slid straight down from the single sofa onto the floor, collapsing beside the coffee table. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips tightly pursed, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She had completely lost consciousness, yet her palms remained clenched in a death grip. Yehan and Ning immediately crouched down and reached out to feel her forehead. The moment her fingertips touched, she recoiled sharply. It was terrifyingly hot, like touching a red-hot branding iron. Yehan stepped forward quickly, his gaze sweeping over Ning's face as his brow furrowed deeply. Her entire face flushed with an abnormal crimson, burning all the way from her neck to her ears, and her lips were an eerily vivid red. Where does it hurt? His tone instantly tensed. In his past life, he had not awakened, so he had no idea of the perils of the red mist awakening. With the three of them showing completely different reactions, he had no way of predicting the risks. I'm fine, just dizzy and my vision is blurry. And Ning forced herself to shake her head, though her body swayed uncontrollably. Check on Yehan first. Before she could finish, Yehan scooped her up in his arms. Weak all over and drained of strength, and Ning could only lean helplessly against his chest, burying her cheek in the crook of his shoulder. As he passed by Likai, he gave him a light nudge with his foot. If you're not dead, go look after Yehan. Likai gritted his teeth and pushed himself up his legs, trembling uncontrollably as his bones popped and cracked. He stumbled over and squatted beside Yehan. He peeled back her eyelids, checked her pulse, and let out a sigh of relief. She's fine. Just like sister-in-law, she's running a fever. He carefully carried Yehan back to the sofa and covered her with a blanket. With her mind finally at ease and Ning's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Carried into the bedroom by Yehan, the moment her back touched the mattress, her consciousness plunged into boundless deep water. In her blurred vision, she only saw the man leaning and closed, the red mark between his brows furrowed into an unprecedentedly deep crease. Yehan sat on the edge of the bed and pressed his forehead against hers. A scorching heat rushed over him, almost burning to the touch. Her lips were flushed a fiery red and her eyelashes trembled incessantly, showing her torment even in her sleep. She hadn't cried during 12 hours of labor, nor had she shown any weakness when suffering from hypoglycemia during postpartum recovery, yet now she was trembling all over from the agony of awakening. He reached out to brush aside the stray hairs on her forehead, replaced the cool towel on her brow, a surge of intense, lingering fear welling up in his heart. He regretted it. He shouldn't have let her take this risk. She had no experience surviving the apocalypse, and her body had only just been restored by his wood element ability. If she couldn't pull through. Outside the window, the red mist grew increasingly dense, completely enveloping the entirety of Yunya village. In the main hall, bursts of flames kept erupting from Likai's body. He discovered that as long as he didn't consciously suppress it, the fire would surge out of his pores, spreading from his fingertips to his arms, shoulders, and back, wrapping his entire body in a layer of flowing firelight. Deep within his bones was a tearing itch, yet his skin felt refreshed as the energy washed over it, as if something were about to break out of its shell. Fearing he might set the house on fire, he stumbled out of the door and stood in the courtyard. The red mist filling the air rushed into his nasal passages, its metallic stench choking him. He threw his head back and opened his mouth in a silent roar. It wasn't pain, but an overwhelming fullness. The evolutionary factors inside his body surged frantically, nearly tearing his bones and skin apart. In the next instant, a blazing golden red fire erupted, completely swallowing him from head to toe. The flames were fierce and scorching, yet they did not harm him in the slightest, furiously burning away the restless energy and red mist factors within his body. His pupils were dyed a golden red, and his ability surged wildly, breaking through continuously from level 1, level 2, level 3 to level 4. Completely oblivious to the rapid progression, he only felt an unprecedented exhilaration beneath the night sky, shrouded in red mist. On the living room sofa, the transformation within by Yehan's body was silent, yet violent. A thin layer of ice spread from between her brows, covering her face, neck, collarbone, and down to her fingertips. Layers of ice crystals condensed, refracting a cold light, like shattered diamonds in the dim illumination, only to crack and melt into her skin over and over. Body temperature fluctuated wildly between sudden spikes and drops. Each crack of the ice marked a deeper level of physical metamorphosis. A layer of white frost formed on the armrest of the sofa. Even in her unconscious state, she clenched her fists tightly, her brow slightly furrowed. It was not out of pain, but from exerting every ounce of her strength to seize this hard-won opportunity for evolution. 2 o'clock in the morning. Yehan walked out of the nursery, having just finished feeding Yehan. The red mist had enveloped the 2 children as well, but their reactions were remarkably mild. Lele rolled over in his deep sleep, his little mouth sucking unconsciously as fine sweat beaded on his forehead. A layer of faint green light flowed over him. It was the wood element ability Yehan had left behind to protect his meridians. Yehan had a slightly stronger reaction, waking up midway with his little face flushed red. Yehan promptly channeled his energy to soothe him, and the child fell back into a deep sleep. The wood element life force and the evolutionary power of the red mist shared a common origin, merging smoothly within the 2 little ones. After confirming the children were safe, he changed the towel on Ning's forehead once more. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he gathered her cool, delicate hand into his palm. Her high fever had not yet broken, but her palm had begun to sweat, a sign of improvement. At 4 in the morning, the red mist blanketing the sky slowly dissipated. At 5 in the morning, drenched in sweat, Kai stumbled back inside and collapsed onto the sofa. He looked down at his hands. His fingertips were completely clean, without a single spark. Closing his eyes to channel his ability, a fist-sized ball of golden red fire suddenly materialized, hovering steadily over his palm and lighting up the main hall. He stared at the flame, grinning foolishly for a long time before slowly drawing it back. On the sofa by Yehan coughed softly and slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at her palm, where a small piece of crushed ice was melting. With a slight twitch of her fingers, a thin layer of ice spread from her palm to her fingertips, crystalline solid, neither melting nor dispersing. In the bedroom, Ning's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yehan immediately leaned down and heard her weakly utter 2 words, "Yehan." She rolled over, burying herself in the pillow, and fell back into a deep sleep. Yehan tucked her in and gently pressed his forehead against the crown of her head. The fever was finally breaking. At noon, sunlight pierced through the haze, bathing Yenya village in warmth. A rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the main hall. Wrapped in a blanket, Ning leaned against the sofa, holding a bowl of Angelica chicken soup and taking slow, small sips. Upon waking, she felt nothing but weakness with no serious issues. Yehan had kept her firmly on the sofa since early morning, forbidding her from doing any work. Yehan and Lele lay in their baby bouncers, taking turns gnawing on the same pacifier, their drool forming thin threads. A picture of innocent, adorable ignorance. Having held back all morning, Kai crouched nearby, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. "Sister-in-law, what kind of ability did you awaken?" Yehan also set down her bowl and chopsticks, looking up. And Ning set down her soup bowl and carefully took stock of the changes within her body. Previously, she could only hear the bubbling of a clay pot, but now sitting inside the house, she could hear the Boston ivy vines outside gently rubbing against each other. Previously, she could only hear people speak, but now she could perceive the subtle fluctuations of Yehan's heartbeat. Previously, she had to rely on her children's expressions to judge their emotions, but now, just by drawing close, she knew whether Yehan was hungry, wet, or missing his father. As soon as she finished her brief explanation, Kai's curiosity instantly turned into sheer ecstasy. He whipped his head around and shouted at Yehan, who had just stepped out of the kitchen. "Brother Han, sister-in-law has mental perception. It's a spiritual ability of the same origin as yours. Does your whole family just carry an ability gene?" "Shut up." Yehan walked over, carrying a bowl of steamed pumpkin, casually brushing the noisy Kai aside. He sat down beside Ning, a faint trace of tenderness rippling through his eyes. His voice was resolute. "Very good." Holding her soup bowl, Ning's earlobes quietly flushed red. Yehan toyed with a small ice crystal between her fingertips, her gaze calm and steady. Kai took a bite of an apple, still marveling incessantly at this family's raw talent. The warm, gentle sunlight filtered through the window panes, falling upon the 4 adults and 2 children. Beneath this fleeting peace, a low, muffled roar faintly echoed from the depths of the mountain forest. The red mist had receded, and the zombies had evolved. The crisis had only just begun. In the main hall, the afternoon sunlight sliced diagonally through the window panes, falling upon an old tea table. A plate of neatly sliced apples was arranged there beside, which lay a dish of soft, glutinous, steamed pumpkin. Kai slumped in the sofa, gripping a game controller and mashing the buttons frantically, muttering under his breath, "Just a little more, just a little more." Yehan leaned against a single-seater sofa, the droplet on her fingertip shifting continuously back and forth between water and an ice needle. Yehan sat close to Ning, cradling Lele with his left arm, while holding a baby bottle in his right hand, lowering his head to patiently feed the little girl. Lele tightly gripped the bottle with her chubby little hands, sucking sweet and contentedly, her dark round eyes staring unblinkingly at her father. And Ning held Unin in her arms, having just eaten his fill. The little fellow lay obediently against her shoulder, letting out soft milk burps. Her fingertips gently patted the baby's back, her eyes curving with a warm, tender smile. In the next instant, Yehan's brow suddenly twitched, and Ning's hand, which had been patting the baby's back, froze simultaneously. She looked up at him, her gaze colliding directly with his deep, solemn eyes. Without a word, both of them instantly received a wave of consciousness from the Boston Ivy. There was someone outside the wall. These were not random passing survivors. They had come specifically for Yunya village, fully prepared. Yehan moved with extreme gentleness, placing Lele into the baby cradle. The little girl did not fuss, only grasping weakly at the air a couple of times before her small hands fell softly to her side. And Ning stood up and placed Inin into the cradle as well. Go on and be careful, and Ning instructed softly. Li Kai snapped his head up, still clutching the controller, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Sister-in-law, where are we going? Before his words could fully register, Yehan had already stood up. Reaching back, she drew the Tang sword resting against the sofa armrest, the scabbard clinking against the tea table with a crisp cold ring. Only then did Li Kai snap to his senses. This was no casual stroll. Someone was invading the village. Those bastards actually dare to come back. Li Kai slammed the controller onto the sofa and bounced up, his eyes brimming with intense excitement. They got lucky and escaped last time, but with my level 4 fire ability, now I'm going to burn them until they cry for their mothers. His fire ability had just broken through to level 4 this morning, and he was itching for a chance to test it. This enemy arriving at his doorstep was like being handed a pillow just as he was falling asleep. He wanted to show off in front of Yehan and prove that he was no longer a useless weakling who could only light cigarettes. Before his voice even faded, he had already dashed to the doorway of the main hall. At Yehan's fingertip, a droplet of water condensed. With a slight quiver, it instantly transformed into a slender ice spike. Though shorter than a pinky finger, it was as razor-sharp as a scalpel, glinting with a faint icy blue light in the sunshine. Closing her fingers, she let the ice spike vanish into her palm. The three of them moved with swift, decisive steps, heading straight for the village entrance. And Ning watched their retreating figures disappear past the courtyard gate, then bent down to scoop up the two babies who were chewing on each other's sleeves in the cradle and hurried into the bedroom. She shut the doors and windows, drew the blackout curtains tight, locked the door securely, and pushed the cradle through the hidden basement door behind the large wardrobe. This was a safe house Yehan had specially renovated, fully stocked with lighting, baby formula diapers, water, and compressed biscuits. Sitting beside the cradle, she carefully tucked in the baby's blankets. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet she felt no panic whatsoever. Yehan had promised her that he would return safely. All she needed to do was protect the children. At the village entrance, Baozi stepped slowly out from the group. He was tall and lean, clad in a leather jacket with a pistol tucked into his waist, his dark gaze calculatingly assessing the dense, impenetrable wall of Boston ivy. Palm-sized leaves overlapped in dense layers, wrapping the entire wall tightly. As he took a step forward, the tip of the oldest and most sentient vine atop the wall suddenly reared up. It recognized this group. Just yesterday, these very people had tried to hack at its vines with chainsaws. Today they had returned. Yehan usually infused it with the most wood-type energy, and it had long since memorized the scent and danger associated with these intruders. The old vine suddenly whipped forward, tearing through the air to lash at Baozi's shoulder. Baozi dodged nimbly to the side, his right hand snapping open as a fist-sized fireball erupted, striking the tip of the vine with pinpoint accuracy. As the flames scorched the vine, the old plant instinctively recoiled in pain, swiftly retreating back to the top of the wall. It was an instinct etched into the very genes of plants. Even with awakened sentience, it still feared fire. So this thing is afraid of fire, Baozi said flatly, pulling his hand back. Standing by two minivans, Chen Ping took in the entire scene. Clad in a dark gray jacket with his hair meticulously combed, he appeared refined, yet his eyes harbored a blood-soaked ruthlessness that set him completely apart from the rough, burly men around him. Raising his hand, he gave a calm order, "Bring 2 canisters of gasoline. Burn this wall down." 2 burly men immediately dragged 2 20-liter green metal gasoline drums from the vehicle. In the post-apocalyptic world, gasoline was as precious as gold, but with the Shanha group controlling the Shanxing oil depot, Chen Ping did not care in the slightest. The 2 men unscrewed the caps and splashed the pungent gasoline all over the roots of the Boston ivy. "Stop!" Li Kai's roar suddenly erupted from inside the wall. Charging at the very front, even before his voice subsided, all the vines upon the wall began to tremble violently. This was not conscious communication, but in primal terror born of pure instinct. Fire, oil, fire. Signals of dread rippled frantically through the Boston ivy as the entire green wall shuddered, crying out soundlessly for help. The vines automatically parted to both sides, and the heavy gate slowly slid open. Yehan stood in the center with Li Kai and Bai Yuran flanking him on either side. Bai Yuran's Tang sword was strapped to her back, her ice spikes concealed up her sleeves. In Li Kai's palms, two golden-red fireballs flared to life. No longer the weak, flickering candle flames of the past, but steady, pulsing blazes of intimidating power. Yehan still wore the shirt stained with Enin's drool, his sleeves casually rolled up. Though devoid of any murderous aura, his mere presence carried an innate commanding pressure. He looked at the men pouring the gasoline, and asked indifferently, "Are you done splashing?" The two burly men froze instantly. The gasoline continued to gurgle from the drums, filling the air with its pungent stench, yet they held their hands up, not daring to make a single move. They had killed before and seen plenty of blood, but this man's casual, lightweight words sent a chilling shiver straight through their bodies. Also, the real players have finally shown up. Chun Ping stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the three of them as a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. I didn't expect 3 ability users to be hiding deep in these mountains. A fire type and ice type, and one who keeps his cards close to his chest. He looked up to meet Yehan's gaze, his tone carrying an inviting air. "I am Chun Ping's secretary to the chairman of the Shana Group. Our chairman Zhou values talent. If you were to join us." Before he could finish his sentence, an ice spike shot through the air, grazing his ear with a sharp whistle before embedding itself with a thud into the window of the minivan behind him. The glass shattered, instantly fractures spiderwebbing outward. Another ice spike condensed at Bai Yuran's fingertip, her gaze cold as frost. Either get lost or die. Behind the minivan, Wang Kuei huddled in the shadows. Last time at the labor market, he had seen with his own eyes how Yehan summoned lightning to strike down zombies, and outside the wall how thousands of vines bowed before him. But today he was not afraid. He had awakened a metal-type ability. The iron nails and steel ball bearings in his pockets were primed and ready. With a single thought, he could fire them like bullets to pierce through his enemies. "Get them, boys." With a roar from Wang Kuei, the burly men activated their abilities simultaneously. One man's hands hardened into stone skin, another was enveloped in crackling electric arcs, while a third grew massively in size, his muscles tearing through his clothes. Li Kai was instantly pushed to the peak of excitement. Thrusting his palms forward, 2 thick pillars of fire erupted, slamming violently into the stone-skinned man. Although the flames failed to penetrate his defense, the massive impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into the minivan's bumper and causing the vehicle to shatter violently. Baozi flung a fireball with a wave of his hand, aiming straight for Li Kai's face. Li Kai dodged just in time. Both being fire-type users, their fireballs clashed furiously in midair. Having never fought another ability user before, he barely managed to hold his ground using the techniques Yehan had taught him, yet he grew bolder and fiercer with every exchange. On the other side, Bai Yuran clashed with the lightning-type user. Ice spikes and electric arcs collided repeatedly in midair, scattering shards of ice and sending steam billowing. Whenever an ice spike shattered, she immediately materialized more. One became two, two became several, overcoming hardness with softness as she firmly suppressed her opponent. Yehan remained standing in place, not moving an inch. One of the men pouring gasoline had already fallen, while the other writhed on the ground in agony, his shoulder scorched by flames. Gasoline pooled across the ground. If ignited, the entire village entrance would turn into an inferno. Wang Kuei suddenly lunged from behind the vehicle. With a surge of mental intent, a dozen iron nails and steel balls flew out of his pockets, hovering in a dense cluster aimed directly at Yehan. "Last time you used those vines to ambush my brothers. Let's see you act tough now." Wang Kuei sneered, his face contorted. The iron nails shot forward in unison, their cold glints weaving a lethal web. Yehan did not even raise a hand. Invisible mental energy suddenly expanded, instantly freezing all the nails and steel balls in midair, suspending them just a meter in front of him. In the next instant, his brow furrowed slightly, and a terrifying mental shockwave slammed violently into Wang Kuei's chest. With a sharp cry of pain, Wang Kuei was sent flying backward, smashing through the minivan's windshield as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The nails and steel balls clattered to the ground. His metal-type ability was not weak, but against a reincarnator who had been tempered through 10 years of the apocalypse, his mental resistance was utterly pathetic. Chun Ping's pupils contracted sharply, and he decisively took a step back. He had seen it with absolute clarity. The man had not used a single elemental ability throughout the encounter, defeating an ability user instantly with nothing but pure mental strength. With more than half of their forces instantly incapacitated, the remaining men had long since lost their nerve, cowering inside the vehicles and refusing to step forward. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, he ordered in a low voice, "Retreat." As his words fell, the engines of the 2 minivans roared to life as they immediately spun around to flee. Baozi extinguished his fireball and leapt nimbly into the vehicle. The rest of the battered survivors scrambled in right behind him. Clutching his chest as he lay slumped on the shattered glass, Wang Kuei stared intently through the rearview mirror at the man who still stood there with absolute composure, his eyes filled with a mixture of resentment and terror. Watching the convoy flee in a cloud of dust, the flames in Li Kai's palms had not yet died down, his excitement still buzzing. Why are you running? I haven't had enough yet. There's gasoline all over the ground. If you keep fighting, you'll burn down the entire village entrance, Yehan reminded him flatly, withdrawing her ice spikes. Ignoring the two, Yehan walked straight to the wall and pressed his palm against the main vine of the Boston ivy. A warm surge of wood-type energy flowed in, causing the gasoline-scorched vines to tremble slightly as a faint green luminescence slowly healed their wounds. After soothing the entire wall of Boston ivy, he walked over to the old locust tree and channeled his energy into its trunk. The canopy of the old locust tree swayed gently, and a rustling whisper echoed through the mountain forest as if in response. Brother Han, they'll definitely bring reinforcements, Li Kai said, his excitement fading as he spoke seriously. The Shanha group doesn't lack men or weapons. Next time they come, it won't be as simple as splashing gasoline. Yehan looked toward the direction where the convoy had vanished, his tone calm, yet resolute. They need time. We too have time. On the mountain road, two vans rolled one after another, jolting as they sped down the slope. Wang Kuei lay slumped in the back seat, clutching his stifling chest, every breath tearing at with a dull ache. He turned to look back. Yunya village's silhouette was swallowed by the dense canopy, his eyes burning with intense reluctance. Shenping, are we really going to surrender like this? Shenping turned his head, a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips, his voice laced with ruthlessness. If they won't drink to it, don't blame me for being cruel. Wang Kuei's spirit sharpened, and he leaned forward. Secretary Chen, do you have a plan? If a direct assault can't pierce it, let the zombies break the door for us. Shenping turned to the leopard, eyes closed in rest. Go back and bring up the drone. Use its sound to lure the undead, steering the surrounding zombie hordes from Shansheng toward Yunya village. The leopard slowly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them, and he nodded slightly. Can the drone sound travel that far? Wang Kuei asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Not far at all, Shenping replied, gazing at the rapidly retreating mountains beyond the window. His tone was measured, but every word carried a venomous edge. Zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. As long as a sound source lingers over a densely infected urban area, they will relentlessly follow it. Set up a few more sound lures along the route, relay them in sequence. Within at most 2 days, the zombie tide will flood Yunya village's foothills. Then they won't have to move at all. The zombie tide will smash through that wall by itself. Wang Kuei's mind flashed with that vision, a black tide of zombies sweeping up from the mountain's base, tearing apart the obstructing Boston ivy, and no matter how fierce that man's lightning was, it could not wipe out thousands of zombies. He couldn't help but grin fairly, the pain in his chest easing a little. Secretary Chun is really brilliant. Shenping, ignoring his flattery, pulled a notebook from his pocket. The notebook was densely filled with the locations and scales of all surviving outposts around Shansheng. The Yunya village entry was originally labeled to be evaluated. He grabbed the pen, crossing out the 3 characters, and wrote heavily, eliminable. Return to base, deploy the drone, prepare to lure the undead. Yunya village. At the village gate beneath the old locust tree, Yehan stood quietly browsing it. The traces of the battle earlier had already been quietly erased by the Boston ivy. Gasoline on the ground was swept away by the vines, the rubble was smoothed, nails and iron pellets were drawn into the base of the wall, yet the red scar between his brows refused to fade. Brother Han, what's wrong? Li Kai asked as he hurried forward. Fresh from a hard-fought battle, the fighting spirit on him hadn't faded. The small flames flickered at his fingertips from time to time. Yehan stood by the side. The ice spear had melted into water, but a thin layer of frost still clung to the fingertips, her expression taut. I'm worried about one thing. Yehan looked down toward the mountain's foot, his gaze as dark as a deep pool. If Wang Kuei and his men go for a desperate move, they will lure zombies to surround the village. Li Kai was stunned, incredulous. Can they still command zombies? No need to command them. Yehan's voice was calm, yet heavy with pressure. Zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. As long as the sound source persists, the zombies within a radius will be drawn to it. A drone, loudspeakers, even a clock tied to a tree can do it. Yehan's face turned pale. Brother Han, can they really pull off something like this? Li Kai swallowed. The city is 2.5 hours away by car. Zombies move on foot. How long would they take? Zombies never sleep. Yehan said, each word deliberate. Set more bait along the way to relay the lure. The tide will reach the hillside within 2 days at most. Each word struck like a hammer on their hearts. Then should we go along the route to clear the zombies? Li Kai exclaimed. There won't be enough to clear them all. Yehan shook his head. In his past life, 10 years had not been enough to wipe out all the zombies. Shansheng has nearly tens of millions of zombies. The 3 of us are but a drop in the ocean. He turned to look toward the old house. And Ning and the 2 children were still waiting in the basement. You 2 go back first. I'll guard the village gate. Li Kai hesitated a moment, then followed by Yehan. In the sunlight, Yehan walked to the old locust tree, his palm gently pressed against the rough trunk. His face showed no anger, no killing intent, only a heavy resolve, as if the village's safety rested on his own shoulders. Li Kai opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed the words, then quietly followed by Yehan to the old locust tree. Yehan closed his eyes, his wood attribute power poured into the trunk without reservation. All his wood attribute power without counting expense or cost poured into the tree's veins. The mountain wind brushed by the canopy swayed, and every leaf glowed with a faint silver-green light. The trunk grew in a visible speed, the cracked bark splitting open, new branches stretching outward, roots sinking deeper into the earth. Master, an old slow voice spoke from deep within his awareness, steady as a 1,000-year-old well, every word carrying the weight of ages. Yehan opened his eyes and looked at the old locust tree. You have awakened sapience. I am nourished by you, master. The tree's voice remained slow but carried a firmer resolve. Is someone coveting this village? Yehan asked plainly. Wang Kuei and his gang are sly and treacherous. If direct assault fails, they will use covert tricks. You are the village's wisest plant. All the fruit tree's roots are connected to you. You must always monitor movements inside and outside the village and report any anomaly to me at once. Master, rest assured. The old locust tree's tone suddenly grew sharp. As long as the old locust tree stands, I will not let external enemies tread within half a step of the village gate. Yehan withdrew his hand, turned toward the wall, and pressed his palm onto the thickest main vine of the Boston ivy. At this moment, most of his wood attribute ability had been drained. His left arm's old wound ached faintly, yet he did not hesitate, pouring the last of his strength into the vine. A raw, boisterous teenage voice suddenly echoed in his mind, full of exuberance. Master, you burned with gasoline and fire earlier. Are you afraid? The climbing ivy fell silent for a moment. The immature voice carried with it grievance. Afraid fire hurts. They'll come again next time with more fire and more means. I am not afraid. The youth's voice sharpened into stubborn defiance. I am the gatekeeper at the village. As long as there is a vine I can move, I will cling to the invaders and never let them near the gate. Okay. With the last fragment of power injected, the entire wall's Boston ivy lit up with a jade-green glow from root to tip. The scorched vine slowly healed, the charred skin peeled away, and new green skin unfurled. Yehan slowly drew back his hand, his back resting against the cool wall, breathing softly. Since awakening, he had never taxed his wood attribute power to such an extent. The torn wound on his left arm itched again faintly. He had intended to awaken the sapience of all the village's fruit trees, the plum, peach, and pomelo trees, so they could see, hear, and warn. But for now his inner power was empty, not a scrap of excess strength could be squeezed out. So be it for now. Yehan steadied his emotions and walked toward the old house. The hall was brightly lit. And Ning had come out from the basement, cradling and nursing him. The little one had eaten and slept, the tiny mouth unconsciously suckling at the nipple. Bai Yuran leaned against the sofa, her fingers playing with a shard of ice, eyes fixed on the doorway, always alert. Li Kai crouched at the coffee table, awkwardly peeling an apple, the skin rough, full of youthful restlessness. Han Gu is back. Li Kai stood up at once. How did it go? I spoke with the old locust tree. Yehan walked to Ning's side, sat down, and took her hand, looking tenderly at the child. It and the Boston ivy will guard the village gate. And Ning turned to him. In the moonlight his face looked paler than usual, and fatigue lay heavy in his brows. She didn't press for details, as she simply held his hand, offering silent warmth to ease his taut nerves. Yehan turned his hand over and clasped hers in his palm. Outside the night breeze was gentle, the old locust tree's vast canopy slowly rotated in the moonlight. Thousands of branches and leaves all faced downhill, forming a silent, solid shield. Yehan sat cross-legged on the floor of the old house's main hall, his back resting against a worn-out sofa, his eyes gently closed. The wood attribute ability circulated slowly within his body, drawing out thread by thread from the depths of his crystal core, flowing through his meridians and permeating every limb and bone. He was recovering rapidly. To awaken the old locust tree and activate the creeping ivy the night before last, he had nearly depleted his crystal core and had only now restored 70 to 80% of his power. But it was enough. Opening his eyes, he stood up and walked slowly into the courtyard. The old pomelo tree near the courtyard wall gently swayed its branches and leaves in the morning breeze. Yehan raised his hand and pressed it against the rough trunk, sending his wood attribute ability surging into the tree through his palm. The pomelo tree shuddered violently, and a wave of simple, slow-witted emotion crashed directly into his consciousness. There were no structured words, only the most instinctual loyalty. Master, I will guard this window by the courtyard wall. My branches and leaves will block all intruders, and my fruit hurts when thrown at people. Next was the plum tree. It was the very plum tree that Li Kai constantly thought about and hoped would bear fruit. The moment the ability was infused into it, the branches shook frantically, and a burst of lively, impatient emotion exploded. I've been waiting for a long time. Why did Master only arrive now? Those bastards climbing over the wall. I'll whip them to shreds with my branches and pelt them with my pits, hitting them dead on every single time. Further back was the old peach tree inn by Yuran's courtyard. Its spiritual awareness was the most serene. As the wood attribute power poured in, it received it steadily, without any haste. The voice, in its consciousness, gentle yet firm. I shall protect Miss Bai's courtyard. The peach blossoms are gentle, but the peach branches are sharp. Those who dare to trespass will surely be pierced. Finally Yehan walked to the entrance of the village. The canopy of the old locust tree blotted out the sky, and the creeping ivy vines covered the entire surrounding wall. He pressed his palms against the trunk and the main vine respectively. This time it was no longer mere nourishment, but a forced ascension. A Tier 4 mutated plant awakening its innate skill. A layer of faint silvery green light shined over the canopy of the old locust tree. No longer passively receiving, it began to actively mobilize its ability. Innate skill, Leaf Blade. Every single locust leaf was hardened by the ability into a steel-like, flying dagger, incredibly sharp, capable of precise lethal strikes at will. Deep green fluorescence surged from the main vine of the creeping ivy. Innate skill, Pierce. The tips of the vines condensed into spears sharp and hard enough to pierce the skull of a Tier 2 zombie. Having done all this, Yehan's face suddenly turned deathly pale, and his vital energy and blood surged violently. He leaned against the rough trunk of the old locust tree, bowing his head as he gasped for breath. Li Kai ran over from the courtyard, clutching a freshly washed apple in his hand. Seeing Yehan's state, he immediately grew worried. Brother Han, don't push yourself too hard. Maybe the zombies won't even come. He and Bai Yuran only knew that Yehan could communicate with plants, but they never knew he could forcibly raise the level of mutated plants, let alone awaken the spiritual awareness of ordinary fruit trees. They merely assumed he was weak from a lack of rest, having spent days worrying about the zombie siege. They are here, Yehan said, raising his eyes, his voice calm. What's here? The apple in Li Kai's hand almost slipped out. Bai Yuran walked out from behind him, casting a cold glance down the mountain. What else could it be? Zombies. Li Kai opened his mouth, wanting to say a few comforting words to himself, but ultimately swallowed them back. Bai Yuran walked straight toward the village entrance. He scratched his head, muttered something under his breath, and quickly caught up. Yehan walked at the very front, his pace of speech steady. It will take some time for them to reach the village entrance. Let's eat our fill first. Tonight will be a fierce battle. I'll go prepare food right away. And Ning responded immediately. She knew all too well that Yehan never joked about such matters. The only thing she could do was to ensure everyone was well fed and had gathered enough strength. Bai Yuran followed silently, and the two of them entered the kitchen one after the other. In the main hall, Yehan and Li Kai each held a child. Anan snuggled in Yehan's arms, her tiny hands clutching his collar as she chewed on it, with great relish, completely oblivious to the impending crisis. Lulu was held in Li Kai's arms, gripping his index finger and swinging it back and forth. Li Kai looked down to tease her. Your dad is going to kill zombies again tonight. Don't grow up to be like him, he's far too fierce. Lulu grinned, revealing her pink gums, her laugh sweet and soft. Before long, Ning and Bai Yuran emerged, carrying 2 large basins of dumplings. They were pork and Chinese cabbage dumplings, plump and full, which had been wrapped and frozen a couple of days prior. And Ning set down a small dish of vinegar and handed it to Yehan, while Bai Yuran distributed the chopsticks in turn. Tonight is perilous, but it is also our opportunity, Yehan said as he picked up a dumpling, his tone devoid of any emotion. Li Kai stuffed half a dumpling into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up completely. An opportunity. The village is about to be surrounded by zombies. Where's the opportunity? The more zombies there are, the more crystal cores we will get. Yehan chewed slowly and spoke calmly. If we seize this opportunity, all of our abilities can advance another level. Li Kai's chopsticks suddenly froze. Bai Yuran's hand, which was picking up a dumpling, also came to a sudden halt. Crystal cores. Although absorbing 5 crystal cores last time hadn't improved him much, it was mainly due to the small quantity. Right now, with zombies swarming all over the mountains below, every single head concealed a crystal core. Li Kai swallowed the dumpling in his mouth with a gulp, his eyes instantly lighting up. Brother Han, why didn't you say so earlier? What are we waiting for then? Let's eat quickly. His chopsticks flew as he stuffed them into his mouth one by one, his cheeks bulging like 2 steamed buns. Bai Yuran also cast aside her usual elegance and accelerated her eating pace. And Ning sat beside Yehan, constantly adding dumplings to his plate while refilling the plates of the other 2. She herself ate extremely slowly, occasionally gazing out the window at the darkening sky, a trace of anxiety hidden deep in her eyes. It's about time. Let's head to the village entrance. Yehan put down his chopsticks and stood up. And Ning rose as well, placing the twins into the stroller. She bent down to kiss both of their foreheads, murmuring soft words of comfort. Be good, come with mommy to the basement. The 2 little ones babbled, their tiny hands clutching at each other. And Ning stole one last deep look at Yehan before pushing the stroller and turning toward the basement. At the village entrance, a drone hovered above the surrounding wall, a portable speaker strapped to its underbelly. Piercing, screeching guitar sounds reverberated continuously, carrying far into the mountain forests. Down below, the first wave of zombies emerged from the wild bamboo forest less than 1,000 meters from the village entrance. Attracted by the noise, they dragged their rigid bodies and began to climb upward. Gathering in ever-increasing numbers, they densely packed the entire winding dirt road. So many. Li Kai gasped, his scalp tingling with dread. He wasn't that he hadn't killed zombies before. He had cleared over 200 of them on the second floor of the shopping mall. But that was a confined space where they could be dealt with one by one. Right now, as far as the eye could see, the dirt road, the woods, and the steep slopes were all crawling with an endless stream of upward surging zombies, so dense it was suffocating. The mountain path is narrow. No matter how many there are, they can only line up to come up. Yehan spoke calmly. She instantly understood Yehan's intention in choosing this spot. There was only a single path up the mountain, less than 3 meters wide, with a mountain wall on one side and a cliff on the other. No matter how massive the horde was, they could only form a single file and pass one by one. When the zombies rushed within 500 meters of the village entrance, the old locust tree moved. Its thick main branches swept across violently. Tens of thousands of locust leaves, infused and hardened by the ability, gleamed with a cold metallic luster along their edges. The first wave of leaf blades shot out abruptly, the sound of tearing through the air, sharp and piercing. They nailed precisely into the foreheads of the frontmost zombies, penetrating their skulls and bursting into clouds of dark red blood mist. The front row zombies collapsed in heaps while those behind trampled over the corpses to continue their charge. Unheavy, the old locust tree stood like a giant umbrella with tens of thousands of leaves at its disposal. As soon as one batch was fired, the wood attribute ability instantly sprouted new leaves, even sharper than before. It was like a sniper machine gun, with infinite ammunition firmly guarding the front line of the village entrance. Immediately following, the creeping ivy officially launched its assault. If the old locust tree was a long-range sniper, then the creeping ivy was the heavy armored vanguard on the front lines. Its thick main vine catapulted from the top of the wall, its tip hardened into a sharp spear, thrusting out fiercely with immense force. One zombie's chest was pierced, the vine tearing through its back and continuing to impale a second, a third. A single vine directly skewered 5 zombies like a skewer of candied hawthorns. With a violent whip, the entire string of zombies was hurled down the cliff, a dull thud echoing from the bottom. Without pausing, the vine twisted gently inside the zombies' skulls, precisely prying out the crystal cores before reeling back to the top of the wall. A slender auxiliary vine was dedicated to collecting the crystal cores, neatly arranging the blood-stained crystals one by one on the bluestone slabs. Both the old locust tree and the creeping ivy were Tier 4 mutated plants. What did Tier 4 mean? Back at the shopping mall, even Yehan had been completely overpowered by that small Tier 4 zombie. Yet these two mutated plants possessed genuine formidable combat power. The leaf blades could shatter the hard skulls of Tier 2 zombies, and the pierce skill could penetrate several zombies consecutively with force to spare. Most of the zombies lured here were only Tier 1 or Tier 2. Before them, they were nothing but living targets. Yet the sheer number of zombies was terrifying. As the front row fell, the rear row immediately took their place, 500, 1,000 in an endless stream. A wall of corpses half a meter high piled up on the winding road as the zombies trampled over their fallen companions, surging frantically toward the village entrance. The speed at which the old locust tree regenerated its leaves gradually fell behind the rate of consumption. It began to carry out precise snipes, only killing the zombies closest to the main gate. The creeping ivy's vines increased from 4 to 6, then to 8, piercing, harvesting, and throwing at their absolute limit. Yet the zombies still continued to gather in ever greater numbers. "It's our turn to go," Yehan said, drawing his Tang Dao and storing the sheath in his dimensional space. 2 gold-red fireballs erupted from Li Kai's palms. No longer the weak, candle-like embers of before, they were now the size of fists and burning steadily. Hovering and spinning between Yehan's fingers were 8 ice spikes, as sharp as surgical scalpels and radiating a bone-chilling cold. The 3 of them stepped past the main gate. The leaf blades of the old locust tree swept overhead, clearing any hidden threats on the flanks, while the creeper vines spread out on both sides to build a natural barrier preventing any sneak attacks. "This drone is far too noisy, constantly luring the zombies to rush upward. I'm going to shoot it down." Li Kai looked up at the drone. "Don't." Yehan stopped him. "Leave it. The more zombies it attracts, the more crystal cores we get. Once this wave is over, we will still need it to lure away the scattered zombies in the mountains, saving us the trouble of clearing them out one by one." Li Kai was stunned for a moment, then grinned widely. As expected of Brother Han. While others feared a zombie siege, he treated it as a restocking run. Wasting no more words, Li Kai merged the fireballs in his palms, blasting a scorching pillar of flame into the dense horde. Yehan pushed her hands forward, launching the 8 ice spikes simultaneously to pierce precisely into the foreheads of 8 zombies. Blue-white lightning erupted from Yehan's fingertips, the electrical arcs exploding in the center of the horde and instantly dropping over a dozen zombies. Behind them, the old locust tree and the creeper vines continued to harvest the battlefield in an orderly fashion. Upon the bluestone slabs atop the wall, crystal cores piled up, gradually forming a glittering small mound. Below the mountain, the endless tide of zombies continued to surge upward in an unceasing torrent. With clean efficiency, the Tang Dao in Gu Yihan's hand split open the skull of a level 2 zombie. He spun and unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly clearing 3 more that lunged from his left. His movements remained as fluid as flowing water, completely devoid of hesitation, yet his brow furrowed deeper. Something was wrong. The offensive rhythm of this zombie horde was highly abnormal. He immediately released his mental ability, probing deep into the densely packed horde. The front ranks still consisted of brainlessly charging level 1 and level 2 zombies, lured blindly upward by the drone's noise. Yet the further his mental strength extended into the depths, the heavier the sense of oppression became. Mixed among the level 2 zombies were massive numbers of level 3 zombies. Not just a scattered few, but entire groups hidden within the tide. As his mental strength extended further, Gu Yihan's pupils suddenly contracted. At the very rear of the horde, 4 terrifying waves of consciousness, like 4 cold and unyielding boulders, held the entire zombie crowd in absolute, suffocating restraint. For level 4 zombies. Stop, Gu Yihan said in a low, heavy voice. Restrain your abilities. No more indiscriminate bombardment. Focus only on precision kills. Having just conjured a scorching pillar of fire in his palms, and preparing to blast it forward, Li Kai abruptly extinguished the flames upon hearing the command. Instead, he condensed a small fireball at his fingertip, precisely detonating the head of a level 2 zombie that had lunged close. Brother Han, what's wrong? A massive number of level 3 zombies are hidden within the horde. Gu Yihan lightly pointed forward with the tip of his Tang Dao. And at the very back, there are 4 level 4 zombies. They are waiting for us to deplete our abilities. Li Kai squinted down at the overwhelming tide of zombies blanketing the mountainside. His vision was filled with a dense mass of black silhouettes, making it impossible to distinguish their levels. But he trusted Gu Yihan unconditionally. Beside them, Yuran had quietly retracted 6 of her ice spikes, leaving only 2 hovering at her fingertips. Ice abilities inherently consumed massive amounts of energy. After the indiscriminate barrage, just now a bone-chilling cold had already seeped into her fingertips. Simultaneously, Gu Yihan conveyed the same command to the old locust tree and the creeper vines through his consciousness. The old locust tree, which had been harvesting the frontline zombies like a torrential rain of leaf blades, trembled slightly the moment it received the order. 2/3 of its outer leaves suddenly ceased fire, leaving only a few clusters of branches directly facing the gate to continue their precise shooting. The rest of the leaves retracted to gather power. Infused with wood-type energy, each locust leaf hardened dramatically, their edges gleaming with an increasingly cold metallic luster as they silently built up toward a terrifying eruption. The creeper vines also swiftly withdrew 6 of its main vines, leaving only 2 to battle on the perimeter. Its piercing frequency slowed significantly, no longer impaling zombies in wild succession. It struck and retracted with precision, neutralizing only the stragglers that managed to reach the gate. The remaining 6 thick main vines coiled atop the wall, their tips hardened into razor-sharp spearheads poised to strike. Brother Han, level 4 zombies. Is it true even a Tang Dao can't cut through them? Li Kai swallowed hard, his voice tightening slightly. We can't cut through them. The image of the small zombie in the shopping mall flashed through Gu Yihan's mind, his tone grave. Their skin is as hard as steel plates. Their only weaknesses are 3 areas of soft tissue: the eye sockets, the mouth, and the ear canals. Are those things really that fierce? Li Kai's hand trembled involuntarily, almost extinguishing the flame on his fingertip. Back then, a single level 4 small zombie had pushed Gu Yihan to the brink. Now 4 had arrived at once. They are fierce. Gu Yihan paused, his voice suddenly carrying a hint of enticement. But a single level 4 crystal core is worth far more than the sum of all the level 2 cores we harvested at the mall last time. Li Kai snapped his head up, the anxiety in his eyes instantly replaced by sheer excitement. A blazing fireball erupted from his right hand once more. You should have said so earlier. A level 4 crystal core? I've never even seen one before. With a flick of Yuran's fingers, the retracted ice spikes materialized once more, increasing from 2 to 4. She said nothing, but the spinning speed of the ice spikes between her fingers suddenly accelerated, the cold intensifying. Gu Yihan spoke no further, holding his Tang Dao horizontally as he stood dead center of the main gate. Temporarily sealing his lightning ability, he relied solely on his mental strength to survey the field, synchronizing the real-time locations of every approaching level 3 zombie to the 2 beside him. The 4 level 4 zombies remained concealed at the rear of the tide, separated by over 1,000 low-level zombies holding their ground. They were waiting for the fodder in front to completely drain everyone's abilities. On the hilltop opposite Yenya village, a tiny figure stood at the edge of a protruding rock. He wore a plaid shirt, suspenders, a crookedly worn baseball cap, and small leather shoes covered in stains. His pale greenish-white face was expressionless. A pair of emerald green eyes quietly stared through the layers of tree shadows at the slaughter unfolding on the mountainside. It was indeed that level 4 small zombie from the shopping mall. Only this time he was no longer a child tilting his head to size up prey. Instead, he resembled a calm battlefield commander. Standing behind him were 5 adults with pale greenish-white skin and pupils shimmering with a yellow-green glint. All of them level 4 zombies. They stood quietly, neither roaring nor restless, like silent soldiers awaiting orders. The small zombie tilted his head slightly, his emerald pupils reflecting the flashing lightning and firelight on the mountainside. He saw that man swinging his blade to slay zombies and summoning lightning to clear the field. He saw the muttering human hurling fireballs, and he saw the cold-faced woman firing ice spikes. He saw two bizarre trees, their leaves harvesting heads like bullets, and their vines skewering zombies to hurl them off the cliff. There was no fear or killing intent on his small face. He was merely assessing his chances of victory. Like tireless machines, the three of them swung their blades, unleashed their abilities, swung again, and unleashed again. They slaughtered from the dead of night until dawn, and from dawn until the sky grew pale. On the mountain path, the corpses of the zombies piled layer upon layer. Black blood trickled down the crevices of the stone slabs, pooling into dark red puddles in the drainage ditches. The air was thick with the rancid stench of rotting flesh and the scorched odor of lightning strikes. Yehan switched to his fourth Tang Dao. Its blade was riddled with notches and coated in a thick layer of congealed black blood. With his left hand, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly vaporizing two zombies lunging from the flank. With his right hand, he slashed his Tang Dao horizontally, clearing another. Just then, several muffled roars echoed from the horde of zombies ahead. These were not the hoarse wails of ordinary zombies, but deeper, more ferocious growls like the deathly warnings of a lurking beast. "Watch out, Tier 3 zombies are coming up." Yehan decapitated the zombie before him with a single swipe, the blade grinding through the joints of the cervical vertebrae with a bone-chilling crunch. He withdrew his blade, spun around, and kicked the twitching corpse off the cliff. Standing on the flank by Yehan waved her hands, repeatedly driving 3 ice spikes in a triangular formation straight into the face of a Tier 3 zombie. The zombie's flesh had hardened, its body merely shuddered violently before it continued to charge forward, utterly fearless of death. Clenching her teeth, she channeled energy into her fingertips and conjured 2 more ice spikes. The 5th spike pierced precisely through the zombie's eye socket, penetrating straight into its cranial cavity before the massive body finally crashed to the ground. Her fingers had turned stark white from the cold, a thin layer of frost coating her knuckles as the icy chill recoiled through her meridians into her limbs. "You're in, fall back. Coordinate with the ivy and don't advance any further." Yehan's back was ramrod straight. He did not look back even once. Yehan looked up at the figure shielding her, her lips parting slightly, but the words, "I can do this," caught in her throat. Yet Yehan cast a sideways glance over his shoulder, cold, commanding, and leaving absolutely no room for argument. She bit her lower lip, swallowing all her reluctance, and silently retreated to the edge of the wall. "Next time," she murmured in her heart. "Next time I will never drag anyone down again." Walking over to the thick main vine of the ivy, she tightly gripped the crystal core in her palm. As the icy energy circulated through her meridians, her frozen fingertips slowly began to warm up. "Brother Han, you're being biased. I'm also Tier 4, so why do I have to charge forward?" Even as Li Kai grumbled, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. Before his voice could fade, a Tier 3 zombie suddenly lunged before him. He swung his blade downward in a fierce backhand slash. However, the physical strength of a Tier 3 zombie far exceeded that of a Tier 2. When the Tang Dao struck its neck, it left only a faint white mark, failing to even break the skin. Holy crap! Li Kai's pupils contracted sharply as a sense of crisis instantly flooded his entire body. Not daring to delay, he conjured a fireball at point-blank range and blasted it squarely into the zombie's face. The scorching heat wave forced the zombie back 2 steps. Seizing the opening, he delivered a follow-up strike, barely managing to decapitate it. He panted heavily, his heart pounding like a war drum. How can these zombies be so absurdly strong? I thought a Tier 4 fighting a Tier 3 would be like slicing vegetables, but I almost ended up dead in a ditch. Tier 3 zombies are not as weak as you think. Yehan raised his hand, and a bolt of blue-white lightning tore through the air, precisely piercing the skulls of 2 Tier 3 zombies. Before their bodies could even hit the ground, he had already locked onto his next target. With each level a zombie advances, its skin, bones, muscles, and durability all double. You only hold the advantage in your ability level. Your physical strength is far inferior to theirs. Li Kai instantly abandoned his playful attitude, not daring to underestimate the enemy in the slightest. He compressed his fireballs from wide-area blasts into precision strikes, aiming each shot at the zombies' weak points, such as their mouths and eye sockets. Yehan fought with the support of the ivy. The vines wrapped around the zombies' ankles, tripping them violently. Ice spikes followed immediately after pinning them straight through their vital points. The seamless cooperation between human and plant caused their clearing efficiency to skyrocket. Li Kai slashed down the last Tier 3 zombie, and had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized the horde ahead had vanished. On the winding mountain dirt road, over a dozen Tier 3 zombie corpses lay piled up, their black blood soaking the stone slabs. He straightened up and grinned. "Brother Han, the Tier 3s are cleared. We've got this in the bag, right?" Yehan did not respond. His knuckles tightened around his blade, the tip of the sword dipping half an inch. With his knees slightly bent, his entire body's muscles tensed instantly as he entered a state of maximum alert. Brother Han. The smile on Li Kai's face instantly froze. Bai Yuran also keenly sensed that something was wrong. Her ice spikes hovered in midair as she turned her head to look at Gu Yihan. The air completely solidified at this moment. It was not that the sounds of slaughter had stopped, but rather the deathly suffocating pressure before a storm weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. A sudden chill ran down Gu Yihan's spine. An extreme sense of danger surged straight up his backbone to the crown of his head, like an icy blade scraping ruthlessly against his flesh. Without thinking, his body reacted instinctively ahead of his brain. Slamming his foot against the ground, he retreated at breakneck speed. In the exact spot where he had just been standing, a small figure abruptly descended, a plaid shirt, overalls, and a baseball cap. The bluestone slab cracked into fine fissures under the force of the impact, sending stone fragments flying and bouncing off Gu Yihan's combat boots. Gu Yihan landed holding his Tang Dao horizontally, before him, his pupils contracting sharply. Tier 5. The fireball in Li Kai's hand almost went out completely as he cried out in shock. Tier 5. It was only Tier 4 last time at the mall. It's only been a few days. How is it leveling up faster than a rocket? Bai Yuran had already retreated behind the vines, 10 ice spikes hovering above her palms, their tips locked onto the small figure. The little zombie tilted its head slightly. Its emerald green eyes shimmered with a dark, eerie glow in the morning light, colder and deeper than when they had met at the mall. Its pale bluish face remained expressionless, but the way it looked at Gu Yihan had completely changed. Before it was sizing up prey, now it was assessing an equal opponent. Gu Yihan rapidly calculated the situation in his mind. After the baptism of the red mist, his ability had surged to Tier 5. It was barely feasible for him to hold off this mutant zombie king in a one-on-one fight. But the true despair had only just begun. Behind the little zombie, 5 Tier 4 zombies slowly stepped forward. Their own combat power by Yuran was Tier 3, Li Kai, the old locust tree, and the ivy were Tier 4. 4 against 10. By Yuran at Tier 3 facing a Tier 4 would find even a one-on-one extremely difficult. Li Kai at Tier 4 could handle a Tier 4 one-on-one, but facing 2 would mean certain defeat. The 2 mutant plants could hold off 2 at most. The remaining enemies would be more than enough to tear them all to shreds. The little zombie took a step forward. The bluestone slab beneath its feet cracked once more. Li Kai Yuran. Gu Yihan's voice sounded calm and steady, without a hint of panic, echoing clearly on the silent mountain path. Leave the original Tier 4 zombies to you. I'll handle this Tier 5 and the Tier 4 zombie it brought with it. Brother Han, there are 4 Tier 4s. Li Kai quickly did the math. Are the 3 of us splitting them? 3 against 4, Bai Yuran interrupted directly, already stepping up to Li Kai's side, the ice spikes between her fingers spinning rapidly with a chilling light. You take 2, I'll take 1, and the old locust tree and the ivy will take 1 each. We just need to hold out until Brother Han finishes it off. Wait, you're Tier 3 fighting a Tier 4. Isn't that just suicide? What's wrong with Tier 3? Bai Yuran looked up at him, a trace of stubbornness in her eyes. You almost failed just now fighting a Tier 3 as a Tier 4. Now it's my turn to face a Tier 4 as a Tier 3. It's only fair. Li Kai opened his mouth, but swallowed all his words of dissuasion back down. Taking a deep breath, he let golden red flames erupt from his fists, rapidly draining his energy reserves without holding back a single shred of power. Fine. You take 1, I take 2. Whoever can't hold out first is a puppy. I'm not going to be a dog. I will, alright. Woof woof woof. Rolling his eyes, Li Kai turned and shouted into the shadows, Old locust. Ivy. Time to get to work. The canopy of the old locust tree swayed gently as countless razor-sharp leaf blades stood poised for action. Ivy vines cascaded down the wall, gently patting his shoulder in silent support. Gu Yihan's figure suddenly lunged forward. Instead of charging straight at the small zombie, he bypassed its sharp edge and lunged directly toward the level 4 zombies behind. His tactics were clear and decisive: eliminate one first to relieve his teammates' pressure, then turn back to fight the zombie king to the death. The first level 4 zombie slashed its claws horizontally, the sound of tearing wind piercing to the ears. Gu Yihan sidestepped to evade, thrusting his Tang Dao upward under its armpit. The level 4 zombie's flesh was incredibly tough, making it difficult for the blade to penetrate. He immediately shifted his tactics, channeling violent lightning into the blade. Arcs of electricity surged along the blade into the zombie's body, paralyzing it instantly. Seizing this half-second opening, he drove the tip of the blade viciously into its ear canal. An instant kill. 3 left. On the other side, Li Kai was pinioned between 2 level 4 zombies. His left hand blasted a fireball squarely into the face of the zombie on his left, while his right hand wielded the Tang Dao to block the razor-sharp claws on his right, sending sparks flying in all directions. A zombie's claw tore through his jacket instantly, leaving a bloody gash. He grunted in pain, forcing his opponent back with a fireball, his mouth still muttering incessantly. You think being level 4 makes you hot stuff, huh? Your grandpa Li is also level 4. Don't think you can bully me just because you have numbers. Yuran, can you hold on over there? Bai Yuran had no time to reply. The level 4 zombie's speed suddenly doubled. Out of the 10 ice spikes she fired, 8 were easily dodged. She pressed forward instead of retreating, constantly maneuvering with the help of the distracting ivy vines. Taking advantage of the split second the zombie was tripped by the vines, she drove an ice spike precisely into the back of its knee. The zombie sank to one knee. Another ice spike pierced straight into its ear canal. Her fingertips were frozen purple, and her energy was almost entirely depleted, yet her gaze remained unwavering. As long as she could still conjure an ice spike, she would never take a step back. The old locust tree unleashed a torrential rain of leaf blades, while the ivy vines tightly bound the last level 4 zombie. The dense onslaught forced the zombie back repeatedly until the vines suddenly exerted force, hurling it toward the cliff. Half of the zombie's body dangled in midair as its claws clawed desperately at the cliffside. Yehan delivered the finishing blow, severing its wrist. Deprived of any leverage, the zombie plunged into the abyss with a howling cry that echoed through the valley for a long time. Impressive, Yehan. Li Kai was still locked in a fierce two-front battle. His fireballs had shrunk to the size of chicken eggs, but he swung his spare Tang Dao with formidable force. Yet the 2 level 4 zombies pressed closer with every step, and his physical strength was rapidly failing him. Brother Han, are you done yet? I'm about to give out. Yehan had just slain the 3rd level 4 zombie when he abruptly spun around at the sound. The small zombie still stood in place, tilting its head as it quietly watched everything unfold. Throughout the entire ordeal, it had made no sneak attacks, nor had it commanded its subordinates to surround them. It was as if it were merely spectating an amusing game. Yehan flicked the black blood off his blade, pointing the tip directly between the small zombie's brows. Tired of waiting, he expected no response, his voice cold as ice. Recall your subordinates. It's just you and me. The small zombie's emerald eyes flickered slightly, and it let out a short, sharp hiss. The 2 level 4 zombies, still locked in combat, stopped instantly and retreated down the mountain like recalled hounds. Li Kai collapsed onto the ground, his fireballs completely extinguished as he gasped heavily for air. It can actually command level 4 zombies. Why didn't it do that back at the mall? It wasn't level 5 back then, Yehan explained in a low voice, his eyes locked onto the small zombie. With every level a mutant zombie gains the number of subordinates, it can control doubles. Yehan leaned against the wall, gripping a crystal core and frantically absorbing its energy. Level 5 versus level 5. No weaklings to interfere, no teammates to hold them back. A pure duel between the strong. The old locust tree gathered its leaves, and the ivy vines quietly crept up behind Yehan, gathering strength, in secret ready to assist at any moment. The small zombie's figure vanished abruptly. At level 5 its speed had doubled once more. Yehan closed his eyes slightly, instantly expanding his mental power to cover a 20-meter radius. Upon reaching level 5 his perception had soared. Though he could not lock onto its physical body, he could capture the subtle trails of air movement. To the left, he sidestepped and raised his blade to parry. The small zombie's claws slammed violently against the blade, sending sparks bursting outward as the sword vibrated intensely. The webbing of his thumb split open with blood once more, yet he did not retreat a single step. Lightning exploded from his left palm, blasting the small zombie's chest at point-blank range. As the violent electricity erupted, the level 5 zombie's chest was charred black. It was forced back half a step. This was the first time Yehan had pushed back this troublesome little mutant zombie in a head-on clash. After the baptism of the red mist, he was no longer the level 4 Esper who had been utterly dominated. The small zombie looked down at the charred mark on its chest, its emerald eyes rippling with excitement for the first time. It felt that this human had become interesting. It raised its eyes to look at Yehan, its mouth twitching slightly. It was not a roar, but an attempt to imitate humans, pulling its lips into a bizarre smirk. Amusing, is it? Yehan flexed his numb wrist and gripped the hilt tightly, once more a fierce fighting spirit surging in the depths of his eyes. Now the real show begins. He took the initiative to charge. The Tang Dao thrust straight forward, but the zombie king sidestepped to evade it. The tip of the blade grazed past its ear, producing a sharp whistling sound. Leveraging the momentum of the mist thrust, he slammed his left elbow into the back of its head and drove his knee into its abdomen. Since the Tang Dao could barely pierce a level 5 body, he would suppress it with hand-to-hand combat. The small zombie stumbled backward, its eyes filled with surprise. This human who used to do nothing but dodge actually dared to go on the offensive. It retaliated with a backhand claw. Yehan, with no way to dodge, blocked it with his left arm. 3 bone-deep claw marks appeared instantly, and fresh blood poured down. Without making a sound, he released the Tang Dao and pressed his fingers hard against the zombie king's face. Lightning erupted frantically from his palm, pouring into its eye sockets and mouth at point-blank range. The zombie king let out a piercing shriek, its small hands clawing frantically at his wrist, digging its nails deep into his flesh. Yehan gritted his teeth, pushing the lightning output to its absolute maximum. Blue-white electrical light burst from between his fingers. The zombie king's pale face fractured with tiny cracks spreading from the corners of its eyes down to its jaw. It suddenly exerted its strength to break free, stumbling back several paces. Half of its face was charred and festering, the skin cracked open to reveal a dim green light seeping through the fissures. Yehan knelt on one knee, blood dripping continuously from his left arm, while the electrical arcs at his fingertips still crackled. One man and one zombie faced each other from over 10 meters away. The leaves of the old locust tree tensed, and the ivy stood poised to strike. The cracks on the small zombie's face were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It raised its hand to touch the cracked corner of its eye, looking once more at the blood-drenched Yehan. Suddenly it turned around and walked slowly toward the depths of the dense forest. After a few steps it paused and looked back deeply at Yehan. That gaze was not one of defeat, but a declaration of war. Next time I will be stronger, and I will come to kill you. Its figure vanished completely into the darkness. Li Kai stumbled over to Yehan's side, his voice trembling with the relief of survival. Brother Han, it's gone. It's really gone. Yehan sheathed his Tang Dao, pressed down on his bleeding left arm, and slowly rose to his feet. Upon the mountain path, corpses were piled high like mountains. The morning light illuminated the shattered remains covering the ground, as well as the mountain of crystal cores piled atop the wall. Yehan slowly slid down against the wall to sit. Her fingertips were still trembling, yet a faint smile played at the corner of her lips. Li Kai looked up at the drone circling high in the sky. The grating sound of the guitar still echoed through the valley, the surveillance of their hidden enemy Qinping. He suddenly burst into loud laughter which reverberated through the valley, causing the ivy leaves to rustle and shake. We won. 4 against 10, going head-to-head with a level 5 zombie king, and we actually won. How is your wound? Retracting the ice spikes into her sleeves, Yehan turned around. Li Kai was looking down, pulling at his arm. The sleeve of his jacket had been shredded by a zombie's sharp claws, revealing a fresh, mangled laceration with upturned flesh. Blood snaked down his forearm to his palm, glaringly crimson in the morning light. Looking down at the constantly welling beads of blood, his face turned instantly pale, not from the weakness of blood loss, but from a chilling terror that seized his entire body. Brother Han, I've been scratched and I'm bleeding. I'm going to turn into a zombie. Holding up his arm, Li Kai's voice cracked. He rubbed his other hand frantically against his pants, too panicked to decide whether to cover the wound or clutch his head, wailing in a barrage of anxious chatter. I'm so handsome. How hideous would it be if I turned into a zombie with a pale, sallow face and drool dripping everywhere? I'd rather die. I haven't even published my thesis, I haven't gone home, and I didn't even have time to write my will. Watching him make such a scene, Yehan's lips twitched uncontrollably. A dark line of exasperation crossed Yehan's face. Bending down to pick up the level 4 crystal core stained with black blood, he casually wiped the grime off against his sleeve, his tone as nonchalant as if he were discussing the weather. Shut up and hurry up and refine the crystal core to restore your ability. Before his voice could fade, a bolt of blue-white lightning surged from his palm, precisely detonating the surveillance drone hovering in midair. The fireball erupted, and the wreckage trailed black smoke as it plunged down the cliff. The grating, looping guitar noise used to draw the zombie horde was finally silenced. Originally, he had planned to keep the drone intact to trace the signal back and wipe out Qinping and Wang Kuei's hideout. However, the mutated little zombie that ambushed them halfway had disrupted his entire plan. If they let the drone continue broadcasting the audio, a second wave of the zombie tide would follow immediately, and their heavily injured group would not be able to withstand it. Li Kai abruptly stopped his wailing, his gaze locked onto Yehan. On Yehan's left arm, 3 deep scratches exposed the bone, his entire sleeve soaked in blood. The flesh on his shoulder was torn and mangled, an old wound from the mutated little zombie's claws. A long scar ran diagonally across his chest from his collarbone to his ribs, his shirt clinging to the raw flesh. A quick scan revealed no less than 7 or 8 wounds of varying sizes across his body. Fear instantly overwhelmed Li Kai, his throat bobbing heavily as he swallowed hard. Brother Han, you're injured too. What do we do now? If you mutate, you'll be a high-order zombie capable of commanding a level 4 horde. We'll be completely finished. Take the medical kit and bandage up. We won't be infected by the zombie virus. Yehan raised his hand, and a medical kit materialized out of thin air at Li Kai's feet. His tone was resolute, though he offered no detailed explanation. In his past life, he had noticed long ago that among the pioneers who awakened their abilities before the apocalypse arrived, not a single one had ever been mutated by the zombie virus. He himself had awakened early through the blood jade, while Li Kai had mutated after being pierced by a fragment of an extraterrestrial meteorite. Their physical bodies had long been reconstructed by their abilities, granting them innate immunity to the virus, a secret that could not be easily explained. As a top-tier doctor, the moment Li Kai's fingertips brushed against the iodophore gauze, his panic instantly vanished. He systematically disinfected and dressed the wounds, wrapping the bandages tightly layer by layer. Are you sure we'll be fine? As the cotton swab pressed against the wound, a sharp, agonizing pain pierced through the torn flesh, yet Yehan's brow did not furrow in the slightest. In contrast, Yehan, who sat quietly nearby, refining her crystal core, let her fingertips tremble slightly. Meanwhile, in front of Qin Ping, who was hiding in a residential house at the foot of the mountain, the surveillance screen suddenly flickered with static before going completely black. Leaning back in his chair, his palms slick with cold sweat, Wang Kuei murmured in a low voice, "These people are too strong." The scenes just transmitted back were still vivid in his mind, the man decapitating a level 4 zombie with a single strike, the Boston Ivy and the old locust tree using their branches and vines to pummel 4 high-order zombies, and most terrifyingly the mutated little zombie, with its rule-breaking speed and strength. Even through a screen it sent shivers down one's spine, yet Yehan had actually managed to engage it head-on and force it to retreat. No matter how strong they are now an injured, exhausted force. Qin Ping closed the monitor, a sharp, cold glint in his eyes. That brutal battle just now drained most of their abilities. With injuries all over, they are at their weakest right now. Bowsy, lead the team up the mountain. Catch them before they finish recovering, and wipe them out. Bowsy rose from the back row, checking the pistol and dagger at his waist. Are we moving out now? Immediately. Once their abilities are fully restored, our entire team won't even be enough for him to handle alone. Qin Ping pushed open the door. Outside, 3 modified pickup trucks and 2 vans stood ready, packed with elite thugs mobilized from the Shana group. Wang Kuei followed closely behind, quietly patting the iron nails and steel ball bearings prepared in his pocket. The humiliation of being blown away by the opponent in a single move last time was still fresh in his mind. This time, he had prepared ample countermeasures. Inside Yunya village, the Boston Ivy vines on the walls slithered through the corpse-strewn ground. A main vine wrapped around a level 3 zombie and hurled it off the cliff, while finer vines slipped into the skull to pluck out the crystal core, dropping it precisely onto the bluestone slab atop the wall. The crystal cores piled up into a glittering little mountain on the slab, scattering fragments of light across the ground under the morning sun. As the vines worked, they chatted with the old locust tree in their shared consciousness. Old, why my skill at plucking crystal cores has improved again. I can impale 5 zombies at once now. Quite some progress, wouldn't you say? The canopy of the old locust tree swayed gently as its leaves rustled. You have indeed improved. Just adjust the angle when you fling the corpses so you don't splatter filthy blood inside the village. Otherwise master will have to go through the trouble of cleaning it up. Understood. On the bluestone slab at the entrance of the village, Yehan sat cross-legged in meditation. A pile of crystal cores lay before him, topped by 2 level 4 crystal cores. Clasping the crystal cores in his palms, a pure warm current surged through his meridians, flowing through his limbs and bones before converging into the origin crystal core in his mind. The blue, silver, white, and emerald green facets lit up simultaneously. Nurtured by the wood element ability, the ghastly wound on his left arm healed rapidly. Fresh granulation tissue knit together layer by layer, and the gash visibly closed up. Li Kai refined his crystal cores in a cruder manner, grabbing them by the handful and immediately replacing them once drained. By urine, with her steady temperament, absorbed them slowly one by one. The entire village fell silent save for the faint crisp crackle of depleted crystal cores shattering. Suddenly Yehan's eyes snapped open. Sweeping all the crystal cores before him into his space, his Tang sword was already gripped in his hand as he rose, leaving only a blur. Watch out. Li Kai's hand shook and the crystal cores he was holding rolled to the ground. What's wrong, Brother Han? Bai Yuran stood up instantly, tightly gripping her unrefined crystal cores. In the courtyard, the old locust tree suddenly unfurled its canopy completely. Tens of thousands of leaves were coated in a metallic silver gleam, making the entire ancient tree shimmer brilliantly in the morning light. 8 thick main vines of the Boston Ivy on the wall shot into the sky, their tips hardening into sharp spearheads, all pointing toward the mountainside. 2 rocket-propelled grenades trailing orange-red exhaust flames and accompanied by a dull whistling roar came hurtling from the opposite forest. Yehan unleashed his mental power to blanket the mountain valley, finally pinpointing the sense of crisis that had been lingering in his mind. It wasn't zombies, but living humans armed with heavy weaponry. 2 vines whipped through the air and tightly bound the first rocket. Leveraging the flexibility of the vines to twist its trajectory, they hurled the projectile back the way it came, like a hammer throw. A thunderous explosion erupted against the cliffside where the enemies were hiding. Debris and flames shot into the sky as the mountain shook violently. The remaining rocket was heavily bombarded by a flurry of silver gleaming leaf blades. Sheets of leaves repeatedly struck the projectile, knocking it off course. The rocket grazed the airspace above the village and exploded against the cliff behind the shockwave, causing the Boston Ivy leaves across the wall to rustle and tremble. Rockets. They brought heavy firearms. Li Kai cried out in alarm, staring at the smoke rising from the opposite mountainside. At the edge of the forest, 3 pickup trucks sat quietly. Thugs crouched by the ammunition boxes, rapidly reloading the second batch of shells. Standing by the vehicle, Qin Ping's previously calm expression darkened completely. Having dominated the underworld for years, he had never seen a plant-based ability capable of intercepting rockets barehanded. Keep reloading. They might block too, but let's see how they stop 8. Qin Ping ordered sharply. Bowsy opened a wooden crate where 8 spare rockets lay quietly. Brother Han, they have more ammo. Li Kai pointed at the enemy position, which was flashing with gunfire. Gu Yehan raised his hand to wipe the dust from his cheek of bone-chilling coldness in his eyes as he sheathed his Tang sword. I wanted to peacefully refine the crystal cores to advance, but they just won't let me rest. Stepping forward, the airflow around him surged. Since that's the case, there's no need to recover. Let's go straight to war. Above Yunya village, 8 rockets trailed orange-red tails of fire shooting out one after another from the dense forest on the opposite hillside. Chen Ping had simply emptied his entire stockpile of ammunition, intending to level the village in a single strike. In an instant, the ancient locust tree unfurled its entire canopy. Tens of thousands of leaves were coated in a cold silvery light, intercepting the onslaught like a sky-covering rain of silver. The first rocket was knocked off course by the dense barrage of leaf blades crashing violently against the rock wall of the back mountain. The second was sliced and detonated mid-air by the leaves, its fiery light mixing with shrapnel to explode into a dense cloud of black smoke. The third and fourth followed in rapid succession, the locust trees, leaves unable to swirl back in time to reinforce the defense. Beside the courtyard wall, the pomelo tree trembled slightly. Lacking sharp leaf blades, it possessed its own unique combat style. 3 heavy pomelos detached from their branches as the boughs tensed like makeshift catapults, hurling the heavy fruits to smash hard against the rocket's fuses, detonating 2 of them mid-air on the spot. The splashing shrapnel scraped away most of the Boston ivy's tender leaves, yet the courtyard wall remained absolutely motionless. The 5th rocket bypassed the fruit trees and headed straight for the old house in the courtyard. The plum tree stretched across the air, its flexible branches catching the rapidly approaching projectile. Utilizing the momentum, it spun half a turn and forcefully flung the rocket back along its original path. A burst of bright fire erupted on the hillside, and the shrill, agonizing screams of the gunmen drifted faintly through the air. The final rocket was intercepted by the joint efforts of the peach tree and the Boston ivy. The vines tightly bound the rocket's body while a peach branch whipped its tail in to alter its trajectory, sending the projectile tumbling crookedly into the deep abyss of the canyon. A muffled boom echoed from the valley floor, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Good grief, even pomelos can intercept rockets. Li Kai crouched behind a bluestone bunker, clutching a crystal core to rapidly refine it, unable to help but click his tongue in amazement. Not bad, old pomelo, you're a dark horse. The pomelo's branches and leaves swayed gently as an honest, simple thought drifted into Li Kai's mind. There were no words, only a rustic notion. The fruits are heavy but hurts a lot when they hit. Every tree in the village has joined the battle. With her back against the wall, Yehan watched the cold light slowly circulate over the ice spike in her palm. Her face remained pale, and her energy had not yet fully recovered, but the edge of her ice blade grew increasingly sharp. Once this battle is over, I'll nourish every single fruit tree with crystal core nutrients one by one. Count me in. Li Kai tossed aside the residue of the crystal core in his hand. A golden-red fireball ignited in his palm, once more returning to the size of a fist and radiating a wave of warmth. My fire element is fully recharged. On the opposite hillside, Chen Ping kicked an empty wooden ammunition box aside. We're out of rockets. Everyone grab your guns and push forward. Beside him, over a dozen burly men holding guns and knives stood ready. The real trump cards, however, were 3 ability users. Baozi conjured an orange-red flame. A tier 3 fire element was already elite combat power in the early stages. Another man's arms were petrified, and pale, his physical body comparable to heavy armor. And finally, a speed ability user whose figure flashed and vanished into the forest, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. Baozi, take the 2 ability users and lead the way. The rest of you provide cover fire. Chen Ping tossed aside his walkie-talkie. 3 figures instantly dashed out of the woods. Baozi's fireballs poured down in a sweeping deluge, superior in number, but lacking in intensity. The petrified brute charged at the very front, the locust tree, leaves leaving only faint white marks against his rocky skin. The speed ability user constantly bypassed obstacles, using the terrain, seeking an opportunity to flank and launch a sneak attack. Brother Han, they're pushing up with ability users. Before Li Kai's voice could fade, a fireball slammed into the bluestone in front of them, showering them with sparks and stone fragments. Gu Yehan slowly stood up. The bandages on his left arm had long been soaked through with blood, yet the hand gripping his blade remained as steady as a rock. Yehan pinned down the speed ability user. Li Kai, go up against Baozi. Leave the petrified brute to me. That guy's flesh is tougher than a tier 4 zombies. Fighting him alone is too disadvantageous. His flesh may be tough, but his brain might not be up to par. Before his voice even finished echoing, Gu Yehan had already dashed out of the bunker. The speed ability user made a flanking assault, his dagger lunging straight for the back of the neck, when an ice spike suddenly slammed into the stone slab right in front of his feet, forcing him to a screeching halt. Standing atop the wall, Yehan held 3 ice spikes suspended at her fingertips. I might struggle against a tier 4 zombie, but dealing with a tier 3 speed user like you is child's play. Ice blades pierced through the air one after another. The assassin dodged and weaved, forced to retreat step by step toward the edge of the cliff. On the other side, Li Kai and Baozi clashed with fire across the distance. As the golden red tier 4 flames met the orange red tier 3 fireballs, Baozi's sparks were the first to collapse and scatter with every collision. Li Kai bantered as he blasted. Your flames are so thin they couldn't even light a cigarette. Fire abilities are all about compression and solidification, get it? Baozi was so infuriated by the taunts that his rapid barrage of fireballs became completely disorganized instead, and half of his hair was singed black. The petrified brute rampaged like a human tank. Gu Yehan sidestepped to avoid the collision, his Tang Dao slashing against the rocky neck. Sparks flew in all directions, leaving only a faint white scratch. The brute threw a savage fist toward his chest. The immense force vibrated through the blade, numbing the web of Gu Yehan's thumb and index finger, forcing him back several steps to stabilize himself. Brother Han, can you hold on? Li Kai found a moment to turn his head and shout. Without a word, Gu Yehan sheathed his blade and met the charge empty-handed. Mistakenly believing his opponent had given up resistance, the brute accelerated his charge. The moment the rocky iron fist was about to land, an invisible spiritual force struck straight into his sea of consciousness. The invulnerable petrified skin could not block the soul impact. The brute's movements abruptly froze and fragments of rock began to flake off his stony skin as his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Gu Yehan delivered a kick straight to his chest, sending the brute crashing flat on his back. As the petrification receded and returned to flesh, a hand chop struck his temple, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Like I said, thick skin is useless. Stepping over the fallen brute, he raised his hand and pointed toward the spot where Chen Ping was hiding. By the cliff's edge, the speed ability user, covered in ice burns and turning purple from the cold, found his room to maneuver, shrinking by the second. The Boston ivy vines suddenly shot out, wrapping around his waist and suspending him upside down in midair. Bai Yuran stepped forward, pressing an ice blade against his throat, prompting him to hastily drop his weapon and surrender. Baozi retreated step by step until his back hit the hanging thick branches of the ancient locust tree, which promptly wrapped around his limbs, binding him like a zongzi. Li Kai squatted in front of him, bringing the fireball close to his face. Do you want me to teach you the trick to compressing fire elements for free? Baozi turned his head and clamped his mouth shut, refusing to say a word. Li Kai stood up and shouted toward the hillside. Do the rest of you still want to fight? The trees in this village don't have very good tempers. The remaining thugs in the forest looked at each other in dismay. The rockets had been intercepted by Pomelos. All 3 ability users were captured, and their leader was nowhere to be found. No one knew who dropped their rifle first, but the successive sounds of discarding weapons soon echoed one after another through the mountain forest. On the mountain path, the van's accelerator was pressed to the floor as Wang Kuei frantically stomped on the brakes to flee down the mountain, the cigarette in his mouth bitten to pieces. In the rearview mirror, Chen Ping was hoisted into the air by the locust tree branches, screaming as he was flung down the hillside. He made up his mind that from now on he would stay far away from Yunya village, run for his life, and never again use the iron nails hidden in his pocket. In the basement, Ning closed her eyes and focused her mind, spreading her spiritual force across the entire village through the perception of the pomelo tree. The scenes of the rockets exploding, the ability users charging, and Gu Yehan being forced back by the brute's punch all flooded into her mind. She stood up abruptly, subconsciously taking a step to rush toward the hidden door. Just at this moment, Nin spat out his pacifier and burst into loud crying, while Leilei's pacifier rolled away and the 2 one-month-old babies began to cry one after another. And Ning's steps were frozen in place. On one side was her lover fighting a bloody battle, and on the other were her newborn infants who could not be left unattended. Her hands repeatedly clenched and unclenched. In the end, she bent down to pick up Nin, gently patting his back, while reaching over to pop the pacifier back into Leilei's mouth. Ultimately, she did not take a single step out of the basement, though her spiritual net remained tightly draped over the battlefield at the village entrance. Only when she saw Gu Yehan stand up unharmed and effortlessly subdue the petrified brute did the breath caught in her throat slowly release. Tell me, how many of you are there in total, and what weapons are you hiding? Gu Yehan lowered his gaze, looking at Chen Ping, who was tightly bound to the bluestone slab by the thick, tough vines of the climbing ivy. Chen Ping's meticulously styled hair had long been disheveled, his dark gray jacket splattered with mud and black blood. He struggled to raise his head, a defiant sneer curling at the corners of his lips. Fallen into your hands, do with me as you wish. Zhou Shanhe will flatten Yunya village sooner or later. He had followed Zhou Shanhe for 20 years, knowing better than anyone the rules of the Shanhe group. If he revealed intelligence, his family far away in the mountain city wouldn't survive 3 days. Gritting his teeth to guard the secret would ensure his wife and children received the Shanhe group's protection. That was the only lifeline in this desperate situation. Gu Yehan's gaze swept over the remaining captives. Baozi's hair on one side had been burned to charcoal by the fierce flames, his limbs bound so tightly by old locust tree branches that he couldn't move an inch. The petrification ability user had just awakened from unconsciousness, a massive blood blister bulging at the back of his head, making him continuously gasp in pain. The remaining men were all maimed or injured, Broken bones and ice spikes piercing shoulders were common sight. Yet not a single one opened his mouth to beg for mercy. But everyone calculated clearly in their hearts that betraying the group meant the massacre of their entire families, and since death was certain either way, they might as well hold the line and trade it for their family's safety. If no one is willing to speak, then forget it. At Yehan's command, the climbing ivy vines wrapped around them suddenly tightened. The muffled sounds of shattering bones erupted one after another. Chen Ping and the others didn't even have time to utter a single cry before their muscles, tendons, and internal organs were thoroughly crushed by the vines. The vines relaxed their grip, and the broken corpses rolled down along the cliff edge. The thin tendrils deftly probed into the skulls of the three ability users, precisely extracting 3 glistening crystal cores, which were then gently placed on the bluestone slab at the village entrance. Wasn't that too direct an execution? Li Kai watched the empty stone slab, his Adam's apple bobbing. They had been living enemies just moments ago, not zombies, so why kill them so straightforwardly? He suddenly recalled Yehan's harsh words at the frozen goods market. At the time he had taken it as a joke, but now he understood that this man always kept his word. Bai Yuran leaned against the wall, her Tang sword still stained with fresh blood, her tone icy cold. Releasing them would only invite future trouble. When Zhou Shanhe gathers heavy artillery and a large contingent of ability users to attack the village again, they won't show any mercy. Yehan ignored their argument, pulling a hose from his storage space and connecting it to the mountain spring tap at the village entrance. He turned the valve, and icy cold spring water gushed out, washing away the black blood that covered the ground. The intense blood scent could easily lure outer zombies and high-level mutated beasts. Currently everyone was injured, and the old locust tree and climbing ivy were particularly weakened, their leaves already turning yellow. The spiritual energy of the fruit trees in the village had been depleted by more than half, leaving the entire village unable to fight again. The priority was to clean up the battlefield and rest behind closed doors. Li Kai silently took the hose and bent down to wash away the bloodstains on the other side. In the basement, Ning used her spiritual power to survey the battle situation at the village entrance. After confirming the fighting had ended, she placed an N and Lulu in the small stroller, pushed open the hidden door, and slowly returned to the old house. Warm sunlight fell into the hall where a plate of unfinished steamed pumpkin remained on the coffee table. She bent down and kissed each child's forehead, offering soft words of instruction before tying on her apron and heading into the kitchen. From the battle last night until noon today, she couldn't go to the front lines to fight enemies, so she prepared hot meals and soup, waiting for the injured group to return home. She took pork ribs and lotus root from the refrigerator, adding dried shiitake mushrooms to the clay pot for slow stewing. The sound of the cleaver hitting the cutting board was steady and reassuring. An hour later, the wooden door of the old house was pushed open. Yehan's jacket was torn and tattered, the bandages on his left arm soaked through with dried blood, his face smeared with zombie black blood and cannon fire dust. And Ning held a clay pot bubbling with hot steam, her fingertips trembling suddenly as the porcelain pot nearly slipped from her grasp. She hurried forward, her hand hovering above his wound, reluctant to touch it. Staring at the blood seeping through the gauze, scalding tears fell unexpectedly onto the back of her hand. "Don't cry, it doesn't hurt at all." Yehan raised his uninjured right hand, using the rough pad of his thumb to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his touch as delicate as handling fragile porcelain. "Liar." And Ning grasped his palm, her gaze fixed on the wound split open at his thumb from the Tang sword's impact, and she brought her mouth close to the injury, blowing gently. Such a deep wound, how could it not hurt? Yehan watched her falling eyelashes, and the ice in his heart that had hardened over 10 years of the apocalypse began to melt bit by bit into warm water. By the doorframe, Bai Yuran deliberately averted her gaze, pretending to examine the steamed pumpkin on the table. Li Kai was about to make a joke when he received an elbow strike from Bai Yuran, so he reluctantly shut his mouth. And Ning urged the three to bathe first, then turned around and brought out the cooked soup, stir-fried bok choy, steamed egg custard, and braised pork one by one. All simple home-cooked dishes to replenish qi and blood. After bathing, they sat around the round table. Li Kai held his bowl of hot soup and swallowed it in large gulps, grimacing from the heat, but unwilling to put it down. Bai Yuran chewed the lotus root carefully, the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking lightly. Yehan sat beside Ning, using one hand to pick up a piece of braised pork and place it in her bowl. Under the table, Ning secretly rested her hand on his knee, and he firmly grasped it with his other hand. After the satisfying meal, the three went their separate ways to rest and sleep. The continuous days of fierce battles had drained their abilities and physical strength, and sleep was the best medicine for healing at present. Night had completely fallen. Li Kai woke up because he needed to urinate. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped out halfway, his entire body froze where he stood. On the bluestone path, a honeysuckle plant about the thickness of a thumb was relying on its fine roots, tiptoeing bit by bit toward the old house, like a little person sneaking around. The sound of the door opening startled the entire plant, causing its branches to tremble and all the flower buds to curl up. During the day, it had personally witnessed Li Kai's raging fire and Bai Yuran's ice ability, so it feared these people from the bottom of its heart. but the two warm and gentle auras emanating from the old house drew it in like warm sunlight. After waiting a moment, and seeing the human motionless, the honeysuckle slowly moved its roots, creeping all the way to the base of the old house's courtyard wall. Its roots dug into the soil, instantly camouflaging itself as a native shrub. The flower buds closed, leaving no trace of movement whatsoever. Li Kai looked at the honeysuckle tree, torn between whether he should pretend not to have seen it or simply hadn't seen it. The old locust tree in Yunya village could use its leaves as weapons, and the climbing ivy could hunt and store crystal cores. Now even the honeysuckle tree was running all over the village. The plants in Yunya village had long transcended the category of ordinary plants. It seemed that he really couldn't view the apocalypse with the mindset from before. Li Kai pretended not to see the honeysuckle tree and walked straight toward the restroom in the courtyard. He chose to remain silent because this honeysuckle tree should also belong to the village. Otherwise, the other trees in the village would have already taken action, and he wouldn't be standing here watching the honeysuckle tree move. But he would still need to ask Brother Han tomorrow about how many trees in the village had awakened spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, if situations like today's happened a few more times, he would eventually develop heart disease from fear. After all, this was the apocalypse and medicine was a scarce item. He couldn't afford to get sick. Li Kai's thoughts wandered freely as he returned to his room and fell into a drowsy sleep. For some reason in his dreams, he heard the howling of wild beasts all night long. Nourished overnight by the wood attribute ability, the wounds across Gu Yihan's body had completely scabbed over. Beneath the 3 hideous bone-deep claw marks on his left arm, a layer of tender pink flesh was slowly emerging, while the wound on his shoulder, scraped by the small zombie, had also closed tightly and ceased bleeding. As the morning light crept over the courtyard wall, he opened his eyes and woke. From the crib came In's soft, fragmented whimpers, not the desperate wails of hunger, but the sweet, tender babble of a baby waking up and looking for someone. Just as he was about to push himself up, a hand reached out from beneath the covers, pressing firmly against his chest. Rest a bit longer. I'll take care of the baby. And Ning sat up, casually gathering the long, loose hair scattered over her shoulders. Ever since Gu Yihan returned from the Magic City, he had taken over all the nighttime childcare duties, feeding, diaper changes, and midnight soothing. Whenever Nin cried in the night, it was always him wrapping his coat around himself, cradling the baby, as he paced back and forth in the main hall. She knew in her heart that he was only worried about her depleted health after childbirth, unable to bear seeing her overexert herself. But yesterday's bloody battle was still vivid in her mind. His left arm had almost been pierced through by the mutated infant zombie, leaving him covered in bloody gashes and drained of most of his energy. And Ning simply could not bear to let him push himself further. I'm awake and can't lie still anymore. Besides, Lele will be waking up soon too. Gu Yihan slipped on the coat draped over the back of the chair, his movements as natural as ever, as though the wounds covering his body did not exist. And Ning frowned slightly, her tone uncharacteristically firm. Injured as you are, you must rest quietly, even if you can't sleep. Last night, using her mental power to spy on the battle through the pomelo tree, she had witnessed the rockets trailing crimson fire as they slammed into the mountainside, and the zombies' sharp claws tearing through flesh. Those images had replayed in her mind, plaguing her with nightmares all night. Even now the memory made her chest tighten. A grown man like me lying in bed. What would that look like? Gu Yihan walked over to the crib. Little Lele was squirming in her swaddle, her tiny mouth sucking unconsciously, her eyes still closed as her little hands flailed aimlessly in the air. Reaching out with his uninjured right arm, he gently scooped the baby into his embrace. Sniffing his familiar scent, the little one nudged her head against his lapel and immediately settled down. I've never seen anyone spoil a child as much as you do, and Ning said, walking over and shooting him a playful glare. A man who was decisive and ruthless to the outside world became incredibly tender and attentive when it came to his son and daughter. At the slightest frown or whimper from the babies, he could instantly tell if they were hungry, wet, or just wanted to be held. His attentiveness far surpassed her own as a mother. Cradling Lele with one arm, Gu Yihan suddenly leaned down and brushed his lips gently against Ning's, as light as a falling leaf. I spoil the kids, but I pamper you too. And Ning's ears instantly flushed a deep red, the blush spreading down her neck all the way to her collarbone. Flustered, she scooped up the swaddled onion and hurriedly fled toward the main hall, her cotton slippers pitter-pattering loudly against the wooden floor. Standing at the bedroom doorway, Gu Yihan watched her fleeing figure as a faint, gentle smile spread in his eyes. He leaned down toward Lele in his arms. Mommy is shy. The little girl grinned with her toothless mouth, giggling as drool trickled down her chin and onto his shirt. He deliberately took his time changing her diaper, putting on her tiny socks, and mixing 2 bottles of formula. By the time he strolled into the main hall carrying the baby, Yuran was already busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. The savory aroma of fried eggs combined with the sweet fragrance of steamed pumpkin filled the entire courtyard. And Ning sat on the sofa, holding in her loose hair falling to cover half her face. Hearing footsteps, she glanced up for a fleeting second before quickly averting her gaze, pretending to wipe the drool from the baby's mouth as the blush on her ears refused to fade. Just as Yehan was about to step forward and tease her, a heavy raspy wolf howl abruptly erupted from the foot of the mountain outside the village. Carrying the piercing vibration unique to mutated beasts, it rumbled into the village like muffled thunder. And Ning's shyness vanished instantly. Where did a wolf come from? Yesterday's battle had drained most of the energy of the ancient locust tree and the Boston ivy, and the fruit trees in the village were severely weakened. With everyone wounded and resting, the last thing they needed was consecutive attacks. It's pursuing people. Yehan closed his eyes and expanded his mental power, his vision instantly sweeping over the winding mountain path. 7 mutated gray wolves, far larger than normal with shoulders reaching an adult's waist, were chasing 4 young people in military uniforms. All 4 were injured. One of them had both legs amputated below the knee and was being carried on a comrade's back, dripping blood onto the gravel path along the way. Be careful. And Ning reached out to take Lele. Cradling a baby in each arm, she watched him quietly. Just as Yehan stepped out of the courtyard gate, Li Kai arrived in a hurry, his hair a messy mop, his sleepiness completely dispelled by the wolf howl. Brother Han going to the village entrance. I'm coming too. Yehan's gaze swept toward the base of the courtyard wall. The honeysuckle he had secretly transplanted whole last night was now securely rooted at the top of the wall. Its branches and leaves were unfurled, and its flower buds were quietly blooming, putting on a perfectly innocent display, as if it had been rooted there for years. Swept by his gaze, the vine's leaves suddenly froze. Yehan quietly averted his eyes without exposing it. At the edge of the cliff, the recruit Niu Xiaoniu stared at the vertical precipice before him, his voice hoarse. Company commander, there's no way out. The steep rock wall was completely bare, and the vines hanging high above were over 10 meters off the ground, far out of reach. The 4 had been chased by the wolf pack all night, breaking out of the urban area only to flee into the deep mountains. Now there was no way forward, and hungry wolves were closing in from behind. Zhou Yunshin gripped his military knife. On his shoulder, his uniform torn by wolf claws was stuck to the congealed scabs of a hideous, terrifying wound. He stood resolutely at the very front of the group. It's my fault. I shouldn't have led you up the mountain. Even if the wolves attack, they'll have to step over my corpse. Yang carefully placed the legless Zhang Yi in a recess of the cliff face, the tourniquet tied tightly around his stump, though the bandage was already thoroughly soaked in blood. Zhang Yi's face was as pale as paper, yet he still gripped his short knife tightly. Once Zhang Yi was settled, Yang silently stood beside the commander, his blade pointing outward. 19-year-old Niu Xiaoniu also stepped up. The 3 formed a thin line of defense, shielding their severely wounded comrade behind them. The 7 mutated wolves gradually tightened their circle, their eerie green eyes shining like scattered sparks in the morning mist. Stimulated by the scent of blood, the pack crouched low and growled. Staring at the alpha wolf's razor-sharp fangs, sweat soaking the hilt of his knife, Xiaoniu suddenly let out a roar. I'll hold them off. Before anyone could stop him, the young man charged straight at the wolf pack with his short knife. Zhou Yunshin and Yang cried out as they rushed after him. In the rocky recess, Zhang Yi struggled desperately, but his severed leg could bear no weight. He slammed his fist hard against the gravel, oblivious to his split, bleeding knuckles. The alpha wolf leapt through the air toward Niu Xiaoniu, its fangs less than half a meter from the boy. At this life-or-death moment, the Boston ivy, which had lain dormant on the cliffside overnight and recovered through the nourishment of Yehan's wooded tribute ability, suddenly shot out 8 thick vines. 4 of the vines wrapped around their waists, pulling the 3 charging soldiers into the air a split second before the wolf's fangs could snap shut. The remaining 4 vines gently enveloped Zhang Yi, steadily lifting him up into the air. The wolf's jaws snapped shut on empty air, its teeth colliding with a sharp, dull thud. Suspended in midair, Zhou Yunshin looked down at the enraged wolf pack below. His pupils contracted. Gripping his military knife out of soldierly instinct, he realized the vines exerted no constricting force at all. They were merely lifting them up smoothly rather than hunting them. Seeing their prey slip away, the mutated wolves refused to give up. Gathering their strength on their hind legs, they lunged into the air after the 4 people being hoisted by the vines. The wolf pack paced anxiously along the mountain path. 7 mutated wolves had just been ambushed by the Boston ivy vines on the wall, their prey slipping away from right under their noses. The alpha wolf lay crouched directly beneath the village entrance, its eerie green eyes locked onto the slightly swaying vines atop the wall, low muffled growls rumbling in its throat. For half a month it had run rampant through these mountain woods, daring to clash head-on, even with zombies, yet today a few vines had snatched its prey from its very jaws. Still lingering, Li Kai squatted on the wall, cradling a golden-red fireball in his palm, the flames dancing steadily at his fingertips. The sight of the vines rescuing the people just now had made his blood boil, his hands had been itching for action. If they won't leave, then they shall all stay. Yehan stood by his side, his gaze sweeping down at the snarling wolf pack below, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Brother Han, let me go first. With a flick of both hands, Li Kai launched 2 fireballs, cutting through the air, crashing heavily right in front of the alpha wolf's paws. He had intentionally aimed 2 inches off, avoiding its body. Still challenging me. Li Kai stood up, unleashing fireballs in a rapid-fire barrage. One after another they crashed into the pack, scattering the mutated wolves in panic, yet they would disperse only to regroup, stubbornly holding their ground on the mountain path at the village entrance. These beasts were clever enough. Their thick hides could withstand level 4 fire burns. The flames did little more than singe their outer fur, failing to inflict any lethal damage. The alpha wolf was finally thoroughly enraged. The muscles in its hind legs tensed and bulged as its massive body suddenly launched into the air, lunging straight for the top of the wall. Li Kai fell back. Li Kai instantly extinguished his flames and stepped aside. He knew that when Brother Han spoke, he meant business. Yehan closed his eyes, extending his spiritual perception across the entire mountain path. The alpha's trajectory, its speed through the air, and its landing spot were clearly mapped in his mind. Raising his right hand, he splayed his fingers. Blue-white electric arcs crackled and leaped at his fingertips, gathering denser and denser until they coalesced into a pillar of lightning as thick as an arm. The alpha wolf lunged through the air right before him, a foul hot wind blowing from its fangs. Yehan opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning crashed down, pinning the alpha wolf precisely between the brows. The giant wolf stiffened and convulsed, crashing heavily onto the gravel road. 5 consecutive bolts followed, each and every lightning strike piercing its brow, none missing their mark. The mountain path fell into a dead silence. 6 charred wolf corpses lay strewn across the road, wisps of dark smoke slowly rising. The scent of burnt fur mingled with the aroma of cooked meat drifted up to the wall with the mountain breeze. Smells so good. Li Kai sniffed his stomach, letting out a series of rumbles. Below the wall, the 4 people swallowed hard in unison. Niu Xiaonu's Adam's apple bobbed repeatedly, his eyes glued to the smoking wolf carcasses. Ever since breaking out of the city district, the 4 of them hadn't had a single full meal. When trapped, half a biscuit per person constituted an entire day's rations. Meat. They didn't even dare to dream of it. The Boston ivy vines lowered from the wall, steadily delivering the 4 of them onto the bluestone ground. The moment his feet touched the floor, Zhou Yunshin gripped his military knife horizontally, staring warily at Yehan. In the treacherous depths of the mountains, a top-tier ability user taking the initiative to rescue stranded soldiers was far too anomalous in the apocalypse. Who are you? Li Kai, get some food ready first. Yehan didn't answer. He glanced at Zhang Yi's leg, but said nothing. Li Kai leaped down from the wall, brushed the dust off his hands, and walked over to crouch by the wolf carcass. Drawing his dagger, he gestured against the alpha's hind leg. This leg meat is the most tender when roasted. Let's not waste it. A bonfire was lit on the bluestone tiles. The wolf leg sizzled over the flames, dripping golden grease into the fire and sending up tiny bursts of sparks. Niu Xiaonu squatted by the fire, his eyes tracing Li Kai's hands as he flipped the meat, swallowing his saliva over and over again. All right, it's done. The moment Li Kai finished speaking, Niu Xiaonu reached out to grab it. Yang Yang slapped the back of his hand. Do you want to burn yourself to death? With that, Yang Yang tore off a piece of meat, blew on it twice, and handed it to him. Niu Xiaonu took the meat and took a massive bite, his cheeks bulging high. As he chewed, tears began to well up and stream down his face silently. What are you crying for? Yang Yang frowned. It's just so damn delicious. Niu Xiaonu wiped his face. Brother, eat more. He placed the fattest piece of meat in his hand into Zhang Yi's bowl. Zhang Yi smiled and didn't refuse. He ate very slowly, his lower leg trembling slightly under the table from the throbbing pain of the zombie toxin creeping up his veins. He tucked his trembling leg further back, continuing to smile, as he listened to Niu Xiaonu complain about how awful the compressed biscuits tasted. This wolf meat is 100 times better than compressed biscuits. Niu Xiaonu's mouth was slick with grease. Brother, once your leg heals we can. Can't even food, keep your mouth shut. Zhang Yi interrupted him with a smile. Zhou Yunshin barely ate. He divided his share of meat into 3 portions and gave them to his comrades, gnawing on a piece of gristly bone himself, his gaze never leaving Yehan. Yang Yang's movements as he tore the meat weren't fast, but with every pull his knuckles turned white. Zhang Yi ate the slowest, chewing meticulously as a thin layer of sweat beaded on his forehead. Brother, are you hot? Niu Xiaonu asked, his mouth stuffed with meat. A little. Zhang Yi rolled up his sleeves. Your leg. It's fine. Zhang Yi shifted his leg to another position, his movement so subtle, it was almost imperceptible. That same gentle smile remained on his face, identical to the one he wore on the training grounds after reprimanding the recruits. Li Kai walked over carrying a bowl of hot water and crouched down in front of Zhang Yi. He glanced down, then looked up to meet Zhang Yi's eyes. Zhang Yi gave a subtle shake of his head. The gesture was so faint that only Li Kai noticed. Come on, give me a hand to fetch some firewood over there. Li Kai threw an arm around Niu Xiaonu's shoulder, guiding him away. With a piece of meat still hanging from his mouth, Niu Xiaonu was dragged along in confusion. Yang Yang followed them. Only 3 people remained by the bonfire. How long has it been? Li Kai asked, leaning against the wall after sending Niu Xiaonu and Yang Yang away. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, not putting it in his mouth, but merely holding it between his fingers. Zhou Yunshin said, it's been over 3 hours. He's been toughing it out the whole time. Li Kai looked down at the rewrapped bandage on Zhang Yi's lower leg. Dark brown blood was slowly seeping through. 3 hours and he still got that smile on his face. He crushed the unsmoked cigarette, his voice dropping. This man knows he's been handed a death sentence, yet he's still saying to me, "Sorry to trouble you, doctor. What can I do? I want to save him too, but I don't even understand what the zombie virus is. There's no cure, no treatment plan, not even a damn home remedy." He rubbed the corner of his eye hard with the heel of his palm. No one replied. Zhou Yunshin stood beside him, his atoms, apple bobbing continuously. Gu Yehan retrieved mineral water, a roasted chicken, and a carton of milk from his storage space, squatting down to place them before Zhang Yi. "Have a hearty meal." He didn't say, "Don't go on an empty stomach." He recalled a veteran in the base from his past life who had done the same after being bitten, handing his fiancée's photograph to his comrade before walking out into the blizzard. When they found him, his body had frozen solid, his fingers still curled around the trigger. Gu Yehan inserted the straw into the milk carton and set it by Zhang Yi's hand. Zhang Yi looked down at the milk, then up at him, letting out a soft chuckle. "All right." He twisted open the cap of the water bottle, tore off a plump, tender chicken leg, and began devouring the meat and drinking the water in large gulps, stripping the chicken bones clean before chugging down the milk. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he squinted toward the bend in the mountain path, calling out to Niu Xiaoniu as he returned with the firewood. "Xiaoniu, help me look over there. I think my photo fell near the bend." It was a picture of his fiancée. They had planned to return to their hometown to register their marriage on New Year's Day, and he had kept it close in the inner pocket of his military uniform. "I'll go look right away." With the photo solely on his mind, Niu Xiaoniu bolted toward the bend. The moment the sound of his footsteps vanished, Zhang Yi summoned the last of his strength to throw himself over the edge. "Zhang Yi." Zhou Yunshin lunged to grab him, but his fingertips only brushed against the edge of his jacket, catching nothing but air. The mountain wind whipped through the valley, billowing his tattered military uniform. Zhang Yi kept his eyes open, watching the figures of his comrades on the cliff top grow smaller and smaller. He was unwilling to turn and tear into his brothers, nor did he want his company commander to end his life with his own blade. Rather than forcing his closest comrades to bear the burden of killing a friend, he chose to end it himself. "Brother," Niu Xiaoniu rushed back like mad, only to be held in a tight bear hug by Yang Yang. "Let me go. Let go. I have to go down and save him." Having undergone strength mutation, Niu Xiaoniu struggled desperately, sending both of them rolling onto the gravel ground near the cliff's edge. A sharp slap rang out. Zhou Yunshin stood before him, his palm trembling slightly, his gaze cold as ice. "Are you awake now?" Clutching his cheek, Niu Xiaoniu stared with tear-filled eyes down into the bottomless abyss. Zhang Yi was an indomitable soldier. Zhou Yunshin pulled him up, his voice low and raspy. "He didn't want to drag us down, which is why he chose to leave on his own terms. We respect his choice." Niu Xiaoniu squatted on the ground, a muffled sob escaping his throat. He clutched the photograph he had retrieved from the bend. The girl in the photo wore her hair in a ponytail, her smile pure and bright. Zhou Yunshin stood at the cliff's edge, shed no tears. Raising his military knife to his chest blade pointing downward, he stood in silent tribute for 30 seconds. Yang Yang stood behind him doing the same. Niu Xiaoniu remained crouched, pressing the photo to his chest, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Gu Yehan stared down the cliff. He was not looking with his eyes, but perceiving with his spiritual power. His consciousness probed down along the cliff face. No body, no fragments of clothing, not a single trace of residual aura. He withdrew his spiritual power, his brow twitching slightly. Before turning around, he untied a vine conjured by his wood element ability from his waist and tossed it down the cliff. The vine plunged endlessly, disappearing into the mist of the deep valley. Hanging from the vine was a grape-sized green fruit. Li Kai saw this, quickly catching up and lowering his voice. "Brother Han, that fruit of yours." "I don't know." "Then why did you throw it?" "Just in case." Gu Yehan turned and walked back. The bonfire was still burning, the wolf legs still dripping grease on the rack. And Ning stood at the doorway of the main hall holding a half-finished bowl of mung bean soup. Her gaze drifted over his shoulder toward the cliff, clutching the bowl to her chest without asking a thing. Lele was awake, but didn't cry, her eyes wide as she stared at the patches of light filtering onto the ceiling through the gaps in the curtains. Her eyes rolled slightly, as if gazing at something far, far away. Anin was still asleep, her mouth twitching, as if she were nibbling on her younger sister's sleeve again in her dreams. Niu Xiaoniu's knees slammed heavily onto the jagged gravel at the cliff's edge, his palm gripping, with desperate intensity, an old photograph he had salvaged from the winding Panshan Road. In the photograph, a girl dressed in a floral cotton dress stood beneath an old locust tree, her eyes curved in a gentle smile. On the back of the photo, a line of penciled handwriting read, "Wait for me to return and marry you." He pressed the photograph tightly against his burning chest, his shoulders trembling violently. Clenching his jaw with all his might, he refused to let even a single sob escape. Zhou Yunshin's spine was pulled as straight as a rod. Raising his right hand to his temple, his fingers joined in a military salute that remained rock steady and motionless save for his fingertips, which trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were crimson, hot tears pooled at the brink, and his jaw quivered slightly from the sheer force of his clenched teeth. Half a step behind him, Yang raised his hand in a salute, as well as bloodshot eyes staring down into the bottomless abyss of the cliff. Li Kai stood silently on the bluestone pavement at the village entrance, witnessing the entire scene. Having lived through peaceful and stable times, the heroic deeds of Huang Jiguang and Dong Xunrui in textbooks had once seemed to him like nothing more than fabricated tales meant to instruct children. Not until he witnessed Zhang Yi's death firsthand did he understand. Before plunging off the cliff, that man showed not a sliver of fear. He merely cast a distant glance toward the winding road and used his final breath to ensure he would not drag down a single one of his comrades. He pressed a hand to his chest, his racing heartbeat hammering painfully against his ribs. His throat burned with a swelling soreness, and only after swallowing repeatedly did he manage to suppress the rising sob, breaking the silence with a raspy voice. "You are all injured. I used to be a surgeon. Let me treat your wounds first." As his voice trailed off, his nose twitched. "Bring them back to the village," Gu Yehan said quietly. He then issued a mental command to the Boston Ivy, ordering all 6 mutated wolf carcasses on the mountain path to be transported back to the village. In the apocalypse, food was scarce. No matter how coarse the meat of mutated beasts was, it was still a source of sustenance to stave off hunger. Thousands of emerald green vines crept out from the crevices of the courtyard walls, their thick tendrils binding the wolf carcasses and slowly dragging them back to the village, lining the 6 bodies up neatly on the bluestone pavement at the entrance. Delicate vines deftly picked away the residual flesh lodged between the wolves' fangs. One by one, dark green, dimly glowing mutated crystal cores were extracted and arranged neatly on the stone ledge of the courtyard wall, their color far more concentrated and intense than those of ordinary zombie cores. "Follow me," Li Kai said, raising his hand to lead the way. As the group approached the perimeter gate of Yunya village, the creeper vines covering the entire wall parted to both sides like a pair of natural green curtains. The heavy metal gate slid open slowly with the dull hum of hydraulic components. Inside the gate, the smooth bluestone pavement, neatly manicured fruit trees, and the curling wisps of cooking smoke rising from the old houses in the distance presented a scene of peaceful human life that struck the 3 men right in the eyes. Niu Xiaonyo's mouth gaped open, Yang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and even the habitually composed Zhou Yunshan abruptly froze in his tracks. Such a sophisticated, autonomous defensive fortification was something he had never even seen at the military district headquarters. Walking through the village past the climbing greenery swaying gently in the breeze, the awakened fruit trees, whose rustling leaves seemed to whisper a greeting, and the towering old locust tree at the entrance, the 3 men felt like country bumpkins entering the Grandview Garden for the first time, their bewildered gazes darting everywhere with nowhere to settle. Considering that Ning and the 2 children were still in the old house, Gu Yehan brought the 3 men to settle in Li Kai's courtyard instead. The once abandoned old residence had long since been transformed. The main hall had been rearranged into a makeshift clinic with a stainless steel examination bed placed against the wall, and the medicine cabinets packed with manufactured pharmaceuticals and a complete set of surgical instruments retrieved from Gu Yehan's spatial storage. "Sit down one by one, and I'll treat you one by one," Li Kai said, draping a stethoscope around his neck as he instantly reverted to the efficient professional demeanor of a surgeon. The claw scratches on Niu Xiaonyo's shoulder were not too severe. They were disinfected, medicated, and bandaged in a mere 5 minutes. Yang had a deep laceration on his back with exposed flesh, yet he remained utterly silent throughout the 10-odd stitches. When it was Zhou Yunshan's turn, the tearing wound extending from his shoulder blade to his upper arm was already red, swollen, and severely inflamed with accumulated pus and blood. As the scalpel sliced through the festering edges of the wound, dark, contaminated blood dripped down his arm. Yet the man sat upright on the bed, his brow never furrowing once from beginning to end. Just as the suture needle pierced his flesh, light footsteps echoed from the courtyard gate. Bai Yuran entered carrying a large stainless steel basin filled with steaming pork and cabbage dumplings. With thin skins and generous filling, savory juices slowly seeped through the pleats of the dumplings under a shimmering, glistening sheen. Placing the basin on the wooden table, she set out the bowls and chopsticks, her cold voice softening slightly. "Have something to fill your stomachs first." Zhou Yunshan looked up at Gu Yehan, and only after seeing the latter nod slightly did he give his silent consent. Niu Xiaonyo's eyes had long been glued to the dumplings in sheer hunger. Upon receiving permission, he immediately grabbed a bowl and began shoveling them into his mouth, inhaling sharply from the heat as his cheeks puffed out like a round hamster. Yang first scooped a bowl and handed it to Zhou Yunshan before lowering his own head to eat rapidly. The massive basin of dumplings was cleared without even a drop of broth remaining, all in under 5 minutes. Only after wiping his mouth did Niu Xiaonyo realize how unseemly his manners were, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, while even Zhou Yunshan showed a rare expression of shame. "Forgive our intrusion, we were simply too famished." Zhou Yunshan set down his empty bowl. Gu Yehan tapped his fingertips lightly against the edge of the table. "Tell me about the current situation in Shanqing. Why did you make your way all the way to Yunya village?" "Shanqing has fallen into the hands of the Shanhe group. At the mention of Shanxing, the composed restraint Zhou Yunshin had maintained shattered completely. His knuckles clenched the fabric of his military trousers, making a muffled creaking sound as a deep, bone-deep hatred welled up in his eyes. Li Kai frowned. Weren't there still garrison troops and a local government administration in the city? How could a private corporation monopolize an entire city? The government, the garrison. Completely wiped out. The three of us are the only survivors left from the reconnaissance company. Niu Xiaoniu hung his head, the words squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. Gu Yihan's gaze narrowed slightly. Having crossed paths with Qin Ping before, he knew well that the Shanha group possessed a vast arsenal and an abundant reserve of awakened ability users. If the enemy had already swallowed up the entire military and political administration of Shanxing, any future assault on Yunya village would certainly involve far more than a few stray rockets. Tell me the details. On the 10th day of the virus outbreak, a temporary survivor settlement was established at the North City Stadium. Our reconnaissance company was on round-the-clock patrol outside rescuing trapped citizens. Zhou Yunshin spoke slowly, every word carrying a suppressed, smoldering rage. That afternoon, Zhou Shanha arrived in a formal suit accompanied by dozens of his subordinates. He claimed that the Shanha group was donating a vast amount of supplies, and that they possessed viral experimental data from the East City crater, asserting they could solve the puzzle of the virus's airborne transmission. Gu Yihan's heart stirred. The East City crater. At that time, new infections kept emerging within the settlement, and military medical supplies were completely depleted. The commander was driven to his wits' end by the epidemic. As long as there was even a shred of hope to halt the transmission, he was unwilling to let it go. Zhou Yunshin's Adam's apple bobbed heavily, his tone suddenly turning icy cold. Zhou Shanha personally presented an inactivated virus reagent stored in an insulated box. The military doctors verified it on the spot and found nothing unusual, so the commander permitted his staff to enter the settlement to assist in transporting the supplies. A delicate shard of ice had begun to coalesce at Yurin's fingertips, but her movement abruptly froze upon hearing this. The tiny flame that had just ignited in Li Kai's palm flickered violently. Among those workers were infected individuals still in the incubation period. Showing absolutely no symptoms, they could not be detected by any medical instruments. At dinner time, thousands of survivors were packed into the enclosed cafeteria, lining up for food, when the hidden infected mutated simultaneously. The cramped venue had only 2 exits, and the zombies suddenly erupted into a frenzy of savage biting. Zhou Yunshin's voice trembled. We received the distress signal while on duty outside and rushed back to reinforce them, but the stadium had already degenerated into a living hell. Our comrades, the medical staff, the surviving citizens, and the military commander, all had turned. It was a deliberate calculation, factoring in the incubation period, calculating the peak dining rush, and sealing off the venue's escape routes. Gu Yihan pierced straight to the heart of the matter. The people Zhou Shanha brought were never helpers, they were living biochemical bombs. Zhou Yunshin nodded heavily, suppressing the murderous intent surging in his chest, as he continued. After the military was completely wiped out, Zhou Shanha turned his sights on the municipal headquarters. At the time, the local government was assembling forces to prepare for a second citywide rescue effort. Hearing of the zombie horde outbreak at the stadium, they were in desperate need of external supplies. Zhou Shanha falsely reported that his group had its own transport fleet to deliver relief supplies, tricking the municipal government into dispatching most of its security forces to meet them. With the remaining defense force depleted, the Shanha group's forces launched a sudden assault and seized the city hall. None of the city officials survived. The settlement's stockpiles, the military armory, and all the survivors in the city. Everything became Zhou Shanha's private property. Yang clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Li Kai remained silent. He had once believed that the only enemies in the apocalypse were the walking dead, but now he realized while zombies harm people driven by viral instinct, human malice operates with meticulous calculation. Gu Yihan's fingers tapped rhythmically against his knee, the 3 short 1 long cadence remaining perfectly undisturbed. For Zhou Shanha to precisely control the virus's various data, he must either have been reborn with memories of his past life like himself, or he had obtained classified resources from the crater that far surpassed the blood jade. There must be an unknown secret hidden deep within the crater. After a moment of silent contemplation, he looked up. It seems we must make another trip into Shanxing. Late at night, the lamp in the old house of Yunya village still burned. Gu Yihan sat on the threshold of the main room, rolling a 4th-grade spirit core between his fingers. It cast an eerie blue glow under the moonlight, painting his profile in alternating shades of light and shadow. And Ning had coaxing the 2 children to sleep, then quietly closed the door and approached from behind, draping a coat over his shoulders. What are you thinking about? Shanxing. Gu Yihan clenched the spirit core in his palm. Memories of last life's December flooded in like icy water. The first brutal winter of the apocalypse, 6 long months of -40 degrees, where more survivors froze to death than were killed by zombies. Supplies froze into solid ice blocks, diesel turned to sludge, medicine lost its potency. He couldn't explain this to anyone, but he had to go. When are we leaving? And Ning asked. In 7 days. And Ning didn't respond. Instead, she sat beside him and rested her head against his shoulder. They sat together in silence as moonlight filtered through the old locust tree's branches, scattering shards of silver on the ground. The next morning, Yehan went to Li Kai's courtyard and summoned Zhou Yunshin's trio to the main room. I'm going to Shancheng. 3 words fell like stones. Zhou Yunshin slowly raised his head. Yang Yang's hands resting on his knees tightened into fists. Niu Xiaoniu bounced up from his wooden chair, lips fluttering as countless words caught in his throat. He glanced pleadingly toward Zhou Yunshin. Zhou Yunshin's sudden movement tore open the sutures on his shoulder. Dark red blood slowly seeped from beneath the gauze. He ignored it, his voice low and steady. Mister, who take us with you? Every street and alley of Shanxing, every defensive position of the Shana group. We know them like the back of our hands. Yang remained seated, but each word sounded like it was squeezed from between clenched teeth, ringing with conviction. Exactly, Mr. Gu. We know all the hidden sentry positions and patrol rotation routes. Niu Xiaoniu finally couldn't hold back and rushed to add, we won't be a burden. Scrap that idea. Li Kai strode in from the doorway, yanking the stethoscope from his neck. The earpieces clacked against the wooden table, a crisp sound that sliced through the eager tension in the room. He crossed his arms and lazily swept his gaze across the 3. Your face is still half swollen, he said, pointing at Niu Xiaoniu. 12 stitches on your back. The anesthesia has worn off. You sit perfectly still because every movement brings pain. He pointed at Yang. And you? He stopped before Zhou Yunshin, eyes fixed on the gash from his upper arm, splitting to his shoulder blade. Tissue fluid oozed from beneath the bandage edges. Over 20 stitches. You can't even lift your left hand. Tell me, what are you going to fight with? All 3 answered in unison, we're perfectly fine. Zhou Yunshin's composure, Yang Yang's determination, Niu Xiaoniu's youthful stubbornness. 3 voices merged into one, welded together by the same obsessions. Li Kai opened his mouth as if to scold them, but swallowed his words. He turned toward Gu Yehan. Gu Yehan stood and met Zhou Yunshin's gaze. In his past life, he had seen too many eyes like these. Empty inside, consumed by hatred, held upright only by sheer will. He understood. But dragging 3 wounded men on the verge of infection, their stamina completely depleted, into Shanchang dominated by the Shana group, that wasn't revenge. That was sending them to their deaths. I've been to Shancheng. Gu Yehan spoke, his tone calm, but every word landing with weight. I know it better than you do. Zhou Yunshin's Adam's apple bobbed. Rest and recover. Gu Yehan said. On the day we depart, if you've healed, I'll take you with me. He didn't need to say what came next. It didn't need saying. Zhou Yunshin understood. This wasn't a rejection, it was an order. Only would one be worthy of the battlefield. Understood. Zhou Yunshin raised his right hand to his brow and rendered a crisp military salute. Gu Yehan gave him a single nod, then turned and walked out of the room. Morning light spilled through the doorway, stretching a long golden path across the wooden floor. Anin and Lele stirred in their cradle at the commotion. Anin immediately pulled the chubby fist from her mouth and waved her little fists, babbling excitedly. Lele's lower lip trembled, not from hunger, but because she had missed her father for too long and wanted to be held. Gu Yehan bent down and scooped Lele into his arms. The girl fell silent instantly, her soft little hands clutching his shirt collar, her damp cheeks rubbing against his chin. Have the 3 of them settled? And Ning poked her head out of the kitchen, wiping her hands. Li Kai is handling it. A few days of rest, and they'll recover. Gu Yehan held the child with one arm, while his other hand reached for Ning, guiding her toward the dining table. His thumb brushed gently against her shoulder, and Ning leaned against his chest for a moment before rising to pull him toward the table. Eat first. The breakfast spread, pumpkin and red date congee, tender steamed egg, custard, brown sugar cake, and cold seasoned wood ear mushrooms, waited untouched, still steaming. The wall clock read 10 minutes past 10. Aren't you eating first? Gu Yehan took his seat. Waiting for you. And Ning ladled porridge into a bowl, the golden surface dotted with plump red dates. She took Lele from Gu Yehan's arms and settled her on her lap, freeing his hand to eat, and added a piece of brown sugar cake to the side of his bowl. Eat the custard while it's hot. It'll get fishy when it cools. Gu Yehan took a bite, then set down his chopsticks and reached across the table to envelop her hand in his. And Ning's lashes fluttered as she looked into his eyes. It only counts as healed if there's no pain tomorrow. Then there won't be any pain tomorrow. And Ning's mouth curved into a smile. She turned her hand and laced her fingers through his. At the doorway, Li Kai hovered with one foot raised, neither daring to enter nor retreat. Bai Yuran stood behind him, holding an empty basin returned from the infirmary. The two watched in silence, the couple curled together at the dining table. Morning light slanted through the window, falling upon their clasped hands. I've never seen Brother Han like this, Li Kai murmured softly. Because you've never seen him come home, Bai Yuran replied gently. And Ning lifted her eyes and caught sight of the two at the doorway. Flustered, she quickly pulled her hand away, her ears flushing pink. What are you just standing there for? Come eat. Li Kai immediately donned a cheeky grin, strode into the room, and plopped down opposite them, grabbing chopsticks and reaching for brown sugar cake. Sister-in-law, I saw everything just now. Before he could finish, a pale blue arc of lightning crackled from Gu Yehan's fingertip and struck Li Kai squarely on the back of the neck. Li Kai's whole body convulsed, every hair standing on end looking like a hedgehog struck by thunder. Chopsticks flew from his grip and rolled to the floor, a wisp of pale smoke curling from the corner of his mouth. Yehan walked past him calmly, took a seat, and picked up a piece of cake. Talk too fast, and you get zapped. Li Kai's limbs still trembled. He pleaded with Ning. And Ning bit back a laugh and lightly tapped Gu Yehan's hand. Stop teasing him. Let him eat in peace. As the sister-in-law commands. Gu Yehan retracted his ability. Li Kai immediately scooted half a foot toward Yehan and stuffed his face with cake to steady his nerves, mumbling incoherently, sister-in-law is kind-hearted unlike certain people. After the meal, Li Kai put away his playful expression and lingered at the table, bowl and chopsticks in hand. Brother Han Shanqing is no joke. The Shanha group holds its zombies swarm everywhere and we're short-handed. We have to go. Gu Yehan cut him off. Li Kai studied him for 2 seconds, then dropped the subject. Fine. You call the shots. He set his bowl and chopsticks on the table, folded his hands behind his head, and leaned back in his chair. When 7 days. Gu Yehan placed the spirit core on the table. Its deep blue light washed over every face in the room. 7 days to rest and recuperate. Zhou Yunshin's trio will heal their wounds. Yehan will stabilize her 4th level ice ability, and Li Kai will refine his 4th level spirit core. Then, he paused. We raid Shanqing. Outside the window, the canopy of the old locust tree shifted a half-turn in the morning breeze, as if nodding in agreement. In Li Kai's courtyard, he honored the tiger's paw and moved all to here. Hundreds of crystal varying sizes from level, for piled in a scattered stack. Morning light touched them, forming a bright, glittering little mountain of crystal ore. The ivy creeping over the courtyard wall had already sorted them by grade, a separate pile for level, for a cluster for level 3, and the rest, numerous level 1 and level 2 cores, pressed into a great heap. A slender vine carefully aligned the last level. For crystal core, its awareness brushing Gu Yehan's mind to claim credit. Master, the tally is complete. 4 level, 4 cores 15 level, 3 cores. The counts for levels 1 and 2 are too many for the vines to finish. Well done, Gu Yehan replied coolly, leaning back on a wooden sofa, a map of Shanqing spread out before him. Zhou Yunshin's shoulder was half wrapped in a bleeding bandage. With his right hand, he held a red lacquer pin, the tip steady as it landed on the paper, marking the defenses of the Shanha group. To the north of the city, the sports hall, after the military installation fell, was transformed by Zhou Shanha into a giant supply warehouse. Outer double fences, 2 watchtowers, each home to a level 3 esper. The red pen drew a heavy circle, the ink blooming into a ring of crimson. The city government's main tower, the old temporary command center, lies in ruins. Now it is Zhou Shanha's den. The underground garage was repurposed into a weapons depot. The roof was covered with solar panels, and the perimeter was guarded year-round by 5 level 4 espers. Each red circle bore the blood of fallen comrades. Beside him, Yang slid over a yellowed hand-drawn map. The underground network of Shanqing, learned at the cost of life, drainage culverts, abandoned air raid shelters, half-finished subway tunnels, lines crisscrossing the page. The surface is under Shanha's control, but they know nothing of the underground tunnels. If we want to infiltrate, going underground is the best way. In a corner, Niu Xiao's fingertips rested on a cloth patch stained with dark blood, the pencil tracing the enemy patrol and shift schedules. The pencil tip suddenly paused, his throat tightened. Captain E.G. says that after we finish cleansing the zombies, we'll invite the whole team to a wedding. Zhou Yunshin fell silent for a moment, then whispered Xiaoniu. There was no room for comfort. Niu Xiaoyu drew a deep breath, grit in his teeth, and pressed the pen with such force that the ink threatened to tear the fabric. Gu Yehan reached out and pushed most of the crystal cores to the 3 of them. All of them must be refined within 7 days. How far you break through depends on your foundation. He handed another cloth bag to Yehan, 2 level, for crystal cores enough to push you past the 4 level threshold. Yehan clenched the level 4 crystal core in her palm. A bone-deep chill traveled along her meridians, and the long-dormant ice attribute Esper within her instantly resonated. After days of restraint, the breakthrough moment was at hand. She looked up and said, I will level up. She turned back to her own courtyard, sat cross-legged, and a pale ice spear formed at her fingertips, the ice surface glowing blue, a brightness far beyond before. Li Kai counted her own resources, laying them out: 2 level, 4 cores 5 level, 3 cores, and more than 10 lower-level crystal cores remaining. Hanji, you giving them all to me? Won't you keep some for yourself? I am already level 5. These crystal cores are of little use to me. You all need them more. Li Kai tucked the cores into his bosom, straightened and stretched. If I can't break to level 5 within 7 days, I will change my surname to Gu. You were born Li. Changing your surname to Gu isn't a loss. Gu Kai is too hard to pronounce. I will fight to reach level 5 no matter what. With the words spoken, Li Kai returned to his room, each hand gripping a level for crystal core. A golden red flame spiraled from his pores, the surrounding air warped from the heat, as he focused on refining the energy. Yehan also entered cultivation. Beads of water in her palms condensed into ice spears shattered and reformed again, and again a chill spreading from her feet, the blue stones frosting over in layers. Above them the ancient locust tree's branches rustled softly, a natural guardian. Zhou Yunshin Yang and Niu Xiaoniu each took a crystal core and settled cross-legged on the ground. Niu Xiaoniu folded Zhang Yi's discarded patch neatly on his knees, closed his eyes, and absorbed the crystal core energy. The first refining tore at his meridians with excruciating pain, his jaw clenched so hard that not a sound escaped. Dozens of kilometers away in the center of Shanshang, beside a top-floor floor-to-ceiling window of the city government, Zhou Shana stood in a pristine white shirt, sleeves buttoned, looking out at the ruined city. Broken elevated rails lay piled with abandoned cars as zombies wandered the streets, distant buildings still billowing the smoke of the end times. On the terrain map, Yunya village was locked in a red circle. Chen Ping and his party still missing. A shadow in the dark replied, 48 hours straight, no news from the entire team. Zhou Shanha slowly turned his refined face, concealing a ruthless edge. No more waiting. Dispatch the Hound assault team and prepare through the night. By dawn tomorrow determine Yunya village's population as per composition and fortifications. Understood. The shadow withdrew, leaving Zhou Shana alone in the office, his fingertips tapping the windowsill with measured rhythm. Chen Ping was his most trusted lieutenant. With heavy firepower and espers they had wiped out a small village, yet the mountain village hid what forces or people deep in the mountains behind it. Yunya village courtyard. And Ning settled an and Lulu into wicker rocking chairs, tucked a pacifier into Lily's mouth, and covered an with a thin blanket. The two little ones nursed and played, their small hands scratched at each other, and they grew sleepy. After settling the twins, she walked to the pomelo tree in the yard, her palm upon the trunk, her spiritual power seeding along the roots and spreading. Relying on the village's plant network, her perception stretched along the roots for several li. The pomelo tree, gravely wounded last night, lightly trembled, its leaves branches moving, as if a sentinel reported safety. And Ning closed her eyes, her spiritual sight opened across the entire village, the old locust tree's canopy, fully spread, like a great umbrella shielding Yunya village, while Li Kai and Bai Yuran each advanced through their breakthroughs. The ivy on the wall pushed the zombie remains off the cliff, who outside the village the woods had only scattered zombies, the mutated beasts at the stream drinking and fleeing, and within 10 miles there was no zombie-tide threat. Closing her perception, she quickly looked toward the distant ridge of Shanshang. An inexplicable chill drifted across the mountains, it too far to discern, yet it pressed at her heart. There was always a sense that something would happen. When Yehan returns, she must tell him. She noted it in her heart. Not long after, Li Kai burst from his room, beaded with sweat and a face full of ecstatic joy. He opened his right hand, a half-arm-long golden-red fire dragon coiled around his fingertips, agile and spiraling, no longer the mere fist-sized fireballs of before. Having absorbed 2 level 4 crystal cores, I have leaped straight to the peak of level 4. Bai Yuran followed, approaching with steady steps, and raised her palm in quiet triumph. A palm-sized sharp ice blade hovered in midair, its edge cold and dazzling, as sharp as a scalpel. Li Kai stared at the ice blade and silently retracted his fire dragon. Your mutated water attribute is too domineering. It can be water or it can be ice. Bai Yuran's lips curved into a faint smile, the ice blade dissolved and returned to her palm. The main room was so quiet that only the baby's soft, shallow breathing could be heard. Lele lay against Ning's shoulder, her tiny hands tugging at her mother's long hair, strand by strand. The moment she saw Gu Yehan push the door open, she immediately let go of her mother's hair and stretched out her chubby arms, babbling eagerly to be held by him. Anin lay sprawled out asleep in the rocking chair, drool soaking half of his bib, his tiny feet occasionally kicking at the thin blanket. Are they all right? And Ning stood up, her voice kept to a low whisper. Gu Yehan took Lele with one arm, and the little one naturally buried her face in the crook of his neck, sucking her thumb as she quieted down. His other hand naturally draped over Ning's shoulders, smoothly tucking the slipping blanket back over Nin. The absorption is stable, no one has gone berserk. Yet Ning's body stiffened slightly. Just now I used the pomelo tree to sense the mountain forests. Her fingers clenched involuntarily. I felt something. It's completely different from the malevolent aura of the zombies. It's heavier, colder, like a pack of wolves staring down at the village. Gu Yehan's brow twitched slightly. His level 5 psychic power instantly surged outward. Along the courtyard walls the Boston ivy curled quietly. At the village entrance the canopy of the old locust tree swayed gently in the wind. The fruit trees remained peacefully dormant, rooted deep in the soil. Within his field of vision there was no unfamiliar presence. He did not doubt Ning. He trusted her even more than he trusted his own psychic senses. The pomelo tree has shallow intelligence and a short root system. Holding Lele with one hand, he pushed Nin's stroller with the other. Come, let's go to the village entrance. We'll use the old locust tree's root network to sweep the area again. At the village entrance, the ancient locust tree blotted out the sky. Speckles of sunlight fell like shattered gold upon the ground. The stroller came to a steady halt beneath the tree, where Inin remained fast asleep. Lele poked her little head out, reaching to catch the drifting specks of light with a soft giggle. And Ning raised her hand and pressed it against the rough, cracked trunk of the old locust tree, pouring her ability-based perception into it without reservation. Her face paled within 3 seconds. There are 3 vehicles. Military Humvees with cheetah heads painted on the chassis. With her eyes closed, her words rushed out faster and faster. 6 or 7 people fully armed. There is a drone. She snapped her eyes open. It's flying straight toward the village entrance. Yehan placed Lele back into the stroller. The 2 little ones huddled together, grasping at each other's fingers, completely oblivious to what was unfolding down the mountain. He closed his eyes, casting his psychic power down the slope like a massive net. The hexacopter drone was rapidly approaching, skimming the treetops, the reflection from its lens as clear as a bullseye in his perception. He reached out to touch the trunk of the old locust tree, channeling both his psychic power and wood element ability into it simultaneously. The consciousness of the old locust tree resonated in his mind. Ancient, deep, and carrying but a single word: kill. Deep within the canopy, a thick branch suddenly tensed straight. A thick, rigid leaf saturated with wood element ability instantly hardened into a throwing dagger of refined steel and sliced through the air. SSSHHHD. The leaf precisely severed the signal wire on the drone's underbelly. The feed dissolved into static before going black, and the drone wobbled twice before plunging straight into the mountain forest. And Ning did not let go. Her perception remained connected to the old locust tree's root network, and her face grew even paler. They are launching a second one. It's circling around the back of the mountain. Shoot it down. A second hardened leaf shot through the air. Then came a third. All 3 drones were completely destroyed. Yet Ning's expression did not soften. Her lips trembled slightly. Have they left? She asked the old locust tree. The old locust tree fell silent for a long moment. No, they are observing. In the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, Ma Tao lowered his satellite phone and looked up toward Yenya village. An unlit cigarette dangled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes resembling a venomous snake measuring the neck of its prey. A mutated tree. Hardened leaves used as throwing daggers, and vines capable of tracking and interception. He listed them off one by one in an unhurried tone. Wang Kuei didn't lie. This is a tough nut to crack. Haibao crouched beside the wreckage of the 3 drones, his face grim. Captain, they're all destroyed. Not a single one returned. It's worth it. Ma Tao took the cigarette from his lips and slowly crushed it between his fingertips. Trading 3 drones for a piece of intel. Its defense has a limit. The interval between shooting down the first and the 3rd drone grew longer and longer. 10 seconds the first time, 15 the second, and nearly half a minute the 3rd. He raised his eyes. It is also depleting its energy. It won't hold out long under high-intensity defense. Wang Kuei cowered beside the Humvee, his back drenched in cold sweat. When reporting, he had deliberately hidden the fact that he had abandoned his teammates and fled, claiming only that Shen Ping and the others had been ensnared by vines and gone silent. But now, looking at Ma Tao's face, calm as if writing a combat report, his legs began to tremble. Ma Tao did not look at him. Haibao, present. Prepare something for me. He drew a military bayonet from his lower back, carved a line onto the hood of the vehicle, and pointed toward Yenya village. Modify the rocket's fuse for a delayed trigger. The drone will fly first with the rocket following closely behind. The moment the leaves slice the drone, the rocket will have already crossed the boundary. Understood, Haibao said, pausing briefly before grinning. A classic feint. Exactly. Ma Tao sheathed the bayonet back into his waist. He stubbed out the cigarette on the hood, then turned to open the car door. Don't. Yehan's voice suddenly echoed in Ning's mind. Just as she was about to ask, the deep consciousness of the old locust tree violently slammed into her perception in the next second. A 4th drone coming from the back of the mountain. It flew low to the ground, almost brushing the tops of the bushes. Its speed wasn't fast, but its trajectory was bizarre. Closely trailing behind the drone was a streak of white smoke. It's not a drone. Yehan's psychic power locked onto the white trail, his pupils contracting sharply. It's a rocket. Old locust tree intercepted. The canopy of the old locust tree abruptly shifted direction. All the hardened leaves shot out simultaneously, hurtling toward the rocket like a storm of iron rain. But the distance was insufficient. The rocket and the drone had arrived in rapid succession. The drone had flown ahead intentionally as bait. The moment the locust tree's leaves struck it down, the first wave of interceptive kinetic energy was already spent. Just as the second wave of leaves broke free from the branches, the rocket had already crossed the edge of the cliff at the village entrance. The leaves caught up to the rocket's tail fins. But it was merely a graze. The trajectory wavered, veering off by 15 degrees. The rocket skimmed over the top of the wall and plunged straight into the outskirts of the village. Boom. And Ning's body jolted violently. It was not from the physical shockwave, but from the village trees. A lateral root had been severed by the explosive blast. The connection severed in that instant, feeling as though someone had yanked a needle from her brain. She let out a muffled groan and crouched down, clutching her temples. Yehan instantly knelt and supported her shoulders. And Ning. She looked up, her face as pale as paper, but her gaze remained focused. I'm fine. She stood up and pressed her hand against the trunk of the old locust tree once more. At the foot of the mountain, Ma Tao leaned out of the Humvee's window smiling as he watched the small plume of smoke from the explosion on the distant hillside. It missed. He reached his hand out of the window and made a gesture. Retreat. Tomorrow we bring armor-piercing rounds and demolition charges. Isn't that tree capable of regeneration? I'd like to see just how many rounds of regeneration it can handle. The engines of the 3 Humvees roared as they sped down the winding mountain road. On the wall of Yenya village, Yehan stood atop the parapet watching the 3 vehicles disappear around the bend. Behind him, the vines of the Boston ivy were already spreading anew to cover the gap grazed by the rocket. And Ning pushed the stroller to his feet and looked up at him. They will return tomorrow. I know. The firepower will be even greater. I know. Yehan leapt down from the wall, picking up Lele, who had already begun to pout, and cast a glance down at Anin. Anin was still sleeping, having never woken up from start to finish. He freed up one hand to take in Ning's. Let's go home. We'll deal with tomorrow's troubles tomorrow. And Ning squeezed his hand. It was cold, yet remarkably steady. The mountain wind swept up from the bottom of the cliff, rustling the canopy of the old locust tree. The sound did not resemble anger, rather it was like an enraged beast slowly grinding its teeth. Beneath the old locust tree, and Ning abruptly pulled her palm away from the trunk, her figure staggering back half a step. Her face was deathly pale, and all color had completely drained from her lips. Just moments ago she had exerted every ounce of her strength to extend her spiritual roots all the way to the foot of the mountain, overhearing every single word of the conversation between Ma Tao and Zhou Shanhe. An assault at dawn, blasting the tree canopy, breaching the walls with armor-piercing rounds, and completely wiping out the entire village. Every word felt like an icicle piercing her mind. Overhearing across such a vast distance had completely depleted her spiritual energy, leaving her head spinning with bouts of dizziness. Instantly a figure swept before her. Yehan steadily supported her shoulders, his movements swift, yet remarkably gentle. Did you hear everything? Utterly exhausted, and Ning collapsed into his embrace, her forehead resting against his shoulder, as she spoke in a weak, hollow voice. Zhou Shanhe personally gave the order. Tomorrow morning, they will use demolition tubes to level the village to the ground. A sudden surge of murderous intent welled up in Yehan's eyes. Wang Kuei's rocket ambushed Qinping, leading a horde of zombies to surround them, and now the leopard squad closing in with heavy firepower. They were relentlessly pushing them to the brink of annihilation. Sparing Wang Kuei initially was meant to draw out the bigger fish behind the scenes, but instead it had only given the Shanhe group the opportunity to apply relentless pressure. The thick branches of the old locust tree leaned down on their own accord, their dense leaves shielding the two from the biting mountain wind. Catching her breath, and Ning looked anxiously toward the village, her heart sinking heavily. Li Kai and Bai Yuran were still in the courtyard, trying to break through to their next superpower levels, their realms, yet unstable. Zhou Yunshin and the other two had only just had their wounds stitched up, finding it difficult even to stand. The previous battle had entirely depleted the vitality of the local flora, and the ivy vines still bore the scars carved out by the rocket shells. Counting everyone in the village, only Anin and Lele were uninjured. Once the bombardment of demolition shells began, would the old locust tree and the ivy vines be able to withstand it? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yehan raised his hand, his rough fingertips gently smoothing her furrowed brows. Take the 2 children back to the old house first. I will reinforce the village's botanical defense line. And Ning nodded. With unsteady steps, she guided the twins toward the old house, turning back to look at him repeatedly after only a few paces. Yehan stood beneath the old locust tree, quietly watching her leave. The moment the wooden door clicked shut and locked, the long-suppressed murderous aura around him erupted violently. The formidable pressure of a level 5 superpower user swept in all directions, causing the air to instantly freeze and sink. Simultaneously, a layer of silvery green chilling light shimmered across the entire canopy of the old locust tree as millions of leaves stood poised and ready. Seating himself on a stone bench, he closed his eyes to focus. His wood attribute energy surged furiously through his meridians, and the emerald green light of the crystal core in his dantian burst forth, sending a torrent of rich, potent life force rushing through his pathways to wash over his scarred body. Beneath the thick scabs on his left arm, new flesh rapidly filled the wounds as fresh skin crawled inward from the edges. On his shoulder, the flesh torn apart by zombie claws was knit back together by an invisible life force. The deepest claw wound on his chest, which ran from his collarbone down to his ribs, saw its periosteum and fascia realign and heal bit by bit, the hideous gash fading away at a staggering speed. The restoration process consumed an immense amount of energy. He raised his hand, pulling a handful of crystal cores from his spatial storage for replenishment. The level 2 crystal cores were drained instantly upon being held, crumbling into white ash. The level 3 crystal cores lasted slightly longer, but they too soon withered and shattered. Reluctant to use his level 4 crystal cores in large quantities, he gripped just one in his left palm to sustain his own recovery while pressing his right palm firmly against the trunk of the old locust tree. In his consciousness, the old and gentle voice of the locust tree resonated. Master, the loss is not severe. Only several thousand leaves were damaged. I will replenish them fully for you. A majestic surge of wood energy poured unreservedly into the trunk. The old locust tree shuddered violently as its subterranean roots dug deeper and expanded frantically. Its canopy shot up by half a zhang to the naked eye, its newly sprouted twigs rapidly hardening while the edges of the leaves crystallized into a metallic razor-sharp gleam. The underground roots connected with the ivy at the foot of the mountain, channeling a continuous stream of energy. The lively, youthful voice of the ivy immediately chimed in, Master, my thorns have all grown thicker and harder. Whoever dares to breach the mountain gate tomorrow, I'll skewer them like kebabs. The man, the tree, and the vine sustained this energy flow for a full hour. His right palm continuously transferred energy to nourish the vegetation, while the crystal cores in his left palm provided a constant supply for his self-healing. Layers of crystal core ash piled up on the stone table. When the mountain wind blew, the white powder drifted down like a light dusting of snow. The level 4 crystal core in his palm was completely drained. With a gentle rub from Yehan, the powder slipped away through the gaps between his fingers. Standing up, he moved his left arm. All claw marks and ruptured wounds had fully healed the scars of various depths, fading into a faint pinkish white. His entire body was brimming with power that verged on boiling. Raising his hand toward a half-man-tall boulder, beside him a wisp of restrained wood energy silently seeped from his fingertips into the heart of the stone. With a sharp crack, several fractures instantly burst open, and the entire boulder shattered into fragments from the inside out. At this moment, his strength was significantly greater than before his injuries. His gaze pierced through the dense layers of foliage, locking onto the direction in which the Humvees were retreating down the mountain. Blind defense was ultimately akin to waiting for death. They might block the drones today, but they would not withstand the demolition bombardment tomorrow, and they would only face even stronger onslaughts in the future. Rather than being trapped on the mountaintop waiting passively to die, it was better to take the initiative and descend the mountain tonight. By eliminating the Leopard Squad and Wang Kuei first, he could thoroughly eradicate the Shanha group's claws in this region, securing a chance for Yunya village to breathe. Turning around, he walked briskly toward Li Kai's courtyard. Li Kai was currently sitting cross-legged refining a level 4 crystal core. Golden red flames rose around him, the tongues of fire noticeably thicker and stronger than usual. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes, but the look of joy on his face instantly froze when he met Yehan's grim expression. Brother Han, has something happened? Yehan concisely explained the entire situation. The drone reconnaissance, the Leopard Squad, consisting entirely of superpower users, their plan to ascend the mountain at dawn with a full array of demolition and armor-piercing firepower, and his own intention to launch a night raid. You plan to go down the mountain alone and confront the entire Leopard Squad. Li Kai leapt up abruptly, the flames in his palms nearly singeing his sleeves. Chen Ping just died less than 2 days ago, and these people are already hot on our heels. They are truly fighting to the bitter end. I'll go with you. I'm already at the peak of level 4. I definitely won't hold you back. You stay and guard the village. Yehan reached out and pressed his shoulder firmly, pushing him back into his seat. Yuren's realm has only just stabilized, and Zhou Yunshin and the others are still heavily injured. You two are the only capable fighters left in the village. Someone must protect Ning and the children with their life. Li Kai felt a lump in his throat, and his stomach full of objections died on his lips. He knew Yehan's character all too well. He would always shoulder the most perilous battles alone, never willing to drag down those around him. He also knew that Ning and the twins were Yehan's very life. Now Yehan was placing his life in Li Kai's hands. In silence, he clenched his fist and stuffed the remaining half of the level 4 crystal core into Yehan's palm. The playful expression completely vanished from his face, replaced by a solemn and resolute gaze. Take this crystal core for emergencies. Leave the village to by Yuran and me. I swear on my life that not a single hair on sister-in-law Nin or Lele will be harmed. It was a moonless night. The mountain wind, carrying the chill of early winter, swept across the steep cliffs. At Yehan's fingertips, level 5 wood element energy surged, infusing into an ancient Boston ivy that had been rooted in the cliffside for many years. The thick vine instantly lignified and hardened, plunging straight down to the valley floor like a heavy rope. Gripping the vine with one hand, his combat boots lightly tapping against the jagged rock face, he descended as silently as a passing shadow, landing steadily in just a few breaths. The soles of his boots crushed the withered leaves, the faint rustling instantly swallowed by the howling wind. The temporary stronghold of the Cheetah Squad lay hidden inside a convenience store adjacent to an abandoned gas station along the national highway. Crouching on a dirt mound 200 meters away, Yehan closed his eyes slightly as his spiritual perception spread outward like flowing water. 3 modified Humvees parked crosswise outside the entrance, their cargo beds piled high with demolition charges and ammunition crates. A lookout crouched on the roof, a level 3 fire element user with steady breathing. 2 more were concealed behind the fuel dispensers, both level 3 earth element users. Inside the store, 8 distinct energy fluctuations were scattered, 2 level 2s and 2 level 3s, while a level 4 wind element presence loomed behind the checkout counter, the squad leader Ma Tao. Huddled inside the storage room was a level 3 metal element fluctuation belonging to Wang Kuei. 1 level 4, 6 level 3s, and 2 level 2s. Including Wang Kuei, who had led the way, there were exactly 10 of them. Gu Yehan opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing deep within his gaze. He retrieved a silenced pistol from his spatial pocket and tightened the suppressor. Zhou Yunshan had given him this gun upon learning he would venture out of the village alone. Slung across his back was a Tang Dao, its blade shrouded in a chilly metallic sheen. His figure slid down the slope without a sound. The first target, the lookout on the roof. Circling to the rear of the convenience store, a slender vine from his palm wrapped around the drainpipe. Leveraging the pull, he leaped onto the roof, landing in absolute silence. The level 3 fire element lookout lay prone beside the skylight, his modified rifle trained on the mountain road, entirely oblivious to the lethal threat behind him. The silenced barrel pressed against the back of his head, and a muffled crack quietly erupted. The moment the lookout's body went limp, a slender vine caught him securely and laid him down gently. The energy of the fire element crystal core inside his body rapidly dissipated. Next was the second target, the earth element sentry behind the fuel dispenser. Gu Yehan crept along the base of the wall to the side, positioning himself just within the pistol's effective range. The man bent his head to spark a lighter. The instant the flame flared up, his defenseless nape was exposed in the firelight. Another muffled crack sounded. The earth element user slumped against the fuel dispenser, the lighter slipping from his hand and rolling away. Gu Yehan strode forward to extinguish the flame. Inside the store, the breathing of the others remained undisturbed, all deep in their slumber. The roller shutter door was left slightly ajar, and he slipped sideways through the gap. The pale glow of the emergency light illuminated the checkout counter, where Ma Tao reclined on a folding chair, holding a bottle of mineral water, his fingertips tracing a hand-drawn map of Yunya village. He was awake. A level 4 wind element user should have possessed keen perception, but Gu Yehan had erected a barrier of spiritual energy, completely sealing off his detection. Deep among the shelves, a level 3 strength-type user snored thunderously inside a sleeping bag. Beside him, a level 2 wood element user crouched on the floor, sharpening a blade, the grinding wheel emitting a harsh grating sound. Further out, a level 3 fire element user and a level 3 earth element user dozed off against one another, their rifles resting across their knees. Gu Yehan glided alongside the shelves, targeting the blade sharpener first. Sprinting silently behind him, he clamped his left hand over the man's mouth and nose, pressing the gun barrel firmly against his temple. The grinding sound stopped instantly. The strength-type user's snoring continued unabated. Returning the pistol to his spatial pocket, he drew the dagger from his waist. Strength-type users possess tough, resilient flesh, and a bullet might not guarantee an instant kill. The dagger plunged straight into the cranial cavity through the gap beneath the jaw, abruptly cutting off the snoring. He casually wiped the blood from the dagger's tip onto the fabric of the sleeping bag. Ultimately, the disturbance could not be concealed. The sleeping level 3 fire element user nearby snapped his eyes open, sensing the rapid dissipation of his two comrades' life forces as their energy fluctuations surged violently. A dark silhouette suddenly filled his vision. Enum. The moment the first syllable left his mouth, a blue and white electrical arc shot from Gu Yehan's fingertips, precisely piercing his throat. His vocal cords spasmed from the electric shock, choking the remaining words in his throat into nothing but a raspy gasp. Beside him, the level 3 earth element user flipped over and leaped to his feet, slamming both palms hard against the ground. The concrete shattered and splattered as a thick, earthy yellow armor enveloped his entire body. He swung a fist laden with crushed stone. Gu Yehan advanced instead of retreating. Drawing his Tang Dao, he channeled all his lightning element energy into the blade, causing arcs of electricity to crackle and dance. As blade met fist, the gravel exploded. Lightning surged through the crevices of the armor into the earth element user's body. Earth armor provided poor defense against lightning, causing him to freeze for a split second. In that mere second, the Tang Dao pierced the vulnerability at the neck of the armor. The earth element user stared down at the blade in his chest as his armor crumbled piece by piece, his knees buckling as he collapsed heavily. The commotion finally alerted Ma Tao completely. The level 4 wind element user reacted with lightning speed, dropping his water bottle and instantly gripping his combat knife. A pale green airflow spun rapidly around him, with layer upon layer of wind blades forming a swirling barrier. Snacks on the shelves clattered to the floor, swept up by the draft. You killed Qinping. Ma Tao's gaze locked onto Gu Yehan, his tone calm, yet absolute. Gu Yehan flicked the blood droplets off his blade. The cheetah squad stays here tonight. You included. Ma Tao let out a cold sneer, his figure suddenly blurring into an afterimage. Wind element speed surpassed all other abilities, matching that of a level 4 mutated zombie. His combat knife, wrapped in wind blades, slashed horizontally toward Gu Yehan's neck. Rather than relying on his eyes to track the movement, Gu Yehan used his spiritual energy to lock onto the wind energy flowing beneath his opponent's feet, anticipating his landing point. Sidestepping to evade the blade, He swung his Tang Dao backhand toward Ma Tao's wrist. The blades clashed in a shower of sparks. The opposing forces of wind and lightning collided, the resulting shockwave forcing both men back 2 steps. A level 5 triple element user's spiritual lightning and wood. Ma Tao stared at the bleeding gash on the web of his thumb, a trace of gravity entering his eyes. No wonder Chen Ping was crushed without being able to fight back. He kicked off the ground, the wind supporting his body as he briefly hovered in midair. He hurled 2 combat knives which spun like throwing stars wrapped in wind blades toward Yehan. Immediately following, he executed a flying kick in midair, the wind blades on his leg sharp enough to pierce steel plates. The 3-pronged assault sealed off all avenues of escape. Yehan parried the 2 flying knives with his sword, sending them pinning into the shelves behind him. Ma Tao's flying kick was already upon him. He was waiting for this exact moment, when the opponent was fully concentrated on controlling the wind with his mind highly focused. A spiritual needle condensed over a long moment suddenly erupted and pierced straight into Ma Tao's sea of consciousness. In midair, Ma Tao shuddered violently. Since wind element users relied entirely on mental focus to control currents, his damaged consciousness caused his ability to collapse and disperse instantly. The wind blades on his leg vanished abruptly just half a foot above Yehan's head, and he crashed heavily to the ground like a severed weight. As he struggled to get up, the icy Tang Dao was already pressed against his throat. "Did Zhou Shanhe send you?" Yehan's voice was low. Lying on his back, Ma Tao coughed up bloody froth. Several of his ribs were broken, and every cough made him gasp in pain. "He paid, we fought. We take the money and eliminate the trouble." "For how much?" "1 life, 100 caddies of rice." Ma Tao chuckled, his blood-stained teeth stark. "What is Zhou Shanhe's ultimate goal?" "To take over the entire Shanxing and rule as its king," Ma Tao wheezed. "By guarding Yenya village, you blocked his expansion. You have to be eliminated. There is no middle ground." Yehan looked at him in silence for 2 seconds, then casually flicked his wrist. The Tang Dao pierced through the throat. Ma Tao's body convulsed a couple of times before going completely still. The green wind blades around him gradually dissipated, stirring up a few scraps of waste paper that settled onto the floor. Behind the crack of the storage room door, Wang Kuei was already trembling with terror. The scenes of the electric arc piercing the throat, the crumbling earth armor, Ma Tao being critically struck in midair, and the fatal sword thrust were all witnessed by him with absolute clarity. Yehan raised his eyes, casting a freezing gaze directly toward the storage room door. Not daring to jump out of the back window to escape, Wang Kuei shivered as he shuffled his feet and walked out. Turning his palms upward, a dozen iron nails levitated in the air, his level 3 metal element ability wavering precariously. The nails shook violently, mirroring the trembling of his limbs. I'm not with them," he pleaded frantically. "I was only captured to lead the way. I didn't say a single extra word to Zhou Shanhe. Please spare my life. I spared you at the village entrance last time. I didn't expect you to return with the cheetah squad for revenge." Yehan interrupted flatly. Wang Kuei's throat hitched, his composure shattering as the levitating iron nails clattered to the ground. Before he could beg for mercy again, an electrical arc shot through the air. His metal element ability dispersed instantly, and Wang Kuei collapsed to the floor in convulsions, silenced forever. The scattered iron nails rolled in all directions, clinking against the bases of the shelves. Yehan sheathed his sword, using Wang Kuei's jacket to wipe the blood from the blade. The convenience store was littered with bodies lying in disarray, with the pale emergency light shining over the ammunition crates and demolition gear scattered across the floor. He knelt down, prying open the skulls one by one to extract the crystal cores: 1 level 4 wind element crystal core, 5 level 3s, and 2 level 2s, storing them all into his spatial inventory. The armor-piercing rounds, incendiary canisters, and rifle ammunition in the Humvee's cargo beds were completely cleared out and stored away. These would be perfect for reinforcing the defenses back at Yenya village. He picked up the satellite phone beside Ma Tao. The screen was lit, showing that the last call had been made to Zhou Shanhe tonight, lasting for 1.5 minutes. He stowed the phone away as well. Outside the gas station, the night remained as thick as ink. Yehan retraced his steps along the vine rope, his silhouette quickly dissolving into the deep mountain forest. The mountain wind rushed into the open roller shutter door, causing the metal sheet to clatter back and forth. In the distance, an owl hooted softly, and the long silent chirping of insects slowly reclaimed the wilderness. The early morning, 7 days later. At the entrance of Yenya village, the old locust tree was bathed in the morning light, its canopy draped in a layer of pale gold. The ivy cascading down the walls swayed gently in the morning breeze like a silent farewell. A modified off-road vehicle came to a steady halt on the Bluestone Road. Zhou Yunshin, accompanied by Niu Xiaonyo and Yang Yang, squatted beside the vehicle to inspect every detail. Tire pressure, fuel tank, and the thickened underbody armor, strictly replicating the rigorous standards of a reconnaissance company's mission, leaving absolutely no room for error. Yehan stood before the steps of the old house, and Ning held Lele in her arms while Bai Yuran cradled in it. The little one was dressed in a light blue padded cotton coat, wearing a woolen hat hand-knitted by Ning with a crooked pom-pom dangling from the top. Anin clung to Yuren's shoulder, her tiny hand tightly gripping a lock of black hair as she babbled and muttered incessantly. Lele snuggled quietly in her mother's embrace, her bright, dark eyes fixed unblinkingly on Yehan. Be careful with everything. And Ning's voice was soft, but she enunciated each word firmly, harboring an irrepressible worry deep in her heart. After a full 7 days of rest and recuperation, the team's strength had experienced a massive surge. Li Kai had successfully broken through to the level 5 fire system by Yuran, and Zhou Yunshun were stuck at the peak of level 4, while Niu Xiaoniu and Yang Yang had both stepped into level 4. Everyone's old wounds had healed completely, and their supernatural abilities were at their absolute peak. This journey to Shanxing served a dual purpose: first, to stockpile a massive amount of winter supplies, and second, to gather intelligence on the movements of their arch-nemesis, the Shana group. Yuran was staying behind to guard the village. As Anin and Lele grew older, they became increasingly active. They demanded to be carried outside the moment they woke up, and would throw tantrums at the slightest displeasure, leaving Ning entirely unable to manage on her own. Don't worry, I won't overreach. Yehan raised his finger, gently brushing away the stray hairs of hers that had been ruffled by the wind, his movements slow and full of tenderness. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Li Kai leaned half of his body out of the passenger seat, his seatbelt hanging loosely around him, and his arm resting on the window sill, his booming voice carrying immense penetration. I am a level 5 Esper now, and my strength has multiplied. The fireball I practiced with this morning was more than a full size larger than when I was at level 4. Once we reach Shanxing, leave all the zombies to me to clear out. Brother Han only needs to oversee things, and I guarantee he will return safely without losing a single hair. Yuran walked slowly past the vehicle, cradling and then casting a cool sidelong glance at him. Last time you also claimed your strength had surged, only to turn around and have your entire arm slashed open by a level 4 zombie. Li Kai instantly deflated, pulling his arm back inside the car as his confidence wavered. That's in the past. It really is different now. I am a genuine level 5. Yes, level 5. Yuran repeated, impassively walking straight over to Ning to hand over the fussy Inen. Yehan cast a calm glance at Li Kai. He didn't scold him, yet a single look was enough to make Li Kai shut his mouth tight. He leaned forward, first gently touching Ning's forehead, then pressing his forehead against those of Anin and Lele in turn. Lele's tiny hand tightly clutched his lapel, and Ning patiently pried the little one's fingers open one by one before she could bear to let him go. Yehan turned, pulled open the car door, and sat in the driver's seat, speaking in a deep voice. Let's go. As the vehicle drove out of the village entrance, the electric gate sensed its presence, and the vines automatically parted to both sides. Once the rear of the car cleared the bend of the winding mountain road, the heavy iron gate slowly closed and locked shut. And Ning stood at the village entrance, holding the two children, her gaze intently tracing the receding silhouette of the car until it vanished completely. Yuran reached out to take Anin, who was waving her tiny hands and crying in an attempt to chase the car, and stood beside her in silent companionship. Inside the car, Li Kai obediently fastened his seatbelt and was the first to speak, breaking the silence with a joke. Brother Han, let's make things clear first. As long as our target isn't the Shanha Group headquarters, I'm good. Even though I'm level 5, I'm not arrogant enough to take on an entire faction single-handedly. In the back seat, Zhou Yunxin sat upright. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, both Niu Xiaoniu and Yang Yang instinctively looked toward Yehan. Yehan held the steering wheel steady with one hand, keeping the vehicle as solid as a rock even through the sharp turns. Yunxin, do you still remember the coordinates of the Shanxing National Grain Reserve from before the apocalypse? Engraved in my mind. Zhou Yunxin nodded. As a former reconnaissance company commander, the locations of key facilities across the entire city had long been etched into his memory. The grain reserve. Li Kai's eyes instantly lit up. Brother Han, are we going to haul the National Grain Reserve? The Shanxing Grain Reserve is one of the 3 major core granaries in the nation. Its storage capacity is equivalent to 1/3 of the 3-year food supply for 1.5 billion people. Zhou Yunxin quickly did the math in his head, his brow suddenly furrowing. Mister, go not to throw cold water on this, but with reserves measured in hundreds of millions of tons, can your space handle such a massive volume? Hundreds of millions of tons. Li Kai clicked his tongue, his mind spinning before he simply decided to let it go. Alright, anyway, Brother Han's space is absurdly huge. We'll take as much as we can. If all else fails, we can split it into 2 trips. Yehan's tone was resolute. Empty it completely. Empty the whole thing. That's badass. Niu Xiaoniu's excited roar echoed from the back seat. We'll drain the granary dry and starve that old bastard Zhou Shanha to death. Yang Yang, seeing Niu Xiaoniu's excitement, the corner of his mouth curled up silently. He turned his eyes away, pretending not to see Niu Xiaoniu's foolishly happy look. The granary is located in Cuiping Mountain. Zhou Yunxin laid out a hand-drawn topographical map. It's 150 kilometers from Yunya village. The distance isn't too far, but we must pass through the massive Shanxing Industrial Park. When the zombie outbreak occurred, it was right during the morning rush hour. All of the hundreds of thousands of workers mutated, and the entire factory area is densely packed with hordes of the undead. Can we take a detour? Li Kai frowned. There is no way around it. Gu Yihan's tone was calm. Before the apocalypse, he had committed the maps of Shanxing and its surrounding areas entirely to memory. He could draw the terrain here with his eyes closed. To the north lies Yenya village, and to the south is Tsuaping Mountain with a mountain range, and the entire industrial zone blockading the middle. Detouring would add an extra 300 kilometers, crossing 3 massive mountains and 2 muddy dirt tracks that the modified off-road vehicle simply cannot traverse. Zhou Yunshan immediately confirmed there are no alternative routes. Li Kai fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly thrust his hand out of the window, a dark red fireball instantly erupting from his palm. It was no longer the half-arm-length fire dragon of level 4, let alone the fist-sized flame from before. The fire was highly compressed, its heat visibly warping the surrounding air. The power of a fully unleashed level 5 fire system was clear at a glance. He retracted the fireball and closed the window, his gaze sharpening. Since we can't bypass it, our only option is to force our way through. Since we have to force our way through the industrial park, we can't let the supplies inside go to waste. Zhou Yunshan flipped through the hand-drawn map in his hands, trying to see what kind of factories were in the park. There is a large garment factory and a food factory inside the park. Yang Yang suddenly spoke up. Before the apocalypse, he had gone to this industrial park to execute a mission. Then we will head to the garment factory first. Gu Yihan made the final call. With the extreme winter fast approaching, winter clothing was precisely what they needed most. He pressed down harder on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle plunged down the winding mountain road. At the foot of the distant mountain, the hazy, sprawling outline of the industrial park emerged clearly, with hundreds of thousands of zombies occupying it and blocking the path ahead. On the other side of the mountain, the Tsuaping granary, packed with hundreds of millions of tons of food supplies, was waiting for them to empty it out. Gu Yihan and his group drove their modified off-road vehicle slowly, approaching the periphery of the Tsuaping industrial park. On the empty, deathly silent street, the roar of the engine echoed far and wide. Just as the harsh sound drifted away, the zombies wandering by the roadside snapped their heads around in unison. No longer sluggish and drifting aimlessly as before, they turned locked onto their target and lunged forward off the ground. The entire sequence of movements was seamless, taking less than 2 seconds with a speed that was terrifyingly fast. Holy crap, these things run faster than my 100-meter sprint. Li Kai rolled down the car window with a snap, a blazing fireball erupting from his palm and hurtling outward, striking the chest of the leading zombie dead on. With a resounding boom, the flames exploded, instantly charring the rotting flesh and melting a gaping hole directly through its chest. Yet the zombie stubbornly refused to collapse on the spot. Its limbs twitched as it struggled to push itself off the ground, and only when the flames completely consumed its skull did the body finally go limp and motionless. Li Kai knit his brows tightly, filled with frustration. This isn't right. Last time we went to the shopping mall, I could kill a level 1 with a single slash. Today I can't even burn a level 2 to death in a one-on-one. And I'm a level 5 now. Zombies evolved after the red mist. This batch before us are at least level 2. Gu Yihan decisively pushed open the car door and stepped out, with Zhou Yunshan closely following, leading Yang Yang and Niu Xiaoyao as they leaped from the back seat. Li Kai leapt straight out of the front passenger window, and the 5 of them quickly converged into a defensive circle. The entire industrial park was packed with workers during shift hours. Once the red mist enveloped them, the workshops became densely packed with zombies that have all upgraded to level 2. Li Kai raised his hand and swept another fireball across, forcing back 2 zombies flanking them from both sides. The dancing flames cast flickering shadows across his face. Brother Han, even when we fought level 4 mutated beasts before, we weren't this constrained. Back then we had the ancient locust tree and the Boston ivy helping us hold them back. Gu Yihan slightly lifted his fingertips, channeling his wood element ability through the ground into several half-dead vines in the green belt. The originally withered vines suddenly grew wildly and violently. Sharp thorns like razor-sharp blades pierced ruthlessly through the back of a zombie's skull, pushing a grayish-white crystal nucleus out from its hollow eye socket. He casually stored the crystal nucleus into his spatial storage while the vines twisted in stride to entangle the next zombie. Watching this, Li Kai felt even more unbalanced. He weighed his burning palm. How is this fair, Brother Han? I'm a level 5 fire element, yet I still need to follow up with extra damage against a level 2. Meanwhile, your wood element is harvesting them like mowing grass. You only know how to smash with brute force, whereas I know how to use external forces to defeat the enemy. Besides, zombies can only be killed by striking their heads. Gu Yihan sidestepped to avoid a lunging corpse, his tone flat, yet carrying an overwhelming sense of dominance. Beside him, Zhou Yunshan's entire arm rapidly metallized, covered in a layer of cold, hard iron gray. His fist, the size of a sandbag, directly shattered a zombie's skull. Backhanding his metal element ability into his military dagger, the blade gleamed with a bone-chilling cold. He hacked through the necks of level 2 zombies, as if chopping firewood, taking them down one by one without the slightest hesitation. Niu Xiaoyao followed closely behind, unleashing his pure strength-type ability. He delivered a heavy punch to a zombie's chest, forcefully crushing the ribs inward to pierce its heart. Beneath Yang Yang's feet, an earthy-colored glow flashed, and 3 thick earthen spikes erupted from the ground, pinning the lunging corpse firmly in place. The 5 coordinated their advance. Gu Yihan's mental power was fully deployed throughout, mapping the positions, running speeds, and numbers of all zombies within a radius of dozens of meters into a highly detailed 3D layout in his mind, crystal clear down to the finest detail. A massive horde of zombies is surging from 30 meters ahead to the left, at least 200 of them. There's another batch around the corner of the factory building on the right, numbers unknown. If we stall here, we'll be surrounded sooner or later. The main building of the garment factory is just 500 meters straight ahead. Yang Yang pointed toward the distant grayish-white 4-story office building. Full speed ahead, charge. As his voice fell, Gu Yihan's mental ability suddenly erupted at full force. All the rushing zombies within a 50-meter radius abruptly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. In the next second, a bolt of blue-white lightning as thick as an arm crashed down, striking the center of the zombie horde. Crackling electrical arcs bounced back and forth along the rotting flesh, and a burnt, putrid stench instantly filled the air. As the electric light dissipated, a zombie-free path was forcefully cleared ahead. Niu Xiaoniu stared wide-eyed. Brother Han, you had such a devastating ultimate move up your sleeve, and you didn't use it earlier. Mental lightning drains physical stamina. We must conserve it whenever possible. Gu Yihan took off at a rapid pace. Stop dawdling. If we're a step too late, and the encirclement closes and no one escapes. The group dashed headlong and burst into the garment factory's office building. Niu Xiaoniu and Zhou Yunshin joined forces to slam the heavy iron door shut with a loud, resounding clang. Outside, countless zombies slammed frantically against the door. The muffled, heavy thuds echoed continuously through the metal, sounding like endless fists beating a drum. Li Kai took the lead, wielding his fire ability to clear the corridors floor by floor. The scattered zombies wandering the hallways were easily dealt with by his fireballs. The 5 of them chose a relatively tidy office to settle in. Yang Yang raised his hand to manipulate the earth, sealing the gaps around the door, while Niu Xiaoniu dragged a heavy solid wood desk to block the door securely. The warehouse is behind the office building, separated by an entire production workshop. Zhou Yunshin leaned over the window, overlooking the layout of the factory grounds. Gu Yihan closed his eyes and concentrated, sending his mental power through the walls to probe the interior of the workshop. The workshop area spanned several thousand square meters, and it was packed to the brim with zombies. Not dozens, but hundreds and thousands of level 2 zombies, with quite a few level 3 zombies scattered among them. They were squeezed shoulder to shoulder in the gaps between sewing machines and workbenches, an endless dense sea. The only entrance to the warehouse happened to be tucked away at the very depth of the workshop. If they wanted the supplies, they had to cross this zombie nest. How many are in there? Li Kai asked. Hundreds, even thousands. The lowest are level 2, and there are many level 3s. Gu Yihan slowly opened his eyes. Li Kai gasped, repeating the number, a wave of dread washing over him. Over 1,000 packed into a single room. How about we give up on going straight through and instead circle around the outer wall of the factory to sneak in through the warehouse's back door? There is no back door. The warehouse is only this single entrance, and it's completely blocked at the far end of the workshop. Yang Yang shook his head in rejection. Then there's nothing more to say. We fight our way through. Niu Xiaoniu rolled up his sleeves, cracking his knuckles as his immense strength stood poised and ready. Charging blindly is suicide. The 5 of us wouldn't last 3 minutes if we plunged into that sea of zombies. Gu Yihan analyzed calmly, leaning against the windowsill. They are currently trapped inside the workshop and cannot get out. We don't need to slaughter them all, we just need to lure the horde out, scatter them, and deal with them in batches. Niu Xiaoniu scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. Lure them out. Wouldn't there be even more of them and harder to fight once they're out? We can't go in while they're crammed in a confined space. Only when they are dispersed will we have the chance to defeat them one by one. Gu Yihan turned to look at Li Kai. How far can your fire dragon stretch at most? Li Kai blanked for a moment before instantly catching on, his eyes lighting up. You mean, Brother Han, we open the door to lure them out, pull them to an open area, and kill them in batches, eh? Behind the workshop, there is a narrow freight passage less than 2 meters wide. No matter how many zombies there are, they can only pass through in a single file line at a time. It's a natural bottleneck, easy to defend and hard to attack. Yang Yang pulled out a hand-drawn sketch of the industrial park and spread it on the desk, tapping his finger on the passage's location. Right here, the only path connecting the workshop to the warehouse. A true choke point where one man can hold the pass against 10,000. Niu Xiaoniu understood, instantly rotating his wrists to warm up. Zhou Yunshin volunteered. I'll go pry open the workshop door to let them out. There's no need to open the door manually, we'll lure them to rush out on their own. Gu Yihan stood up straight, walked slowly to the window, and pushed open the dusty, long-sealed glass window. Outside the window below the building, a dense crowd of level 2 zombies had already surrounded the base of the office building's wall, a dark mass staring up at the open window. He used his mental power to scan once again. Gu Yihan slowly withdrew his spiritual sense from the workshop and opened his eyes. The office fell silent for a brief moment as the muffled thuds of zombies battering the iron door outside echoed down the corridor, heavy and dull, like the relentless beating of a broken drum in the distance. Gu Yehan straightened up and quickly assigned their tasks. We will split into 2 groups. The 4 of you will lie in wait at the cargo passage to ambush and clear out the lured hordes in batches. I will open the door to draw the zombies out. Once the first wave is pinned down, I'll seize the chance to slip through the ventilation window into the warehouse to gather supplies. You're breaking in alone. There are quite a few level 3 zombies in there. Li Kai looked up instantly, his tone laced with clear worry. Level 3 zombies pose no threat to me. Gu Yehan explained simply. As long as you can withstand the pressure and draw their attention so they can't build up momentum in a short time, they won't pose a fatal threat. Alright, this plan is solid. You focus on gathering the goods, it will choke off the zombie horde out here. With a flip of Li Kai's palm, a golden red fireball rose steadily, the flames crackling softly as they singed the air. Yang was the first to tread lightly as he pushed open the office door. The 5 of them kept low, slipping through the dim corridor toward the cargo passage. The passage was indeed narrow, flanked by towering concrete walls on both sides. Yang dropped to one knee, pressing his palm firmly against the cold ground as his earth-type ability surged rapidly through the soil beneath. In the next instant, dense razor-sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, lining the entire stretch of the narrow passage from entrance to end and turning it into a deadly spike trap. Li Kai glanced at the dense cluster of stone spikes, his own soles aching just from looking at them. This is brutal. The moment those zombies step on them, their feet will be pierced right through. The more pierced, the better. With the horde pushing from behind, the front row will collapse, causing a massive pileup. Their speed will grind to a halt under the crush, making them perfect sitting ducks for us to pick off one by one. Niu Xiaonyo had already pressed himself against the side wall of the passage entrance, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Zhou Yunshin's entire arm took on a dull iron-gray metallic sheen, his flesh, skin, and bones encased in hard metal all the way up to his shoulder. He stepped up to the heavy iron door of the workshop and gripped the cold handle tightly. I'll open the door. I'll only crack it open a sliver, let out 100 or 200, and then immediately slam it shut to lock them out. We'll fight them in 3 waves. Let 200 or 300 in first clear them out, and then release the next batch. Gu Yehan instructed before silently gliding along the wall toward the side of the workshop. His combat boots made barely a sound against the brickwork as he nimbly scaled the wall, slipping through the ventilation window with a quick, fluid motion. At that exact moment, Zhou Yunshin yanked the handle hard, throwing the iron door wide open. The zombies packed inside the workshop surged out like floodwaters breaching a dam, their piercing screeches sending faint tremors through the walls of the passage. Li Kai raised his hand and hurled a massive fireball head-on, blowing the heads of the leading zombies to pieces instantly. Niu Xiaonyo followed closely, shattering another skull with a heavy punch that sent the corpse flying backward, knocking down a string of zombies behind it. Meanwhile, the earth spikes impaled the incoming horde, ruthlessly pinning them to the ground. Yet the zombies from behind kept pushing forward, collapsing into a chaotic, tangled heap. Close it. Zhou Yunshin's arms tensed with immense force as he slammed the iron door shut with a loud crash, severing several zombies at the waist as they failed to retreat in time. On the other side, Gu Yehan successfully dropped into the warehouse through the ventilation duct. It felt like 2 entirely different worlds. While the outside echoed with deafening roars, the inside was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Rows of towering shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed to the brim with essential winter supplies, thick cotton coats, fleece-lined trousers, long down jackets, military greatcoats, and heavy quilts and blankets, their plastic packaging gleaming coldly in the dim light. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his palm against a shelf, sweeping the entire unit along with the piles of winter clothing into his spatial storage slots. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. Regardless of size, style, or color, he cleared everything out. Having ransacked the shelves, he pushed open the small door connecting to the workshop and peeked out. Inside the workshop, about 600 to 700 level 2 zombies were huddled among the machinery, their attention completely locked onto the opening and closing iron door ahead. And those level 3 zombies were all trailing behind the level 2 ones. Taking advantage of the distracted zombies, Gu Yehan moved swiftly along the production line, sweeping bundles of winterproof fabrics from the corners and semi-finished cotton jackets piled by the machines into his space. With his task complete, he immediately retraced his steps and slipped out of the workshop through the ventilation window. By now, the cargo passage was covered in a thick layer of rotting carcasses. The first 2 waves of zombies had been cleared, and the team was desperately holding the line against the 3rd wave. The flames in Li Kai's palm had visibly dimmed, the brilliant golden red fading into a weak orange as his energy was mostly depleted. Niu Xiaonyo was drenched in sweat, black blood mixing with perspiration as it trickled down his arms, his punches significantly slower. The spikes Yang deployed had been buried under corpses 3 times over, requiring him to expend energy to regenerate them each time. His face was deathly pale as he held on by a thread. Zhou Yunshin's metallic arm bore several deep, white scratch marks. Fortunately, the back of his hand was metallized, preventing the zombies from breaking his skin, otherwise he would have turned into one by now. Niu Xiaonyo knocked down an oncoming level 2 zombie with a heavy punch, muttering through heavy breaths. Why isn't Brother Han out yet? I hope nothing went wrong. Just as the words left his mouth, Yehan vaulted in through a low side window. All the goods are secured. Fall back immediately. Destination: the food factory. The food factory. Li Kai barely managed to fling a small fireball to force back an encroaching zombie. The commotion from our fight here was too loud. It has drawn the hordes from the entire industrial park toward us. The food factory should be empty now. Yang, use your earth walls to clear a path. We'll detour to the east. Yehan raised his hand to gather energy, and a thick bolt of blue-white lightning crashed down at the passage entrance. The electric arc ripped through the leading zombies, carving out a brief path of retreat to buy Yang time to cast his ability. Yang slammed both palms onto the ground, and a thick half-man-high earth wall erupted at the end of the passage, temporarily blocking the swarming horde behind them. The earth wall won't hold for more than a few minutes. Run quick. The five of them bolted eastward along the narrow path. Sure enough, the streets outside, once swarming with zombies, were now nearly empty. Most of the horde was trapped at the other end of the passage, battering against the wall. Only a few scattered level 2 zombies attracted by the noise remained along the way, which Li Kai easily disposed of with a couple of casual fireballs. The group scaled 2 factory perimeter walls in quick succession and rushed into the food factory's office building. The corridors were empty save for a few of the weakest level 1 zombies loitering near the stairwell, whom Li Kai instantly cleared out with an area of effect fireball. They chose a staff lounge with an attached restroom. Zhou Yunshin locked the iron door behind them while Yang used his remaining energy to summon layers of earth to seal every gap in the windows. The moment the lock clicked into place, Li Kai lost all strength and slid down the wall to the floor. His chest heaved violently, his throat burning with dry heat. My energy is practically empty. How many of those things did we just take down? At least 500, Niu Xiaonyo muttered, leaning against the opposite wall, his hands shaking too much to form a fist as he panted heavily. Zhou Yunshin deactivated his metallic arm and looked down. Oh, fortunately the skin was unbroken. Yang summoned the absolute last of his strength to reinforce the doorway with a thin layer of earth, then closed his eyes and leaned against the wall to recover his energy. Yehan reached into his spatial storage, pulled out several bottles of mineral water, and tossed them to the 4 of them along with 4 grayish-white crystal cores. Recover as quickly as possible. We need to break through the industrial park before dark. Nighttime in the apocalypse was far more terrifying than the day. Li Kai leaned against the locker, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and gulping down more than half of it. Streams of water trickled down his jawline, but he merely wiped them away carelessly with his hand, completely unbothered. Niu Xiaonyo took the bottle, tilted his head back to drain it in one gulp, and wiped the water from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He clenched his fists, making his knuckles crack sharply. Zhou Yunshin slowly withdrew his metallized arms. The pale scratches left on his forearms by the level 3 zombie had already faded to the point of near invisibility. Massaging his sore and aching shoulders, he looked over at Yehan. Mr. Gu, I observed this area earlier. The workshop is behind the office building, and the warehouse is adjacent to its eastern side, connected by a central corridor. Most of the zombies are crammed inside the workshop. Conversely, the warehouse side is unnaturally quiet. Quiet. Yehan raised his eyes. Yes, there aren't even any wandering zombies on the periphery. It's possible the factory workers cleared out the warehouse when they evacuated early on, or there might be another reason. Zhou Yunshin spoke with caution. Why worry so much? We'll know once we go in and look. Having swallowed the crystal core, Niu Xiaonyo's stamina rapidly replenished, his fists clenching with another round of popping sounds. Yang stood up silently, brushing the dust off his trousers, maintaining his usual taciturn demeanor. Keeping their figures low, the 5 of them stealthily crept along the corridor toward the workshop. The moment they drew near, they realized Zhou Yunshin's words were indeed true. Hundreds of level 2 zombies were packed densely between the production lines and packaging stations. The rancid stench of decaying flesh mingled with the sour fermented odor of food raw materials rushed over them, making their eyes sting. Fortunately, the attention of all the zombies had been drawn away by the roaring next door. They stood with their backs turned in unison, completely oblivious to the intruders. We're in luck, their backs are all turned. We can just sweep right through them, Li Kai suggested in a hushed voice. A direct sweep consumes too much energy. Yehan shook his head. Yang use earth spikes to partition the area and lure the zombies in batches. Xiaonyo and Lao Zhou hold the entrance. Li Kai provide long-range support. Every bit of energy saved is an extra chance of survival. Before his voice could fade, Yang had already crouched down, pressing his palms flat against the ground. His earth energy surged through the concrete, and sharp earth spikes erupted from the floor, weaving a dense forest of spikes across the passage connecting the workshop and the warehouse. Zhou Yunshin abruptly yanked open the connecting door, letting in dozens of zombies before slamming it shut to block the rest. Fireballs tore through the air, heavy fists roared, and earth spikes locked targets in place. Their coordination had long since reached perfection. Through 1 round, 2 rounds, and 3 rounds of batched containment, the zombies in the workshop were soon largely cleared out. Taking advantage of the brief window while the other 4 held the door in combat, Yehan darted to the side, heading toward the rear warehouse alone. The instant the heavy iron door was pushed open, a stench of decay, several times more potent, surged out, as if dozens of corpses had been sealed in an airtight space to ferment over a long period, pungent and nauseating. The warehouse was pitched in absolute darkness. Holding a flashlight between his teeth, he swept the beam of light slowly through the gloom. Rows of towering shelves reached the ceiling, fully stocked with canned goods, compressed biscuits, and vacuum-sealed cooked foods. Everything was perfectly intact, indicating that no one had set foot here since the cataclysm. Freeing up both hands, Yehan began rapidly collecting the supplies. Box after box of food vanished, consecutively stored away into his spatial storage area, piling up alongside the grains, oils, frozen meats, and winter clothing already inside. Having swept up more than half of the warehouse's supplies, the flashlight beam swept toward the deepest part of the area. This area was completely empty. The surrounding shelves had all been knocked over and pushed against the walls, leaving a vast open space in the center. The ground was uneven and scarred, as if crushed under the sheer weight of some colossal entity. Yehan switched off the flashlight. In the darkness, sensing with mental power was far more reliable than relying on the naked eye. Yet the moment his mental power expanded, his pupils suddenly contracted. Coiled in the depths of the warehouse was a massive living entity. It was not a horde of zombies, but a single solitary being, yet its life fluctuations were layered and dense, as if countless weak life forms had been forcibly crushed, fused, and molded into a single monstrous mass. It moved. In the darkness, over a dozen pairs of turbid yellow-green eyes suddenly lit up, scattered across various parts of its body: chest, shoulders, abdomen. Every single gaze locked onto Yehan's position. Following that, distorted human faces emerged from its skin as dozens of hoarse groans intertwined into a grating, hideous din. A dense cluster of arms sprouted from its back, with thick black pus dripping continuously from their severed joints. Yehan's heart sank. He tossed the flashlight to the ground, turned on his heel to sprint, and barked a sharp warning. Everyone evacuate the warehouse immediately. Hurry. In the passage, the four of them were clearing the final batch of zombies, and they all froze upon hearing this urgent warning. The fireball Likai was releasing nearly veered off course. Brother Han, what happened in there? He was answered by a deafening crash. The iron door of the warehouse was blasted clean off its hinges as a mountain of bloated flesh forced its way out of the doorframe, cracking the brick walls on both sides instantly. It did not run or walk. Instead, its entire mass rolled forward like a giant ball of flesh, leaving a dark trail of black mucus on the ground wherever it passed. Dozens of human faces covered its body, expressing weeping, laughter, ferocity, and agony in a complex tapestry of emotions. Countless withered arms clawed forward incessantly, their fingernails scraping against the ground with a screeching sound that set teeth on edge. Likai felt his scalp tingle with dread. He instinctively took a step back, only stabilizing his stance when his back collided heavily with Yehan. Having practiced medicine for many years, he had seen countless deformed bodies and bizarre diseases, but the thing before him utterly shattered his understanding. Damn. What on earth is this thing? Fusing a bunch of zombies together. This defies all logic. A devourer, a level 5 mutated zombie. Yehan drew his tang sword, crackling blue-white lightning wrapping around his fingertips, his voice cold and solemn. Formed by a massive number of zombies devouring and fusing with one another, it carries the resentment of all the deceased. Do not look directly at its faces, or you will suffer mental pollution. The devourer's eyes locked onto Yehan as dozens of arms pushed against the ground simultaneously, sending the mountain of flesh lunging forward at extreme speed. A massive maw suddenly tore open across its abdomen, stretching from its chest down to its waist, lined with layers of chaotic fangs with remnants of shredded flesh still clinging between its teeth. Yehan dodged narrowly to the side, swinging his tang sword at the human faces on the monster's flank. The blade sliced into the flesh, releasing a torrent of rancid black blood. The struck faces shrieked in unison, dozens of voices overlapping like shards of broken glass, scraping repeatedly against the eardrums. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, he channeled his lightning energy entirely into the blade. Electric arcs surged along the sword and exploded within the mass of flesh, instantly charring several human faces so they peeled off, still twitching violently on the ground. Yet in the next second, new flesh and faces rapidly regenerated, instantly filling the void. Its regenerative ability is extremely strong. Yehan shouted urgently. Likai, concentrate your fire to burn the giant maw on its abdomen. Yang, block its path with earth spikes. Lao Zhou, use your metal ability to help me pin it down from the front. Xianyo, stay back. Close quarters combat makes it too easy to get entangled by its arms. With the orders issued, everyone sprang into action. Likai compressed his fireballs, continuously refining the dark red flames into a liquid state, and blasted them with full force, aimed straight at the gaping fissure. The fireballs exploded inside the giant maw, sending flames billowing as the devourer unleashed a shrill, agonizing shriek mingled with countless human voices. A charred, gaping hole was burned into its abdomen, with pus and blackened chunks of flesh dripping down continuously. Yang seized the opportunity, causing a series of earth spikes to erupt from the ground, trapping the mass of flesh firmly in the center. With every roll and collision, the monster was violently impaled by the spikes, unable to advance or retreat. Zhou Yunshin completely metallized his arms and charged forward, enduring the blows of several swinging arms. His military knife, infused with sharp metal energy, hacked fiercely at the dense cluster of human faces. Meanwhile, Yehan circled to the monster's rear. Countless arms turned toward him at the sound, but vines hanging from the ceiling struck, first tightly binding the flailing limbs and pulling them in all directions. Under this restraint, a dark red tumor resembling a deformed heart was fully exposed at the center of the devourer's body, pulsing rhythmically. This was its core. Found it. Yehan gripped his tang sword with both hands, channeling his lightning energy into the blade until the blue-white light grew blindingly bright. He leaped into the air and drove the sword violently into the tumor. The lightning exploded completely in the deepest depths of the monster's body. A piercing shriek rang out across the area as the massive mountain of flesh began to collapse rapidly like a punctured balloon. One by one, the arms hung limply, and the expressions on the faces froze before they peeled off, dissolving into pools of black water upon hitting the ground. The colossal body collapsed entirely, sending dark pus spreading everywhere and soaking the entire ground near the warehouse entrance. Within the ruptured core lay an egg-sized dark red crystal nucleus. Its size far exceeded that of a level 4 crystal core, and the energy inside was as thick as liquid. Yehan pried the crystal core out with the tip of his sword and stored it in his spatial storage. His chest heaved slightly as he turned to look at his companions. Li Kai slumped against the wall, panting heavily, his face pale with disgust from the black pus splashed onto his trouser legs. This thing is 100 times more disgusting than the monster at the mall. Brother Han, will these devourers keep appearing in the future? Yes, Yehan replied, wiping the black blood from his blade. After the red mist descended, the zombies began devouring each other. The denser the zombie horde, the faster they fuse. The more time they are given, the higher their level becomes. This one had already reached level 5. If left to keep devouring, it wouldn't have taken long to break through to level 6. By then, killing it wouldn't be nearly as easy. The devourer crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, the heavy sound reverberating endlessly through the desolate warehouse district. Dark brown pus seeped past the threshold and spread along the ramp of the freight corridor, merging with the dried bloodstains on the ground. The air was thick with putrid stench and a strange chemical acridity, piercing and suffocating. Yehan raised his hand and casually wiped the black blood from the tang blade's edge against the sole of his boot, then slid it back into its scabbard with a click. Just as he was about to urge the others to hurry to the next warehouse, a sudden tightness gripped his brow. His mental perception spread across the surroundings, was violently struck by a surge of aberrant energy. These were not scattered zombies, but an overwhelming wave of murderous aura. Myriad creatures poured forth simultaneously from factories and alleys in every direction of the industrial park, like ants swarming from a destroyed nest covering the land in a boundless tide. Yehan immediately expanded his spiritual sense to its limit, assessing the situation in an instant before sharply retracting it. Stop searching, move out now. Brother Han. Li Kai had just refined his spirit stone, flames still flickering faintly at his fingertips. He froze at the words. There are still several warehouses at the food factory we haven't opened yet. We could salvage tons more of canned goods and compressed biscuits. The scream of that devourer just drew the entire zombie horde from the whole industrial park. Yehan did not slow his pace, speaking rapidly. At least several thousand closing in from all sides. If we delay any longer, we'll be completely trapped here. Tens of thousands. Niu Xiaonyo clenched his fist and wiped the dirty blood from the back of his hand, asking in a rough voice. More than the batch at the garment factory last time. More than 100-fold. Zhou Yunshin's expression darkened instantly. As the team scout, he rapidly calculated routes and zombie movement speeds in his mind. Brother Gu, we're in the heart of the industrial park. The main entrance has been blocked by zombies for some time now. Returning the way we came is impossible. Not through the main gate. Yehan knew this park inside out. Every fork and passage was etched into his memory. Take the rear freight corridor leading directly to the park's back exit. Fewer zombies there. Where do we go after the back exit? Yang asked in a low voice. The provincial road to the west. There's an abandoned service area along the way. We'll make camp there for tonight. Before they had finished speaking, the zombified snarls outside the office building were already at their ears. Through the shattered window in the corridor, he watched the iron gate at the food factory's main entrance being battered endlessly by the unceasing horde, shrieking with each impact. The wire mesh hung with mangled corpses while those behind climbed over their own kind in a frenzied mad rush. Everyone move. Take the freight corridor. Yehan ordered with a deep voice. Yang, cover our rear and seal the entrance. Hold them for as long as you can. Yunshin, lead the way and clear scattered zombies. Xiaonyo, protect Yang. Li Kai, don't hold back. Use your ability at full power. He yanked open the rusted iron door, stepped aside to let the four go ahead, and covered their rear. Zhou Yunshin's arms instantly shone with cold metallic luster as he charged ahead, military blade drawn. A few level 2 zombies blocked the corridor, presumably drawn by the screams. Cold flashes flashed, each strike precise and lethal, zombies falling one after another. Niu Xiaoniu grunted behind him and unleashed a heavy punch, sending the last zombie blocking the corridor exit flying. Yang Yang was the last to burst through the corridor. He immediately crouched, pressing both palms to the ground as his earth ability erupted. Concrete raised from the floor, a half-person-high earthen wall rising instantly to block the entrance. He dared not stop, continuously channeling his ability to stack 3 more thick walls layer upon layer. Dull impact sounds echoed behind them as the charging horde slammed into the earthen wall again and again, the entire structure trembling. The wall won't hold much longer. Moved. Gu Yehan barked, leading everyone into the narrow alley between factory buildings. The alley was barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Crates and plastic baskets littered the ground, crunching underfoot. At the end of the alley stood a large peeling iron gated sign, hanging crookedly, clearly marked as the park's rear exit. Bursting through the gate, a desolate provincial road stretched before them. Fields on both sides of the road had lain abandoned for over half a year, with waist-high withered weeds swaying violently in the evening breeze. Scattered across the road were wrecked vehicles, shattered windows, and bodies scarred with claw marks and dark brown bloodstains. Scattered zombies lurked along the ditches, turning their heads at the sound. They had no time to deal with them and sprinted westward along the provincial road. After running approximately 3 kilometers, the view ahead opened up. Zhou Yunshin slowed his pace and raised his hands, signaling everyone to halt. That's the abandoned service area up ahead, with a gas station, convenience store, and repair shop. The buildings are sturdy, the safest place to rest tonight. Split up, clear the area, and set up defenses. We stay at the gas station tonight. Gu Yehan immediately assigned tasks. The 5 quickly divided their duties. Zhou Yunshin and Niu Xiaoniu swept through the repair shops on both sides. Yang Yang activated his earth ability on the spot, completely sealing the service area entrance. Gu Yehan entered the convenience store with Li Kai. The glass doors had long since shattered to the ground. The shelves were nearly empty, and crushed cans and torn snack wrappers were scattered across the floor. 2 level 1 zombies crouched in the corner, barely managing to rise. 2 fireballs screamed past and incinerated them into charred husks in an instant. Gu Yehan spread his spiritual sense across the entire space, confirmed no remaining threats, and then retrieved drinking water and compressed biscuits from his storage dimension, placing them on the counter. Set up night watches. First shift me and Yunshin. Second shift Li Kai and Yang Yang. Third shift me and Xiaoniu. Rest up while you can. Li Kai unscrewed the mineral water bottle and drank deeply, leaning his back against the cold wall and gasping for breath. Brother Han, you mentioned earlier that there was more than one devourer. Should we use drones for reconnaissance next time we enter densely populated factory zones, to avoid walking into that kind of trap? It's not just factories, Gu Yehan said, picking up a spirit stone and closing his eyes to absorb its energy in calm tones. Warehouses, underground storage tunnels. All enclosed spaces are high-risk zones. The denser the zombie population, the faster devourers are born. Then the Tsuaping Mountain Granary. Zhou Yunshin began, brows furrowed. It's an underground storage facility with extreme enclosure. The zombie density won't be any lower than here. Gu Yehan opened his eyes. Rest well tonight. Before we depart tomorrow, finalize all contingency plans. Outside the window, night had completely swallowed the world. Intermittent zombie howls echoed along the provincial road, soon swallowed by the evening wind. Faint fires flickered in the distant industrial park. Without a doubt, Yang Yang's earthen wall had ultimately failed to hold back the tens of thousands strong horde. They had left the pursuing force far behind. Gradually, silence settled within the convenience store. Yang Yang huddled in a corner, still clutching half a spirit stone he had not fully absorbed, resting with his eyes closed. Exhausted as they were, no one relaxed completely. In the darkness, everyone remained vigilant. The wilderness night was fraught with danger, and their next fierce battle had only just begun. Li Kai and Yang Yang had just finished their shift change when night covered the service area. Yang Yang followed his routine of scanning the perimeter, but his gaze suddenly froze on the green belt and his steps stopped. He lightly nudged Li Kai with his elbow, his voice low and laced with surprise. Look over there, something's wrong. After staying in Yunya village for so long, they had grown accustomed to all kinds of mutated plants, the old locust trees that could hurl leaves as blades, the ivy that could bind and ensnare enemies, even the pomelo trees that could throw hard objects. All of them had fearsome reputations. Yet this sight before them was something they had never encountered before. A sea of sunflowers grew in the green belt, their blooms as large as wash basins, petals overflowing with plump seeds visible under the moonlight. Plant mutations after the crimson mist had descended were nothing unusual. What was truly eerie was 2 of them. They had actually uprooted themselves from the soil, their fine roots gripping the ground like octopus tentacles as they silently crept toward the convenience store. Every few steps, the massive flower head would sway side to side, clearly scanning the surroundings warily. Don't make a sound. Let's see what they want first. Li Kai immediately raised a finger to his lips, a flicker of interest in his eyes. He was no longer afraid of these sentient mutated plants. In fact, he found them fascinating. They had previously stumbled upon honeysuckle secretly migrating their nests in the dead of night, and now here were walking sunflowers. It was a pity the network was down, or he would have loved to capture this for posterity. The two stood quietly by the window watching. The two sunflowers slowly made their way to beneath the window. One tilted its flower head, confirming the two people inside hadn't moved, then extended a thread-thin root from beneath the bloom, slowly reaching into the half-empty water bottle Li Kai had left on the windowsill. The water level in the bottle dropped visibly. Within just 2 minutes, the entire bottle was drained dry. The other one followed suit, sending its root into Yang's cup and sucking it empty in moments. Satisfied, the two sunflowers moved with more energy and began to retract their roots to head back. But as their flower heads turned, they were met with a pair of smiling eyes. Li Kai had somehow climbed out the window and was crouching on the ground, chin resting on his hands, grinning as he blocked their path. "Good evening, ladies." The two sunflowers froze on the spot. Beneath the enormous flower head, petals and leaves wove together into a tiny face about the size of a fist. Two dark brown sunflower seeds served as eyes, and a narrow slit formed a mouth. Delicate roots clung tightly to the stem, and the entire plant trembled slightly. "Don't kill us. We're just so thirsty, we only wanted some water. We mean no harm." The delicate voice came from beneath the flower head, timid and filled with panic. Li Kai found this amusing and reached out to gently poke the soft petals, which felt like fluffy cloth. "Sunflowers take root in the ground. Doesn't the water below keep them hydrated? How could you be thirsty?" The seed-like eyes blinked and the flower head swayed gently. "The water underground was contaminated long ago. Once we absorb it, we become rabid and can't help but attack living things nearby." Its tone was filled with helplessness. Many of our companions fell victim to it. Their intelligence was devoured by the zombie virus, and eventually they couldn't even recognize their own kind. We can only wait for rain, but it hasn't rained in ages. In this area, are you two the only ones who have awakened? Yehan's voice suddenly came from the entrance of the convenience store. He had been awake since the sunflowers extended their roots for water, watching from the shadows. The sunflower quickly turned its head toward the hill behind the service area. "Not just us. Look over there." Moonlight washed over the hillside where hundreds of sunflowers stood densely packed, all their heads turned toward the convenience store. Most of the plants still couldn't leave the soil or speak, but they could already turn their heads in response to light and sound. A rough estimate showed at least dozens had reached the level of Tier 3 mutated plants. Yehan's gaze swept across the entire sunflower field, and he had already made up his mind. These sentient mutated plants had keen tracking abilities. If brought back to Yenya village, they could strengthen the base's defenses and serve as natural sentries, far surpassing the vision of previous mutated flora. But if they stayed here, they would eventually be corroded by the contaminated water and devolve into out-of-control mutated monsters. He walked forward slowly and crouched down, his tone softer than usual. "Come with us. We have an endless supply of clean water at our base." Li Kai raised an eyebrow beside him. This tone sounded just like how he used to coax frightened children at the hospital before vaccinations. Yang, pretending to keep watch from the windowsill, acted as if he hadn't heard and silently resumed his vigil over the perimeter. "Really? There's clean water?" The sunflower's small face peeked out again, its eyes full of hope. The image of its companions mutating one after another was still fresh in its mind, and it feared it might be next. "It's a promise. But we're the only two that can move. Our companions can't follow. We can't abandon them." The sunflower's head drooped with worry. "That's not a concern." Yehan stepped out in a coat, his left arm still bandaged. Even during rest, the seasoned scout remained alert. "When I came in, I noticed quite a few flower pots stacked at the back of the service area. We can transplant the plants into them and transport them all by vehicle." "That's doable." Yehan nodded. Yehan always scouted the surrounding supplies before arriving anywhere, his attention to detail invariably thorough. Just then the other smaller sunflower, which had remained silent, spoke softly. Do you want brown water? It just doesn't taste very good." "Brown water? What's that?" "You mean the fuel from the gas station storage tanks?" Li Kai reacted quickly. During the daytime cleanup, he had seen the pumps and lamented that the tanks were already empty. Now it clicked. Could there still be stockpiles underground? Yes, that's it. So much of it all hidden underground. The little sunflower swung its head excitedly. Yehan's eyes narrowed. Fuel was the most critical resource for the base. With winter approaching, generators, vehicles, and heating systems all depended on it, and the reserves in his storage space wouldn't last the entire season. "Take us there." The two sunflowers immediately turned around, their roots shuffling across the ground in somewhat comical steps, their flower heads bobbing with each movement. The group followed behind, crossing the empty parking lot and going around a half-collapsed billboard, finally stopping before a patch of overgrown weeds. Hidden among the weeds was a rusted iron door, its lock long decayed. Yehan activated his metal ability and easily twisted off the latch, pushing the door open. A downward slope stretched into darkness, the pungent smell of gasoline and diesel hitting them and making them frown slightly. At the bottom, a sizable underground oil depot appeared before them. 7 large storage tanks were neatly arranged on concrete bases, their labels long faded. 5 held diesel, 2 were filled with gasoline. All full. These weren't the small tanks of a regular gas station. They belonged to a logistics park fleet, making this a medium-sized depot with substantial reserves. Niu Xiaonyo looked up at the massive tanks and whistled. With all this, how long will it last us? If we use it sparingly, it'll easily last several years. Gu Yehan placed his hand against the tank's surface, and with a thought, the entire storage tank and its contents vanished, instantly absorbed into his space. With a few quick motions, all 7 tanks were stored. In his storage space, a dedicated fuel zone had miraculously appeared. The 2 sunflowers gawked in awe, as if witnessing an incredible magic trick. Is the brown water all collected? Everything secured. Let's go gather your companions. Time to move, Gu Yehan said. As everyone turned to head back and transplant the sunflowers, a low growl echoed from somewhere in the distance, followed by the sound of clumsy footsteps. Zombies were approaching. Li Kai's expression turned serious, flames igniting quietly in his palm. Looks like we need to clear out these troubles before we move. Gu Yehan was the first to step out of the underground oil depot. 2 sunflowers shuffled along the ground toward him, their thick roots gently hooking onto his trouser legs as they hid behind him, one on his left and one on his right. Their massive flower heads pressed tightly against his calves, revealing only a quiet crescent of golden petals. Though they had known each other for barely an hour, they instinctively trusted this human. The aura he radiated was like soil thoroughly baked by the blazing sun, clean, warm, and deeply comforting. Just as the group stepped outside the gas station, Zhou Yunshin, walking at the very front, abruptly halted his steps. On the provincial highway ahead, a middle-aged man was sprinting for his life. Behind him, a massive swarming horde of zombies pursued relentlessly, the dark mass of the undead stretching all the way from the far end of the road to the entrance of the gas station, numbering at least several hundred upon a rough estimate. Hoarse shrieks and growls rose and fell, clogging the entire highway to a complete standstill. The man had clearly awakened a speed ability. His strides were light and swift, and he could have easily left the zombies far behind in the dust. Yet strangely, whenever he pulled ahead by a few dozen meters, he would deliberately slow down, even stopping to catch his breath for a few seconds, waiting for the horde to draw near before bolting once more. This was far from a desperate escape. He was clearly luring the monsters on purpose. What is this guy doing? Taking zombies out for a stroll? Li Kai leaned against the convenience store doorframe, raising an eyebrow in amusement. What do you know? He's luring the zombies. I saw someone do this back in Chongqing. Niu Xiaonyo chimed in, immediately, a hint of smugness in his voice. Li Kai and Yang Yang cast sideways glances at him simultaneously, their expressions teasing, as if looking at a child eager to show off a newly learned piece of trivia. Look at his hand. Zhou Yunshin said, his gaze darkening as he locked onto the man's dangling left hand. A deep, flesh-bearing wound on his palm was still oozing blood, dark red droplets dripping down through his fingers and splattering onto the pavement. He had intentionally cut himself, using his blood as bait to draw the entire horde of zombies elsewhere. He won't last much longer, Zhou Yunshin murmured. A speed ability was already incredibly taxing on physical strength, and with the continuous blood loss, this man was surviving purely on sheer determination. Li Kai understood, turning to Gu Yehan. Brother Han, are we saving him? He had seen it clearly just now. The man was originally running toward the gas station, but upon spotting lights and figures inside, he had abruptly veered away, choosing to suffer more himself rather than bring the undead disaster upon innocent bystanders. For this alone, he was worth saving. Save him, Gu Yehan replied decisively, without a shred of hesitation. Had the man cared only for his own survival and barged in knowing people were here, Gu Yehan would never have shown mercy. But the man chose to bypass them. Such decency deserved a chance at survival. Instantly, the 5 of them sprang into action. Yang Yang pressed both palms to the ground, and his earth ability erupted violently. A row of razor-sharp spikes suddenly rose from the road, instantly impaling the dozen leading zombies. As the rear of the horde surged forward, the entire swarm fell into chaotic disarray. Right after, Li Kai raised his hand and hurled several fireballs. Golden red flames exploded in the densest part of the crowd, instantly engulfing a vast number of monsters. Zhou Yunshin condensed metallic arm blades while Niu Xiaonyo tensed his muscles. Guarding the flanks on the left and right, the 2 of them dispatched the scattered zombies that managed to break through the barriers one by one. Gu Yehan pointed forward, and a bolt of azure lightning crashed down with a deafening roar. Electric arcs surged wildly through the horde, the crackling of current echoing across the entire provincial highway as zombies collapsed in heaps wherever the electric light traveled. Within moments, the majority of the hundreds of zombies were wiped out, leaving only a few scattered stragglers that posed no threat. On the other side, Han Tai had long since reached his limit. Blood loss caused his vision to fade to black in waves, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Every step he took pulled at the wound on his palm, sending agonizing pain shooting through him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to push through one last stretch to lure the zombies further into the wilderness, intending to find a quiet corner to fend for himself and await his end. Just then, a blinding blue light erupted behind him, and the relentless shrieks abruptly fell silent one after another. Hantai instinctively looked back only to see the zombies that had been rampaging along the road collapsing in droves. Peering through the dust and smoke, he saw Yehan standing at the entrance of the gas station, lingering sparks of electricity still dancing around his fingertips. It was him, Boss Gu, who had led the construction team in Yunya village over a month ago. Though the schedule had been tight, the wages were paid double, and he had even slipped them a bonus for their hard work before leaving. Having traveled far and wide building houses for 20 years, he had met all kinds of employers, but this young man alone was so exceptionally generous and kind-hearted that he remained deeply etched in his memory. Boss Gu. Hantai stumbled forward, supporting himself on his knees as he gasped for air. Do you two know each other? Li Kai asked, walking over as he deactivated his ability. Yehan looked at the thin, haggard man before him, covered in dust and blood, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. How did you end up here? Hantai wiped the grime of sweat and blood from his face with his rough sleeve, haltingly recounting his experiences over the past few weeks. When he returned from Yunya village, he had remembered Yehan's warning and spent all his savings on food and supplies, packing his cellar to the brim, enough to sustain his family for more than half a year. When the apocalypse struck, he managed to keep his wife and child safe and fed using these stockpiles. But in a chaotic world, supplies were the root of all trouble. At first neighbors came to beg, then thugs came to plunder, and eventually people broke in with knives. Although he had awakened a speed ability and could run fast, his wife and child could not. After their home was completely looted, he had no choice but to flee with his family and close fellow workers. The group hid in an abandoned house intending to rest, but unexpectedly found themselves surrounded by zombies. Of the entire group, he was the only one who had awakened an ability. The others had no way to protect themselves. In sheer desperation, he steeled himself to slash his palm, using his blood to lure the horde away so his companions could escape from the other side. I originally wanted to hide in the gas station to lose the zombies, but once I saw people inside, I quickly detoured. Hantai panted, the wound on his palm still bleeding. I couldn't bring calamity upon others. Li Kai looked at him and gave him a sincere thumbs up. Having traveled through the apocalypse, he had seen too many people turn on each other for a bite of food or push their companions into hordes to save themselves. Such noble self-sacrifice was truly rare. Yehan's expression turned serious as he cut straight to the chase. Where are your family and workers now? In an abandoned house about 20 kilometers ahead. I'll take you there. Hantai tore off a piece of his shirt hem, haphazardly wrapping his bleeding palm. The moment he thought of the companions left behind, his heart leaped into his throat. The group consisted entirely of ordinary people. If more zombies attacked, they would be utterly defenseless. Yehan nodded slightly and waved his hand, summoning a heavy open-top truck from his spatial inventory. The truck bed was spacious, perfectly suited for transporting the sunflowers. Li Kai and Yang immediately set to work moving and loading the potted sunflowers. Niu Xiaoniu, possessing extraordinary strength, could carry 4 pots at once. The 2 lively sunflowers crouched by the truck, their slender roots wrapping around the pots to help pass them up, their golden flower heads swaying gently with their movements, looking delightfully endearing. Can the truck hold them all? Niu Xiaoniu asked, clapping the dirt off his hands after placing the last pot. It's a perfect fit, Zhou Yunshin replied after finishing the count. Over 100 pots of sunflowers were neatly arranged, all their flower heads facing the same direction. Yehan filled the fuel tank with the gasoline collected from the oil depot, carefully inspected the tires and chassis, and then tossed the keys to Yang. You drive the heavy truck and Xiaoniu will ride shotgun to escort the cargo. Li Kai, Lao Zhou follow me in the SUV to clear the path. Guarded by 2 modified SUVs, the heavy truck laden with sunflowers let out a low rumble from its engine as the convoy sped westward along the provincial highway. The headlights tore through the thick darkness. Abandoned vehicles and scattered zombies along the roadside were swept by the beams, but before they could even react, the convoy had already roared past. Hantai sat in the back of the SUV, his bandaged left hand throbbing with pain as his eyes stared intently into the darkness ahead. 20 kilometers would have been a brief journey in the past, but in the peril-laden apocalypse, every single kilometer hid unknown dangers. Would those wicked plunderers still be lingering nearby? Could the companions left behind hold out safely until they arrived? His wife's fever showed no signs of subsiding, and with only 1 fever-reducing pill left, she wouldn't last long. Though the vehicle was traveling at maximum speed to Hantai, it still felt agonizingly slow. The abandoned houses on both sides of the road flashed past in the headlights, casting heavy shadows. His body was tense, and his gaze never wavered, waiting with a heart full of anxiety for the outline of that temporary shelter to emerge from the endless darkness. Hantai violently pushed open the half-ajar courtyard gate. Amidst a sharp creaking sound, over a dozen figures immediately surged out from various corners of the abandoned courtyard, men, women, young and old, crowding together. Walking at the very front was his wife, Lu Hohat. In her early 40s, she wore a faded coarse cloth apron around her waist, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Cold water droplets still clung to her hands, indicating she had just been washing clothes with stored rainwater. The youth closely following her was their son Han Chao. Around 17 or 18, he already stood more than a head taller than his mother. Though his frame was so emaciated that his cheekbones protruded sharply, his spine remained resolutely straight. Had the apocalypse not arrived in another 6 months, this youth, who should have been sitting in a high school classroom solving test prep questions, would have been stepping into the college entrance examination hall. Old Han, why is your hand bleeding? Lu Hohat stepped forward, hastily clutching Han Tai's left hand. The makeshift strip of cloth wrapped around his palm was already saturated with blood, dark red droplets still seeping continuously through the seams. It's nothing, just a small scratch. The bleeding has already stopped. Han Tai instinctively pulled his hand back, unwilling to let his family see the state of the wound. You still say it's nothing? This gash is so deep I can see the bone. Lu Hohat's eyes instantly welled with red, yet in front of the courtyard full of people, she forcefully held back her tears. Gripping her husband's wrist tightly, she turned and called out in a loud voice. Chow Chow, help your father inside. Sisters, please help boil some hot water. Han Chow quickly walked to his father's side, reaching out to steadily support his arm. Just earlier, he had waited behind the door for a full 2 hours, watching the roaring horde of corpses recede into the distance. Though he forced an air of composure on his face, his fingertips could not help but tremble slightly now. Han Tai patted the back of his son's hand, his tone feigning lightheartedness. It's no big deal. Your dad is tough. Oh, I won't die. Don't pull such a long face. The other dozen or so people in the courtyard were all acquaintances who had previously worked with Han Tai in Yunya village. Old Lee the bricklayer, Old Zhang the tiler, and the young lads who had dug the earthwork in the basement back then were all hiding here with their families. Their faces covered in dust were haggard from enduring the chaotic world. Seeing Gu Yehan step down from the vehicle, several workers quickly stood up straight, nodding in polite, reserved greeting. They remembered this young employer. Back then, when the schedule was tight, he had not only doubled their wages, but also slipped them extra pocket money for their hard work before leaving. He was a genuinely decent and generous man. Gu Yehan's gaze swept over the crowd. More than a month into the apocalypse, the state of these people was even worse than when they had been rushing construction day and night. Everyone wore tattered clothes, their faces shrouded in grime, and their lips dry and cracked. Old Lee held his 3-year-old granddaughter in his arms. The child's cheeks were sunken from hunger, and she lay listlessly on her grandfather's shoulder, lacking even the strength to open her eyes. Old Zhang's wife held the hand of a boy over 2 years old. An oversized coat hung loosely on the child, its sleeves rolled up layer after layer. The little fellow bit his finger timidly, sizing up the unfamiliar Gu Yehan. Han Tai, go inside and settle down first. Gu Yehan cast a glance at Zhou Yunshin. The two walked over to the trunk of the off-road vehicle, with Zhou Yunshin shifting his body to block the view of the people in the courtyard. Shielded by the vehicle's body, Gu Yehan silently retrieved entire cases of bottled water, instant noodles, and milk from his storage space, finally adding a small bag of rice flour and a few potatoes. Zhou Yunshin stepped forward to help, and together they carried the supplies into the courtyard. Boss Gu, this is absolutely unacceptable, Han Tai said, waving his hands repeatedly with an uneasy expression. We still have a bit of food left. You're the ones running around and risking your lives out there. You should keep these things. Behind him, the workers also stepped back one after another, none of them daring to come forward. Old Lee held his granddaughter tighter in his arms, and Old Zhang instinctively shielded his little grandson behind him. A few children stared intently at the sweet milk. The youngest boy was salivating with longing, yet held back by his elder's hand, he stood quietly in place. Not a single person stepped forward to scramble for it. Uncle Han, don't be strangers. Li Kai hopped down from the back seat, slapping the dust off his hands in an easygoing and warm manner. The sky is about to brighten, and we still have to hit the road soon. It's the perfect time to grab a bite together. Let's all pitch in to cook some noodles. I'm practically starving to death. These words instantly broke the awkwardness. Lu Hohat wiped the corner of her eyes and called upon the women in the courtyard to start working. Some moved stones to build a makeshift stove, others squatted by the well to wash potatoes. The older children helped gather firewood, and the younger ones handed over items to assist. Having endured desperate straits for so long, this group had already formed a sense of discipline, remaining orderly and well-behaved. Standing under the veranda, Han Tai stared at the piled supplies, complex emotions churning in his chest. His lips parted and closed repeatedly. His face flushed a deep crimson, and he gripped his trouser legs tightly, his knuckles turning white. Taking a deep breath, he finally stepped forward. Bosco, I have something I want to say to you. Speak, Gu Yehan said, leaning against the car door with his arms crossed, his expression calm. Han Tai turned his head to look at his wife boiling water, then at his son squatting by the fire to gather wood, and finally at his fellow workers and their families behind him, who depended on each other for survival, as if wagering his entire life. Bosco, I beg you to take us in. We don't eat much, a 1 meal a day is enough. I can lay bricks, lay foundations, and do all kinds of heavy manual labor. We absolutely won't live off you for nothing. As his words fell, Old Lee shuffled forward a couple of steps, cradling his granddaughter, his hoarse voice filled with supplication. Even at my age, I can still carry bricks. My granddaughter is young, she can survive on just half a bowl of porridge. I can fix plumbing and electricity. I can operate an excavator. I can handle farm work and orchard management. The crowd spoke up one after another, their voices urgent, terrified that a moment's delay would cost them their sole path to survival. Leaning against the front of the car, Li Kai's gaze fell on Gu Yehan as he lightly tapped his fingers against the chassis, waiting for what would follow. We have urgent matters to attend to right now, so we cannot take you with us for the time being, Gu Yehan spoke. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere in the courtyard instantly froze. Han Tai's lips trembled violently. Old Zhang held the child in his arms even tighter, and Lu Hohat's hand, holding the spatula, froze midair. Everyone's heart sank. Just as despair washed over everyone's faces, Gu Yehan continued. Once we finish our business, we will come back to fetch you. This brief sentence was like parting the dense dark clouds of the sky. Han Tai froze for a few seconds before nodding vigorously. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he turned to the entire courtyard and shouted, "Everyone, did you hear that? Boss Gu has promised. He will come back to take us with him." Smiles that had been suppressed for so long finally crept onto everyone's faces. Old Zhang wiped the corner of his eyes and lowered his head to affectionately nuzzle his grandson's forehead. Seeing her grandfather smile, the little girl in old Li's arms also grinned, revealing a mouthful of tender baby teeth. The water on the stove boiled with a bubbling sound, and the instant noodles and diced potatoes were tossed into the pot together. A rich aroma spread along with the steam. In the resource-starved apocalypse, this was the most enticing scent in the world. The children gathered obediently around the stove, standing on their tiptoes to peer inside. Lu Hohat broke off half a biscuit and handed it to the youngest boy. Holding the food, the little fellow squatted on the threshold, taking small nibbles. The women first served warm water to the elderly, the children, and the injured Han Tai, before finally tending to themselves. Han Xiao walked over carrying 2 bowls of steaming noodles, handing one to his father and gently placing the other on the hood of the off-road vehicle. He did not speak, but merely bowed deeply to Gu Yehan before turning to walk away in silence. This child has a quiet nature. He endured more than half a year of his senior high school year, and once the apocalypse hit, he spoke even less. Han Tai picked up his bowl of noodles, staring at his son's retreating back with a tone full of helplessness. Senior year. Li Kai stirred the noodles in his bowl, unable to help but recall his own past days of arduous study. He had studied all the way to a doctorate and had just become an attending physician when the apocalyptic catastrophe struck. Gu Yehan straightened up his expression, returning to seriousness. Han Tai, stay here with peace of mind. Keep the doors and windows tightly shut, try not to go outside, and do not make any noise unless absolutely necessary. When we return, we will sound the horn in a pattern of 2 long honks and 1 short honk as a signal. Only open the door when you hear that sound. Rest assured we have committed it to memory, Han Tai responded solemnly. Yang do a lap around the courtyard to inspect it and reinforce any weak spots. Holding his noodle bowl, Yang quickly patrolled the entire courtyard, reaching out to tap the walls and windows. The back window wall is too thin, we should seal it off directly with an earthen wall. The courtyard gate is also a bit weak, so I will add a layer of earth shield. There is also a cellar in the backyard. If danger truly strikes, the elderly and children can temporarily hide inside, Han Tai added. The cellar isn't deep enough, it won't stop zombies. Zhou Yinshin frowned as he warned. I'll dig it deeper and reinforce it while I'm at it. Yang wolfed down the remaining noodles in a few bites, set aside his bowl and chopsticks, and immediately set to work. The horizon gradually paled to a fishbelly white as the morning light pierced through the night. The cooking smoke in the courtyard slowly dissipated into the wind. The courtyard walls, gate, and cellar were all fully reinforced. Gu Yehan retrieved a few old blankets to cover the elderly and children sleeping soundly in the cellar. Lu Hohat carefully covered the remaining noodle broth to save for lunch. Old Li sat on the steps, holding a shovel, guarding the courtyard gate, his gaze warily scanning the outside. Han Xiao leaned against the doorframe, using the morning light to flip through a dog-eared booklet of Science Comprehensive Exam questions, the page resting on the organic chemistry section. Passing by, Li Kai stopped in his tracks and patted the youth's shoulder. Forget about the college entrance exam, stop gnawing on these. Once we get to Yenya village, I'll find you some medical books. You can study medicine and look after the health of the villagers from now on. Let's move. Gu Yehan pulled open the car door. The engines of the 2 vehicles roared to life, driving westward along the provincial highway beneath the morning light. In the rearview mirror, Han Tai stood at the courtyard entrance, watching the vehicles recede into the distance. Behind him, the courtyard gate, reinforced with the earth shield, firmly protected the hopes of everyone inside. My God, this is spectacular. Li Kai clung to the car window, his head tilted back high, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. At the end of their line of sight, a massive storage area unfolded along the mountain slopes, with over a dozen cylindrical granaries lined up in succession, each standing as tall as several stories. The grayish-white concrete silos were sturdy and heavy-capped, with rust-red hemispherical steel roofs. Crisscrossing aerial conveyor belts were suspended between the silos, spanning the air like a series of steel bridges. The grain stored here accounted for a full third of the nation's 3-year rations. Hundreds of millions of tons of crops lay quietly dormant inside these cement giants, waiting to be transported away. In the back seat, Niu Xiaonyo also poked his head out, his eyes wide and shining with excitement. Holy cow. If we empty this place out, we won't have to worry about food for this lifetime or the next. He was truly terrified of starving. Before the apocalypse, back in the recruit company, he would eat 6 steamed buns in one meal and still be advised by his squad leader to save some after the apocalypse arrived. He had survived on a single compressed biscuit a day, even dreaming of gnawing on meat. Now staring at the granaries filling his vision, it was as if he were looking at mountains of feasts and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. Stop dawdling, let's get inside. Li Kai had already placed his hand on the door handle, eager to rush out. However, Gu Yehan's expression turned grim and his entire body suddenly tensed. Just moments ago, when his spiritual sense swept across the area, a dense, bizarre fluctuation violently surged forward. It was not zombies, and the individual entities were extremely small, yet their sheer numbers instantly obstructed his spiritual sense. The fluctuation poured out from a mountain crevice behind the granaries, rapidly closing in on the convoy. The ease on his face vanished, replaced by an alarmingly dark expression. Old Joe, where's the entrance? Before his voice could fade, Gu Yehan shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle's tires spun in place on the gravel before launching forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhou Yunshin did not dare to ask questions and immediately floored the gas pedal to follow. As the truck trailed the lead vehicle into the main road of the granary, he instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, and his heart instantly constricted. A dark, dense mass was surging from the direction of the mountains. Shapeless and resembling a flowing black cloud, it rolled rapidly along the ground, its speed far exceeding that of the modified vehicles. Brother Han, what is that? Li Kai saw it too, his voice cracking. Zombie bees, Gu Yehan spat out through clenched teeth. In his past life during the apocalypse, he had witnessed this horror firsthand. Individually, they were only the size of an adult's thumb, but they gathered by the thousands and tens of thousands. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass remained, and even ordinary zombies would be gnawed down to bare bones. They did not rely on venomous stingers to kill. Their victory lay in sheer numbers. Swarming into ears, noses, and mouths, they devoured flesh from the inside out. Back then, a well-equipped level 6 ability team, which even included a level 5 fire attribute powerhouse, could not last 3 minutes against the swarm, eventually being reduced entirely to skeletal remains. Bees can mutate into zombies. They're so tiny, how much of a threat could they? Before Niu Xiaoniu could finish his sentence, a dull thud slammed hard against the rear windshield. A small grayish-black insect clung tightly to the glass, its translucent wings vibrating incessantly. Its bloated abdomen was blackened, and its dark red compound eyes gleamed with deathly stillness. Its 6 legs gripped the glass firmly, as its sharp mouthparts repeatedly gnawed at the surface. Right after a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, the entire rear window was covered with zombie bees. The rustling sound of wings rubbing against the glass was dense and piercing, like someone scraping sandpaper against everyone's eardrums. Well done, Xiaoniu. Your mouth is practically a jinx. Li Kai gave a bitter laugh. 2 fireballs surged in his palms, but he did not dare to throw them backward. The interior of the vehicle was cramped. If a fire ignited, they would be the first to suffer. Zhou Yunshin's urgent voice came through the walkie-talkie. The entrance is right beneath the 3rd granary ahead. The underground passage connects all the silos. Turn left, there's a slope ahead, drive down. Gu Yehan spun the steering wheel sharply. The tires screeched piercingly against the ground as the front of the car headed straight down the slope. At the bottom stood a heavy steel blast door, its electronic lock long dead from a power outage. Zhou Yunshin leaped down from the truck. His metallized arm smashed violently against the lock, his metal attribute ability shattering the internal cylinder. Exerting force with both arms, he forced the heavy blast door open, creating a gap just wide enough for the vehicles to pass. Get in quickly. The swarm is less than 50 meters away. Yang landed at the same time, pressing both hands onto the ground. 3 thick earth walls rose abruptly, layering themselves as barriers on the slope. Just as the earth walls took shape, the cloud-like swarm of bees crashed into them with a roar. The dense, rapid impact sounds resembled a torrential downpour battering against sheet metal. The off-road vehicle and the truck rushed into the passage one after the other. Gu Yehan was the last to get out, pressing his hands against the inside of the blast door to pull it shut with all his might. The moment the gap closed, he clearly saw the outermost earth wall being gnawed through and disintegrating at a visible rate under the swarm. With a resounding crash, the blast door shut completely, instantly shutting out all the noise from the outside world. The passage plunged into pitch darkness, leaving only the heavy, ragged breathing of the group. Gu Yehan retrieved an emergency light from his storage space and switched it on. The stark white light illuminated the spacious underground transportation passage. Thick reinforced concrete walls lined both sides, while overhead pipelines and conveyor belts crisscrossed. The ground was paved with moisture-proof asphalt, making it exceptionally sturdy. Li Kai leaned against the wall, panting heavily. This place looks incredibly solid. This is a national first-class strategic grain reserve. It's built to withstand magnitude 8 earthquakes and biochemical attacks. A swarm of mutated bees won't be able to chew through this concrete. Zhou Yunshin felt along the wall in the light, soon stopping at a certain area. This side is the power distribution room. As long as we start the backup generator, we can connect to the main control room and open all the granary gates at once. The fuel and reserve facilities is meant for long-term storage. It's only been a little over a month since the apocalypse, so the generator will definitely work. Yehan walked over and entered the power distribution room with Zhou Yunshin. Zhou Yunshin channeled his metal attribute ability to inspect the wiring. Once confirmed, he pressed the start button according to the panel prompts. A buzzing motor hummed through the power distribution room. In the next second, the lights throughout the entire passage flickered in succession, turning on one by one. Blinding white light flooded the underground passage, instantly illuminating the previously dark space. Niu Xiaoniu looked up at the rows of light tubes overhead, his face full of wonder. The main control room is ahead. Let's go. Zhou Yunshin took the lead while Yang Yang followed closely behind, using his earth attribute ability to reinforce the ceiling walls and ventilation shafts at regular intervals to prevent the swarm from slipping in for a surprise attack. At the end of the passage was the main control room, where rows of instrument panels and monitoring screens had fully resumed operation. The screens clearly displayed real-time data for the 12 silos' temperature, humidity, and inventory levels. Every single granary was packed to the brim without a single empty space. Silos 1 through 12 are completely full. Rice, wheat, corn, soybeans, flour, everything is here. By a rough estimate, the reserves are at least tens of millions of tons. Zhou Yunshin quickly scanned the data and announced. Li Kai let out a loud whistle, turning his head to look at Gu Yehan. Brother Han, which ones are we taking? Gu Yehan walked to the control console, placed his hand on the master switch, and pushed it upward forcefully. The rumbling sound of mechanical operation echoed in succession as the gates at the bottom of the dozen silos opened simultaneously. Golden grains of wheat and plump, white grains of rice surged down the conveyor channels like a golden torrent, converging toward the main passage. With a calm gaze, he said, enunciating every word, "Take everything." Gu Yehan stored the last grain silo into his spatial storage. Within the transport passage, the accumulated wheat grains had already reached calf height. The conveyor belt ground to a halt and golden grains tumbled down the slope continuously, their rustling filling the entire subterranean corridor. With so much grain, even if our Yunya village eats to our heart's content every single meal, it would last us until our next lives. Niu Xiaoniu bent down to scoop up a handful of wheat. Watching the grain slip through his fingers, a radiant smile bloomed on his face, his eyes brimming with pure satisfaction. Don't celebrate too early. Li Kai leaned against the control console, a flickering ember dancing at his fingertips, his tone heavy with gravity. There are still zombie bees blocking the exit. We cannot leave at all right now. Although his fire attribute ability had mostly recovered, the mere thought of the overwhelming swarm outside made his spine tingle with tension. Zhou Yunshin extended his finger, tracing a simple schematic of the granary on the console panel. Bees are active by day and rest by night. The zombie bees should be no different. It is already evening. In a few hours, when darkness falls, they will return to their nest. We can then make our escape by detouring through the back mountain. Perfect. Let's take this opportunity to rest and recuperate. Once the swarm retreats, we will depart under the cover of night. Gu Yehan's words abruptly cut off. It was not the bees. His acute spiritual perception caught an anomaly as a faint, unsettling vibration rippled through the ground beneath their feet. Something was burrowing upward from the depths of the foundation, far denser in number than the bee swarm and larger in size, heading directly toward the ground beneath them. The tremor grew from a faint vibration to a violent shudder. Initially resembling the distant thud of a wall being struck, it rapidly intensified within moments. The vibrations surged from the soles of their feet up to their knees, leaving their entire bodies slightly numb. Something is underground. Gu Yehan whipped his arm back violently, pulling Niu Xiaoniu away. The moment they regained their footing, the concrete ground where Niu Xiaoniu had just been standing erupted with a deafening blast. The entire concrete slab was violently pried upward from below, sending jagged shards of concrete flying in all directions. A black torrent surged from the fissures. Thumb-sized pitch-black ants emerged, their rigid carapaces gleaming with a cold luster as their menacing mandibles snapped continuously, producing sharp, clicking sounds. They were mutated ants. As far as the eye could see, their numbers were countless, easily exceeding tens of thousands. Yang Yang squatted by the crack and cast a swift glance. His earth attribute ability allowed him to perceive the subterranean situation clearly, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. This is bad. These ants have completely hollowed out the granary's foundation. The entire area below is a massive nest. It's not just here. The foundation has been breached in 6 different directions simultaneously. 6 directions? Only 4 of us can fight. Li Kai's expression darkened as he raised his hand, instantly condensing a blazing fireball. My fire ability is at a severe disadvantage against these swarming pests. If I incinerate dozens, hundreds more will instantly rush to replace them. The fireball crashed down with a roar, turning waves of ants to ash, but the black tide behind them surged forward relentlessly, instantly filling the void. The defensive power of these mutated ants' carapaces was incredibly formidable. Even the level 2 individuals managed to endure the searing heat of his level 4 flames. Though their bodies were charred black, they still struggled to crawl forward half a meter before finally expiring. Zhou Yunshin activated his metal-transmuted arm, striking the ground with immense force. Each blow pulverized a vast swath of ants and left deep craters, yet the insect swarm flowed like an endless tide impossible to extinguish. Niu Xiaonyo's heavy fist slammed into the ground, scattering debris, but the impact felt like a mere tickle to the swarming ants. In his desperation, he ripped off his jacket to use as a makeshift broom, sweeping them away while stomping furiously. Before long, the soles of his shoes were shredded by the hard, jagged carapaces. Yang pushed his earth attribute ability to its limits, continuously sealing the fissures in the ground. Yet the moment one crack was closed, another was immediately breached by the relentless swarm, causing heavy beads of cold sweat to pour down his forehead. Yehan hesitated no longer. He channeled his majestic lightning attribute energy into the ground, sending blue and white arcs of electricity, crackling and snapping wildly through the crawling mass. The electrical current conducted through the insect bodies, instantly felling a vast expanse of mutated ants. However, the clearance created by the lightning strike could not even last 3 seconds before a fresh wave of ants surged in to fill the gap. He then activated his wood attribute ability, causing layers of vines to sprout rapidly from the ground in an attempt to entangle and block them. Yet the growth rate of the vines fell far short of the relentless momentum of the advancing swarm. He did not fear powerful individual beasts, what he dreaded most was this kind of endless insect tide. The group retreated step by step, eventually forced beneath the silo, their backs pressed tightly against the cold concrete wall. The pitch-black swarm had blanketed more than half the passage, creeping to within less than a meter of their toes, and was still slowly but surely encroaching forward. We can't hold them off. There's just no end to them. Niu Xiaonyo kicked off his ruined shoes and stood barefoot on the ground, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. Li Kai shook off the ants crawling onto him, his neck and arms already covered in red swollen patches from the bites of their razor-sharp mandibles. Sliding slowly down the wall to a seated position on the ground, the flame at his fingertips shrank into a tiny powerless spark. I've struggled and survived in this apocalypse for so long, only to end up falling to a bunch of ants. How utterly humiliating. Yehan stood firmly at the very front, shielding everyone behind him. After continuously unleashing his abilities at high intensity, the energy within him was severely depleted, and the bite wound on his left arm from the ant mandibles continued to bleed. His gaze locked onto the surging black tide, his right hand slowly gripping the hilt of the Tang saber at his waist. Right at that moment, a subtle rustling sound echoed from the direction of the truck. The noise did not come from the ants, but from inside the truck bed. Everyone turned to look and saw that the 100+ mutated sunflowers were actually breaking free from the confinement of their pots. Their fine, dense roots propped against the rims of the pots as they tumbled out, crawling down the truck's tailgate to the ground. The roots pattered against the concrete, producing a rapid pitter-patter sound. In unison, all the sunflowers pivoted, their flower heads facing the surging tide of ants. The sunflower that had previously drunk Yehan's mineral water stood in the front row, its roots digging deep into the cracks of the ground to anchor itself firmly. A smaller sunflower beside it followed suit, lowering its head as its outer petals tensed up. Its massive flower head began to spin at high speed, powered not by the wind, but by its own internal force. The seeds at the center of the flower were flung to the edges by centrifugal force. In the next instant, the flower head shuddered violently. Thud, thud, thud. A rapid, muffled barrage of impacts erupted, sounding like heavy hail pelting down on leaves. Large sunflower seeds shot out like high-velocity projectiles, precisely piercing the hard carapaces of the front-row zombie ants. Dark green bodily fluids began to ooze from the ruptured shells. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The ant carapaces, which had remained completely unscathed even when struck by heavy stones earlier, were easily penetrated by the sunflower seeds. Soon they figured out the secret. The moment the sunflower seeds struck the carapaces, they generated high-frequency vibrations that traveled through the shell into the insect's body, violently shattering the exoskeleton from within. The front-row sunflowers opened fire first, and the massive field of sunflowers behind them immediately followed suit, spinning their heads as the continuous thudding merged into a deafening wave of sound. A barrage of sunflower seeds swept through the entire passage, causing waves of ants to collapse. One sunflower accidentally launched a mutated seed. Its force and power surged exponentially, instantly blowing off the head of a fist-sized giant ant king. Even the sunflower itself seemed startled by this immense power, its flower head quivering several times before it regained its composure. The leading sunflower quickly exhausted the seeds in its head, but it did not stop. Its roots nimbly reached into the ground, pulling out the sunflower seeds embedded in the ant corpses one by one to reload before launching another assault. The other sunflowers quickly followed suit, and the sound of the counterattack echoed throughout the passage. The once unstoppable tide of ants began to retreat, the black wave pouring back into the underground fissures. Step by step, the sunflowers advanced on their roots, maintaining a steady barrage as they pushed forward. The small sunflower caught up in the thrill of the battle, pursued so closely that its flower head was almost pressing against the ants' faces. Seeing this, the leading sunflower reached out with a root, gently pulling it back and shielding it behind itself. Seizing this opportunity, Yehan exhausted the last of his ability to seal all the fissures in the ground with a thick layer of earth. Zhou Yunshan and Niu Xiaoniu immediately rushed forward, piling heavy rocks along the edges of the earthen barrier to reinforce it. The subterranean ant colony was completely sealed and unable to emerge again. The crisis was fully averted. Li Kai rubbed his swollen bite marks. Looking at the sunflowers ahead, which were still spinning their heads gently as if to cool down, he couldn't help but chuckle. I've truly seen it all. As a level 5 fire tribute user, I was actually saved by a bunch of sunflowers today. The leading sunflower turned its head and walked over to Yehan with small pattering steps. It tilted its flower head high, clearly revealing a little face formed by the seeds on the underside of its head. How was that? The water you gave us wasn't in vain, was it? Yehan bent down and gently patted the massive flower head, a trace of a smile in his eyes. No, it certainly wasn't. Once we get back, you'll have all you can drink. Pale emergency lights swept across the underground passage, illuminating a ground strewn with the corpses of mutated ants. Black-green slime oozed from their severed bodies, pooling in rivulets across the floor. The air hung heavy with the stench of rot, mingled with the acrid insect-like tang pressing against the chest like a physical weight. Li Kai leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, regulating his breath as he slowly absorbed the last second-tier spirit core held in his palm. A flame sputtered to life at his fingertips, growing from a bean-sized ember to the thickness of a fist. Yet the fire burned with a dull, ruddy hue, revealing his abilities had recovered less than half. Zhou Yunshan tore a strip of cloth and hastily bound the wound on his forearm. Once the metallic transformation receded, several interlaced bite marks continued to bleed steadily, a gruesome sight. Niu Xiaoniu squatted barefoot on the ground, frantically wrapping cloth around his crushed sole and forcing his foot back into the ruined shoe, his movements clumsy and rushed. Yang slumped against the corner, utterly drained. Having pushed his earth powers to their limit twice in succession, his face had gone ashen as paper, lacking even the strength to lift a hand. Yehan stood by the blast door, extending his divine sense through the thick, reinforced concrete to scout outside. The world beyond lay in deathly silence. It seemed that after dusk the zombie bees had indeed retreated to rest. These bees operate on a day-night cycle. They emerge at dawn and retreat at dusk. With night now fully fallen, they've likely returned to their nests. Zhou Yunshan pushed himself upright against the wall. We'll avoid the main entrance and instead take the mountain maintenance passage behind us to reach the ridge, then break through from a different route. No one objected. Yang struggled to dismantle the earthen wall blocking the passage, while Zhou Yunshan hauled open the steel gate. Beyond lay a narrow maintenance corridor leading to the ridge, flanked by exposed rock faces with only a thin sliver of night sky visible overhead. Yehan extended his divine sense to scan the entire area, first confirming no anomalies in the passage or along the ridge before stepping out ahead. He crouched at the exit to observe briefly, then signaled that the coast was clear. The group moved cautiously along the cliff face, keeping low as the truck carrying the mutated sunflowers brought up the rear. Yang dragged the vehicle to a crawl, doing everything possible to muffle the engine's growl. Any sound might draw unwanted attention. Halfway up the slope, Yehan suddenly raised his hand to halt the group. Silence. Listen. Everyone froze instantly, the only sound being the whisper of night wind brushing against the rock face. Moments later, a deep hum began to converge from the distance. Initially faint, like an ancient machine sputtering to life, then surging forward like an avalanche, erupting simultaneously from every crevice in the mountainside, from the treetops and grass below. Beneath the moonlight, a large tree ahead shuddered violently, not from wind. The next instant, a black cloud of bees descended upon it, devouring every leaf and strip of bark in moments, leaving only a bleached skeletal trunk behind. The black tide surged upward, carrying a piercing drone as it bore down on them. Aren't they supposed to rest at night? Niu Xiaoniu bellowed, his voice nearly swallowed by the deafening roar. They're zombie bees. They don't follow normal schedules. They only hibernate at night and will swarm at the slightest disturbance. Yehan's heart tightened as he spun around and lunged toward the truck. Yang, reverse. Get us back to the granary now. But it was too late. From the entrance of the maintenance tunnel behind them, another wave of bees poured from the rock fissures, sealing both approaches and trapping the 5 people and their vehicles mid-slope. Sunflowers, move out. Li Kai roared. Before anyone could urge them on, the lead sunflower had already tumbled from the truck bed, with its companions ready for action. Every flower head tilted upward in unison, unleashing a barrage of seeds that tore through the night with a continuous pattering sound. The high-velocity seeds punched through wings and bodies with relentless precision, sending black insects falling like rain. The ground quickly accumulated a writhing carpet of corpses. But the swarm was simply overwhelming. The moment the sunflowers finished their volley and bent to retrieve their ammunition, another black tide surged forward. Fight while we retreat. Push toward the ridge. We can't let them fully surround us. Gu Yehan raised his hand and unleashed his lightning ability, weaving blue-white arcs into an electrified barrier that charred hundreds of bees and carved out a narrow pocket of safety. Zhou Yunshan's arm transformed into metallic armor raised high as a living shield. The swarm battered against it relentlessly, producing a constant clatter of ringing impacts. Niu Xiaoniu wrapped himself in heavy canvas from the truck, leaving only his eyes exposed as he swatted away any bees that slipped through. Yang Yang pushed his depleted body to its limits, forcing earth spikes upward from the ground to intercept the low-flying swarm. But his energy was already exhausted. He could barely sustain the earth spikes before collapsing against the vehicle, gasping for breath. The group fought their way backward in disarray, retreating from the maintenance corridor along the ridge down slopes and through rough terrain until they reached the mountain's base. The mutated sunflowers held the outer perimeter, their flower heads spinning continuously to maintain a lethal barrage that kept every bee at bay. The truck remained untouched. The lead sunflower's petals were singed and smoking from overexertion, yet it refused to cease firing. Even the smallest seedling, its roots weakened from the sprint, bent down to gather fallen seeds and reload with whatever strength remained. After an indeterminate duration of fighting and retreating, the deafening drone finally began to fade. The zombie bees operated within set boundaries. Once they crossed their territory's edge, they stopped pursuing. The final wave circled the ridge, then turned back toward the deep mountains with visible reluctance. Stand down. They're retreating, Gu Yehan called, slumping against the truck's hood, his body completely drained as his ragged breathing slowly steadied. Li Kai collapsed onto his back, utterly spent. His fire-based abilities had proven nearly useless against such a vast swarm, and he'd essentially held back throughout the entire engagement, relying entirely on the sunflowers to carry the fight. Now he lacked even the energy to move a finger. Niu Xiaoniu peeled away the canvas wrapping his body, revealing a surface studded with countless insect corpses that made his scalp tingle. Zhou Yunshan's metallic arm reverted to normal, its surface pockmarked with dents of varying depths from the impacts. Yang Yang leaned against a tire, bent double, and gasping for air, his spiritual power completely depleted. Beside him, the sunflowers had wilted considerably. The lead sunflower's flower head still emitted wisps of smoke, its petals drooping heavily. The smaller specimen crouched near the fender, its thin roots curled tight from exhaustion. Sensing Gu Yehan approach, it managed to lift its head slightly and gave a weak shake as though signaling it was safe. A warmth spread through Gu Yehan's chest. He reached out to gently pat the flower head, then retrieved water from his storage space to hydrate each sunflower in turn. He turned to Zhou Yunshan to ask about their location. Zhou Yunshan pulled out his hand-drawn map and studied it carefully by the flickering flame from Li Kai's fingertips, his brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. The swarm chased us completely off course. We planned to cross Tsuaping Mountain and take the provincial road, but we've deviated over 30 kilometers from our route. This area falls outside my survey range. It doesn't even appear on the map. As the team's dedicated scout, he too had lost his bearings. There's no way we're making any more progress tonight. Gu Yehan gazed into the distance. At the mountain's base lay an expanse of open farmland, and beyond it the faint outlines of buildings emerged from the darkness. Under the moonlight, residential buildings and shop rooftops became discernible, a deserted town. There's a settlement ahead. Let's hole up for the night, recover our strength, and plot a new route tomorrow. The town could harbor zombie bees, or perhaps other survivors. Yang Yang caught his breath and cautioned quietly. Given our current conditions, staying out in the open is far too dangerous. We need to find a sturdy structure to fortify and defend. Prioritize regaining our abilities and energy. Gu Yehan opened the driver's door and climbed in. The two vehicles moved forward in succession, slowly making their way toward the shadowy town. The streets lay in absolute silence, abandoned vehicles scattered haphazardly across the road, debris strewn everywhere. Most of the storefront roller doors had been forcibly pried open, their dark interiors looming ominously under the vehicle headlights. This hardware store will do. The roller door is intact, and the second-floor windows have iron bars, easily defensible. Li Kai pointed toward a two-story building beside the road. The group quickly divided tasks and sprang into action. Yang Yang poured his remaining energy into reinforcing a thin earthen barrier inside the roller door. Zhou Yunshan and Niu Xiaoniu hauled in shelving units, stacking them layer by layer to block all the first-floor windows. Li Kai hastened upstairs and claimed a south-facing room as their temporary shelter. The mutated sunflowers drove their roots into the concrete, flower heads tilted upward as they rested in quiet recovery. Gu Yehan stood alone by the second-floor window, his gaze fixed on the boundless darkness stretching down the street. After resting, they would need to detour back to their original path, locate Han Tai and the others, and return together to Yunyu village. Yet he had no idea that danger had already lurked silently within this seemingly deserted town the moment they stepped inside. Beneath the calm surface, treacherous undercurrents surged. Just as dawn was breaking, Gu Yehan rose from his chair. Scattered around his feet were fine white powders, the shriveled remnants of crystal cores drained entirely of their energy. The supernatural power within his body had fully recovered. His spiritual perception rippled outward silently, enveloping a 500-meter radius. Yet after sweeping the area, his senses met nothing but emptiness. There were no human figures, no wandering zombies, not even the chirping of birds or insects. It was as though the town had been thoroughly swept clean by something, leaving behind only rows of vacant buildings in a deathly silence that bred unease. Something is wrong with this place. Yehan walked up to his side, his gaze falling upon the gray, misty streets outside the window. As a scout, his instincts had been blaring a warning. Even in a completely abandoned town, there should be strange noises or living creatures. Even if there were no living things, there should at least be zombies. But here the silence was uncanny. There was absolutely nothing. Yehan channeled his spiritual energy, once more conducting another meticulous scan. Soon his perception brushed against a crooked road sign at the town's entrance, upon which three faded characters clearly emerged: Hoarding Town. So it is this place, he murmured softly. Brother Han, do you know this place? Li Kai rubbed his eyes as he crawled out of his sleeping bag, his messy hair sticking up in all directions, exuding the lethargy of someone who had just awoken. Hoarding Town, the coal capital of Shanxing, Yehan interjected, possessing thorough knowledge of the surrounding resource strongholds. In the past, 1/5 of Shanxing's coal originated from here. A coal mining town. Niu Xiaoyo poked his head out, looking entirely uninterested. We've cleared out all the supplies from the granary. When are we heading back to Yunya village? I just want to pick up Han Tai and the others as soon as possible and head back to the village. Yehan did not respond. He gazed at the sprawling mining complexes and steel shaft towers outside the town, his expression darkening slightly. Less than half a month remained before the first winter of the apocalypse. At that time, temperatures would plummet to 30 or 40 degrees below zero, and the bitter cold would persist for a full 6 months. Anin and Lele had only just turned a month old, and Anning's body had barely recovered. The village relied on diesel generators for heating, which could only support the old house. The other dwellings had no electrical wiring installed at all. Once Han Tai and the others arrived at Yunya village, the winter would be exceptionally difficult for them. However, if they could transport the coal from this town back, the entire Yunya village would be able to safely endure the freezing winter. We won't go back just yet. Since we are already in Hoarding Town, we will transport the coal from here. Yehan instantly grasped his intention. You plan to stockpile coal? Yes. There are too many variables in the apocalypse. The more supplies we prepare, the more confidence we will have. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move. Li Kai instantly grew energized, grabbing his coat and throwing it over his shoulders. He did not overthink the pros and cons. He simply knew that following Yehan was always the right choice. Let's eat first. Yehan raised his hand to retrieve 5 insulated lunchboxes from his spatial storage, which had been prepared earlier by Anning and by Yuran. Lifting the lids, a warm, savory aroma wafted over them. Braised pork paired with fresh greens, incredibly fragrant. The 5 of them ate in silence around their temporary shelter on the second floor. In the quiet town, only the soft clinking of bowls and chopsticks echoed with distinct clarity. After finishing their meal, the truck was restarted. The convoy drove along the main road toward the mining district. The shutter doors of the shops on both sides of the street were half closed, their interior shelves tilted haphazardly. The windows of residential buildings were shattered, and tattered curtains fluttered wildly in the cold wind. A few abandoned private cars sat by the roadside with their doors wide open, their bodies stained with dried, dark brown blood. Yet as far as the eye could see, not a single corpse, nor even a fragment of bone, was to be found. Strange, where did all the zombies go? Li Kai peered out of the truck window, his brow furrowed in a tight frown. Yehan's hand tightened slightly, resting upon the hilt of the tang, sword at his waist. From the moment they set foot in the town, he had faintly sensed a gaze. It was not a single pair of eyes, but countless blurred consciousnesses densely enveloping them from above. He had channeled his spiritual energy several times to investigate, only to capture a dissipated wave of energy fluctuations. The entity had deliberately fragmented its consciousness, blending it into the streets, buildings, and paving stones. Omnipresent yet impossible to pin down. Stay alert, everyone. There is something hiding in this town. The convoy drove past the abandoned coal plant, navigated through rows of miners' dormitories, and finally came to a halt before the open-air coal yard in the center of the mining district. The massive warehouse beside them had its doors tightly shut. Through the gaps, towering mounds of coal could be seen, a dark mass reaching all the way to the ceiling. Several decommissioned coal trucks were parked near the entrance, their drivers' cabs completely empty. The 5 men got out of the vehicle one by one. The moment Yehan reached out to push open the warehouse doors, the oppressive sensation of being watched surged violently. It did not originate from within the warehouse, but from beneath their feet, deep underground beneath the entire mining district. The ground shuddered violently. It was no earthquake, but some colossal entity bursting forth from the earth. The asphalt surface of the open-air coal yard arched upward abruptly before exploding with a deafening crash. Debris and coal slag flew in all directions, pelting the corrugated iron walls of the warehouse with a sharp clattering din. A gargantuan behemoth slowly emerged from the depths of the earth. A devourer zombie, its size twice as large as the level 5 devourer they had encountered at the food processing plant. Its entire body was a squirming mountain of flesh, its surface densely embedded with countless human faces. Men, women, young, and old miners, townsfolk, and security guards alike. Hundreds of faces turned in unison, their turbid yellow-green eyeballs locking onto the 5 men at the warehouse entrance. Countless spindly arms sprouted from various parts of the flesh mountain, clawing frantically at the air. No wonder the entire town was completely empty. Every living creature, zombie, and even skeletal remains had been utterly consumed by this monster. The entirety of Huiqing town had become its hunting ground. Peak level 6, Yehan declared in a low, solemn voice, identifying the monster's rank. The moment his words fell, the giant devourer opened its hundreds of mouths, simultaneously unleashing a piercing screech that reverberated across the entire mining district. 6 massive limbs as thick as stone pillars extended from beneath its body, firmly supporting the colossal mountain of flesh as it began to slowly roll forward. Its heavy frame pressed down, causing the asphalt road to continuously sink and crack. With a casual sweep of its limb, it sent a nearby decommissioned coal truck tumbling through the air, crashing violently into the coal preparation plant, and instantly collapsing half of the wall. Take this. Li Kai was the first to strike, unleashing a roaring golden-red fireball that slammed heavily into the devourer's chest. The flames exploded, searing several of the human faces. Yet in the next second, the charred flesh was swallowed by the surrounding tissue, and new faces grew back in the blink of an eye. My God, this regenerative power is insane. Fire is nothing more than an itch to this thing. Yang immediately activated his ability. Several earth spikes abruptly erupted from the ground, attempting to halt the creature's advance. But as the devourer's massive limbs stomped down heavily, the hard earth spikes were instantly crushed into fine powder. Zhou Yunshan activated his metal affinity, condensing a metallic arm to clash head-on with the oncoming limb. Seizing the opportunity, Niu Xiaoniu picked up a piece of blasted concrete and hurled it with all his might at the faces on the monster's back. Gu Yihan held back no longer. Unleashing the full power of his lightning ability, he discharged a bolt of blue-white lightning that struck precisely inside the monster's largest gaping maw. Electrical arcs surged wildly within its body, instantly charring and sloughing off over a dozen human faces. However, the regeneration speed of a peak level 6 monster far surpassed that of a level 5. The blackened wounds healed in the blink of an eye, and new flesh rapidly burgeoned. The largest single eye at the center of the monster glared dead at the 5 men, as its massive body accelerated, once more rolling forward to crush them. Gu Yihan's lightning arcs detonated against the devourer's chest, scorching a blackened cavity in its flesh. A dozen faces were seared away, yet before their black ichor could reach the ground, fresh tissue surged from the wound's edges to weave new grotesque visages. The newly formed mouths simultaneously split into grins, producing hundreds of overlapping hoarse laughs, as if mocking his futility. His ability reserves had dwindled to less than 30%. Beside him, Li Kai's fireballs had shrunk to the size of eggs, their impact little more than cupping therapy for the beast. Yang Yang's earthen walls were pulverized by a single claw swipe, sending him flying into the coal truck's tires. He braced himself against the ground, but his knees buckled beneath him. Zhou Yunshan's metallic arm bore the brunt of a dozen grasping limbs sweeping from the flank, metal groaning under the strain. He refused to yield an inch, yet at his feet Niu Xiaoniu was already spent, his strength-based ability having drained him completely, his hands trembling too violently to clench into fists. If this dragged on, they would all be wiped out. Gu Yihan slammed his Tang saber into the ground and withdrew a handful of cores from his storage space. Levels 4 and 3 mixed together. He could not afford to be selective. His 5 fingers closed around the cores, shattering them simultaneously. Pure energy surged along his meridian channels into his body. Not enough. He grabbed another handful. Still insufficient. A third handful. Each shattered core emitted a faint cracking sound, which merged into a continuous stream like trickling water. His meridians ached under the torrential influx of energy, yet his expression remained impassive as he absorbed core after core. The devourer seemed to sense something. Its hundreds of eyes converged upon Gu Yihan's 6 thick limbs, propping up the mountain of flesh as it advanced with crushing momentum. It meant to devour him just as it had consumed all living things in this town. Zhou Yunshan stepped sideways to block Gu Yihan, crossing his metallic arms over his chest to absorb the full impact of the creature's charge. Sparks erupted from his metallic limb. His feet carved twin trenches into the ground as he slid back 7 or 8 steps before halting. He did not yield an inch. Li Kai compressed his remaining energy into a single fireball, hurling the dark red sphere into the devourer's largest abdominal mouth. The explosion forced the beast to stagger backward half a step. Half a step was enough for Gu Yihan to absorb another handful of cores. The devourer was thoroughly enraged. Its abdominal maw tore open, releasing a wave of putrid stench from its depths. A dozen arms erupted from its back, lashing toward Zhou Yunshan and Li Kai. Zhou Yunshan's metallic defense finally breached. One arm pierced through, sinking into his left shoulder. His metal attribute ability instantly hardened the skin at the impact site, claws embedding themselves in the metallic surface and producing a piercing screech. Another hand seized Li Kai's leg, hoisting him upside down. The flames in his palm died out as the devourer dragged him toward its abdominal maw. Just as he was about to be swallowed alive, Yang, seal its mouth, Li Kai shouted while dangling. An earthen spike burst from the ground, driving itself precisely between the devourer's upper and lower jaws, forcing its teeth apart. Seizing the moment, Li Kai twisted free from the grasping hand and tumbled across the ground in 2 rolls. The sunflower's floral discs unleashed concentrated fire, their dense projectiles pummeling the eyes on the devourer's face and bursting dozens of the front row orbs. The beast roared and retreated half a step. Then a hand pressed down upon the devourer's shoulder from behind. Yehan must have circled around it unnoticed. His left hand's 5 fingers dug into the mouth of one of the faces on the devourer's shoulder. The mouth instinctively bit down, its teeth sinking into his thenar eminence. Blood streamed through his fingertips. He did not even flinch. His right hand's fingers sheathed themselves in emerald green light. Not thunder, but wood attribute. He had broken through to level 6. Wood attribute ability seeped from the wound on his left hand's thenar eminence into the devourer's body. Rather than infusing vitality, he was draining it in reverse. The devourer was fundamentally a monster fused from countless zombies, sustained by the residual life force of those still devouring one another within. Controlling life force was precisely the wood attribute's specialty. The devourer unleashed a deafening roar, not of rage, but of terror. It felt its own energy being siphoned away. The zombie remnants that had been tightly bound together began to loosen. Those whose fractured consciousnesses remained started tearing at one another from within, seeking to escape the cage that trapped them. Yehan's right hand suddenly clenched. The ability injected through the wound on his left hand's thenar eminence reversed its flow. The devourer's entire mountain of flesh collapsed as though its skeleton had been removed. Hundreds of faces let out simultaneous shrieks before shattering and peeling away. The arms behind them detached one by one, dissolving into black liquid upon hitting the ground. The once arrogant level 6 peak devourer crumbled layer by layer in his grasp, like a building whose load-bearing walls had been extracted. Only the central dark red tumor still pulsed on the ground. Yehan retrieved his tang saber from the earth and drove it inward. When the blade's tip penetrated the tumor's deepest core, all remaining zombie consciousness fluctuations vanished in an instant. The tumor exploded, splattering black blood across his body. A fist-sized dark red core rolled from the shattered flesh, its interior surging with nearly liquid energy radiance. A level 6 core. Silence fell around them. Only the sound of black blood flowing outward from the edges of the collapsed flesh mountain broke the stillness. Li Kai slumped onto the ground, glancing at the bruising on his legs from the devourer's grip, then at Yehan, standing amidst the pile of gore covered in blood. Brother Han, did you just break through? I broke through. Yehan stored the level 6 core within his spatial dimension. He glanced at his left hand's thenar eminence, still oozing blood. The wound was shallow, and the bleeding had already stopped thanks to his wood attribute ability. The sunflowers poked their floral discs over the truck bed's edge, and only after confirming the monster was thoroughly dead did they calmly begin clearing away the spent sunflower seed casings. The lead sunflower's disc was genuinely smoking now. It shook vigorously, but the smoke refused to disperse, so it leaned close to Yehan and rubbed against his pant leg. Yehan withdrew a bottle of water from his storage space and doused it in a circle, finally extinguishing the smoke. Yang hauled himself upright against the coal truck. Zhou Yunshin clutched his dislocated shoulder, and Niu Xiaonyo could finally clench his fists. All 5 of them bore wounds, though they were dusty, bloody, and battered. They were alive. Behind them, within the warehouse, the anthracite coal lay quietly stacked, piled high to the ceiling. Inside the warehouse, piles of screened smokeless coal crowded the space, black heaps stacked up ceiling. Han pressed his palm to the foremost coal pile, and the entire mountain, the cement floor beneath the warehouse, vanished in an instant. He then walked a full circle around the open coal yard, one colossal coal hill after another being drawn into his space. Even the scattered coal by the rail tracks that hadn't yet been loaded onto carts was swept clean by him. Li Kai sat on the ground, tearing at his shirt sleeves to scrub the black blood from his face. The stains grew messier as he wiped. He gave up and rolled up his pant leg to look at his calf. The devourer suddenly gripped his calf, the flesh swelling into a lump. Pressing hard would carve a deep hollow. He drew out the crystal core and slowly absorbed the energy, then looked up to see Yehan has emptied the entire coal yard. Man, the billionaire of stockpiles is stockpiling again. You previously gathered a vast amount of grain, now you've swept the coal clean as well. Are you planning to move the power plant back to the village on your next trip? Coal is energy, of course, the more the better. You talk the most, soon Brother Han will give you a ton, and you can figure out how to haul it back yourself. Zhou Yunshin pressed his injured left shoulder and walked forward slowly. The shoulder's dislocation had already been reset. Niu Xiaonyo helped him as she herself was still injured, walking with a limp. Yang supported the coal truck's cargo bed and forced himself to stand, gripping the crystal core to restore his earth-type abilities. The recent battle had completely exhausted his earth power. With every step his feet felt soft and weak. He forced himself to catch up to the two and reached Yehan's side. "Brother Han, where should we go next?" "Return by the same route." Yehan sat in the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle rolled out along the mining area's main road, closely followed by a truck loaded with sunflowers. After a brutal battle, the sunflower's state was wilted. They curled listlessly in their pots, petals drooping, several leaves still faintly smoking. The leading sunflower's head rested against the truck's panel. All the seeds had been exhausted, and its form looked thinner than before. A smaller sunflower nearby used its root tendrils to cradle the seeds picked up from beside an ant corpse, continually pushing them toward the leading sunflower's head. That afternoon they arrived at Han Tai's temporary residence, a battered pickup parked by the roadside. Han Tai stood by the vehicle. Inside the cargo bed, a dozen survivors huddled under worn quilts and padded coats. Seeing the off-road vehicle approaching, Han Tai straightened up and waved vigorously. In the cargo bed, Han Xiao had draped an old coat over his mother Lu Ho Hot. Yehan. Han Tai hurried forward. He had held the line for 3 days. The provincial road was battered by day and night winds. The midnight cold almost froze a man solid, but he dared not move an inch, fearing to miss Yehan's return. "Has everyone gathered?" Yehan lowered the car window and asked. "Not a single person is left behind." Yehan nodded and immediately adjusted the formation. Han Tai's pickup was placed between the off-road vehicle and the trucks. Old Zhang and a host of workers and their families squeezed into the pickup and truck beds. The sunflowers in the pots moved themselves, clearing large swathes of space. A few children for the first time saw sunflowers with autonomy. A boy held in Lao Zhang's arms reached out to touch the flower head, but his grandmother gently patted his hand, and he withdrew. The leading sunflower drew close, letting the children touch its soft petals. The children's bright laughter rang out. Upon reaching the outskirts of the industrial park, Yehan did not choose to drive in. Bringing a group of ordinary people into the industrial park would be suicide. He suddenly jerked the wheel and steered into an abandoned engineering path. This was a small road left from early highway construction, long and used. The surface was pocked, and uneven stones splashing against the off-road vehicle's undercarriage with a dinging sound. "This route adds a substantial detour." Zhou Yunshin spread the map and spoke, unable to hold back. "A detour of 300 kilometers, but it should be safe enough." Yehan steadied the wheel. In his mind, he kept calculating all the plans for when they returned to Yunya village. Chun Ping and Ma Tao's deaths had caused a commotion. A Zhou Shanha of the Shanha group would sooner or later hear of it and send people to investigate. This matter would be set aside for now, or for the moment. He only wanted to hurry back to the village. "Why is your speed getting faster as we go?" Li Kai gripped the interior handles, their heads banging against the headrest. Yehan came to his senses. He hadn't realized he had pressed the accelerator harder. In the truck's cabin, all the sunflowers had driven their roots into the soil, lowering their flower heads to cushion the jolts. The lead sunflower clenched the edge of the pot, transmitting a sense of complaint through its own consciousness, hoping for a smoother road next time. The small sunflowers nestled beside it, already fallen asleep in the bumpy ride. Yunya village. Bai Ran held the newly awakened Lulu. The little girl's face was rosy, and she yawned in content against her shoulder. And Ning walked beside, carefully adjusting an Anne's knitted cap. 5 days ago, when Yehan and his group set out, and Ning wore only a thin padded jacket and could stand in the yard for long. Now she wrapped herself in the family's thickest down coat. Her fingers still felt cold. "Yuran, have you noticed how quickly the temperature has dropped?" And Ning tucked her hands into her sleeves. Bai Yuran looked down at the thin windbreaker she wore underneath. She had only a light sweater and felt no chill. "I don't feel much. How could I be so muddled?" And Ning gave a soft, self-deprecating smile. Bai Yuran's ice ability could withstand sub-zero temperatures, so she naturally didn't mind the slight coolness. "It will be December soon. Cooling is natural." Bai Yuran, a northerner, would have snow back home by now, so she did not think this unusual. And Ning was about to explain how the damp cold of mountain towns seeps into bone when a branch from an old locust tree suddenly hung down from above, resting gently on her arm as she held the baby, its leaves brushing the back of her hand. This was not natural wind. And Ning pressed her cheek to the branch, and the consciousness transmitted by the old locust tree instantly surged into her mind. 3 men in camouflage, relying on enhanced physical abilities, were rapidly closing in on the village along the winding hillside road. They were not ordinary survivors. They were all enhanced empaths. The group had already passed the third bend and were less than 2 kilometers from the village. And Ning immediately swapped it into the other arm, her tone cold and sharp. "Yuran, someone's here. We'll first send the 2 children back to the old house." Bai Yuran did not question further. She knew Ning could leverage the locust tree's root network to monitor activity within kilometers of the village. Carrying Lulu, she hurried toward the old house. The 2 quickly returned inside, carefully placing the 2 infants in the cribs. Lulu just laid down, pursed her lips to cry. Bai Yuran promptly stuffed a pacifier into her mouth, and the little one quieted and began to suck, and then slept very deeply, only instinctively kicking off the covers. And Ning quickly tucked the bedding neatly. Then she ran to the village entrance, pressing her palm against a thick trunk and closing her eyes. Rushing spiritual power poured into the entire old locust tree. The old slow consciousness resounded in her mind. And Ning gave no extra words, issuing defensive commands one by one with crystal clarity. Let the ivy seal all entrances and exits of the village walls, leaving not a seam. Let the pomelo tree root at the old house's main door, and no matter what happens outside, there shall be no retreat. Plum trees and peach trees stretch their branches to seal the inner passages of the walls, preventing enemies from scaling them. Master, everything has been prepared. The old locust tree's voice sounded slow, but carried unmistakable gravity. Releasing her hand, and Ning's fingertips trembled slightly. This was the dizziness brought on by overloading a large amount of spiritual power in a short time. Yehan stood at the hall's threshold, the Tang Dao drawn, and a thin layer of ice crystal silently spread along the blade. As in Ning's orders spread through Yunya village, the entire village became like a machine with its mainspring tightened. All its components began turning in unison. The vines of the Boston ivy unfurled across the enclosure wall, covering every inch of its surface tightly, with all vine tips oriented toward the village entrance. The old locust tree's crown silently adjusted, its angle leaves curling upward at the branch tips, ready to harden into flying daggers at any moment. The pomelo tree drove its rootlets several inches deeper into the soil, its trunk lying horizontal across the entrance of the old house, like a stout door bolt. The plum and peach trees sealed off the passage along the inner side of the enclosure wall with their branches, every single one pulled taut. And Ning stood at the doorway of the main hall in the old house, one hand gripping the doorframe, the other hanging at her side, her fingers unconsciously clutching the corner of her garment. Her face showed no expression, but the knuckles of her hand clutching the fabric had turned white. She kept calling out Yehan's name in her heart, as though shouting loud enough would let him hear her, hoping he could rush back in time. She knew in her heart that the old locust tree and the climbing ivy were now the most formidable fighters in Yunya village. They were fourth-level mutated plants, more than capable of handling ordinary ability users, but being plants, they required someone to direct them to unleash their full combat potential. Without Yehan, could she really command them effectively? Her spiritual power was only at the second level, and each time she expended it, she would feel dizzy. She could not sustain it for long. As for those three outside, she had seen the images the old locust tree had relayed. They wore camouflage, moved with unnatural speed, and were clearly ability users, likely scouts sent by the Shana group. The scouting party had arrived, but the real trouble was yet to come. Her fingertip dug desperately into the old house's doorframe, knuckles whitened from the strain. Her other hand hung at her side, clenched tightly, the fabric of her clothes crumpled into deep folds, a wave of tightness pressing against her chest. And Ning, look over there. Yehan stood guard by the door with her Tang sword held horizontally, never stepping more than half a pace away. Her duty was to protect Ning and the twins. Suddenly, she lowered her voice, her gaze fixed intently on the corner of the courtyard wall. That honeysuckle plant, usually unremarkable in content with its rooted position, was now slowly stirring its underground rhizomes. The thick main root broke through the soil first, followed by delicate side roots slipping free one by one, gently shaking off the clinging yellow earth, as if a person rising on tiptoe to steady themselves on firm ground. Its slender branches, crowned with tiny buds, advanced step by step toward the main hall, the buds swaying as though urgently reporting important matters. And Ning's heart trembled, and she turned to regard this honeysuckle no thicker than her thumb. Two tender branches wrapped gently around her forearm, and a soft childlike voice collided directly into her mind, its words slurred and sticky like a toddler who had just learned to speak. Mistress, leave the three people outside to me. There's nothing to worry about. And Ning frowned slightly. You're so small. Dealing with 3 trained scouts is far too risky. A trivial matter. The honeysuckle swayed its branch tips, then its root system turned and stepped across the stone path, making its way toward the bend in the mountain trail. Along the way, the buds bloomed, their sweet fragrance spreading across the entire hillside on the wind. On the mountain trail, Cui Xiong studied the hand-drawn map in his hands, his expression dark. Every clue regarding Qin Ping and Ma Tao's disappearances pointed to this very mountain, and the coordinates transmitted via satellite phone lay just ahead. But looking up, there was only a steep cliff wrapped in vines with an unfathomable abyss below. Not a trace of the village could be seen, nor any path to be found. When Cui Xiong had led Sun Ji and Hu Yi up the mountain, he had been confident he would uncover the truth. Both Qin Ping's and Ma Tao's teams had perished within these mountains, and all the clues pointed in one direction. The reconnaissance team dispatched by the Shanha group had thoroughly documented the tire tracks, shell casings, and tree trunks pierced by lightning-type abilities at the mountain's base. Each piece of evidence forming an unbroken chain clearly leading to this location. Once he uncovered the truth, he could return and report his findings. That merit alone would be enough to secure a promotion within the Shanha group. Boss, something's off about this place. Sun Ji led the way at the front, slowing his steps. As the most experienced tracker among the three, he had followed Ma Tao's tire marks along the mountain path for 2 full days, locating corresponding traces at every junction. But beyond that curve ahead, the ground suddenly went clean. No tire tracks, no footprints, no shell casings, not even a single broken twig underfoot. The traces had disappeared too abruptly, as though someone had taken an eraser and wiped away every clue. It's not unusual for evidence to break. It means they cleaned up their tracks. Keep moving. Chui Xiong folded the map and tucked it back into his pocket. The three turned the corner to find a vertical cliff face covered in vines ahead of them. Below the cliff lay an immeasurable drop with mountain wind rising from the depths. Chui Xiong glanced down at his map. The coordinates confirmed this was the spot, yet before him there was nothing but a stone wall choked with vines. No path, no door, not a single sign of human activity. Boss, every piece of evidence points here, but we've tracked all the way only to find nothing. Sun Ji circled halfway around the cliff face, and with each step his unease grew. After more than a decade in reconnaissance, he had never encountered such a situation. Evidence that tracked so clearly only to vanish completely at the end. This did not appear natural at all. It seemed someone had deliberately laid out these clues specifically to lead them to this very cliff face. Boss, what if those clues down below were intentionally left behind, designed to lure us up the mountain? Sun Ji tore his gaze away from the cliff. Chui Xiong did not answer. He examined the surroundings once more carefully. The vines on the cliff face looked ordinary, and as the mountain wind swept past, the faint fragrance of honeysuckle drifted in from around the bend. Everything was too normal, so unnaturally normal it sent chills down his spine. Zhou Shana had sent Xinping, and Xinping was gone. He had sent Ma Tao, and Ma Tao was gone too. Weren't both those teams far stronger than the three of them? Yet they had all been destroyed in this very mountain, not a single corpse left behind. Meanwhile, the three of them had followed the clues straight through without any resistance. Too smooth, almost as if they had been invited rather than hunting. Boss, those clues might have been deliberately planted as a trap to lead us here to our deaths. Sun Ji scanned the rock face back and forth, his dread mounting with each glance. He dared not gamble, and immediately ordered a retreat in a grim voice. The three turned and bolted downhill in panic, their hurried steps carrying them swiftly out of sight into the dense forest trail. Around the earthen slope bend, the honeysuckle stood motionless, its branches swaying gently. The drifting fragrance seeped silently into the three men's minds, quietly amplifying the suspicion and fear festering within them. In the old house courtyard, Ning had watched the entire sequence through the locust tree's root system, utterly bewildered. Despite facing no attack at all, why had they turned and fled without hesitation? The gold and silver honeysuckle, its roots as fine as threads the soil, and with each tremor inched its way back to the yard of the old house. In the courtyard by your just sheathed the Tang Dao, a thin layer of frost on the blade slowly melted away, cold droplets pattering on the bluestone slabs and scattering damp specks. Just as the scout stepped onto the cliff, she had already half drawn her blade, fingertips gripping the hilt, ready to surge out and clash. She lifted her gaze to the courtyard's central honeysuckle. Its fragrance hung heavy, and the slender branches swayed, as if a child waiting for praise for a deed well done. Gold and silver honeysuckle, how did you do it? 3 professionally trained scouts didn't even glimpse your shadow, and fled in a panic. White by Yehan reached out, fingertips brushing the plump pale yellow buds. The moment she touched them, the buds trembled, and the whole branch leaned toward Ning, shyly turning away. A soft childlike voice spoke directly into Ning's mind. I didn't hurt anyone, I merely amplified the doubts hidden in their hearts, and they frightened themselves. As the voice faded, its volume lowered, and Ning laid her palm on the honeysuckle trunk, and said, everything that happened at the village gate, I saw clearly through the old locust tree's roots. When the 3 turned the bend, you didn't just amplify their doubts, you multiplied the fear in their hearts, didn't you? The honeysuckle straightened its branches a little, and replied, that's right. That tall, thin man, when he turned the bend, grew uneasy, sensing danger on every corner. I followed that thought deeper, and he saw ambushes in the roadside weeds. And that little mustache, he never wanted to crawl up the mountain, was jittery the whole way, even the slightest unease would be magnified. The leader remained the calmest, but seeing his 2 subordinates panic, that vigilance turned to fear, and they walked straight into a trap. So you alone crafted a tailored illusion for the 3 of them. That tall one's eyes are full of ambushes. Oh, what frightening image did the mustached man see? That's not an illusion. The honeysuckle buds shook as if offended by the claim, unusually unyielding. I am a guide of thought. I never conjure things that do not exist, only magnify the doubts already in their minds. Bai Yuran fell silent, for a moment, the sting from gripping the blade still lingering in her knuckles. But this unassuming honeysuckle before her drew back, armed enemies with nothing but a whiff of fragrance and a thread of spiritual influence. This power is too singular, almost beyond belief. She suppressed the tremor and asked softly, how many can you influence at once? I haven't tested an upper limit today. I restrained 3 at once easily. The honeysuckle spoke casually, its petals lazily unfurling. Bai Yuran turned to meet Ning's gaze. Without words, they understood each other's worries. Today's intruders were only scouting troops. The Shana group would not rest easy, and a well-equipped main force would sooner or later comb the mountain. What's more, Gu Yehan had taken Li Kai and others out, and had not yet returned. The village now was left with a Ning by Yurin and 2 babies not yet 2 months old. Until now, Yunya village defended itself with walls, mutated ancient trees, and physical barriers. Now with the honeysuckle, they had an additional layer of mental defense outsiders could hardly anticipate. And Ning's fingers gently gathered the slender gold and silver honeysuckle stems, yet a stone weighed heavy in her heart. She only hoped Gu Yehan and the others would return soon. The convoy had just passed the foot of the mountain when Gu Yehan slowed the pace. Someone's up the mountain. He had just reached for the intercom when Zhou Yunshin's voice came through the vehicle's channel grave. There are new footprints on the mountain road. At least 3 people left no more than half a day ago. Has anyone climbed up the mountain? Li Kai in the front passenger seat lunged forward, his head slamming against the headrest, a sharp gasp escaping him. He was more aware than anyone of Yunya village's Achilles heel. Even the old locust tree and the climbing ivy are just plants, and Ning must watch 2 nursing infants by Yuran guards the house alone, and if someone takes advantage of a lull to strike, there will be no one to sound the alarm. Gu Yehan did not answer. He floored the accelerator. The off-road vehicle lunged forward. At the sharp bend, tires screeched on gravel. Li Kai was slammed back against the seat, his arms burning, as he desperately gripped the overhead handles. Behind, Zhou Yunshin's truck in the rear stomped on the gas to close the gap, while Han Tai's old pickup lagged at the tail, rocking violently. In the cargo bed, old Li clutched his granddaughter tightly. Alu Hohat pulled Han Zhao to her side, shielding him under her arm. Gu Yehan's spiritual power formed an invisible tide sweeping upward along the winding mountain road, inch by inch across bends, through dense woods, and over slopes. On the surface, he showed no emotion, yet the fingers on the wheel clenched tightly, nails whitening. And Ning carried 2 children, and by Yuran had no spare clone to aid. Without his mental coordination to marshal the defense, the old locust tree and the climbing ivy would lose at least half of their fighting power. Images from a past life's stormy night surged in his mind, and Ning's frail figure stood before the ruined gate as a tide of zombies swarmed her, and he was trapped, unable to act as he watched helplessly. A tightness clenched his chest as Gu Yehan pressed the accelerator deeper. Only halfway up the slope did his spiritual sense catch sight of 3 rushing silhouettes. Not an attack, but a panicked flight. Something deadly seemed to chase from behind. The 3 in camouflage sped into the roadside thicket and vanished among the trees. Only scouts, not a frontal assault. Gu Yehan's shoulders tensed a little, but the speed of the vehicle did not slow. The scouts escaped, but danger was not entirely gone. Behind the fallen pines, Cui Xiong slumped at a root, sweat dripping from his nose onto muddy hands. Earlier he had glimpsed the convoy below. That leader left such a deep impression. The labor market encounter when the man single-handedly toppled more than a dozen feral zombies. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, pulling his companions into the forest. Another few moments, and the 3 of them would have had no chance to escape. Beside him, Sun Ji's legs trembled as they gasped for breath. When the convoy reached Yunya village's gate, the climbing ivy on both sides parted, leaving a clear path. A thick main vine dangled along the cliff wall, brushing Gu Yehan's shoulder as he opened the door. Not affection, but the plant's own way of passing information. The ivies will flowed into his mind, clearly outlining the sequence. 3 scouts crept up the mountain. The honeysuckle's beguiling power drew them away, and Ning stood at the old house to coordinate the village's defenses. By Yuran guarded the outer line, and Un and Lulu fed and sleeping soundly. A sequence of scenes flashed through his mind, and the stone pressing on his chest finally loosened. Han Tai and the workers stood by the trucks, gazing in astonishment at the barrier before them. Over a month ago, they had built a 5-meter-high wall brick by brick. Now it had vanished without a trace, and the heavy alloy gate was gone. What he saw was a vertical cliff cloaked in ivy leaves thick enough to hide every crack in the rock. Old Han, did someone tear down the wall we worked so hard to raise? Old Li hugged his granddaughter tightly. The child craned her head and babbled, pointing at the emerald vines with curious fingers. No, it hasn't been torn down. Han Tai studied the vines for a long moment, then slowly came back to himself. No sooner had the words fallen than the vines parted like 2 green curtains, revealing the metal gate beneath. Bai Yuran stepped out briskly. She swept a glance over the dozen unfamiliar faces in the convoy, then fixed her eyes on Gu Yehan and spoke with steady reassurance. Gugu, Han and Ning and the children are all right. Outside the wind was cool, and Un and Lula slept, and Ning stood guard at the old house, not yet bringing them out. Gu Yehan nodded, slightly urgency in his voice. You coordinate Li Kai to place Han Tai and the others. Repair the abandoned houses as you see fit. Materials are piled on the hillside clearing. If not enough, come to me directly. After issuing orders, he headed for the old house, his steps faster than usual, eager to confirm his wife and child's safety. Gu Yehan's pace grew increasingly hurried until he was practically jogging. He had walked this cobblestone path from the village entrance to the old house thousands of times. Usually pushing the stroller with Inan and Lulu for a leisurely stroll took only a few minutes. Yet today, every step felt incredibly hollow, as if he were treading on waterlogged cotton with a heavy stone weighing down his heart. Just moments ago, when he saw 2 fresh, unfamiliar tire tracks at the foot of the mountain, a long-buried dread suddenly seized his heart. He feared that upon pushing open the door the courtyard would be empty, devoid of his wife and children. He feared that the peace and stability he had fought so desperately for in the mountain city would turn out to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. He could not explain where this panic stemmed from, but the chill creeping up his limbs urged him to quicken his pace, frantically rushing headlong through the courtyard gate of the old house. On the living room sofa, Ning was looking down, mixing warm water into a baby bottle, her fingertips pressed against the glass to test the temperature. Hearing the hurried footsteps, she had just looked up and barely had time to push herself up from the sofa before she was forcefully pulled into a tight embrace. The baby bottle slipped from her hand and rolled onto the fabric sofa, leaving a small damp patch of warm milk. Ning raised her hand to gently pat his back, clearly sensing the uncontrollable trembling that racked his entire body. Her heart softened. Since the day she met Yehan, she had never seen him show the slightest hint of fear. Even when the apocalypse descended, he had faced it with calm composure. When zombies besieged the village, he had charged head-on. When rockets struck the village entrance, his expression remained unchanged. And even when he penetrated deep into enemy lines alone to annihilate the leopard squad, he maintained his unyielding pride. Yet the man holding her now was trembling with tension, unable to conceal a dread that penetrated to his very bones. Yehan. She pressed her cheek against his burning chest, her voice incredibly soft. I'm so glad you're all safe. His voice was muffled against the crown of her head, sounding more like a self-muttered reassurance rather than something meant for her, a desperate attempt to steady his frantic thoughts. Don't worry, and Lulu and I are all safe at home. We didn't go anywhere. And Ning wrapped her arms around his waist, her fingers tightly gripping the fabric of his back, gradually tightening her hold. She could not fathom the source of this sudden terror, nor did she intend to pry. She only knew that right now Yehan needed a reassuring embrace more than anything. His chin rested heavily on the crown of her head, his breathing rapid and heavy, as if trying to repeatedly confirm that the person in his arms was real and not an illusion. Only after a long while did the arms binding her slowly loosen their grip. I saw tire tracks at the foot of the mountain, Yehan said in a low voice. And Ning rested quietly against his chest, neither interrupting nor questioning, silently waiting for him to continue. I thought. The words caught in his throat, and he swallowed the rest of the sentence entirely. He was rarely this discomposed. In front of Ning, he was always accustomed to shouldering all the burdens alone. If he was injured, he would dismiss it as a mere scratch. If his superpower was depleted, he would casually say he just needed some rest. He had never shown such a broken state before, as if the softest part of his heart had been violently squeezed, leaving him gasping in pain. And Ning did not ask, "What did you think?" She gently pulled down the hand resting on her shoulder, cupping his still trembling fingers with both of her hands, her fingertips softly tracing the faint pink scar on the web of his thumb. No matter what happens outside, the children and I will stay here and wait for you. As long as you return, we will be here. She looked down at the scar, then raised her eyes to look directly into his reddened gaze, her tone steady and reassuring. So you don't have to be afraid. Yehan looked down at her. The loungewear she wore was faded from washing, her hair was tied back in a loose low ponytail, and her eyes still bore the exhaustion of overexerting her superpower. She knew nothing. She did not know that his heart had been pounding in his throat as he raced back, nor did she know that those tire tracks had triggered an unforgettable nightmare. Yet she had seen right through his hidden fear. With a single, "You don't have to be afraid," she instantly soothed most of his panic. He gently brushed his thumb across the corner of her eye, wiping away a trace of moisture that had not yet dried. At the courtyard gate by Yehan stood with her back to the living room, having taken in the sight of the couple embracing inside. Li Kai caught up quickly from behind. Just as he opened his mouth to report on Han Tai and the others, she pressed a hand onto his shoulder and dragged him directly toward the village entrance. The youth stumbled a couple of steps, repeatedly looking back at the old house as he muttered under his breath, "I haven't even reported my work to Brother Han yet." Despite his grumbling, his feet obediently followed her away. Soon Bai Yuran, Li Kai, and Zhou Yunshin worked out a settlement plan. The plan was straightforward. Han Tai's family would stay in the blue brick house on the east side of the old house. Lao Li's family would live right next door, and Lao Zhang's entire family would be settled in the third bungalow to the west. Having spent half his life in construction, Han Tai was highly efficient. The moment he dropped his luggage, he grabbed a hammer to tap and inspect the walls of each house. Lao Li followed beside him with his little granddaughter in his arms, and whenever he heard a hollow sound from the walls, he immediately applied cement to reinforce the foundation. Lu Ho-Hot led several familiar ants to carry bedding and blankets back and forth, her voice loud and clear, managing everything seamlessly. The young Han Xiao was nimble and diligent, taking on all the work of passing tools and carrying lumber. Lao Zhang's little grandson squatted on the cobblestones, staring at the ground to watch ants move. In the blink of an eye, Lao Zhang scooped him up, wrapped him like a little zongzi in a bedsheet, and stuffed him inside to make the bed, though the little fellow kept kicking his legs, still thinking about the ants outside. After helping each family move their supplies, Niu Xiaoniu turned to move over 100 pots of sunflowers. Clusters of the plants took root along both sides of the village's main road, their massive flower heads turning in unison toward the sunlight, like 2 rows of silently guarding sentinels. Only the leading old sunflower and the small sunflower beside it refused to take root along the road. Their slender roots clawed at the ground as they slowly shuffled all the way to the base of the old house's courtyard wall, choosing the corner with the most abundant sunlight to firmly plant themselves into the soil. The village repairs were fully entrusted to Han Tai, with Gu Yehan setting only one hard rule: every household must build a heated earthen bedcon for warmth. Han Tai readily agreed and spent that very day measuring each room with a tape measure alongside several fellow workers, planning the dimensions of the beds based on the number of residents. A vast amount of bricks and cement was piled behind the village, so there was more than enough material. The largest abandoned public building at the village entrance was converted into a communal cafeteria. Lu Ho-Hot set up several large black iron pots, and the canned goods and compressed biscuits transported back from the food factory were centrally stored and locked away. The authority to allocate resources belonged to Bai Yuran. Rations were distributed daily on a per capita basis, and every single transaction was recorded in the ledger, keeping the accounts perfectly clear and error-free. After settling the village's minor affairs, Gu Yehan led Han Tai to a large open space behind the village. Build a row of protective greenhouses here, all up to reinforced concrete standards. He paused, adding a key requirement. The foundation rebar binding and concrete pouring must be done exactly like building a house, and all the surrounding walls must be replaced with bulletproof glass. Han Tai squatted down and tapped the soil beneath his feet, his brow furrowing slightly. The autumn and winter winds in the mountains are fierce. The foundation must be dug deep and reinforced, and the glass must withstand at least Category 12 winds, otherwise a single storm will completely destroy it. Materials are not an issue, Gu Yehan replied. When he had purchased materials to repair the old house, he had already prepared the materials for building the greenhouses. Han Tai and a crowd of workers moved Dunya village, 2 days slipping by in the blink of an eye. Everywhere in the village figures bustled at work, roofers clambering on wooden ladders to hammer nails, the air thick with earth, and the scent of fire, mud and mud work at the heated kong, as men crouched on the ground with their trowels never pausing. The great iron pot in the canteen had burned from dawn to dusk, white steam curling with the aroma of food and drifting over half the village. Lu Ho-Hot led a few ants to scour the public housing until every window gleamed, the long wooden table shone bright, and 3 meals a day, 1 dish 1 soup, were served promptly. The provisions were nothing more than canned goods, compressed biscuits, and grain hauled from the granary. Yet the pot's hearty warmth was irresistible, hot food thawed even stiff, frost-worn bodies. At noon, the canteen was packed with people. Old Lee's granddaughter nestled on her grandfather's lap, tiny hands grabbing a spoon and polishing rice with oil on her face. Old Zhang's grandson wriggled under the table, chasing insects, only to be hauled back by his grandmother and set on the chair for a hushed scolding. Li Kai carried his rice basin toward his lips when a sidelong glance caught Gu Yehan's stern face. Gu Yehan curled his fingers and tapped the table twice. The sound was quiet, yet it felt like a pause button. The bustling canteen fell instantly silent. Even the little girl in old Lee's arms stopped, her spoon, her round eyes all turning toward the main table. Gu Yehan slowly stood, his aura heavy and contained, chilling the surrounding air a few degrees. The temperatures lately have dropped oddly far below what they should be for this time of year. He paused, then shifted his gaze to Han Tai. Repairs to the houses and the heated kong must be completed before the cold intensifies. Han Tai's chopsticks paused midair. A jolt rose in his chest. Others might call it strange weather, but he knew Gu Yehan's gaze could cut to the truth with brutal accuracy. Even before the end times, this man could stockpile provisions and build fortresses. Now he speaks up to warn of the bitter winter. This winter would be hard indeed. He laid his chopsticks on the table, stood, and answered, "Mr. Gu, rest assured. After the meal, I will lead the workers through the night, one heated kong after another, no delays." With the plan already in his mind, he continued, "First, place the elderly and children into warm rooms, then push for full warmth facilities. You ran oversee village construction and all materials." Gu Yehan raised his hand and drew a thick notebook from his space, handing it over. With 10 more mouths in Yunya village, resources could no longer be drawn at whim. Beside the old house, a room was cleared to serve as a public storehouse. Henceforth, all supplies would be logged and allocated, every consumption recorded, and shortages would prompt a village scouting party. Bai Yuran took the notebook, flipping to the page. Inventory sheets were neatly arranged by category, each with blank remark fields, clear and orderly at a glance. She closed the notebook softly and set it on the table, then nodded slightly. "Li Kai, Zhou Yunshin, Yang Yang, Xiao Nyo, 4 of you accompany me to purge the zombies." Gu Yehan's gaze swept over the 4. "Clear out all the bodies within a few kilometers, and before winter arrives, rid the village's surroundings of any hidden danger. Winter will constrain human action, but not the zombies. It will spur their evolution." The 4 of them offered no protest.